Chapter 1, Spare Tire? Dogs are not even appropriate. I'm sorry, Fang Yang, I really don't want to fall in love right now. Let's just continue to be friends. What's wrong with you? Did you hear me? Hello, Fang Yang? Dongyang City College of Finance and Economics, Jiangbei Province, by the scenic artificial lake. Fang Yang came back from his days and looked at the familiar scene in front of him, feeling that his memory was a bit misplaced. Wasn't he staying up late to work overtime? How did he appear here? And this familiar figure in front of him, isn't this his former first love girlfriend Li Weiwei who he chased from middle school to university but only treated himself as a spare tire? How did she become so young? Could it be she had been reborn? Fang Yang was shocked in his heart and hurriedly fished out a Xiaomi cell phone from his pocket. May 4th, 2015? Before the stock market crash? The front camera was opened again. An extremely familiar face instantly appeared on the screen. Precisely his younger self. He reached out his fingers and gently traced them over his face, the tight and smooth touch reminding him that the face was real and not unreal. He had really been reborn. Back in 2015, when he was in his sophomore year. At this time, it was exactly the scene where Li Weiwei refused to become his girlfriend on the grounds of not wanting to fall in love. Other reasons for refusal were, we're still students, give me a little more time, wait until after graduation. I'm just slow like that. I just hate that I was larded up back then, and after being rejected countless times, I still surrounded her like a licking dog, thinking that the other person would come around, every day hungry to her to send food, sick to her to send medicine, rain to her umbrella, the phone she hung up first, the message a second back, until the stock market crash occurred. The father, because of borrowing money to buy stocks, lost all the family assets, all day to drink and suffering from liver cancer. Fang Yang only realized, from this failed feelings out. Unfortunately, at that time, the loss of loved ones and huge debts have completely crushed him. He can no longer change the trajectory of his life. Luckily, he's back now, and it's not too late. His fate was still in his own hands. Fang Yang, what's wrong with you? I'll leave if you don't speak up again? Li Weiwei on the opposite side was starting to get a little impatient. Although she had an amazing face value, and a marvelous figure, and could be called the school flower of Dongyang Finance Academy back in the day, her patience was not good. She especially resented the fact that when she spoke to the other party ignored her. At first, Fang Yang thought she was like this to everyone, until later a chance encounter. He personally saw how humble Li Weiwei in front of her rich second-generation boyfriend, how obedient, just like a licking dog, the same as himself back then. Sure enough, behind every goddess, there was a man who already wanted to vomit. He took a deep breath and looked at Li Weiwei with a smile on his face. You just said that you only want to be ordinary friends with me, right? Yes. Then, it's a deal. After Fang Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left without the slightest bit of procrastination. Li Weiwei froze and looked at Fang Yang's back, a little confused. Although it was true that she had rejected him, he didn't seem to care very much. This made Li Weiwei's heart a little upset. So many boys in the school were pursuing her, and she was the only one who rejected others, and had never been ignored by others. Hey, Fang Yang, you're just leaving? She pursued unwillingly. Not leaving? Are you still staying for the night? As these words drifted in, Fang Yang's back had already disappeared into the afterglow of the setting sun. All reborn, who still falls in love? Of course getting money is the most important thing. Right now, the most important thing was to go home and persuade Pops to withdraw all the funds in the stock account and escape this wave of stock market crash first. Fang Yang took a bus from the school entrance and spent a full hour before returning to the Greentown Garden neighborhood where his home was located. The family of 3 lived here before his father went into huge debt and sold the house. A 3-room house was not small, even in 2023. He touched his pocket. The house key was still there, so he directly used it to open the door. Yang, why are you back now? A middle-aged woman in her early 40s, well-maintained, greeted him with a surprised face. It was Fang Yang's mother, Yang Xiaoying. Looking for my dad for something. Where is my dad? As soon as Fang Yang's words fell, he saw a middle-aged man with a slim figure and a serious face walk out from the study and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Seeing his old dad in a completely healthy state, Fang Yang had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Even if he was still unable to become a human being in this life, as long as he could let both his parents have a good body, then everything he had done would be worth it. Old comrade Fang, you're in a big mess. Come in here for me. Fang Yang was about to pull his old man into the study, but he was slapped on the head by Fang Dahai and grunted coldly. How did the little brat talk? Well, forgetting that the Fang Dahai of 2015 was at the height of his majesty, it was simply not something that the self of that time could preach. So, Fang Yang only had to change his strategy and smiled and said, "Don't get excited. You're old man. It's actually a good thing. Come, listen to me slowly. In the study, Fang Dahai sat on the boss chair with a big horse and squinted at his son. You said that the market is going to fall tomorrow? Let me liquidate my stocks? Yes, and the drop won't be small. It must be taken seriously. Fang Yang had originally graduated with a degree in finance and economics, and his theoretical knowledge was immense. Back then, in order to learn from his father's lessons, he had reviewed the general market trend during the entire stock market crash countless times again, and knew exactly what caused the stock market crash, its evolution, its peak, and when it would end. He knew very well that starting tomorrow, the stock market would have a violent short-term fluctuation, plummeting for 3 consecutive days, followed by a rapid recovery of the decline and a new high. This was actually a preview of what was to come before the stock market crash. It was just a pity that the vast majority of investors were so mesmerized by the fiery market that they didn't take it seriously. How do you know the market will fall? Where did you hear that? Fang Dahai asked with a frown. Of course it's what our teacher said. He's awesome. He's won a place in the stock speculation competition. He's an absolute folk master. Fang Yang knew very well that if he said he analyzed it himself, his old man would never believe it, so he could only make up a master out of it. Your teacher has this level? What did he say? Fang Dahai was skeptical. Our teacher said that the MACD indicator of the general market has a high dead cross and is far away from all the averages. It means that there is a considerable amount of shorting momentum accumulated here, and once someone smashes the disc, it will cause a plunge. So here must reduce positions or even short positions and wait and see. Oh, the indicator dead fork is going to fall? Indicator golden cross to rise? If speculating in stocks was so simple, then no one would lose money. Fang Dahai originally thought that Mr. Fang Yang's technology is more cattle. Did not expect just use the MACD golden cross dead fork to judge the market. On this level still come to talk big? Is not a joke? Although he also felt that the market here is a little high, but led him to MACD indicators as the basis for judgment. The stock are sold. He is impossible to agree. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You old man is too headstrong, right? Can you die by just taking a short position and watching for 2 days? Fang Yang didn't expect that the bearish reasons he gave by combining emotional and technical aspects couldn't convince his stubborn old dad at all. No wonder he kept borrowing money to increase his position. The more he fell, the more he bought, resulting in a big loss. This long thinking is also too serious. Simply sick to death. Now the market is so hot. How much money do you have to lose in a day with a short position? It's really a hairless mouth that can't do anything. Fang Dahai coldly grunted. Well, you don't command blindly. I will pay close attention to the general market. If there is really a breeze, I will then consider reducing my position. Next, no matter how Fang Yang persuaded, Fang Dahai just did not agree to sell the stock, and finally got annoyed, and even directly drove Fang Yang out of the study. Fang Yang stood outside the door, nodded his head hatefully and said, Okay, don't listen to persuasion, right? Then don't blame me, your son, for making a killer move. Chapter 2 Sue Black. Fang Yang returned to his bedroom and immediately opened his laptop and started searching for cracked Trojan horse programs. He originally didn't want to use this trick. After all, who knows if there is a backdoor left by someone in the pirate program downloaded online. It would be a real kill 800 enemies and lose 1,000 to himself. But there was no other way. In order to help his old man escape the plunge in the next few days, he could only resort to this tactic. After some searching and screening, Fang Yang quickly found a number stealing program called KeystrokesMuff. This program was very powerful. As long as it was installed on the computer, it could record all keyboard operations and send them to a designated email address. Fang Yang carefully read the software introduction, then downloaded this KeystrokesMuff without hesitation. Then when Pops left the study, he sneaked in and installed the Trojan horse program on the study's computer. The next step was to fool Pops into opening his account and recording the account password. He must complete this operation tonight, or else early tomorrow morning Pops will go out to work, and when he comes back to open the account, the food will be cold. However, how could he get him to open the account willingly? Fang Yang touched his chin and thought for a while, sneaked to the kitchen and whispered to Yang Xiaoying, Mom, I'll tell you something, you must keep it a secret for me. Well, you say it. Yang Xiaoying was all smiles, thinking that her son was going to tell her something good, like finding a girlfriend or something like that. As a result, Fang Yang's next sentence instantly made her willow eyebrows rise up. I suspect that my dad borrowed a large sum of money to speculate in the stock market. You must control him. What? Are you telling the truth? Shoo, why are you so loud? It's because I'm suspicious. That's why I'm asking you to check it out. You tell him to open the stock account and we'll take a look together. Okay, I'm on my way. Hey, don't ever say that I'm the one who snitched. Yang Xiaoying angrily came to the bedroom and said to Fang Dahai, who was watching TV, surnamed Fang, open your stock account and show me. What's there to see? Inexplicable. Fang Dahai was dumbfounded, not knowing what his wife was mad about. Open it when I tell you to. Hurry up. Yang Xiuying pulled her husband and headed for the study. Fang Dahai had no choice but to come back to the study and log into his stock account. Fang Yang pretended to have just come out of the bedroom and said in surprise, "What's wrong? What's going on? What are you guys arguing about? Go, none of your business." Fang Dahai kicked his son out, then said to his wife, "Here, all the funds are here, what do you want to see?" Yang Xiuying carefully counted them, then asked, "Is this 250,000 all your own money? There shouldn't be any other people's money, right? How could it be? It's all earned by myself." Fang Dahai had a proud face. Fang Yang, however, secretly spat, "Your old man entered the market a few months ago with 200,000 capital. A wave of bull market down. Just ing earned 50,000, but still have the nerve to blow great. I bah." Yang Xiuying once again confirmed that her husband's stock account did not borrow money, which put down the heart. Coldly hummed, "I warn you. I don't care if you play stocks, but you can only use your own money. If you dare to borrow money to speculate in the stock market, we will divorce." Got it. I don't know where you heard the rumor. Staggering. After saying that, he glanced at the direction where Fang Yang was with great meaning and hummed heavily. He wasn't stupid. His wife was fine and suddenly wanted to look at his stock account. It would be strange if no one instigated it. The only person in the family who could do such a thing was the great filial son who was bent on selling his own stocks. Fang Dahai pacified his wife and was about to go find his son to have a chat. Who knows that this brat even unlocked the bedroom door, and then pretended to make a phone call, talking in the wah, not giving him the opportunity to find the back account. Fang Dahai shook his head and had to give up for the time being. In fact, Fang Yang was not pretending to make a phone call. He was really making a phone call, calling his roommates in his dorm room and asking them to help him answer to tomorrow. He was going to take a day off and go get his stock account opened. Although, his current total savings was just over $3,000. He believed that with his prophetic memory, he would soon be able to make his first bucket of money. If he really couldn't earn any, he would just look for the Chanting Flower and Jingdong White Bar sponsorships. At this time of the year, these two major sponsors should already be online. Just when Fang Yang was busy fighting with his old man, in the dormitory building of Dongyang College of Finance and Economics, in the girls' 406 dormitory, Li Weiwei, who had just taken a bath, was also playing with her cell phone on the bed. She was lying on her back on the bed, and a smattering of whiteness in front of her chest was squeezed into a perfect shape. The white gauze nightgown could only cover her thighs, and her white calves and delicate little feet were exposed, causing people to think. Fortunately, she was the only one in the dormitory, and none of her roommates had returned yet. Suddenly, Li Weiwei saw the avatar of her number one admirer, Fang Yang, on her WeChat. She couldn't help but remember, once again, the image of that guy resolutely turning away at the lake in the afternoon. Was that really Fang Yang? Why did he look like he didn't care at all after being rejected by himself? Li Weiwei bit her lip, clicked on the dialog box and sent a message to Fang Yang. What are you doing? If it was in the past, no matter when Li Weiwei sent a message to Fang Yang, the other party would always reply in seconds, and it was one after another, full of concern for herself. However, nowadays, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes had passed, and Fang Yang still hadn't messaged her back, as if he hadn't seen it at all. Could it be that what Fang Yang said was true? He really doesn't want to chase after himself? It had to be said that women were strange creatures. When a man was treating her with warmth and care, she would take it for granted and consume the relationship recklessly. Once the man changed his mind and no longer obeyed her, she felt aggrieved, as if everything was the man's fault. At this time Li Weiwei is like this. When Fang Yang chased her, she was not willing. Now that Fang Yang is not chasing her, she feels uncomfortable. It was as if her charm had disappeared. I don't know how long it took. Fang Yang finally messaged her back. However, the content of the reply caused Li Weiwei's blood pressure to rise, and she couldn't wait to immediately go and beat Fang Yang up, because Fang Yang just returned a word, busy. Fang Yang is really busy. He has got the old man's stock account at this time, is changing the login password, and hanging overnight orders to liquidate the stock. Although this method cannot manage a few days, as long as the old man took the ID card, at any time can go to the sales department to change the password back. But as long as you can avoid the crash in the next few days, Fang Yang, even if it's not a waste of time, the big deal is to think of other ways to get Pops to empty his position at that time. Fang Yang closed his stock account and was about to grab some time to take another look at the recent stock market sentiment to see if he could retrieve some more memories. Suddenly his cell phone rang. Chapter 3: Unusual Memory. You are my little apple child. How to love you is not too much. Hearing this magic cell phone ringtone, Fang Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, feeling so ashamed. It seems that he was also a person who followed the trend back then. Suddenly, a flash of light came to his mind. Right, didn't he not have the first bucket of money? Why not go sell songs? Those songs that were big hits back then. He could sing them with his eyes closed, right? As long as one could find people who knew what they were talking about, they wouldn't worry about selling them. Not bad, not bad. This thing can be messed up. Write it down, write it down. Fang Yang picked up his cell phone, saw the name on the caller ID and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Shinseki? Isn't she Li Weiwei's good girlfriend? She hadn't drank a lot of milk tea bought by herself in the past. Why did she suddenly call herself? With a puzzled expression, Fang Yang pressed the answer button. Hey, Fang Yang, where are you? A deliberately lowered girl's voice came out from the phone. At home. Is something wrong? Did you make Weiwei angry? She said she doesn't want to talk to you in the future. Fang Yang said in a calm tone. I didn't piss her off? She said she wanted to be ordinary friends with me. I agreed. She just sent me a message. I also replied. Then what did you think? Just give up? What else? I can't just tie her back up and cook her raw, right? Since he looked away, Fang Yang didn't care anymore, and all kinds of dirty talk came out of his mouth. Bah! What are you babbling about? The two girls on the other side of the phone simultaneously reddened their cheeks. It turned out that this phone call was made with Li Weiwei's acquiescence, and it wasn't Shinseki who was setting up a match for the two. I'm not bull ******* ting. I just suddenly figured out that college time is so precious. Thinking about love affairs all day long is so meaningless. Why don't you free up your time to do something serious? What do you want to do? I am going to acquire several listed companies. Really? Of course it's true. I have all the money ready. How much money have you prepared? $3,000. Put. Cough cough cough. A violent cough was immediately heard on the phone. After a while, Shinseki did not have the good sense to say. Speculation is speculation. What acquisition of a listed company? Say it like it's true. Hee. Dreams still need to be had. What if they are realized? Fang Yang said in a flat tone. Well, that's probably what it means. You and Weiwei say a word. In the future, we will just be ordinary friends. I won't harass her anymore. After saying that, Fang Yang took the initiative to hang up the phone. On the other side, Shinseki and Li Weiwei looked at each other in disbelief. They really didn't expect that a person who was so infatuated before would completely turn into a cold-blooded person just because of a failed confession. You can at least chase a few more times. You like this to make people do not go up and down. So difficult. Shinseki sighed and changed the topic, obviously opening an account to speculate on stocks, but said that it is the acquisition of a listed company. Can't see that this Fang Yang is quite humorous. I think it's not self-conscious. The teacher has said that the market is already high. He still dares to rush in. It's strange if he doesn't get harvested. Li Weiwei had a face of displeasure. Isn't that just right? Who let him be so fickle, saying that he won't chase? Let him fall hard before it's good. Aha! Li Weiwei nodded her head hatefully, turning all of Fang Yang's resentment into a curse, cursing him to lose money on whatever he bought and go bankrupt sooner rather than later. The next morning, Fang Yang slept until 8:30 before getting up. It wasn't that he intentionally slept in, but he reviewed the game for too long last night and didn't go to bed until more than 12 o'clock in the morning. However, the effect was also obvious. After a few hours of careful review, Fang Yang really remembered a lot of details. In terms of connecting to the next wave of sharp decline, the market will be adjusted to what position? He has roughly drawn on the K chart. Should not be too much error with the real trend. This is actually very unusual memory. But at this time Fang Yang did not think too much. He also thought that it was because he had become younger, causing his memory to be greatly enhanced as well. He got dressed and came to the living room. His parents had already left for work. On the dining table, there was a note left for him by his mom. There is porridge in the rice cooker and pickles in the refrigerator. Remember to unplug the power after eating. Mom's handwriting is still as beautiful as ever, worthy of being a teacher in middle school. It's like the old man. A hand of words with a broom swept as well. Only the signature looks good, but can be in the state-owned enterprises as a small leader. Really, God does not open the eyes. Fang Yang spat out some, as fast as possible to wash up, and finished a bowl of millet porridge, which took the ID card and bank card out of the door. He wanted to open his stock account before the market crashed. Of course, it would be even better if he could snub a little money from his old man's account to his own account. The area where Fang Yang and his family are located is considered a busy part of Dongyang City, and there is a Galaxy Securities business office 2 kilometers away. Fang Yang walked into this business department. The time has been more than 9:15. To the collection of bidding time. Stocks on the disk is still very active. The opening of the stock stops on hundreds of stocks. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that today will end with a plunge. Hello sir, how can I help you? Seeing Fang Yang walk in, a young girl dressed in professional attire and exquisitely beautiful quickly greeted her. Fang Yang glanced at the nameplate on her chest, which had her name written on it, Chen Yan. he smiled and asked, I want to open a stock account. May I ask what is the minimum handling fee on your side? May I ask if you have your ID card and bank card with you? Both brought. It's like this, sir. The handling fee we give to ordinary accounts over here is 3 out of 10. 000. And you can also apply for a downward adjustment if you have a large amount of money. How much is considered large? Above 500. 000. Can't 50. 000. Oh, sir is so humorous. Okay, then I'll wait until my funds reach 500. 000 and then I'll ask you to transfer it. Okay, sir, please come this way. Under the step-by-step guidance of this manager Chen, Fang Yang soon opened his own stock account. It was just a pity that his principal was not yet in place, so even if he had an account, there was no way to operate it. Then, Chen Yan added Fang Yang's QQ and pulled him into his customer group. This is also the routine operation of the vast majority of securities marketing personnel. After all, it is not possible to open an account for a customer and then leave it alone. Not to say that to the customer warm and caring, at least try to provide useful market analysis to help customers earn money. Fang Yang casually clicked on the group chat, and was about to say hello to everyone, when suddenly an urgent voice came into his ears. Manager Chen, you quickly help me see. Yunzhou copper to sell, from the opening has been falling, are down 5%. Fang Yang looked at the voice and saw an anxious middle-aged woman walking over quickly. Chapter 4. Are you guys asking me? Chen Yan greeted her and comforted. Auntie, don't be anxious, let me help you analyze it. At this time, Fang Yang opened his mouth. He faintly said, there is no need to analyze. The SSE index is high and stagnant. There is a possibility of adjustment at any time. No matter what stocks you have bought, you should reduce your position and wait and see to avoid the risk. Fang Yang's voice was not small. The few stockholders around him heard it, and they turned their heads to look at him. The middle-aged older woman who was trapped hurriedly asked, young man, are you telling the truth? Oh, whether it's true or not, won't we know by the close of the afternoon? Goo, won't I lose more money then? No, I'll sell the stock now. Chen Yan was dumbfounded. She didn't think that there were really people who believed Fang Yang's words. She quickly explained, this Mr. Fang is here to open an account, not a staff member of our business department. Ha, then what are you babbling about? It almost scared me to death. The middle-aged lady glared fiercely at Fang Yang, and the stock account that was already open was closed by her again. Fang Yang didn't care. He smiled and said to Chen Yan, you prevented your client from selling stocks. If it really dives in the afternoon, have you thought about the consequences? Chen Yan's face changed slightly, but her mouth was hardened. That doesn't mean you can let everyone reduce their positions because of your side of the story, unless you can convince everyone through technical analysis. Sorry, I'm from the school of metaphysical stock speculation. I don't look at technology. After Fang Yang finished, he laughed and walked out of the business department. The other customers immediately turned their eyes to Chen Yan, and asked after him in a chorus of questions. Manager Chen, will the market really dive today? Chen Yan smiled bitterly. This question where she knew but thinking of Fang Yang's abominable appearance, Chen Yan was on fire. She insisted, everyone just stay alert. If it really dives, it's not too late to reduce your positions. Okay, I just think that kid is unreliable. Can't listen to him. That is, the market is so strong. The recent adjustment, which time is not intraday completion. How can it be a big dive at the end of the day? It's really alarmist. Originally, Fang Yang's short-selling comments were enough to make everyone upset. Who knows that this guy, however, is not too big, but even ran to Chen Yan's customer group, said the point of view just now, and immediately caused a burst of verbal attacks from other group members. One after another, they turned on the mockery mode. Holy, which village are you from? So, obviously this guy is a newcomer who just entered the group to brush his presence. Now the new leaks are so arrogant? Haven't been beaten by the market? Ha 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 ha. If I don't kick him twice, he doesn't know what it means to be an old group member. Facing the cynicism of the crowd, Fang Yang didn't even bother to retort. He directly went offline. Anyway, I reminded you guys, you don't believe me, so just wait and see if it goes down or not. However, his attitude of fleeing without a fight reinforced other people's judgment. This guy named Fang Shi was really a big liar. Can't trust him. So Fang Yang's kind reminder was quickly thrown into the back of everyone's mind. Almost no one to complete the action to reduce the position. Chen Yan was right next to the cold eyes. She did not help Fang Yang to speak. Also did not ban Fang Yang as a group leader to speak, because she also want to see the big market in the afternoon. In the end will not diving. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market reopened. The broad market had been acting up all morning and finally flipped out in the afternoon. The opening of the disc is a wave of rapid diving, fell through the morning's lowest point, and then a small pullback to the 4,400 point mark, then began to accelerate the decline. The early performance of those hot sectors, also began to have the foresight to smash the disc to run away. A lot of substantial high stocks have begun to stage a high dive. These stocks fell and accelerated the flight of other funds. Expressed on the disc is the decline began to bring the volume, and the speed of decline is getting faster and faster. 4,350 points. Broken. 4,300 points. Broken again. 4,250 points. Continue to break. In the face of countless investors in a daze, the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index only took an hour. Fell 197 points, or as much as 4%. All the plates in the two cities were all green, with hundreds of stocks down more than 7%. Chen Yan's customer group. In addition to a very few group members listened to Fang Yang's advice to reduce their positions in advance. All the others were not to speak of martial virtues of the big A pressed, waiting for them to finish reducing their positions under Chen Yan's urging. The market has fallen to 150 points away. This is the power of warm water to boil the frog. The beginning of the first paralyze you, and when you feel wrong, there is no chance to escape. At this time, countless group members are in the group at Fangshiyu, asking the same question, Big Brother, the broad market really fell. Now what to do? Even Chen Yan, the group owner, didn't dare to show off and started to pay close attention to Fang Yang's answer. She was also stunned by this big drop today. The market has risen too much in the short term and needs to be adjusted. Many investors have this psychological expectation, but to fall into this bearish state is something that no one can really expect. No wonder everyone said that the bull market more longin. The original is really so. Just make the crowd a little strange. Is that this Fang Yang is how to see it? Is he really a folk expert? In the thousands of calls from countless group members, Fang Yang finally came out to speak. He sent an expression of picking his nose and said cheaply, "Are you guys asking me? But I'm just a new leak. I need to be kicked twice by the old group members." The crowd of groupies. He's so cheap. What if I want to beat him up? Chen Yan sighed and came out to round up the situation. The big market has fallen too much today. It's no longer appropriate to reduce the position here. It's better to wait for a rebound. What do you say, Mr. Fang? Fang Yang sent an emoji that covered his mouth and smiled. You're the group leader. You have the final say. Chen Yan gritted her teeth, knowing that this guy was taking a stand with herself, so she sent Fang Yang a private chat message. Tell me what you think. I can set you up as an administrator. Nose-picking emoji. May I ask what position is an administrator? How much is the salary? Fuming emoji. Did you do that on purpose? It was meant to be. I won't do anything without benefits. What benefits do you want? Introduce me to a few big clients. The kind that need to manage money on behalf of their clients. You want to help them manage their finances? No? Are you sure? What if I lose money? Since you don't trust my skills, what else do you want me to analyze the market for? Then, I'll ask for you, but you need to talk about the specifics yourselves. We practitioners can't get involved in this kind of thing. Can? The two of them negotiated the conditions. Chen Yan quickly set Fang Yang as the group administrator. Fang Yang also, in the first instance, went to the group to express his latest views. Chapter 5. You wrote the song? The stock market today. This volume of large negative line. A breath of air fell through the 5-day and 10-day average, but did not meet support. Obviously there is still room to fall. If there is a rebound tomorrow, it is still recommended that we first reduce the position, to avoid short-term risks, and then pick up the chips after the stock market stops falling. But will it rebound tomorrow? It should. After all, the broad market is still in an uptrend. Okay, got it. Big Brother analyzed it really well. It's a pity that I didn't listen to Big Brother's advice to reduce my position in the morning. Isn't it all because of you guys? Seeing that people are new to the group, you say that they are new leaks. Bin you killed. You do not also ask people which village? You are also responsible. Ba 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 ba. I've been looking at you for a long time. I'm going to fight with you one-on-one. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Just when the group was making a lot of noise, Fang Dahai, who could never log on to the account and was in a hurry, finally called his son. Hey, brat, did you change my stock password? You guess? I guess your ass. How do you know my password? I'm guessing too. If it wasn't for me, you'd have lost at least $10,000 or $20,000 today, right? Did you liquidate my account? I had to. I told you the market was going down, but you didn't believe me. So now you have nothing to say, right? Humph, I got it right once. Don't talk about this useless. Now give you two choices. The first, I will help you operate your account, regularly send you screenshots. The second is that you will account for the money in my half a year later than who earns more. You think beautifully. I won't choose either one. That's fine. I'll call my mom and let her comment. You wait. Fang Dahai gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you 50,000 at most, but you have to promise that you won't be allowed to log into my account in the future. Then what if you lose all the money in your account? How could I? Am I that much of a rookie? Ha! Who gave you the confidence to think you're not a dish? You bastard. Is your skin itching? Alright, you transfer 50,000 to me first. We'll discuss your account attribution later. You give me the password first. The money is in the stock account. You come less. I don't believe you even have $50,000 in your card? Fang Yang remembered that this old man had lost millions in his previous life. It couldn't be all borrowed money, right? He must have a small treasury. Crying poor with himself here. Fang Dahai was so angry that his veins were jumping. He really wanted to grab his son over and beat him severely, but in order to redeem his stock account, he still gritted his teeth and transferred $50,000 to his son. At the same time, he also secretly swore in his heart, he must operate well, earn big money, in order not to be compared to his son. Although he knocked $50,000 from his old man and had the startup capital, Fang Yang still didn't forget his plan to sell songs. At this moment, he was standing at the entrance of the Dongyang Conservatory of Music, waiting for his hairdresser to come out. Well, to be precise, it was the younger sister of his own hairdresser, Gao Ziqiang, Gao Xiaoye. This girl was only a year younger than him, and had been singing well since she was a child. Not only could she write lyrics but also compose music. She even went to a talent show a few years later and broke into the rematch without any monetary boost in the background, showing her strength. Although Fang Yang had good songs, he couldn't write them, so he couldn't just sing them to people when he sold them, right? So, it would require Gao Xiaoye's help. The only thing that needed to be taken care of was that he couldn't let the spoiled sister fiend Gao Ziqiang know about it, or else that guy was going to come over and interrogate himself again about whether he had thoughts about his sister. In the midst of Fang Yang's rambling thoughts, a woman wearing a short-sleeved shirt and tight jeans with a double ponytail was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and tight jeans with a double ponytail. The pretty girl who looked quirky, walked over with a cheerful pace, opened her arms and said, "Brother Yang, long time no see. Sister Xiaoye, I've missed you too." Fang Yang was not afraid in the slightest and accompanied her in her act. Sure enough, when the two of them were about to embrace, Gao Xiaoye turned around with a smile and left Fang Yang, who had his hands spread out, hanging out to dry. This girl loved to tease Fang Yang since she was a child, and she didn't expect that she would still be like this when she went to college. As a matter of fact, the relationship between the two was simply a neighboring brother and neighboring sister, without the slightest bit of male-female love mixed in. This is not because Gao Xiaoye is not beautiful, but the two are really too familiar with each other, know each other's roots. No one will think in that direction. Honestly explain, what did you come to our school for? Gao Xiaoye crossed her arms, with an accusatory look. Of course I came to look for you, otherwise who would come to this hole of a place? Fine, you insulted our school, I'm going to tell my brother. Gao Xiaoye huffed and pulled out her cell phone, her acting skills exploding. Fang Yang didn't panic and faintly said, "I'll treat you to dinner tonight." I suddenly remembered that my brother had to make a delivery today and didn't have time to come over. Where are we going to eat tonight? Just in front of the school. Humph. I'll make him come over even if he's not free. The cell phone once again appeared in this girl's hand. What do you want to eat then? Fang Yang was somewhat helpless. I want to eat hay de leo. I want to throw you in the sea and fish you out again. Then go eat a normal hot pot. I don't want to eat in front of the school anyway. Okay, I'll treat you to hot pot, but we have to get our business done first. What business? Record a song for me. Record a song? Let's talk as we walk. Find a quiet place. 10 minutes later, in an empty classroom, Fang Yang sang a very nice song called The Rest of My Life Afterward. The lyrics of this song were very beautiful, just like a lonely place after the hustle and bustle, making countless listeners cry and resonate with the story belonging to them in this song in their mediocre lives. Fang Yang believed that this song would definitely catch fire in 2015. Only, Gao Xiaoye's expression at this moment was a bit strange, as if she was recognizing Fang Yang for the first time. Unbelievably, she said, "You can't say that you wrote this song? What? Can't you? It can't be. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion." I don't care if you believe it or not. You should memorize the music first, then you sing it again. So, Fang Yang sang the song again. Gao Xiaoye took the 5-line score and brushed it down. Finally, she closed her eyes and said in a mesmerized manner, "It's really good. But unfortunately it's all about men's feelings. There's no way for girls to sing it." What for? You want to sing it yourself? Of course, I sing so well. If I were to sing it, there would definitely be a music company looking for me to sign. Oh, when there's a suitable song in the future they'll find you to sing it. But not this one. This one is to be taken out and sold for money. How much are you going to sell it for? Won't it sell for at least a few $1,000,000? You're thinking about fart eating. You stinky girl, how do you talk? That's what it was. Selling just the lyrics won't sell much at all. There are too many good songs these days that don't catch on. No one wants to take that risk. What if I sold the copyright along with it? Then wouldn't you lose money? Cao Xiaoye was a little surprised. Chapter 6, Handsome to the Dregs. You know, normally, when you sell a song, what you sell is the copyright, which means that the music company first gives the author a few tens of thousands or 100,000 signing fees, and then splits it according to the song's VOD rate. The signature of the song is still the author's own, but to sell the copyright together, that is a complete buyout. In the future, all the revenue of the song has nothing to do with the original author. This is actually a move to kill the chicken to get the eggs, because if the song is really hot, it will be an astronomical amount if the song is put up on the internet for a few years to collect fees. Few original authors would agree to a one-time buyout, but Fang Yang was different. First of all, he had too many good songs in his hands. Although this song was good, it wasn't the best of the bunch. The other thing was that he desperately needed the first bucket of money right now to go to the futures market to lay out short orders. Compared to collecting royalties, he still felt that going to the financial market to short the general market would earn him more. Cao Xiaoye thought for a while and suggested, if you really want a one-time buyout, then you'll have to submit to a few more companies. How about this? I'll record another demo for you, and let our teacher submit it for you. Is your teacher reliable? He's not going to go dark, is he? I'm not giving him the music score. How can I hack it with only a demo? What's more, you have to register the copyright first, otherwise how can you prove that you wrote it? I've forgotten if you don't say it. You register it for me by the way. I'm telling you, one hot pot won't do now. At least 3. No, 5 will do. Not afraid of propping up. Bah, it's not like eating 5 meals a day. Anyway, I'll call you if I want to eat hot pot in the future. As long as your brother is okay with it. I don't care. It's fine. Let's meet secretly and not tell him. You're not afraid your suitors will get the wrong idea? It's not like I'm planning to fall in love in college. Why do I care what others think? Transparent. Alright, it's settled then. Next, Fang Yang spent $300 and registered the copyright of the song online. Then he let Cao Xiaoye play the guitar accompaniment and recorded a sample of the song for submission. By the time it was all done, it was almost dark. Only then did he call a car and take this girl to eat hot pot. As a result, the two of them had just sat down at Dezhuang Hot Pot City, and hadn't even started ordering, when the phone call from the check-in came. It was Gao Ziqiang, Fang Yang's nemesis, calling directly to Cao Xiaoye's cell phone, inquiring, Maisie, are you in your dorm room right now? I bought a box of fruits to send over to you, and I'll be at the entrance of your school soon. I'm having dinner outside with my classmates, so say something to the dormitory auntie and send it up directly. Eating with classmates? Male or female classmate? Female, of course, Cao Xiaoye said with a straight face. As a result, at this time, a waiter happened to come over with a menu and said to Fang Yang, Sir, may I ask if you are ordering now? The atmosphere on the phone was instantly awkward. Cao Xiaoye glared at the waiter and said impatiently, Well that's it, I'm hanging up. Wait, where did you guys eat? It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Let me go deal with a bite. Gao Ziqiang eagerly said, Oops, we've all finished eating and are ready to withdraw. That's it, hang up. After Cao Xiaoye finished speaking, she forcefully hung up the phone. Fang Yang shook his head and laughed. With my understanding of old Gao, this matter is not finished. Who cares? Let's order food first. I'm starving. While Cao Xiaoye was taking away with the menu, Fang Yang's cell phone did ring. The name displayed on the screen was none other than Gao Ziqiang. Hey, old Fang, where are you? Gao Ziqiang's voice was nervous, and he didn't know what horrible things he had brainstormed. Fang Yang, on the other hand, lazily said, Having some business outside? Any instructions? Help me call Xiaoyu and ask her where she is? Fang Yang glanced at Cao Xiaoye who was sitting across from him and said in a bad mood, Are you this guy a sister controller? Why do you care where she is? It's not like she's a kid anymore. That won't do. She promised me not to fall in love at school. I have to supervise her. How do you know she's in a relationship? Because she tries to lie to me about female classmates when she's obviously eating with a boy. There is something really wrong with you. I'll refer you to a psychiatrist. Go see one. Get lost. Hurry up and call it for me. Alright. I'll ask and get back to you. Fang Yang hung up the phone and said to Cao Xiaoye, I'll leave first after eating in a while. You wait here for your brother to pick you up. Cao Xiaoye huffed. Just say you don't know where I am? Your brother is also concerned about you. Fang Yang picked up his teacup and took a sip. It's also good to let him send you back. It saves me money. Humph. Stingy. Within a few minutes, the pots and shabu-shabu dishes they ordered were served one after another. The two of them immediately ended their idle chit-chat and began to eat with their heads stuffed. Of course, they were each eating their own food, and it was impossible to have a doggone scene where they were pinching each other's food. Half an hour later, Fang Yang was the first to put down his chopsticks and gave Gao Ziqiang a call. I've asked. Your sister is eating hot pot at Dezhuang, the one on Shangjiang Road, so hurry up and go check it out. Who is she with? Must be a handsome guy. Damn it, don't let me know who this man is. Nuts. Hang up. Fang Yang hung up the phone, stood up and said, I'll go check out. You keep eating. Are you going back to school? Gao Xiaoye asked casually. Yeah, my dad's fire is quite big these days. I'm going to school to hide for a few days. What's wrong with Uncle Fang? Maybe. Menopause is here. Well, then I'll call you when the song finds a buyer. Fang Yang went to the bar and settled the bill, then directly took a taxi back to Dongyang Finance and Economics College. He wasn't worried about leaving Gao Xiaoye alone in the hot pot restaurant. Even if Gao Zicheng didn't arrive in time, ordinary people couldn't bully this girl. Only the possibility of her catching others. Returning back to the familiar campus, Fang Yang's mindset was already very different. It was a feeling of finding a goal to strive for and being filled with fighting spirit. It was no longer like his previous life when he was so muddled that he didn't know what he really wanted to do until he graduated and joined the workforce. Now he had a clear purpose, which was to get money. He wants to be a person who has the ability to get money. Back in the boys' 306 dormitory, Fang Yang's 3 roommates had all returned and were gathered around a computer watching a movie. Fang Yang didn't need to ask. He knew what kind of movie they were watching. It was nothing more than the kind with monotonous characters, boring scenes, simple plots, and mechanical actions. In the dormitory, Zhao Zijuan, who had the most jumpy personality, glanced up and snickered. Lao San, you didn't run home and cry because you were rejected by Li Weiwei, did you? Fang Yang frowned and inquired. How did you guys know that I was rejected by her? Chapter 7, I'm not talking about age. Shinseki called and said so, and told us to comfort you. Fang Yang was secretly angry in his heart. In order to elevate Li Weiwei's status, she even stepped on herself? She purposely revealed this matter. It was just to tell everyone. It was Fang Yang who wasn't good enough to be rejected by Li Weiwei. This way, no matter how Fang Yang treated Li Weiwei in the future, their female side was invincible. If they continued to chase after them, it meant that Li Weiwei had a lot of charisma. If you ignore them, you have no manners and can't afford to lose. They must have done the same in their previous life, which is why their reputation in school is so bad. I didn't expect this life to be even worse. Humph, do you really think you're the same punk you were back then? You guys wanna play, right? Then I'll play with you guys. At this time, the youngest in the dormitory, the fourth in line, but always liked to pretend to be a bully, Wang Jialei smilingly walked over, patted Fang Yang's shoulders and said, Little Fang students, do not be sad. Where is the end of the world? Li Weiwei, that vixen. Just leave it to me to subdue it. My brother will take revenge for you. Fang Yang glanced at him and faintly said, You can't. You are too small. Wang Jialei said unconvincingly, I'm only a month younger than you, okay? Where is it small? Fang Yang smiled. I'm not talking about age. The dormitory was momentarily quiet for a moment, then burst into laughter. Zhao Zijuan even grabbed Wang Jialei's crotch and had to ask him to pull it out and take a look. The two quickly jostled and pulled out each other's birds. Fang Yang ignored them and came to sit down in front of his own bed. The dormitory boss Sun Hao walked over and inquired, Lao San, are you alright? What can I have? This doesn't even count as a lost love. Fang Yang shook his head and lost his smile. Since it's fine, then I'm going to tell you some bad news. What bad news? The financial market analysis report you submitted last week was seen by old Devil Gu. He told you to rewrite it, and you are not allowed to copy anyone else's again, or else you will be deducted credits. Fang Yang was a little confused, not knowing what Sun Hao was talking about. What do you mean by the teacher saw out? Come to think of it, back then, a few of them bought their finance homework from their previous seniors. At $20 a copy, it was good value for money. The key is that ordinary comprehensive assignments are multiple choice questions and answers, which are relatively easy to fool around with. But this kind of investigation report, even if you change the paragraphs and statements in it, it is still easy to see that you did not write it yourself. It all depends on who's unlucky enough to fall into Professor Gu's gun. In his previous life, he had almost flunked out of finance and was talked to by his counselor because of this matter. I didn't expect to experience it again in this life. But for himself now, this kind of report could be too simple. He could get a professional grade report at any time. Even the highs and lows of this wave of the market are predicted for you. Just in case you don't believe me. Thinking of this, Fang Yang immediately smiled and said, This is simple. I'll rewrite a new one in a while, and I guarantee that I'll make Professor Gu satisfied. Do you need me to help you find material? Sun Hao asked with concern. As the boss of the dormitory, Sun Hao did care about each of his brothers. In fact, his family condition was the worst among the four. No need. I can make this kind of report with my hands. You go and rest. After saying that, Fang Yang opened his own computer and began to analyze the domestic financial market in recent years in detail according to his memories from his previous life. An analysis report that would shock countless experts and scholars in the near future came out just like this. Of course, at this time, no one would even pay attention to this report, including Prof. Gu Qingyuan, who saw the report in his mailbox the next day. The next morning, the other 3 roommates in the dormitory were still sleeping. Fang Yang got up, he changed into a sportswear and ran towards the playground. In his previous life, he never paid attention to his body and often stayed up late, resulting in not only a fatty liver later on, but also a large amount of hair loss. Now since he had the chance to do it all over again, he certainly wanted to make up for this shortcoming as well. This life, affection, love, wealth, fame, health, cannot be less. He wants it all. The campus was not cold in the early morning. There were boys sweating on the basketball court, and a few delicate schoolmates were watching from the sidelines. Fang Yang, who had the attribute of a passerby, did not attract attention and ran silently. After running 5 laps in one breath, Fang Yang was panting and covered in sweat. He was about to go back to take a shower when suddenly Little Apple's cell phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, although unfamiliar, it was a local number. Fang Yang casually pressed the answer button. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Fang Shiyu?" The first words of the other party made Fang Yang froze for a moment. He quickly reacted that this should be one of the group members in the group. "Fang Shiyu is my screen name. I don't know how to address you, sir." "Oh, my name is Wu Yuanqiao. I'm also Manager Chen's client. I would like to talk to Mr. Fang about valet finance. I don't know if you're free this morning." Fang Yang was supposed to have a class in the morning, but valet finance was related to his first bucket of gold, so he decisively said, "Yes, I don't know where Mr. Wu is. I can go to you now. Then come to the 25th floor of Jin Mao Tower. I'll wait for you in my office." "Okay, Mr. Wu. I'll see you later." Fang Yang hung up the phone and sent another message to Chen Yan, appreciating her efficiency. Chen Yan knew what he meant and took the initiative to remind him. Wu Yuanqiao himself is an old stockholder. He has a large amount of funds. How much he can get him to give you to take care of depends on your level. Fang Yang replied, "This has nothing to do with my level, but depends on how much fortune he has. If he only wants to make a small fortune, I may not take him for a ride." "Well, I hope you're always this confident." Half an hour later, Fang Yang, who just hurriedly took a shower and changed his clothes, took a taxi to Jin Mao Tower, then directly went up to the 25th floor. This floor all belonged to a company called Yuanqiao Import and Export Trade. At a glance, there were at least dozens of employees, showing the scale of this company. Fang Yang came to the front desk and explained his intention. After the receptionist girl confirmed on the phone, she immediately led him to the chairman's office. "Come in." A thick and majestic voice came out from the office. Fang Yang pushed the door and entered, only to see that inside was a very luxurious office that was more than 100 square feet. A middle-aged man in a suit was sitting behind the boss desk, looking at him with a smile on his face. There was also a younger man sitting on the leather sofa with a bratty face. Seeing Fang Yang dressed in ground-level goods, he looked a bit unimpressed. "Mr. Fang, right? Quickly take a seat." Wu Yuanqiao didn't get up, but just casually pointed to the sofa with his finger. Obviously, before Fang Yang had shown enough value, it did not make him take it seriously. Chapter 8, Guessing the Big Board Points. Fang Yang's expression was calm as he nodded and sat on the single sofa. "What would Mr. Fang like to drink? I have everything on my side." Wu Yuanqiao's tone was very confident. Even if Fang Yang wanted to drink an 82-year-old Lafite, he could pour half a cup out. As a result, Fang Yang spat out 2 words, "Coke, please." Wu Yuanqiao froze for 3 seconds before he pressed the phone on his desk and said to his assistant, "Go buy a bottle of Coke and send it in." Damn, these days the tycoons were afraid of the tycoons. He had whiskey, vodka, brandy, wine, mineral water, milk, ice cream, black tea, green tea, cocoa, and coffee. Wanting a Coke? Fang Yang hurriedly said politely, "Don't bother, drink whatever you have. Pure water is fine too." Wu Yuanqiao felt like he had received a violent attack and his face was raw. He changed the topic and said, "I heard that Mr. Fang has a high winning rate in judging the market?" Fang Yang humbly said, "It can only be considered sloppy. I haven't missed it as of now." "Put." The young man sitting opposite him spewed out a mouthful of tea and then kept coughing. It was obviously the first time he had seen such a shameless person. In fact, Fang Yang's statement wasn't really wrong, because since he was reborn, he had judged a total of 1 time, and he had a 100% win rate. Wu Yuanqiao was also amused. He laughed and said, "In that case, Mr. Fang might as well predict today's market again?" Fang Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Didn't I analyze it in the group yesterday? The probability of it charging higher and falling back today and continuing to fall is high." The young man couldn't hold back any longer and grunted coldly, "Since you are so bullish, why don't you say something more specific? For example, judge how many points the market is going to fall to today." Fang Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, "What is this gentleman's name?" Wu Yuanxiao smiled and introduced, "This is my canine son, Wu Yupeng, so it's young Master Wu." Fang Yang's tone turned a little bit cold. "I think young Master Wu got one thing wrong. I'm not here to look for your father and son to pull in sponsorship, but to help you earn money. If you don't need my maneuvering, then why don't you all just be painfully honest and save each other's time?" A trace of surprise flashed through Wu Yuanxiao's eyes, and without moving, he made a wink towards his son. Wu Yupeng immediately spread his hands and said with an innocent face, "I didn't say I don't need it, I just want to see Mr. Fang's real skills. This shouldn't be too much, right?" Fang Yang nodded. "Since Mr. Wu is so elegant, why don't we play a game?" "What game?" "Guess today's closing point. Whoever guesses the smallest error will win. The bet, $50,000. Somewhat interesting, but I will not guess. As long as Mr. Fang guessed the point from the final point, the error does not exceed 10 points, even if you win." "Good. Then Mr. Wu will be the referee. Let's close the market and see who wins." Wu Yuanxiao nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, the market is about to open. Mr. Fang can observe the opening before reporting your bullish points." "There's nothing to observe. It's supposed to be a blind guess." Fang Yang smiled and said, "The 20-day line of the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index, as of yesterday's close, was 4,259 points. I think this position cannot hold up. Today's closing point, I will blindly guess a 4,230 points. Are you sure?" Seeing that Fang Yang actually used yesterday's closing data to predict today's closing point, Wu Yupeng was instantly in his heart. He said in his heart, "This Fang is really a half bottle of water. He doesn't even know the formula for calculating the 20-day line." Yesterday's close was 4,259 points. Today's 20-day line can still be this point, at least in 4,270 points above. The 20-day line is also known as the short-term lifeline. Support has always been relatively strong. Yesterday, the stock market has plunged nearly 200 points. Today's close can still fall through the 20-day line more than 40 points? This is not a joke? Really think the bulls are soft? Even Wu Yuanxiao also felt that this point is a bit exaggerated, the probability of not going out. So he kindly asked, "Is not sure about this point, still want to modify it?" Fang Yang touched his chin and thought for a while, and said uncertainly, "How about adding 5 points? Good, then 4,235 points. See the results at the close of the afternoon." Wu Yupeng finalized the matter with a single blow. In the next time, Fang Yang did not go back to school. He came to an independent trading room under the arrangement of Wu Yuanxiao, and used the computer here to watch the market. After all, he still has more than $50,000 in his stock account. If he finds a good stock today, it is completely possible to make a move. As for betting to lose this $50,000, Fang Yang was not worried, because he remembers very clearly, May 6 this day. The closing point of the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index is in the 20-day line below the 30-40 points. This puts the advantage on him. Not panic. Fang Yang opened the Coke and took a sip, then logged on to his QQ number. At this time, he received a private chat message. A groupie with the screen name Rarely Confused had sent him a message requesting him to help him look at a stock. Fang Yang did not hastily agree. He just casually entered the stock code given by the other party into the ticker software. The results of a look. Immediately surprised. This Kwantong Education, from the bottom up surprisingly has risen 6 times. Today's share price as high as 325 yuan, and his yesterday's decline is not big. This volume up, and shrinkage retracement of the K-line combination, but also the standard high washout graphics. Fang Yang has a strong feeling that this stock will rise again today. What is the situation? The market is not still falling today? Why this stock will rise against the market? Could it be that this stock is going on an independent market, and it is in the main uptrend phase? For a strong stock going on a rising wave, every adjustment in the market is an opportunity for it to wash its hands. Unless the market really see the historical top, these strong stocks will not easily end the market. So, he thought for a moment and sent a message back to Rarely Confused. This stock of yours was adjusted in advance of the general market, and there was no volume in the 2 consecutive trading days of decline. I think it's very likely that it didn't finish rising, and if it doesn't fall below yesterday's lows at today's opening, you can even add to your position. Fang Yang was secretly happy himself as he analyzed this stock. He is not sure what stocks to buy today. This Kwantong Education since so strong, then buy him well. Doing short term, of course, to buy strong stocks. Can this stock really go up against the trend? Rarely Confused was a bit surprised. His stock recently hit a new high, but the MACD indicator didn't keep up, and a top divergence pattern has already appeared. No matter how you look at it, there are signs of a top. This trend to pull up again must be the cooperation of the market, right? But the other side and swore that the market will fall today. This is not a contradiction? Chapter 9 First Battle. Up and out. Fang Yang determined. The main force of this stock hasn't completely shipped out yet. There's at least one more surge higher. Okay, then I'll take a look in a while. Rarely confused agreed quickly, but did not have the intention to take back the chips. He was going to just hold the position in his hand and see what happens. He intervened in this stock. Time is not long. A total of floating profit is about 30%. These 2 days down has retreated 10%. If today continue to fall, he will be the rest of the position all clear. Soon, the time came to 9:30. The stock market opened. Perhaps yesterday's fall is too hard. Today's Shanghai Stock Exchange Index is jumping high opened directly above the 4,300 points, and after the opening of the disk directly upward, the highest increase of up to 1%. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Fang Yang, because he was as early as 9:15. The collection of bidding stage began to buy Quantong Education, did not look at the general market rise or fall. Originally to his account 53,000 principal is enough to buy 100 shares of Quantong Education. However, Fang Yang did not expect, when he clicked the OK button, the system actually prompted the buy failed. The reason is that his GEM authority has not been opened. Fang Yang immediately burst a foul mouth, and then immediately in the group at Chenyan, asked what is going on. The result of Chenyan gave a reply directly let Fang Yang spit blood. Investment experience of less than 2 years of new customers, even to 5 working days, in order to completely open the GEM authority. That is to say, he can't buy a single GEM stock today, and can only buy the main board or small and medium-sized board stocks. Asterisk. So pitiful? He glanced at the time. It was about to officially open, and he didn't know if it was still too late to temporarily pick stocks. He added the bull stocks that he recalled one after another in the past 2 days to a self-selected stock pool, and then quickly screened up. Doing short-term, must choose the market in the strong stock, especially those just released volume breakthrough pressure level. If there are technical indicators and hot topics with the cooperation, it is an excellent short-term game varieties. Following this condition, Fang Yang quickly screened out 6 or 7 eligible stocks from a dozen self-selected stocks. Then, he eliminated the stocks that opened low after the collection bidding opened, leaving only the ones that opened high. This leaves only 5 stocks, 3 of which are GEM, which he can't buy today. There are only 2 that are really likely to go up, Huaka Jinzai and Wanda Cinema. Both are star stocks in the market during this time, and the trend of these 2 stocks is similar, both from the bottom up, a breath of 5 or 6 times, then in the high level to do a finishing platform. In the first 2 days again volume breakthrough, hit a new high. Today's collection of bidding stage and continue to open sharply higher, obviously to continue to rise. Huaka Ginkai volume energy is a little more abundant. It is possible to open high second board. Wanda Cinema chips have loosened. Today may not be able to stop. So a comparison. Which stock to buy today is of course no doubt. So Fang Yang no longer hesitate. Immediately enter the stock code of Huaka Jinkai, and then point to buy the whole position. He wants to grab this leading internet finance stock at the stop price. Buy when hanging up the price to buy. Shipment when hanging down the price to sell. All of the current price transaction. This operation skills. Fang Yang as early as in the past to do simulation disk time no. With 9:25. The end of the collection of bidding. Fang Yang hung the buy order also finally to the opening price of all transactions. A total of 400 shares were sold at a price of 108.9 yuan, with a market value of 43,560 yuan. Fang Yang then put down his heart, began to have the mood to check the opening of the SSE index and other stocks. At 9:30, the stock prices began to fluctuate. As the SSE index rushed higher, many stocks began to rebound, especially those strong stocks in the hot plate, but also the momentum. There are signs of recovering yesterday's losses. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. A few minutes later, the SSE suffered a short suppression, and soon gave back the opening gains, but also turned green. Only those independent market stocks, ignoring all the interference, continue to pull up. For example, Fang Yang strongly optimistic about the Quantong Education, and his full position in today's Poki's Huaka Jinzai. At 9:35, Huaka Jinkai in the huge amount of money to promote, successfully sealed up. The share price to 116.62 yuan. Fang Yang position market value. Fang Yang's market value of the position became 46,648 yuan, a profit of 7.19%. Quantong Education's trend is a little weaker, also at 10:25 p.m., surged to 6.55%, backpacking yesterday's decline. Galaxy Securities large account room. A middle-aged man with an unassuming appearance, watching the SSE index quickly diving, while the Quantong Education surged, sharply pulling up, cannot help but be dumbfounded, pounding his chest. He is the hard to get confused who looked for Fang Yang to analyze the stock. His real name is Zhou Jinjin.
He is in the building materials business and is very rich. He did not expect that today's disc was really guessed by Fang Xiu. Kwantong Education and the SSE Index out of the completely opposite trend. Of course, now there is no closing. There are still a lot of variables, but at least it proves one thing. This Fang Xiu, who is new to the group, is definitely not talking nonsense. People have real skills. Alas, it's a pity that the opening didn't increase the position. Joe advanced patted his thigh, a face of remorse. Why can't he believe people once? People have said, as long as today's opening does not turn green, you can buy back the part of yesterday's position reduction. But he hesitated to miss the opportunity. Really damn No, I want to salvage. Zhou Jinjin opened QQ and sent a message to Fang Yang again. Mr. Fang, Kwantong Education has really risen, and it's currently in a sideways oscillation. It's a pity that I bought less in the morning. Can I still increase my position now? After the message was sent, Zhou Jinjin waited apprehensively for the other party's reply, fearing that his lie would be recognized by Fang Yang. Fortunately, Fang Yang did not think much, directly back to 2 words, can. So Zhou advanced without hesitation to open the stock account. Enter the code of Kwantong Education. Choose to buy the full position. Doubting people, using people, Just at this time, the door of the big account room was pushed open. A middle-aged lil person with not bad temperament walked in, saw Zhou Jinjin gritting his teeth and was surprised. Old Zhou, what are you doing? I'm correcting an error. Zhou Jinjin finished, directly clicked the confirmation button. Kwantong Education's disc instantly appeared a large single, devouring hundreds of hands of chips. Are you crazy? This stock has risen so high, and you're still buying? If it wasn't for the hesitation, I would have bought it in the morning. Zhou advanced a face of displeasure. A thought of less earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, in exchange for who will not have a good face. Oh, what's going on in the end? Can you tell me about it? The middle-aged beauty was called Guo Meihui, and was also a resident customer of the large family room, and Zhou Jinjin had a good relationship. It was just that she wasn't Chen Yan's customer and wasn't in that group. So, Zhou Jinjin talked about Fang Yang's analysis about the big market and Kwantong Education. Guo Meihui also felt surprised. After all, if it was blindfolded, it was impossible to blindfold all right twice. This Fang Xiu might really be a folk stock speculation expert. She took this matter and secretly memorized it in her heart. Chapter 10, Don't Go Up Anymore. On the other hand, Fang Yang is also on the phone, recommending the stock Kwantong Education to his best friend Gao Ziqiang. As the saying goes, we all earn money. They have enough certainty that this stock can still rise. Why not bring the people around them to make money together? As for his father, forget it. The old man is completely stuck in the retail thinking. See such a high position. The knife on the neck will not buy. Gao Ziqiang himself is not playing stocks. He does not believe in these things. Even this wave of the bull market, many of his relatives and friends around him into the stock market to grab money to go. He did not move such ideas. If someone else had called him to buy stocks, he would have rolled his eyes and hung up the phone. But today, he told him this matter is a good brother Fang Yang, and also directly give him a stock code that can be bought. So Gao Ziqiang really some hesitation. This Kwantong Education can really still rise? Gao Ziqiang, who was surfing the internet at the internet cafe, opened a stock speculation software and asked with some disbelief. You believe in buying, do not believe in watching, other don't ask more. Gao Ziqiang nodded and said, okay, it just so happens that my dad has a stock account in his hand. I'll let him buy 100 shares for me to play around with. Kwantong Education share price is over 300 yuan. 100 shares is more than $30,000. Gao Ziqiang can only buy 100 shares at most, and must also his dad agree to do so. Remember, this matter you know yourself on the line. Do not talk to anyone. Otherwise, there will be good stocks in the future, but not tell you. Fang Yang urged. Don't worry, even if you give me a tiger bench chili water I will not say. Gao Ziqiang patted his chest and guaranteed. Fang Yang skimmed his lips, and then you'll beckon when people go on the beauty trap. Ha ha ha, not so much, not so much. Gao Ziqiang got a string of wealth password, immediately went home in a beautiful way. The results go back and his dad Hai Wanquan said, but was his dad a good meal disliked? Dead and alive are not willing to help him buy Kwantong Education this stock. High self-improvement was furious, angry, since you are not willing to help me buy, then the money I saved back to me. I go to open an account. Gao Wanquan also exploded when he heard, that money is me and your mom for you to open a store. Was you lost a large part of the money, and now the rest of the money is yours? This matter should start from the high school graduation of high self-improvement. This guy is not love to study. Door exams. The countdown. The college entrance examination natural mess. Can only go to the Pheasant College. Of course he is not willing to bow to fate. He encouraged his parents to open a store for himself. He himself as the boss. Gao Wanquan could not argue with him. invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, gave him a clothing store. The results opened more than a year. A penny did not earn, but also lost more than $100,000. Under no circumstances, high self-improvement can only inherit his father's business, driving a minivan, for the old man around the delivery, every day to get a fishy smell, and even a girlfriend cannot find. No way. Who let his father is selling aquatic products at this time, seeing his old man rehash old things, Gao Ziqiang also angry, yelled, I don't care, anyway, I want to buy this stock, you quickly help me buy 100 shares, buy your ass, you don't look at what this stock has gone up to, going to buy it now, going to be a receiver? Gao Wanquan also knew a little bit about stocks, and he was horrified when he looked at the chart of Quantong Education. This kind of stock, even let him hold still he cannot do, let alone let him chase high to buy. This is the majority of retail investors. They only care about the stock position of the high and low, would rather buy those lying at the bottom of the stock does not rise, but also do not dare to go after those upward trend, everyday up non-stop stock. They feel that chasing up is risky, but do not know that sometimes lying on the ground does not move the stock. In fact, the risk is greater. Then how about this? If this stock can go up today, you'll give me back the tens of thousands of dollars. If the stock is still at this price by the close of business, then I'll never mention this again. Do you dare to promise? Good. This is what you said. I'll see if this stock can go up today. Gao Wanquan had a disinterested look on his face. He didn't believe that the general market had started to dive, and this kind of high-priced stock that had risen several times could still go up in the afternoon. At noon, Fang Yang was eating a box lunch in the trading room when he received a QQ message from Gao Ziqiang. After reading the content of the message, he couldn't help but smile slightly and replied directly, then you can prepare your account now. The probability of Quantong Education going up today is definitely not small. So confident? Good. Then I'll open an account on the next Donkai app now. What's the point of opening a Donkai account? Open Galaxies with me, isn't it good for us to brag in a group? Fang Yang said, and sent Chen Yan's QQ number over, letting Gao Ziqiang find Chen Yan to open an account. After about 10 minutes, Fang Yang saw a net name Hi Rich Handsome Guy, was the group owner Chen Yan pulled to the customer group. Then this Hi Rich Handsome quickly became involved with the others. Fang Yang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Gao Ziqiang mixed in society these years, although he didn't make a name for himself, but his social skills were definitely practiced, and he was a proper social cow, much stronger than himself. After the opening of the afternoon, the SSE index in the heavyweights led to restart the uptrend, soon broke through the morning highs, the highest gain once reached 1.5%. At a time like this, if someone says that the market will still plummet today, I'm afraid I'll be treated like a little cutie. In Wu Yuanxiao's office, Wu Yuping picked up the champagne and took a sip, confidently saying, it looks like the bet surnamed Fang is going to lose. Actually, I was hoping that he would win. Wu Yuanxiao was a bit regretful. He really wanted to hand over the account to Fang Yang to take care of, so naturally he hoped that Fang Yang was truly capable. Mainly the points he quoted were too low. Wu Yuping bristled. It's now 4,350 points. To fall to the 4,235 points, he said. Wouldn't it be a 3% drop? The odds are simply lower than buying a lottery ticket. In fact, just now when the SSE index turned green, Wu Yuping is also some panic. After all, who would not want to lose a bet? Until he saw the market strong pull up, breaking through the morning highs, he felt stable today. Even if the afternoon slightly backed down, or even green again, it is impossible to fall 120 points, right? Today, this bet, their own stable win. If Wu Yuping is looking forward to rise, then Gao Ziqiang's father Gao Wanquan is looking forward to fall. The reason is naturally Quantong Education has been in the intraday average above the oscillation. A little diving signs are not. What does this mean? On behalf of no big money outflow, the field of funds are in the chip, not willing to sell. In this case, as long as someone lit a fire, this stock is easy to be pulled up. Do you really want to bet on losing to your son, and then allow him to speculate on the stock himself? That said, where did he get this stock? Surprisingly, it really went up. Dogs, hurry up and drop down, don't go up again. Chapter 11, guessing is not bad at all. I don't know if Big A heard Gao Wanquan's prayer. At 13:19 p.m., the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index, after hitting a new high for the day, suffered a sell-off of the market's main funds, and opened in extremely fast diving mode. In just half an hour's time, it erased 1.78% of its gains and was smashed into the green. Almost all of the sectors and individual stocks were diving rapidly as funds began to swarm out. Seeing this scene, Gao Wanquan was relieved. It seems that he won't lose this bet. Your old man is still your old man. However, when he switched to the time chart of Quantong Education, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. In the face of the plunge of the general market, Quantong Education, This stock, surprisingly, did not even fall below the time division average price line, and the increase is still above 4%, as if it does not belong to the A shares. Then after another 10 minutes, suddenly there are large funds into the sweep, and soon pulled the stock price of this stock up to near the stop, and sealed the stop before the close. Lost, completely lost. This dog even went up and stopped. In stark contrast, the SSE index began to accelerate its decline, at one point falling to 4,187 points, a drop of 2.55%. If you start counting from the highest point, the decline is as high as 4.33%. Seeing such violent disc movements, all the investors in the market are dumbfounded. Those who entered the market early to plunge into the bottom of the heart is even cooler. I just want to enter the market to copy the bottom. The result of the main force to my home to copy? You mother asterisk 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 asterisk, or even if you take a laxative, cannot fall like this. Quickly give the big A by laxative stop, before the confident Wu Yuping is even more nervous, constantly praying in the heart, since the fall down, do not go up again, just so close also line. After all, he and Fang Yang bet on the closing point. The error cannot be more than 10 points. If the market today closed at 4,200 points below, or counted him win. However, today's stock market is still a bull market. After all, in the face of this irrational plunge, how can no one into the bottom? See from the afternoon close only the last few minutes. Suddenly there are countless buyers swarmed in, instantly pulled the index up again. What makes Wu Yuanxiao father and son feel incredible is that the closing point of the SSE index today is exactly 4229, 27 points. From Fang Yang's first guess of 4,230 points, not even a ing 1 point of error. That is to say, if Fang Yang did not add 5 points under the persuasion of Wu Yuanxiao, he almost guessed not bad at all. Just outrageous. It's almost like being hung up. After the close of trading, Wu Yuanxiao first invited Fang Yang into his office, and then opened the cell phone bank to transfer $50,000 to him. At the same time, he explained, there are paying temporary things, first left, but he said that he is willing to gamble, so this $50,000 is what he lost to you. Fang Yang smiled and nodded, not minding. Anyway, as long as the other party gives money, who gives it? It was normal for young people to want to save face. Wu Yuanxiao took out another valet agreement that had been prepared long ago and placed it in front of Fang Yang. Smiling, he said, Mr. Fang, how about this kind of cooperation? $2 million principal, 37%? Fang Yang looked at this valet agreement in front of him and was silent. 2 million sounded a lot, but for a big boss like Wu Yuanxiao, it was probably just a trial run. It showed that although he was starting to look favorably on himself, he had not reached the point of having no reservations. This gave Fang Yang a feeling of chicken ribs, tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. He thought about it for a while and smiled. I was only lucky enough to judge the general market correctly a few times. Mr. Wu is going to hand over so much money to me. Aren't you afraid of making a mess and making you lose money? Wu Yuanxiao immediately said, as long as Mr. Fang does not operate chaotically, to buy those ST stocks that will be delisted, the loss incurred by normal investment are counted as mine. Wu Yuanxiao said atmospheric. In fact, has long been stated in the agreement, once the total loss reached 10%, the unconditional termination of the agreement. After all, a real expert, it is impossible to lose so much in the bull market. Fang Yang continued, but, the 3-7 split ratio is a bit low, at least it should be 4-6. Wu Yuanxiao frowned, this 30% of your profit is risk-free, and you don't have to pay for it if you lose. Fang Yang insisted, either Mr. Wu will add a little more capital, or change it to a 46% split, otherwise it's just too much of a waste of the market. Wu Yuanxiao hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay, then it will be a 40-60 split, and this settlement cycle should also be changed. It can't be settled on a monthly basis. Fang Yang made a new request. What do you say to change it? Wu Yuanxiao started to get a little upset. Settle the profit once a week, and if there is a loss that week, it will be made up by the next week's profit, then the rest will be settled. Isn't settling once a week too frequent? Wu Yuanxiao wasn't stupid. Splitting so frequently, wouldn't it be taking out all of Fang Yang's profits and then transferring all of the risk to himself? It has to be split once a week, because I can only help Mr. Wu run the business for a month at most. Fang Yang's sole purpose of managing money on behalf of his clients was to earn his first bucket of gold, and once he had enough capital of his own, he wouldn't take on this kind of business anymore. Working hard every day to help others earn money was not something he liked to do. Why are you only trading for a month? Could it be that the general market is going to fall after 1 month? Wu Yuanxiao was surprised, obviously not quite understanding Fang Yang's decision. Mr. Wu doesn't have to think too much. This is just my own rule. Fang Yang's desire to speak instead caused Wu Yuanxiao to frown and ponder. if he had just felt that Fang Yang was a little bit too aggressive and insatiable. Now, he felt that this was the behavior of a high-ranking person with a bottom line. Just as well, it was nothing more than a capital of $2 million. Let's see what he can play with. He nodded and said, in that case, let's split it once a week. I'll go and revise the agreement now. A few minutes later, Fang Yang carefully looked over the new agreement and found no problems, so he signed his name with alacrity. There were 2 copies of the agreement, one for each side. Wu Yuanxiao put the agreement away, and then he handed Fang Yang his special speculation account. Fang Yang nodded his head and said, don't worry Mr. Wu, you are my first client. I won't let you down. This first valet account was related to Fang Yang's first step from retail investor to bullish investor, so he would naturally go all out in the financial market, only by first building up his reputation and word of mouth. The road behind him could be more and more stable. Refusing Wu Yuanxiao's arrangement for his driver to send him, Fang Yang left Jinmao Mansion alone. He was going to make a trip to the barber store and let the hairstylist help him fix his messy hair. It was so hard to be reborn once and earn his first bucket of money, so he had to make some changes, didn't he? The haircut was only the first step. Later he would also go to the mall to buy a few sets of new clothes back. From today onwards, he would appear in front of everyone with a brand new look. Chapter 12, You're really picking up my sister. Clean and slim half-sleeve shirt, straight 9-minute straight pants, simple sneakers, coupled with the latter-day star's general 2/8 slanting back hair. At this time Fang Yang and before simply a different person. Walking on the street is definitely the most beautiful that pup. This also led to, when he carried a big bag home, in the neighborhood encountered his friend Gao Ziqiang. The guy was full of surprise, lowered his voice and asked, Old Fang, what is your situation? It's not a rich woman, right? Asterisk 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 off, making me sound like you. Fang Yang ignored him and walked straight to the stairs, while Gao Ziqiang followed with a hefty smile. The two of them not only lived in the same neighborhood, they were also classmates from elementary school to high school. Years later, when Fang Yang was poor, it was also Gao Ziqiang who lent him money time and time again, but never let him pay it back. I would like to evening a rich woman, but people do not see me. Gao Ziqiang language with reluctance, although he is tall, but the skin is a little dark, face value is not high, or a delivery driver. Want to find a girlfriend is difficult. Naturally there is no way to compare with Fang Yang, this kind of creamy little boy. Being a person must have confidence. Which rich woman you see should be stalked. Don't be afraid that people can't see you. After all, it doesn't matter if you are ugly. What if she is blind? Fang Yang began to output poisonous chicken soup. Gao Ziqiang wrapped his arms around his neck and said, You're so experienced, and you still say you don't have a rich woman? Quickly say, which big sister is it? The two of them were fooling around when Fang Yang's new cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and looked at it, and the expression on his face instantly became odd. What's wrong? Gao Ziqiang asked. Nothing. Fang Yang silently hung up the phone, pulled out the key to open the door, and asked casually, Do you even have nothing to do? What's the point of coming to my house? Had a fight with my dad and ran away from home. Ha, really? Of course it's true. That treacherous businessman went back on his word and said he would bet $50,000 with me, but in the end, when he clearly lost, he transferred $10,000 to me. Fang Yang laughed. Then what time are you wasting here? Go find him and lift his stall. Gao Ziqiang said suspiciously, Why do you keep chasing me away? Are you hiding something from me? Just after he finished the sentence, Fang Yang's cell phone rang again. This time, without waiting for Fang Yang to hang up, Gao Ziqiang directly snatched the phone over. When he took a look, his eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Yu's call? Why is she looking for you? What the hell are you doing with my cell phone? Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder you're Thai and unlikable today. Originally playing my sister's idea. I'll strangle you this. Roll roll roll. I'm looking for Xiao Yu for something serious. After Fang Yang finished, he didn't care about him and directly connected the phone. Gao Ziqiang immediately perked up his ears, afraid of missing a word. Brother Yang, I found a buyer for that song of yours, and the person said that they will fly over tomorrow to meet us face to face. Gao Xiaoya's clear and pleasant voice came from the microphone. So fast? Which company is it? Magic City's Tian Entertainment Music Company. Did the other party say how much they were willing to pay? No, just said face to face. Alas, usually those who say so are trying to press the price. If we can't come to an agreement, just keep pitching. This song is so good, it will definitely sell. Okay, then when the other party arrives, you give me a call. No need to be so troublesome. I don't have class tomorrow morning. I just happened to go to your school to find you to play. Fang Yang's eyelids jumped. Seeing Gao Ziqiang's fists clenched next to him, he hurriedly agreed and hung up the phone. Old Gao, don't get excited. Let me explain. You're really picking up my sister. I'm picking up your sister.
No, let go of me. Gao Zichang had a hug and pressed Fang Yang on the sofa, yelling, I take you as a brother. You mother ***** or want to be my brother-in-law, right? Don't dream. Who wants to be your brother-in-law? Okay, then tell me, what's going on between you and my sister? I just wrote a song and asked Xiaoyu to write it down and find a music company to sell it. You can write songs? Do you believe me when I say I dreamed it? You're lying to your grandpa? I can't even remember the scenes in my dream, and you can still remember the songs that appear in it? What? I'm gifted, can't I? I was so close to believing it, so close. Don't believe me. Is someone really willing to buy a song you wrote? Didn't you hear that just now? Don't be fooled. I'll accompany you tomorrow. You dead sister controller. You just want to keep an eye on Xiaoyu, right? Why don't you put a bug on her? ****. I'm not a pervert. I just don't want to see her get hurt by scum. Then why the hell are you staring at me? I'm not a scumbag. Humph. If you really like my sister, you have to run towards marriage. If you only talk about love, absolutely not. Still, don't dream of being my brother-in-law. You're too good to be true. ****. Only one of us will make it out alive today. Get lost. I don't have time to mess with you. If you want to eat here, go to the kitchen and cook yourself. Fang Yang pushed Gao Zichang away and walked towards the study. What are you doing? I'm redoing the computer system. It seems to have gotten a virus. This was the main reason why Fang Yang went home to stay tonight. Who knows if there is a backdoor to the pirate program installed before. It's better to remove it earlier for peace of mind. In the evening, when Fang Dahai and Yang Xiuying came back from work, they were surprised to find that Gao Zichang had come and was cooking dinner, and his son, Fang Yang, is hiding in the study playing computer. Fang Dahai immediately became a bit dissatisfied and played on the subject. Look at you. How unlike you. How can you let Zichang work alone? Fang Yang knew that this old man was aching for his $50,000 and couldn't help but roll his eyes. You dare to eat what I cook? Fang Dahai immediately did not say anything. He still remembered that Fang Yang back then on a whim learned the method on the internet to cook a pot of hot and sour soup for their family of 3, per capita pulled a dozen times. It was called a weight loss success. Since then, the kitchen of their home is Fang Yang's forbidden land. He is not allowed to go back to the poison. On the contrary, Gao Zichang, in this area is quite talented. No matter what dishes are done in style, flavorful, comparable to professional chefs. Plus, their two families were very close, so Gao Zichang would show off his skills every time he came to Fang Yang's house, and then reap a bunch of favorable comments. Yang Xiuying was not as uptight as her husband, but she was also a little confused about her son always coming home. Are you going to college or high school? Why do you always come home? So, Fang Dahai found the topic again, and during dinner, kept talking about it, ordering him not to come back until the vacation. Surprisingly, he also pulled from his new look to his academic performance, saying that if he does not study hard, the diploma cannot get, not to mention find a good job. Gao Zichang in the side to watch the drama to see all the energy. Anyway, he did not take himself as an outsider. This scene cannot be seen often. If it is before the rebirth, Fang Yang is not enough. Naturally do not dare to talk back. What his father said, he had to listen. The big deal is a wind in the ears. However, this time, Fang Yang made an unprecedented move to talk back. He bristled and said, Dad, do you think our family is a political and business family or an industrial and agricultural family? Chapter 13 No clear acceptance is rejection. Nonsense. Of course it's a working family. Then isn't it? People have said that only those whose families are in business and politics need to listen to their parents' arrangements, and those whose families are in labor and agriculture must stay away from their parents' perceptions. So I can't listen to your words. After Fang Yang finished speaking, he directly tilted his head to the side, just in time to avoid the old man's paternalistic slap, then called out to Yang Xiuying, Mom, my dad hit me. Yang Xiuying was reluctant and defended. Talking is talking. Why did you start a fight? Now you've all learned to be stubborn. If you don't beat to keep him? Fang Dahai coldly snorted, mainly because he felt that he lost face in front of Gao Zichang. Gao Zichang smiled and said, My dad is also like this at home. Talking about a slap came up. No wonder you ran away from home. Fang Yang began to reveal the shortcomings. Ha, Zichang, you ran away from home? Yang Xiuying was surprised. No, I just came out to take a break. I'll be back in a while. Gao Zichang glared at Fang Yang, blaming him for talking too much. What are you afraid of? It's not like your dad is here. Look, I'm not even afraid. Fang Yang smiled cheekily and still told Gao Zichang about his dad's words. He knew that this matter would definitely pass through his parents' mouth and into Gao Wenchuan's ears, and might help Gao Zichang get back the $40,000 that belonged to him. Fang Dahai immediately focused on the key point, frowned and asked,
You said you picked a stock that went up today? It's a stock that bottomed up and doubled 6 times. You wouldn't buy it.
Fang Yang knew what the old man was going to say and directly blocked his mouth. Nonsense, you don't even tell me. How do you know I won't buy? Fine, then I'm telling you now. Quantong education will still go up. Why don't you buy it tomorrow? Are you sure?
This is not a rat medicine. The package to eat, the package to catch.
I just say the probability. You do not dare to take the risk. Then watch it. In fact, Fang Yang is very clear.
Quantong education, this stock will continue to rise until the middle of next month,
when the market really peaked, only began to fall. Before that, anytime you buy, you can make money. However,
he could not say the words so absolutely. Otherwise sooner or later it will cause the suspicion of those who are interested.
Fang Dahai huffed and put down the bowl, stood up and said, "What's the point of saying something you're not sure of?"
Seeing that her husband was so angry that he went back to the bedroom, Yang Xiuying consoled, "Your father has this temper.
Don't pay attention to him. It doesn't matter. And let him be arrogant for a few more days. I'll educate him in a few days." Fang Yang had an inscrutable smile on his face and said something that Yang Xiuying could not understand. In the evening, after Gao Zichan left,
Fang Yang once again returned to his bedroom and used his laptop to start reviewing the market in the past few days. He suddenly realized something.
The longer he watched the market, the more details he could recall.
Those good stocks that had long disappeared into the depths of his memory, surprisingly one after another came to his mind. After the verification of the past 2 days,
it is surprising that they all went up. What was the reason for this? Could it really be that being reborn once had caused the development of the brain to greatly increase?
If this is really the case,
then one should be more aggressive,
not to take advantage of the last month of the market's craziness.
Earn enough principal. The end of next month when the index plummeted. How can one have enough money to lay out short orders? Doing more stocks is just a fly in the ointment.
Shorting at a high level is the shortcut to riches.
At this time, Fang Yang's cell phone lit up and received a message, surprisingly from Li Weiwei. "Why didn't you come to class for the past 2 days?" This woman finally didn't hold back and took the initiative to send a message to Fang Yang. However, Fang Yang's heart still had no fluctuations.
He knew very well that this woman, Li Weiwei, was like this. She wouldn't accept you, but she wouldn't say the words to death either, and still cared about you from time to time,
making you feel that hope was just around the corner. In his previous life,
he himself was killed by this false concern of hers, and was bent on chasing the other party into his hands. It wasn't until years later, when something happened to his father and he saw a supreme quote on the internet, that he came to his senses and instantly sobered up. That quote went something like this: "In the world of relationships, no clear acceptance is a rejection. She can enjoy what you have to offer with a clear conscience and will do the same to others. You're just one of the many licking dogs that don't deserve sympathy."
Since then, Fang Yang has never loved anyone. Want to give yourself back your feelings? Yes,
please take a true heart in exchange.
Otherwise, let's just play along.
Who is not a 1,000-years-old demon?
What to act chatty? Therefore, at this time, facing Li Weiwei's greeting, Fang Yang did not ignore it.
He replied in a frivolous tone, "No time for classes.
I just want to earn money now,
and then find a girlfriend who is really good to me."
Li Weiwei sent an aggrieved emoji. "Am I not good to you?" Fang Yang replied,
"I only need my girlfriend to treat me well."
Li Weiwei changed the topic. "Fang Yang, I realized that you have changed." Fang Yang replied, "Aha."
Li Weiwei continued to redeem herself.
"You weren't like this before."
"Oh."
Then, Li Weiwei didn't know what to say.
There weren't many people who could ignore the killing power of the Ohum method and continue to gush. Thus, this exchange between the two ended without any progress.
The next morning, Fang Yang again went out early in the morning for morning exercise, but this time he didn't run in the neighborhood, but went to the municipal park 2 kilometers away.
This would allow him to run 5 kilometers in one go, and it was not a small challenge for him nowadays. When he came to the neighborhood of the municipal park,
it was exactly 6:30. The sky was already bright, vehicles were speeding on the road,
and people who woke up early for work had already left the house.
It's a rare visit. Let's go into the park and take a turn. Fang Yang glanced at the tree-lined municipal park, shifted direction and ran in.
All the municipal parks in the country were built and operated by the government,
with the main purpose of improving the urban ecological environment, and satisfying the leisure and entertainment of urban residents.
Therefore, the vast majority of the active people inside the parks were retired grandparents.
And although there were young people like Fang Yang, there were definitely not many of them. And therefore, when the back of a beautiful and energetic woman wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a ponytail appeared in Fang Yang's eyes, he couldn't help but follow her. Fang Yang swore that he just wanted to run past the beauty and take a glance to satisfy his curiosity. Who knew that the beauty sensed someone approaching behind her and actually took the initiative to turn her head? As a result, both of them froze at the same time. Chapter 14 Entrepreneurial Plan Maker. Manager Chen? Such a coincidence.
Fang Yang was pleasantly surprised, not realizing that this athletic beauty was Chen Yan who opened an account for him. At this moment, Chen Yan, dressed in sportswear, was full of vigor. The sweat beads on her forehead were shining, and she looked even more adorable under the sunlight.
So it's Mr. Fang, you came out for a run too?
Chen Yan stopped and wiped her sweat, somewhat surprised.
Yes, adding to the carbon dioxide emissions of Dongyang City. Fang Yang smiled and made a joke. Chen Yan guffawed and asked again, does Mr. Fang often come here to run?
That depends on whether Manager Chen comes here often or not.
Chen Yan didn't pick up on this and changed the topic. Do you want to run together for a while?
Sure.
Actually, Fang Yang was prepared to go back after a spin.
But in front of a beautiful woman,
how could he back down?
As long as you can't die, just run to your death. The big deal is to take a taxi home later. Just like this, the two of them were shoulder to shoulder, running forward together. Those who didn't know, thought they were a couple.
Mr. Fang, that friend of yours, Gao Ziqiang, what does he do?
Fang Yang was trying to find a topic, but he didn't expect this girl to take the initiative to open her mouth.
He, should be considered an entrepreneurial plan maker. Trouble speaking in human terms, okay? Ahem, hobo. But, really?
Chen Yan stopped laughing and shook her head.
Then your friend can really blow it. What's wrong? Fang Yang was a bit puzzled. Didn't you see the group message last night?
No, I was reviewing the disc last night and didn't look at the group message,
Fang Yang said,
and hurriedly took out his cell phone, and used the fastest speed to read through the chat records of yesterday's group.
His face instantly became odd as well. This guy, Gao Ziqiang,
had a hard time changing his nature, and after entering the group and blowing awesome with the people in the group,
the more he blew, the more outrageous he became.
Surprisingly, he said that he has several companies under his name, with assets of $70 to $80 million, and he also took a lot of photos.
It is a fashionable young man,
wearing a watch and driving a sports car to live in a mansion photo.
The photo is quite real. The key that young man is not him at all. Cough. He this person. More like to joke. Manager Chen do not too serious on the line. Fang Yang coughed and said with some embarrassment, alas,
I really thought he could deposit $1 million. It turned out to be an empty joy.
Securities account manager's performance
mainly rely on the name of the customer's gold to reflect.
Chen Yan last night really thought that Gao Ziqiang is a big customer at, 1 million is definitely impossible. 1 or 2 million can be expected. Fang Yang said here, suddenly remembered his stock account. The funds have been more than 100,000.
The commission seems to be still 13,000.
So he tentatively asked, Manager Chen, can you bring my commission down a little bit? 10,000 is too high. Chen Yan thought for a moment and said, with my current authority, I can only help you down to 2 out of 10,000, and then lower. You need to reach more than 500,000 funds.
Then let's adjust it to 12,000 first,
and when it reaches 500,000 in a few days, then continue to adjust it down. Fang Yang laughed. Is Mr. Fang ready to continue depositing? Chen Yan asked. No, I mean, 100, 000 to 500, 000 isn't that long. A week or two is about right.
Chen Yan was instantly a bit speechless and said in her heart,
do you think you're doing futures? It can be doubled in a week.
Shares are up and down stops.
Even if you buy the stops every day, a week in a row, is not enough to double. I thought this guy is different from Gao, but I didn't realize that he is a bragger. Fang Yang naturally will not disclose his own valet agreement. However,
he had already made up his mind that he must make Wu Yuanxiao's account bigger as soon as possible and get as much share as possible.
At 8:30 a.m., Fang Yang walked into the school with a brisk pace.
He only had one open class this morning and originally didn't want to come.
However,
Gao Xiaoye was coming to see him, so he could only come over early and wait. According to that girl's reported itinerary, she was still 10 minutes away.
Therefore, Fang Yang simply waited on Sycamore Avenue as soon as he entered the school. Today's weather was good, quite windy and sunny.
Both sides of the road were shaded by green trees, and coolly dressed girls walked on the sidewalk holding books,
either in groups of 3 or 2, or alone, extremely eye-catching. Occasionally, a vehicle drives in from the gate, traveling slowly at low speed. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, a pretty girl with a small school bag walked in quickly and sweetly called, Brother Yang. Fang Yang didn't have the good sense to say, this is in my school, can you call me by my full name? Okay, Brother Yang.
Fang Yang was so angry that he wanted to knock her on the head, but as a result, this girl immediately revealed a watering expression, making Fang Yang unable to lay his hands on her.
However, this girl is obviously dressed up today, wearing a floral dress, small sandals, carrying a small pink school bag, lining the skin delicate, white and red, 2 ponytails casually tied behind her, jumping, energetic. Fang Yang shook his head, helplessly said, go, accompany me to class. Ha, Aren't you going to take me on a tour of your school? Don't you still have to go to an appointment in a while? Let's visit when we come back. Just in time to treat you to the cafeteria at noon. I don't want it. You didn't say that before. You big liar. Cao Xiaoye's words were loud, attracting side glances from the surrounding male and female students. Fang Yang could no longer tolerate it and directly grabbed her arm and walked towards the teaching building. The two of them didn't walk far. Three lewd guys suddenly appeared in front of them and greeted them. Lao San. Who is this? They talked to Fang Yang, but their eyes kept turning around on Gao Xiaoye. Who else could it be if not those three LSPs from the 306 dormitory? Fang Yang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "This is my sister, Gao Xiaoye." Zhao Zijuan was the first to extend his hand. "Hello sister Xiaoye, I'm my brother-in-law." Fang Yang was furious. "Scram! Can you have some face? What do you need that for? It's not edible." "Xiaoye's sister, don't pay attention to him. My name is Wang Jiale. My cell phone number is..." Gao Xiaoye laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed. Only Sun Hao, who had the most stable character, didn't come up to make jokes. Of course he knew that Fang Yang didn't have a sister. Even if this girl wasn't Fang Yang's girlfriend, she must have been a very good relationship with a friend of the opposite sex. So how could she be trolling in public? So he slapped one and pushed those two guys in heat away. Just as a few people were jostling their way to the teaching building, suddenly two silhouettes walked over from the direction of the girls' dormitory. When they saw the refreshed Fang Yang and Gao Xiaoye by his side, their footsteps obviously slowed down. Chapter 15, Tiny versus Ridiculous. Oh ho, Li Weiwei and Shinseki are here. This is a good show. The three unrighteous guys took a step back at the same time, letting Fang Yang and Gao Xiaoye to the front. When the two girls came close, Shinseki was the first to speak. "Fang Yang, you finally gave up coming to class." Fang Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "I didn't want to come, but Xiaoyu insisted on coming to see, so I accompanied her." "Xiaoyu?" Shinseki and Li Weiwei glanced at each other and continued to ask, "Is this little girl beside you your sister?" Before Fang Yang could say anything, Cao Xiaoye was reluctant and coldly grunted, "Where am I younger than you? Do you want to compare?" Saying that, she also subconsciously straightened her chest, making the outline of the pair between B and C in front of her chest a little clearer. Shinseki was a little confused, not expecting this girl to be so tigerish. There are so many people around watching. Who will compare this with you? She did not know that the boys next to her had already compared the two of them, and Shinseki was defeated. A small pair of ridiculous. It was as if Li Weiwei didn't hear the two girls sparring. Her gaze was always on Fang Yang. She suddenly realized that after Fang Yang had dressed up carefully, he was actually no worse than any handsome man, especially the light and casual temperament on his body. Together with his height of 1 meter 8, the sense of asceticism was pulled full in minutes. Already had the capital to compete for school herbs. She had never thought that Fang Yang also had such a glorious side. It was as if some treasure that had been neglected by her suddenly broke through the ground one day and blossomed with 10,000 lights. She took a deep breath and asked in a cool voice, "Fang Yang, have you been busy lately? Why don't you always come to class?" Fang Yang thought, "It's none of your business if I come to class or not. You're not the class president." On his mouth, he downplayed it. "It's a bit busy, but it's not a big problem. If it's just speculation, it's the same in school. There's no need to skip classes all the time," Li Weiwei said, casting her gaze at Gao Xiaoye, seemingly blaming her for bringing Fang Yang down. Although Dongyang Finance Academy hadn't rated any school flowers, Li Weiwei's face value was recognized as one of the top 3, coupled with her self-imposed goddess aura. Not many men could turn a blind eye when she spoke in a concerned tone. Perhaps this was the same feeling that Fang Yang was enamored with in his previous life. However, Gao Xiaoye didn't care about this. She sensed the hostility from the two girls across the street and even provocatively wrapped her arms around Fang Yang. Her bulging chest rubbed against Fang Yang's arm, only to hear her daintily say, "Brother Yang, it's so hot outside, let's quickly go inside." Fang Yang secretly laughed in his heart and nodded to Li Weiwei. "Thank you for your suggestion, but don't suggest it next time." After saying that, he brought Gao Xiaoye into the classroom. Li Weiwei's blood pressure instantly rose for a moment as she pursed her lips and silently watched the two people across from her walk into the staircase classroom on their arms. They were 3 classes together in an open class today, and the teacher didn't care who came and who didn't. Students from outside schools could come and listen just the same. Shinseki took 2 steps closer and whispered, "Weiwei, let's go in too." Li Weiwei, however, didn't move. She frowned and said, "Seki, help me analyze. What exactly does Fang Yang mean?" Shinseki skimmed her lips and said, "There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that he really has moved on and doesn't want to chase you. The second is that he is trying to catch you and use this way to get your attention and make you feel regret." Li Weiwei's eyes lit up and she said confidently, "Yes, that must be it. He only said yesterday that he wanted to find a real girlfriend, and then today he brought a girl to flaunt in front of us.
just to make me regret it. Humph, how naive. That's right, the more he's like this, the more you can't spoil him. If he pretends to be high and mighty and desperate, you'll be even more high and mighty and desperate than him. Make sure he can't stand the torment inside and come back to seek your forgiveness. Good. Consume with him and see who can consume who. Li Weiwei's expression was cold. Her small fists clenched, as if she was a doll that was fully charged. The wide staircase classroom was blacked out with over 100 people sitting in it. This large classroom could accommodate 300 people, so it wasn't the least bit crowded. Fang Yang and Gao Xiaoye sat in the last row, making it convenient to sneak out through the back door in a while. Sun Hao and the three of them also walked over and sat down in the row in front of Fang Yang. Zhao Zijuan turned around and gave a thumbs up. Lao San was so domineering just now, fully demonstrating our men's backbone. Wang Jiale said quietly, you have to stick to it to make it work. If you give up halfway you'll be laughed to death. Fang Yang smiled. Didn't someone want to take revenge for me? How come I didn't see you make a move? Zhao Zijuan laughed. How is there no action? He went to confess his love a long time ago and was rejected in seconds alright. Fang Yang smiled and nodded, thinking that this is the right thing to do. Wang Jiale is not handsome, his family is not very rich, and will not be like Fang Yang back then to give without regret. Li Weiwei can look at him as strange. I'm afraid that even Shinseki may not be able to accept a mediocre person like Wang Jiale. That girl looks harmless appearance. In fact, is also an egoist. It's just that the T segment is not high. Gao Xiaoye was listening to a few men chatting on the side, and finally remembered something, and suddenly realized, so that girl just now is brother Yang Yang's white moonlight. Ah, I heard my brother say that. Fang Yang didn't have the good sense to say, is your brother a horn? Saying everything? He. Who made you love so deeply back then? My brother said you were hopeless. Wang Jiale deliberately asked. Your brother Yang Yang likes other girls. Don't you get angry? Gao Xiaoye's eyes rolled and she sighed. What's the use of being angry? Aren't all men like that? As long as he has me in his heart, it's enough. Fang Yang was chilled to the bone, only wanting to kill this demon girl with a standing ovation so that he could salvage his reputation. But the surrounding boys all took it seriously. They looked at Fang Yang's eyes full of admiration, and could not wait to worship the master and learn the art, and let Fang Yang teach them the great harem technique. Zhao Zijuan even asked offhandedly, Sister Xiaoyu, I wonder if you have any other sisters? Gao Xiaoye laughed, I also have a brother. I'll introduce you guys to each other some other day. Crowd. At this time, the class bell rang, and a middle-aged man wearing a casual suit with a head full of silver threads, stuck on point, walked in from the classroom door. As soon as he appeared, the classroom immediately quieted down, enough to prove the majesty of this professor. He was Professor Gu Qingyuan, who taught finance, a well-known expert in the field of finance in the province. Professor Gu swept a glance at the large classroom and nodded expressionlessly. He didn't say any nonsense, and directly turned over the textbook and said, Today we talk about a key knowledge of international finance, foreign exchange theory and practice. The following turned the book over. On the podium, Prof. Gu spoke in a lively and spiteful manner, and even Gao Xiaoye, who didn't know anything about finance, listened with great interest, while Fang Yang and a few of their school scum, all of them were lying on the table, secretly playing with their cell phones. Of course, Fang Yang is different from a few of them. He is not playing, but watching the market, ready to find an opportunity to build a position in Wu Yuanxiao's account. Chapter 16. Sorry, brother, I'm undercover. Affected by the overnight decline in European and American stock markets, shares continued to open low today. The continuation of the adjustment. The whole morning, the disc even a chance of red disc or not. Every time the disc after the rebound, are more violent diving. Simply give all long investors a resounding slap in the face. Of course, all of this is still meaningless to Fang Yang, because he is only looking at his own purchase of Huaka Jinkai, and he is going to give Wu Yuanxiao's account to pike this stock as well. Oh, and that pitbull Gao Zicheng. He had also arrived at Fang Yang's in their school, and was waiting for Fang Yang's orders at the milk tea store in front of the entrance. Fang Yang had already sent him a message to buy 100 shares of Huaka Jinkai at the opening price as well. At 9:15, the collection bidding started. Huaka Jinkai's share price instantly jumped from flat to a stop price of 128.18 yuan, maintained for 2 minutes, and then began to gradually fall back under the pressure of the bidding sellers. Obviously the decline in the external market, or affect the mood of investors in the field. At 9:20, the real collection bidding time, the share price of Huaka Jinzai has fallen back to 123 yuan, up 3.24%. At this time, Fang Yang made a move. He opened Wu Yuanxiao's stock account, and directly listed a large buy order of 16,000 shares at the rising price. With the help of Fang Yang's $2 million, Huaka Jinzai's bidding rose instantly jumped 1 point upward to 121.67 yuan.
Eventually, this price also became today's opening price. Fang Yang's own position of 400 shares, and Gao Zicheng's 100 shares, are traded at this price. At 9:33, just 3 minutes after the opening, when other stocks were still green and diving, Huaka Jinkai had already rushed up to the stop with a bang under the huge amount of funds. The turnover of the opening 3 minutes exceeded 300 million, which can be seen in the market funds. For this internet financial concept of the leading stock, how much sought after. Fang Yang's position, too, has changed from the original 400 shares to 800 shares at a cost of 115.3 yuan, with a float of 10.304 yuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Fang, you are simply divine. How do you know this stock can go up today? Gao Zicheng, for the first time in the stock market to earn real money, suddenly excited, immediately sent a private chat message to Fang Yang. Fang Yang worship. Meng chant, bull market will always be strong. Staring at the leading dry on the line, Fang Yang casually explained, and then urged, since you want to follow the order, you must listen to the command. When I let you sell, you must sell all. Don't worry, I guarantee to operate in sync with you. I will never shoe the chicken if you let me catch the dog. Gao Zicheng finished, and tentatively asked, today's buy shares, can I send to the group to pretend ah? Fang Yang said in a bad mood, didn't you say you are worth tens of millions of dollars? Isn't it hilarious to post a 100 share position? Gao Zicheng depressed, do not mention it, cowhide blowing broken. Do not know the beautiful group master from where to check the information. Are fast to check out my old bottom, and now the group know that I am a small beggar. Fang Yang, sorry, brother, I am undercover. At the same time, Galaxy Securities in the large account room, Wu Yupeng and Zhou Jinjin looked at the muddy disk, also full of worry. This trend of the general market is not quite right ah, is it another day of plummeting? On the contrary, Wu Yuanxiao, who handed over his account to Fang Yang, was calm and breezy. Wu Yuanxiao and Zhou Jinjin, Guan Meihui, they would have known. He did not choose to watch the market in their own company today, but also brought his son to the Galaxy Securities. It is to verify for a few old friends, the real strength of Fang Yang. Today's market is a bit weak. You guys say that the one surnamed Fang shouldn't rush into the market as soon as the market opens, right? Wu Yupeng said with some concern. Since the account was given to him, I naturally will not interfere with his operation. He wants to open the market into the open. Maybe the afternoon market pulled up. Wu Yuanxiao is very calm, holding a cup of Kimon red tea to drink with flavor. He believes that his vision, like Fang Yang such an expert, should not be so impatient. Old Wu, your heart can be really big. You gave him not 200,000, is 2 million ah, you do not keep an eye on it, in case he operates blindly how to do. Zhou Jinjin fully explained what is called the emperor is not in a hurry. Those who don't know, still think that it is his account in Fang Yang's hand. Yeah, old Wu, even if you don't interfere with his operations, you should open the account and take a look. Anyway, stock accounts can be logged in at the same time. If you log in over here, he won't know. Guo Meihui also opened her mouth to advise. She was also curious about how Fang Yang would operate under this kind of disk. It was related to when the two of them would hand over their accounts to Fang Yang to take care of. Alright then, when the market closes at noon, I'll take a look. Wu Yuanxiao's curiosity was also aroused and he nodded his head in agreement. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 11:30, the noon closing time. Wu Yuanxiao felt that Fang Yang shouldn't be staring at the account anymore at this time, and only then did he use the computer in the large account room and logged into his stock account. He had thought that the morning's market was so weak that Fang Yang most likely didn't operate, or even if he did, he only bought a little bit in a light position. However, as soon as the account was opened, the three of them saw the situation in the account, and immediately froze. The red profit amount simply blinded their eyes. Just a morning's time, the account actually made a profit of $105,000. What kind of stocks did they buy? However, when they pulled up the K chart of this stock, Huaka Jinkai, the whole person was not good at all. Such a high position, from the bottom up or more than 6 times, still can buy? This is not to buy in the ceiling, this is to buy in outer space ah. This if down, waste is light right? Then look at Fang Yang's buy time and position. Wu Yuanxiao almost did not even hold the cup of tea. Nima, a buy 16,000 shares? Spending $195 million? What's the difference between this and a direct full position? Watching Fang Yang's sharp operation, Wu Yuanxiao only feels scalp numbness. Heart also jumped a lot. Before the lightness of the clouds have not known where to go, he was now in dire need of a quick-acting heart-saving pill to calm his nerves. Old Wu, this Xiao Fang is not a big lobbyist, right? How can an ordinary person operate like this? Zhou Jinjin and Guan Meihui were also a bit confused. They had originally thought that they would hand over their accounts to Fang Yang to take care of as well.
but now they saw Wu Yuanxiao's trembling hands and sweaty head. They suddenly felt that they should reconsider. The kid surnamed Fang does not look like he is investing, but rather like he is gambling. It's just straight up looking for the strongest stocks in the market and slamming in a full position. How would I know? No, can't look anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. Wu Yuanxiao took a deep breath and closed his account with a trembling hand before his thumping heartbeat finally returned to normal. He had already decided that he would never open his account during trading hours again, and in the future, he would just open it every morning to take a look and refresh himself. Chapter 17, We Sing It Ourselves. At the same time, Fang Yang was also meeting with people from Sky Entertainment Music. The place he chose was the very same milk tea store that Gao Zicheng had stayed at earlier. It was just that he didn't expect that the deputy director sent by Tian Entertainment Music would be a woman, which was quite a throwback. Hello, Mr. Fang, I'm Zhou Ruobing, the deputy director of Tian Entertainment Music's operations department, and this is my business card. Zhou Ruobing was wearing an OL dress, looking around 30 years old, applying light makeup. She had a sensible and mature temperament. Fang Yang took the business card and took Gao Xiaoye to sit opposite her. As for Gao Zicheng, he sat alone at the table next to him, playing the role of a bodyguard. Director Zhou, your time must be rather tight as well, so let's skip the part of exchanging pleasantries and step straight to the point. Fang Yang said casually while opening the milk tea for Gao Xiaoye. Zhou Ruobing froze for a moment, obviously somewhat unprepared for Fang Yang's aura. This didn't seem quite like an ordinary college student. It's like this, Mr. Fang, our director likes you very much for writing that song the rest of your life afterward, so we are willing to spend 300,000 to buy the copyright for 5 years. You see. Wait, how much did you say? Fang Yang didn't wait for her to finish. He rudely interrupted. 300,000. Of course, the final price is still negotiable. If I had known that you guys would just offer 300,000, I wouldn't have let Director Zhou fly over. I'm really sorry for delaying your precious time. Zhou Ruobing was a bit embarrassed. Fang Yang's words meant that it had similarly delayed his time. I wonder what Mr. Fang's psychological price is? Zhou Ruobing asked with a frown. 2 million. You should call back and communicate now. Ask your company if they will buy it for 2 million. If not, Director Zhou can really go back. This price is impossible. No song has ever been sold for this price based on the lyrics alone, even if it is sold with the right of authorship. What I sell is never a song's lyrics, but its potential. If Director Zhou really thinks that this song isn't worth $2 million, then we really don't need to talk anymore. It's not a matter of whether I think it's worth it or not. It's mainly the company's side that can't possibly accept this price, especially since Mr. Fang is still a newcomer in the music industry. Fang Yang nodded and shouted in the direction of the bar. Waiter, check out. Zhou Ruobing was numb. She had never seen such a strong songwriter. When people sold a song, they pitched it all over the place and hated to pay for it. They were too excited to sleep when they could get a few tens of thousands of dollars. Fang Yang is good. Opening is 2 million. You are a gold medal producer. Also cannot quote like this. He in the end do not know the rules of the trade? Fang Yang really doesn't know the tricks of the music industry. He is according to his own estimate of the price, and then sold at a discount. If the song can only be sold for $300,000, what's the point of selling it? He might as well find someone to sing it and post it online directly. That way, as long as the hit rate went up, there would naturally be a company looking for them to sign a share agreement, and they could collect money every year. Back then, Panglong's song Two Butterflies earned $100 million this way. Fang Yang's song The Rest of My Life Afterward, even if it was worse, it would be more than $1 million a year, right? He just wanted to make a quick buck, not to sell it at a cabbage price. Seeing that Fang Yang had already settled the bill and left with Gao Xiaoye, Zhou Ruobing hurriedly stood up and tried to make a final hold. However, at this time, a dark and strong man suddenly blocked in front of her and gave her a fierce look. Then he followed Fang Yang out. Zhou Ruobing immediately opened her mouth wide. How could she not have thought? This Fang Yang even had bodyguards with him? What exactly was his status? Could it be some rich kid who wasn't short of money, in pursuit of a musical dream? No wonder he was so strong. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Outside the milk tea store, Fang Yang also found it funny. He said in a bad mood, Old Gao, why are you scaring people? Don't know how to be compassionate at all. Gao Zicheng coldly grunted. Their counteroffer is too outrageous. For a $2 million song, they even gave 300,000. It's only strange that I can give them a good face. Fang Yang shook his head and said, actually, they gave a normal offer. It was me who was too eager to sell the gold ore in the shortest possible time. They couldn't see the gold inside the ore, so of course they would only offer the price of buying a stone. Then what are you going to do next? No more selling. We'll sing it ourselves. Fang Yang said, touched Gao Xiaoye's ponytail and laughed.
your dream has come true. This song is for you to sing. Ah, can I really? Of course, you're a future diva. Gao Zicheng couldn't stand to watch and said in dissatisfaction. Just talk, don't make a move, okay? Fang Yang didn't have the heart to say, where are you so talkative? Why don't you go get the car? Where to now? To eat, and then find a recording studio to record a song in the afternoon. Where's a recording studio? Just call and ask. There weren't many professional recording studios in Dongyang City. Altogether there were no more than 5. Fang Yang had a hard time finding the phone numbers of 3 of them, and when he called them, the price for recording a song was between 4,000 and 5,000 RMB. This is the price of the package song. That is, a song you just record. No limit on the time and number of times, but also to help you get the accompaniment and so on. Of course, the accompaniment is software synthesized sound. It is impossible to have a real person to play. Since the prices were similar, Fang Yang didn't pick anymore, and directly asked Gao Zicheng to drive his box-type minivan to the nearest Heavenly Music recording studio. Gao Zicheng was still a bit nervous and kept asking, can Xiaoyu really release her own songs? Just like those stars? Fang Yang laughed. Xiaoyu isn't even afraid. What are you nervous about? It's not like you're allowed to sing. Why do I feel so unreal? Don't make a joke. You're the one making jokes. How do you talk? Are you my own brother? Gao Xiaoye was unhappy. Your brother is concerned. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Fang Yang couldn't help but touch her ponytail again. There was no way. It felt too good. The Heavenly Recording Studio was not in the downtown area, but was hidden in an upscale neighborhood. If they hadn't contacted it by phone in advance, the 3 of them almost didn't find the place. When they walked into this neighborhood store that also sold musical instruments, a beautiful woman wearing a black wraparound skirt and looking to be in her early 30s greeted them with quick steps. Hello, is this Mr. Fang? She took the initiative to extend her hand. Yes, you are Boss Tong, right? Fang Yang reached out and shook her hand. It only felt that her hand was delicate and not rough at all. Yes, my name is Tong Fei. I'm the owner of this store. A few of you come with me. Are you okay with this store? Fang Yang glanced at the empty storefront. It's fine. My daughter will come down to watch the store. Tong Fei smiled. As her words fell, a high school-looking teenage girl walked down the stairs, not even looking at Fang Yang and the others, walking into the counter while playing with her cell phone. Fang Yang couldn't help but smack his lips secretly. This Tong Fei didn't look very old, but she even had a daughter who was in high school. He shook his head and followed Tong Fei into the recording studio. Chapter 18, The Rest of My Life. The recording studio wasn't large, estimated to be around 30 square feet, and it was filled with a wide array of various professional equipment that looked expensive. I wonder what song Mr. Fang would like to record? When asking this, Tong Fei thought that Fang Yang was just like other young people who made up a song on a whim and wanted to record it for his own listening. It was of a playful nature. However, when Gao Xiaoye took out the sheet music from her backpack and she swept it with a casual gaze, her expression instantly changed. It doesn't seem to be a crude playful piece? Her gaze began to become serious, and her mouth even hummed softly. After reading it once, she couldn't help but read it a second time. What's wrong? Any problems? Fang Yang laughed. This is the song you wrote? Tong Fei's expression was incomparably surprised, as if she had seen something unfathomable. Yes, and I've already registered the copyright. So Boss Tong doesn't have to worry about copyright infringement liability. That's not so bad. We have to sign a liability waiver. Even if it's really written by someone else, it has nothing to do with us. Tong Fei laughed. I'm just a little curious. Mr. Fang is so young to have written such a good song. I also had a momentary burst of inspiration. Fang Yang said cheekily. Then is this song sung by yourself? No, it's sung by my sister. She's studying music. Good. Here's a contract. See if you have any problems. I'll synthesize the score into an accompaniment. Then you can record it. Fang Yang took the contract and roughly read through it. Feeling that there should be no problem, he directly signed his name. On the other side, Tong Fei also operated various professional equipment and software, and started to produce the accompaniment. After waiting for about half an hour, Tong Fei nodded her head and smiled. Alright, it's ready to record. So fast? Gao Xiaoye was a bit surprised. She was a professional. Of course she knew how impressive it was to produce an accompaniment in half an hour. Tong Fei smiled and said to Gao Xiaoye, Sister is just so fast. Fang Yang held his forehead and mourned for Tong Fei's daughter, who was flat out a generation shorter. Are you ready? Fang Yang looked at Gao Xiaoye. It should be ready, right? It was really time to start recording, and Gao Xiaoye was also nervous. Tong Fei smiled. I'll play the accompaniment once. You guys listen to it, and I'll change it if there's something wrong. Soon, the accompaniment version of The Rest of Your Life afterward rang out in the recording studio. Fang Yang nodded his head secretly as he listened.
He had to admit that this Tong Fei was something. The accompaniment produced was almost indistinguishable from the original version.
He nodded his head and said, "No problem, it's exactly the same as I thought." "Good, then let's start recording." Fang Yang touched Gao Xiaoye's head, giving her one last comfort.
Gao Xiaoye walked to the front of the microphone like she was stepping into a torture chamber. When Gao Xiaoye put on the headphones,
Fang Yang and the rest of them all retreated, only looking at her through the glass.
A few seconds later, the accompaniment played and Gao Xiaoye closed her eyes.
"Find the sun where there's no wind. Be the warm sun where you're cold. Personnel are in abundance. You're always too naive. For the rest of my life, I only want you." Gao Xiaoye's pleasant voice rang out in the recording studio.
Tong Fei was instantly filled with surprise. She didn't have much confidence in this little girl at first,
worrying that she would ruin this good song. However, at this moment,
this worry completely dissipated. This girl's voice was too good.
It had a healing power.
It was simply made for singing.
Fang Yang was equally surprised.
He knew that Gao Xiaoye sang beautifully and had heard it more than once.
However,
it did not occur to him that singing it in the recording studio would have such a stunning effect.
After only hearing the first few lines, he knew that this song could definitely catch fire. By then, maybe Gao Xiaoye would also be recognized by the music company and look for her to sign. "The rest of my life afterward. Wind and snow is you. Blandness is you. Poverty is also you."
The song continued, being recorded little by the running equipment.
A few minutes later, as the last note came out, the entire recording studio was completely quiet. Fang Yang and Tong Fei both didn't say anything, still reminiscing about the feeling they just had.
Gao Zichang scratched his head and said,
"What's wrong? Isn't this singing good?"
Gao Xiaoye opened her eyes and also looked at Fang Yang and Tong Fei with a puzzled expression, wondering if she should take off her headphones.
"The singing is good." Fang Yang applauded and gave Gao Xiaoye an encouraging look, and then said to Tong Fei, "Is it okay this time?"
"It's okay.
Headphones off."
Only then did Tong Fei come back to her senses and let out a long breath. She had been stimulated a little too much today, and had actually met a genius of lyrics and songwriting and a genius of singing at the same time in one day, which was simply the perfect combination.
Alas, the same young people around 20 years old, why are they so outstanding?
And then look at his own daughter,
not loving to study even if, or an internet-addicted girl, either playing with computers or cell phones. It's really exasperating.
I'll deal with the late stage.
It'll be ready soon.
You guys go sit for a while and drink some water.
Tong Fei gathered her cluttered thoughts and nodded to Fang Yang. "Okay, then I'll trouble Boss Tong." Fang Yang brought the Gao family siblings outside.
The young girl who was watching the store just looked up at them and started burying her head in her cell phone again,
with no intention of pouring water for them.
Fang Yang had no choice but to go to the water fountain himself and pour a cup of water.
Handing it to Gao Xiaoye,
Gao Zichang said in dissatisfaction,
"Where's mine?" Fang Yang didn't have the good sense to say, "Did you break your hand?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Despise you." Gao Zichang huffed and went to pour water, but Fang Yang came and said, "Bring me a cup." Gao Zichang, "Forget it, look at the big rise in stocks. Bear it."
The three of them sat next to a small round table to drink water.
Gao Zichang looked left and right, suddenly playful. To the young girl at the counter, he said, "Hey, little sister, do you want some water? I'll pour you a cup."
The young girl rolled her eyes and continued to lower her head again.
Fang Yang laughed and snickered at him. "You guys are too stingy. What kind of person invites a girl to drink pure water? Go buy a cup of milk tea is more like it." The young girl coldly said, "No thanks." The voice was quite nice. Fang Yang put down the teacup in his hand and walked over, pointing to the computer in the counter. "Can I use it? What do you want to do?"
The young girl frowned slightly.
"Registering an account to release songs later. Not for use."
Fang Yang almost lost his breath, thinking that this girl's temper was really weird.
It so happened that at this time, Tong Fei walked out and said strangely, "What's wrong, Mr. Fang?" "Nothing, chatting casually with your love." Fang Yang didn't take the opportunity to sue and asked with a smile, "Is the song done?" "Yes, I'll play it once now. You guys listen to it to see if there are any problems." Chapter 19, The Barbarian. Soon, the full version of The Rest of Your Life Afterward rang out in the studio, instantly curing the crowd's bad mood. Fang Yang expressed his satisfaction and praised Gao Xiaoye some more.
It was Gao Xiaoye herself who felt a little ashamed, always feeling a little weird listening to herself sing.
At this time,
the girl who was watching the store raised her head and gave Fang Yang a surprised look.
Obviously,
she also didn't think that the songs that these few people casually came up with were so good.
"How much is it? I'll transfer it to you." Fang Yang asked Tong Fei with a smile.
"I said 4,000 before, but you guys recorded this song too smoothly.
It went through in one go and it's so good, so why don't you just give it $3,000? Tong Fei had the intention to befriend Fang Yang and took the initiative to reduce the amount by $1,000.
"Okay,
Then thank you Boss Tong. Fang Yang swept the code to pay, then received a USB flash drive from Tong Fei, and a business card. It's me who thanks you guys, letting me hear such a good song. I look forward to your better works. Don't worry, next time you have a new song, you will definitely still ask Boss Tong to record it. Fang Yang put away the USB flash drive and business card and took the Gao family siblings to say goodbye and leave. Tong Fei had been watching them drive away before she sighed, and said to her daughter with some hatred, "The same young people, look at how good they are, and then look at you?" The young girl snorted coldly and retorted, "How do you know that song must be written by them? Maybe it was bought back? Besides, there are plenty of songs that are good but don't catch fire. Maybe they can't even earn back the money they spent on buying and recording the song. How dare you talk back?" Pissed off my mom, Tong Fei walked over and slapped her daughter on the head, then asked, "When I came out just now, what did Fang Yang say to you?" "He wants to use our computer." "And then?" "I didn't give it to him to use." Tong Fei felt her heart was so tired. This daughter must be her nemesis in her past life, reincarnated into their family to take revenge. On the other side, Gao Ziqiang, who was driving, couldn't help but ask, "Old Fang, now that the song is recorded, what next?" "Of course it's to find a computer to upload it, but this matter is very simple. Just leave it to Xiaoyu. Send me back to school first." Fang Yang handed that USB flash drive to Gao Xiaoyu. Gao Ziqiang continued to ask, "Which website do you want to upload it to?" "Penguin Music, I think. The traffic is bigger." "Good. When the upload is successful, I'll find a few more friends to publicize it." "There's no need. It's only a matter of time before the song's word of mouth ferments. Just keep an eye on your stock." "No need to keep an eye on it. The market continues to fall today. Our stock is steadily rising. It's just so capricious." "Is that so? Let me take a look." Fang Yang did not look at the market at noon. At this time also could not help, took out his cell phone and opened the market software. Sure enough, this afternoon's market was unusually intense. The SSE index continued to dive, falling by 2.55% at one point. Even the strong stocks like Xuantong Education did not resist the pressure and were brought down by the general market. From the highest 5.74% rise, wave by wave diving, surprisingly, is to close with a minus 3.45% loss. I don't know if Pops chased this stock. If he did, this bowl of noodles is not small. Huaka Jinzai also opened a board today. Put high self-improvement and Wu Yuanxiao. They are nervous, afraid that it will come to a high dive. Put their own set. Good inside the main force did not take advantage of the opportunity to ship, but with a larger buyer to the disc on the sell-off all take over, and then sealed the stop again, showing the leading style. However, other retail investors in the market is not so lucky. If calculated from Tuesday's high point, the SSE index has fallen 380 points in 3 days, a total loss of more than 8%. Investors from all walks of life, who were previously full of confidence, have begun to hesitate in the face of these 3 large negative lines. There have been many people who have changed their position, feeling that the bull market may be coming to an end, and it is time to cash in on profits and leave the market. Chenyan's customer group is also the same. The mood is pessimistic. Many customers 2 days ago also wailed to plunge to the bottom. Today has been 3 big negative line to change the faith, completely turned into a short. They not only sold all the stocks in their hands, but even the funds in their accounts are ready to be transferred out. Fang Yang, who had just returned to his dormitory, saw that the atmosphere in the group was somewhat pessimistic, so he posted his latest opinion in the group. The SSE index has been overshooting in the short term. You can't cut your meat here anymore, and there's a high probability that there will be a rebound tomorrow. Wow, Big Brother finally on the line. The rebound is stable. Add positions. Add position. Haha, in fact, I feel the same way. I have been full position at noon. Big Brother has no bullish stocks. Take us to fly. I also want to know which stock Big Brother himself bought. Of course, more than 100 people in the group. It is not possible that all of them agree with Fang Yang. There are always some people who like to sing the opposite of others. For example, a guy with the screen name Everyday Money, openly questioned, the SSE index, these 3 crows so ugly, has fallen below all the short-term averages. It is clear that it is going to go to the lower rail of the Bollinger Bands. Here even if there is a rebound, and what is the significance of it? Fang Yang frowned and retorted, going to the lower Bollinger Bands, you say it doesn't count. I say it doesn't count either. Only walking out will tell. Until then, what does it matter if we do a bounce first? You're saying a rebound is a rebound. What if we plunge today and continue to fall tomorrow? Gao Ziqiang had just parked his car just in time to see these words. He immediately typed a rebuttal. If you don't want to do it, don't do it, and no one is forcing you to plunge to the bottom. What's the point of chirping here? Which hole did you come out of again? Did I talk to you? Do you have a toilet in your mouth? It stinks. You're the one who started it. What? You want to practice? Gao Ziqiang was tall and big,
He was not afraid of ordinary people if they were to fight one-on-one. Alright, let's all say one less word. Don't hurt the peace. Mr. Fang's views are for your reference only. Just operate according to your own ideas. At this time, Chen Yan, as the group leader, couldn't help but step in. She hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Humph. I'll see if the market can rebound tomorrow. Everyday Money said one last thing and went straight offline. Fang Yang, on the other hand, chatted privately with Chen Yan and inquired, who is that guy? So incapable of being a human being. Chen Yan apologized. My mom's co-worker's kid, he just went to college, and he and I have only met once. No wonder. It turns out that he hasn't been beaten up by society. Fang Yang sent a smiling emoji. Do you really think the market can rebound tomorrow? Chen Yan digressed. Definitely. This is the general market, and not a topic stock. How can it go down directly? Even if the back continues to fall, here is also going to rebound a little. Then do you have any bullish stocks to recommend to everyone? Chapter 20. Come on. Heard each other. You want me to recommend stocks in the group? Fang Yang was surprised. I am a practitioner. Even if there is a good stock cannot say. But you can. If there is really good stocks, just recommend it. Others earn money will also be grateful to you. Oh, good stocks naturally, but cannot give off for nothing. Must be a meal, 2 meals, 3 meals. Fang Yang can find out so many stocks that are going to go up every day. He only buys the strongest one. The others can of course be recommended to others. It's just that he found this matter troublesome and was too lazy to do it. It's not easy if you want to eat. I'll let the people in the group take turns treating you. Chen Yan sent an emoji that covered her mouth and laughed. That's fine. I'll have High Fortune pick a few stocks to send to the group later. Come on. Heard each other. Chen Yan. In the end, Chen Dame still conceded defeat and helplessly said, tomorrow Friday, if you don't have any arrangements tomorrow night, I'll treat you to dinner. Is it alone? Yes. Okay. I'll screen it properly over the weekend and pick a stock that's suitable for everyone to bottom out. Fang Yang's leading battle method is only suitable for himself. Even if he tells others, others will only dare to buy 1 or 200 shares at most. There is no meaning at all. So he was going to pick a few stocks that could go up from the middle and low levels when he reviewed the market over the weekend. It's just as well to try another set of stock selection methods. The next day, the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index did as Fang Yang predicted. Jumped open high, launched a rebound. Intraday gains once close to 2%. Even if the afternoon suffered a short counterattack, once smashed to the green plate, or by the bottom of the army to pull back, closing instead of a new high of the day, is to close with a 28% increase. The group of partners are excited, have come out to share the joy of the success of the bottom. Only yesterday that questioned Fang Yang's daily money. The whole day did not come online. Apparently stepped short. Do not want to be mocked by everyone. However, Gao Ziqiang, the guy who is only concerned about the chaos in the world, will not let him off easily. This guy also do not know with whom to learn. Every sentence before, must first add a daily money, and then say the next content. As a result, other group members looked interesting, also with him to learn. A time, more than a dozen guys together at daily money. Finally the guy blew up. Depressed, you guys don't ing at me. Annoying. Gao Ziqiang, today is a bald yang yet. I do not know if tomorrow can continue to rebound. What do you say? Add daily money. Daily money, get lost. Gao Ziqiang is not angry. Smilingly suggested, why don't you just change your name? Call it every day watching others make money. The crowd of groupies. This face hit. Definitely swollen. If making money everyday's emotions today were depressed and stifled, then Zhou Jinjin and Guo Meihui were torn and hesitant, because they are closely watched by the Huaka Jinkai today even went up again. Again in 10 o'clock around the strong seal plate. Again all day shrinkage. That is to say, the main force inside still does not intend to ship out, and do not know how much more can rise behind. This small party has two skills. He in the end is blindfolded, or really sure. Zhou advanced and Guo Meihui is really tangled. Although they were Fang Yang's modus operandi to get some of the heart no bottom, but cannot help this chasing up the leading method really fragrant. This Nima, bought everyday stop stock, who do not like, didn't see yesterday's nervous to the hand shaking old Wu, now smiling face folds are open, 2 days gain 15%, and is a full position, as long as the hand faster, in the next open plate immediately stop profit, this mouth meat even if swallowed, how will not lose. This is already the 4th time to judge correctly. Who can consecutively blind right 4 times? Wu Yuanqiao smiled and said, don't hesitate. Hurry to hand over the account to Xiaofang. Every day you hesitate, you have to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars less. Damn. That. I'll call little Fang now and invite him for dinner at night. The more Zhou Jinjin thought about it, the more he felt that old Wu had a point, so he didn't hesitate anymore and immediately dialed Fang Yang's number. However, What he did not expect was that Fang Yang already had an appointment for the evening and politely declined his invitation.
In desperation, Zhou Jinjun could only make an appointment with Fang Yang for tomorrow morning. Anyway, before the opening of the market on Monday, he had to hand over his account to Fang Yang, and Jesus did not want to stop him. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Fang Yang, who had changed into a new outfit, appeared on time at North Wangjiang Road, at the entrance of the Hawker Yun Light Western restaurant. This was the place where Chen Yan had invited him for dinner. This Western restaurant was considered a relatively high-class restaurant in Dongyang, and Fang Yang had not come here even once before. It was said that not only was the environment here good, the steaks inside were also very authentic, and it was the preferred dining venue for some of Dongyang's rich second generation, as well as gold-collar white-collar people to eat Western food. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Fang Yang had just pushed open the revolving door of the restaurant when a waitress wearing a white shirt and hip skirt asked politely, "Table 26. Fang Yang reported the seat number that Chen Yan had booked in advance. "Okay, sir, please follow me." The waitress made a pleased gesture and led Fang Yang towards the interior of the restaurant. At this time, there were already quite a few people dining in the restaurant, basically young men and women in pairs. Of course, there were occasionally a few middle-aged men with young girls. As to what kind of relationship they had with each other, it was unknown. Fang Yang didn't have the heart to look around much. He just swept a general glance. Then, he saw two figures that surprised him a little. Surprisingly, it was Li Weiwei and Shinseki. Opposite them, there sat a young man with an unassuming temperament and covered in designer labels. At this moment, Shinseki was ordering food, while Li Weiwei was chatting with that man. Turning her head inadvertently, she happened to see Fang Yang passing by from a short distance away, so her expression instantly became unnatural. Fortunately, Fang Yang didn't greet her. He just paused for a little while, and then walked over without changing his face, as if he didn't recognize Li Weiwei. However, Li Weiwei's momentary change in expression was still noticed by the man sitting across from her. He swept along with the other's gaze and happened to see Fang Yang's back. "The one who went over just now, is he your friend?" As a rich second-generation man who liked to fight over jealousy, Li Zai obviously hadn't experienced this kind of situation too often, and he asked as if nothing had happened. "Well, his name is Fang Yang. He chased after me some time ago and was rejected by me. I didn't expect him to come here for dinner as well." Li Weiwei replied in a pretense of relaxation. She felt that what she said was the truth, without a bit of deception. Shinseki, who was in the middle of ordering, looked up and said in surprise, "Fang Yang is here too? Where is it? You all know him? What does his family do?" Li Zai asked with a smile. "Nothing, just ordinary working class people." Shinseki said it without even thinking. Li Zai nodded his head and had a plan in his heart. Chapter 21 Free Bill. At this time, Fang Yang had already taken a seat at table 26 and then received the menu from a beautiful woman with an unassuming demeanor on the opposite side of the table. The beauty seemed to be saying, "Whatever you want to eat, feel free to order." Li Zai laughed and said, "This guy is quite capable." Not only did he find a new girlfriend so quickly, but he also managed to get the other girl to treat him to dinner. And it's not too embarrassing. Better not talk about him, let's eat ours. Li Weiwei was worried about Li Zai initiating trouble and tried to interrupt the topic. However, her words instead stimulated the self-respecting Li Zai. He only heard him faintly say, "Since they're your friends, I'll buy the bill together. How can you let a girl spend money on a treat?" He reached out and beckoned the waiter, and said in a very pretentious manner, "When table 26 orders the meal, you can directly tell me the amount and I'll pay." "Sir, you know table 26? The waiter was astonished. "Don't ask so much, just bring the bill." "Okay, then I'll go to the front desk and ask about it now." Watching the waitress leave with a smile on her face, Li Weiwei, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was a little embarrassed. She knew very well that Li Zai was definitely not being kind to help Fang Yang save face, but was deliberately humiliating him. The underlying meaning was, if you don't have the money to chase a girl, just say so and I'll do it for you. It's not too embarrassing to let the girl treat you. Alas, the bad taste of these rich second generation is really annoying. As Li Weiwei was rambling on, she saw the waitress from earlier walk back with quick steps and then say something that neither of them had expected. "I'm sorry, sir. The order for table 26 has already been settled. There's no need for you to pay." "Are you kidding me? They haven't even ordered yet. How come they're checking out?" Li Zai was filled with displeasure, feeling that the waiter was insulting his intelligence. "It's like this, sir. Mr. Fang at table 26 is our restaurant's diamond card member. All the consumption in the restaurant are all free of charge. There is no need to pay separately," the waiter explained with a smile. "Is there any mistake? Doesn't your restaurant only have ordinary members and gold card members? What the hell is a diamond member?" "A diamond member is one that does not accept active applications. It is our restaurant owner's private hospitality card, and all consumption is paid for by our owner." "Really?
your boss wouldn't have recognized the wrong person, right? That person surnamed Fang is worth it for your boss to do this? Li Weiwei and Shinseki glanced at each other, both somewhat unable to believe their ears. I don't know about that. Our boss personally ordered it. May I ask if the few of you have any other needs? Not for now. After that waitress left, seeing the surrounding tables covering their mouths and snickering, Li Zhe only felt his face burning. Originally, he wanted to show a wave of superiority and attract the attention of that beautiful woman at table 26. Who knew that he would be backhanded and slapped in the face, unable to find his way out? What was even more infuriating was that this matter was probably not even known by Fang himself. He was fighting with the heir and lost. This Nima, his lungs were about to explode. In contrast, Li Weiwei's thoughts were even more. She really couldn't figure out when Fang Yang knew the owner of this store, and also became a diamond level member. Could it be that the girl he dined with was the owner of this store? Did Fang Yang fall in love with a rich girl? Is he capable of that? Looking at Fang Yang's back, Li Weiwei's heart suddenly developed a sour feeling. It was as if something that belonged to her had been snatched away. Fang Yang naturally wouldn't know what was happening on Li Weiwei's side. At this moment, he was looking at the dinner Chen Yan had ordered for herself, while he couldn't help but spit. No way? You're just eating a plate of fruit salad at night? What's so strange about it? You're supposed to eat lighter at night, but that's not enough to eat. Why don't I share half of the steak with you? Then should I share half of the salad with you as well? Chen Yan didn't have the good sense to say. Unexpectedly, this guy was not polite at all and immediately nodded his head. Good. Matching meat and veggies makes for a more balanced nutrition. Chen Yan rolled a nice white eye and grunted coldly. Is your thick skin born? Fang Yang said in a serious manner. Of course not. I cultivated this specifically to prevent mosquitoes in the summer. Chen Yan sighed helplessly. She could already tell that the guy in front of her was someone who didn't follow common sense. Arguing with him about this would only take the topic further and further away. She picked up the lemonade on the table and gently took a sip, then changed the topic. I heard that you took over Mr. Wu's stock account, and even bet with their father and son on the general market points? You're quite well informed. You even know about this? They are all my father's friends. Naturally they won't hide it from me. Chen Yan curiously said. These judgments of yours, are they all analyzed by yourself? If Chen Yan still felt that Fang Yang was unreliable at first, then with Fang Yang continuously guessing the trend of the general market, she also had to accept that Fang Yang was a stock speculation expert. This fact, there's no such thing as analyzing, it all depends on blind guesses. It's just that I'm more lucky. Fang Yang had a very low-key look. Are you a professional investor? Chen Yan continued to ask. Well, semi-professional I guess. Have your own stock speculation studio? Fang Yang remembered his humble bedroom and said stiffly. Yes. Do you want to go and take a look? Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. Chen Yan was non-committal and ended the topic. Next, Fang Yang asked Chen Yan some more personal questions. Only then did he realize that this girl was considered to be from a financial family. Her grandfather and father both served as middle and high-level leaders in the bank, with extremely wide connections. Mother is also own company, family annual income of millions. No wonder she was able to enter the securities company as soon as she graduated from college, and has so many big clients under her name. It turns out that it is also an invisible rich second generation. The two ate and chatted, and the meal lasted for more than an hour. However, when it came time to settle the bill, something that made the two people a little surprised happened. Their table was actually exempted from the bill. It was said that the owner of the restaurant had personally ordered it. Chen Yan immediately pursued. May I ask what your boss's name is? The front desk girl explained. Our boss is surnamed Gua. She said she would contact Mr. Fang tomorrow morning. Chen Yan then realized that the other party was looking at Fang Yang's face. She couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Doesn't this mean that she didn't invite out for this meal, and she will have to do it again next time? Fang Yang was indifferent. Since the other party said that they would contact him tomorrow morning, he didn't need to rush to get to the bottom of the matter. So he pulled Chen Yan out of this Western restaurant. You really don't know the owner of this restaurant? Chen Yan was still dwelling on what happened just now. Didn't I say? It's my first time here. Then why did they give you a free bill? You want to know? Come with me to the appointment tomorrow. Fang Yang said smilingly. I'm not interested. Chen Yan skimmed her mouth and walked forward. It doesn't seem to be very hot today. Do you want to take a walk? Fang Yang cheekily made a proposal. Chapter 22. The little girl is a bit interesting. Then it's not up to you? No one cares if you want to walk home. Chen Yan stifled her laughter and walked towards the parking lot, just dropping a sentence. I'm leaving first. Ha, you even drove here. How polite. Fang Yang followed without saying a word. What's wrong with you? Did I say I would send you home? Chen Yan was somewhat speechless as she looked at this cheeky man. Mainly because it's so late. It's not safe for you to drive alone. I'm responsible for protecting you. Without changing his face, Fang Yang pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side. Chen Yan had no choice but to drive her Volvo S40 to send Fang Yang home first.
It was good that both of their families were in one direction. The straight line distance would not be more than 5 kilometers.
It was not a detour. When the car passed by the municipal park,
Fang Yang remembered something and couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you go running in the park these days? There are too many people in the park." "I changed places."
Chen Yan naturally wouldn't tell Fang Yang that she deliberately changed places because she didn't want to run with Fang Yang again and make it look like a date.
"It's good that you didn't give up halfway. Something like exercising must be consistent."
"A certain 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing," Guy said loudly.
Chen Yan was about to answer, when suddenly Fang Yang's cell phone rang, so she stopped making noise and let Fang Yang answer the call. "Brother Yang, our song has finally been reviewed." As soon as the phone was connected, Gao Xiaoya's delighted voice came out from the microphone.
She had uploaded this song last night, and it was only reviewed and passed this morning, and then there was no movement all afternoon. It wasn't until just now that it was inadvertently discovered by netizens and then harvested the first batch of comments.
Fang Yang was a bit amused, thinking that wasn't this something that would happen sooner or later? He followed this girl's words and asked, "Then what did the netizens comment on it?" "They all say it's good, saying that the lyrics are especially well written, and that they want to cry after listening to it. Others said that they sang about the first half of their lives and asked when they would release an album." "No one praised the singing?" The singing is actually only average." "Well, stop being modest. Excessive modesty is pride, but I'm just being proud. I can only say, it's really you." Listening to the giggles coming from the phone, Fang Yang said helplessly, "Okay, I have something to do. Let's do this first. If anyone contacts you in the next few days, just give them my phone number." "Okay." Fang Yang hung up the phone,
a hint of a smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yan stole a glance and asked tentatively,
"Girlfriend?" "No, it's my younger sister." "Kissing sister? What for? You investigating the household? Just curious." Fang Yang laughed and countered, "Then I'm also curious for once. May I ask this beauty, does she have a boyfriend?" "Not telling you. That means there is." Fang Yang had a look of certainty. "Nonsense." "Oh, so there isn't." Chen Yan stopped talking. Fang Yang continued to tease her. "Then I'm relieved. What does it have to do with you, little brother?" Chen Yan blankly glanced at him, 1,000 times more charming. "Of course it has something to do with it. I'm going to chase you." Fang Yang said half-heartedly, "I'm not interested in little kids. I'm not small." Fang Yang shook his head. "You were already younger than me. I'm not talking about age." Chen Yan froze for a moment, and only reacted after a while, and immediately turned red. She jerked the steering wheel to bring the car to a stop by the side, then said with a red face, "You get down." "Hey, you're not so bad, are you? It was just a joke. Get down." Chen Yan increased her volume. Fang Yang had no choice but to open the car door and get off. The next thing he saw was this Volvo as if it was on fire, scurrying out and quickly disappearing in front of Fang Yang. The little girl is a bit interesting. Has she really never been in love? Fang Yang recalled Chen Yan's cute look of annoyance just now, and smiled as he walked in the direction of the neighborhood. Anyway, it's not far away. Take a few steps, just as a snack. When he was about to walk into the neighborhood, Fang Yang received a message from Shinseki. Only the content of the message made Fang Yang somewhat speechless. Surprisingly, he asked the girl who dined with him at night if she was his girlfriend. Fang Yang thought, none of your business. You are in charge of really wide. He didn't reply at all. After a while, Li Weiwei also sent a message over, saying that Li Zhe was Shinseki's friend, and she was just accompanying Shinseki to have a meal together. Let Fang Yang not think too much. Fang Yang thought to himself, where are you two playing wheel wars? He also ignored Li Weiwei. You love to eat with whoever you want to eat? It's none of my business. It's none of my business. Why are you explaining this to me? Sure enough, in this world, as long as you do not care about two kinds of idle matters, it will be much easier. These two things are none of your business and none of my business. It was a pity that while Fang Yang didn't take this matter to heart, there was one person who cared a lot. He even started to use his own connections to investigate Fang Yang. As long as he was sure that Fang Yang had no background, he didn't mind giving this kid a bit of a hard time, daring to make young Master Li lose face. How could this matter just go away? The next day was Saturday. Fang Yang left his house in the morning and went to a tea house called Pinfu. The rarely confused boss Zhou had to invite him for tea, and he didn't know what he was looking for. Zhou advanced was a short, chubby, middle-aged man with a huge beer belly and a Maitreya Buddha-like smile on his face at all times. He was obviously a big boss with tens of millions of dollars in assets, but at this time he was doing the role of welcoming the guests. Standing at the entrance of the tea house, he waited for his god of fortune to come over. After Fang Yang came down from the cab, Zhou Jinjin rushed to welcome him.
pulling Fang Yang a good deal of pleasantries and compliments. Before bringing him to an elegant box, there was already a guest in the box who arrived first, a well-maintained middle-aged woman, probably around 40 years old, with an unassuming temperament. Elder brother Fang, let me introduce to you. This is Bosqua of Hokker Yunlai Western Restaurant, and also a member of our Galaxy Securities large account room. Fang Yang was guessing before. This woman shouldn't be the owner of the Western food restaurant that gave him a free bill, right? Now after listening to Zhou Jinjin's introduction, it was indeed the case. Hello, Mr. Fang, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Guo Meidhui. The woman reached out her hand to shake Fang Yang's hand, revealing a gentle smile. Ms. Gui is too polite. I'm really a bit flattered to receive such an expensive gift on our first meeting. Seeing a very delicate silver white card handed over by Guo Meidhui, Fang Yang hurriedly said politely. Although he received the card, he did not put it away, but placed it on the table first. He had to find out what the other party was looking for before deciding whether to accept this gift or not. After all, if what the other party wanted him to do was too difficult, then the gift should never be accepted. Chapter 23, Speculation Studio. It's just a membership card. It's not much of an expensive gift. Mr. Fang doesn't need to be too concerned. Guo Meidhui took Fang Yang's actions in her eyes, and in her heart, she evaluated him a little higher. I'll take a seat. Let's drink tea first and then chat slowly. Under Zhou Jinjin's greeting, the three of them took their seats together and then lifted their teacups. Elder brother Fang, what do you think about the next market of the general market? A few people drank tea for a while, and Zhou advanced brought the topic to the stock market. Oh, this is not easy to say. Fang Yang brewed the language and laughed. First of all, this position is definitely high. The valuation of all the stocks is already very high. It can be said that it is the stupidity stage. The next can only be fast in and fast out. It is no longer suitable to hold in the middle line. Oh, you think the market will end any time? Zhou advanced pursued. Who can say for sure about this? The situation now is that the position is high, but the sentiment to go long is still there. As long as the sentiment doesn't collapse, it's not impossible to go up for another month or two. Of course, the next market won't be all stocks going up together. It will be a great test of stock picking ability. Hearing Fang Yang's words, both of them agreed. Isn't this what the market is like during this period of time? Buying the right stocks is a bull market every day, and buying the wrong ones gets beaten up every day. It's like fire and ice. So this is exactly the main reason why we asked old brother Fang out today. Zhou Jinjin sighed and spoke his true thoughts. We want to get a stock speculation studio, and then ask old brother Fang to come over and help us run the market. I wonder if little Fang is interested. A stock speculation studio? Fang Yang laughed. Did Manager Chen not tell you guys about me? What's your situation? I'm still in college. Ha, we thought you were a professional investor. The two men were a bit dumbfounded. Actually, I have not been in the market for long, and I am still in the learning stage. Fang Yang told the truth. However, Zhou Jinjun and Guo Meike did not believe it at all. Joking, you analyze the market are accurate to the point. Choose bull stocks. Buy one up one. You tell me you are a novice? If you are a novice, we old stockholders should go to buy a block of tofu and die. Fang Yang continued to ask, where are you going to build a studio? Right behind Hokker Yunlai in the Yushan Meidi neighborhood. Mr. Wei just happens to have a house vacant there, so as long as it's simply cleaned up, it can be used as a studio. Zhou Jinjin replied, it's not far from our school. Fang Yang pondered in his mind, should he agree to them and take the opportunity to move out? Guo Meidhui added, it's also convenient to eat here. All you have to do is make a phone call, and the staff at my store can deliver it to you. Fang Yang gave her a surprised look, not realizing that in order to pull themselves on board, they were so well prepared. He thought for a moment and continued to ask, how much money are you prepared to invest? Tentatively it's $6 million. Put it in 2 stock accounts. The split ratio and cycle are just the same as Lao Wu's. Are there any other requirements? The other requirement is that it's best to operate in separate positions. A few $1,000,000 in a full position in one stock is just too much risk. Guo Meike tried. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. After all, not every stock can rise continuously. If you split the position, once you buy the wrong one, it will affect the return even more. Fang Yang does not want to get so troublesome. After all, he still has to operate his own account every day to choose a stock that can rise. Directly pike how much trouble? Then it's better to follow your own thinking. We just need to be able to see your operation every day. Okay, I promise. You guys get the account and agreement ready. I can sign it anytime. Although adding another $6 million of capital was also a big challenge for Fang Yang. But who would mind having too much money? A 40% profit of $6 million. Thinking about it was mind-blowing. Good. Then we'll prepare the studio in the next 2 days. Buy everything we need to buy. And by next Tuesday at the latest, you can come for acceptance.
Is it okay if I call out a friend to help? Fang Yang couldn't operate 4 or 5 accounts by himself. He was going to call Gao Zicheng over to operate together. Hadn't that guy long felt that driving and delivering was no fun? He would give him a chance himself. This is certainly possible. If you need a professional trader, we can also poach one from another company. Zhou Jinjin hurriedly said. This can't be used for the time being. Operating 4 accounts. The 2 of us, my friend and I, are enough. Next came the familiar process of signing the valet agreement and receiving the stock accounts. Up to this point, together with Wu Yuanxiao's more than $2 million, Fang Yang's scale of valet finance had reached $8 million. In the short term, he is not ready to take orders anymore. As long as he operates these accounts in his hands well, it is enough. From the tea house, Fang Yang was about to call Gao Zicheng and tell him about it. Who knew that guy even made the call first? Old Fang, where are you? Just finished my errands and ready to go home. What's wrong? That's just as well. Come and help me with the bill. What the hell? I asked my dad for money. He wouldn't give it to me, but gave me a couple of IOUs, saying he'd give me whatever he wanted back. Is it still hard to ask for money with IOUs? The key is that there's a problem with the IOUs. People don't always recognize them. What's the problem? Oh, come here first. Where are you? A street of ghosts and wolves. Half-a-day demon grilled fish store. Come on. Gao Zicheng hung up the phone after saying that. Fang Yang could only curse and reach out to stop a cab. The so-called ghosts cry and wolves howl a street, meaning that this street KTV a lot. A night is a variety of magical sound into the ear. Ghosts cry and wolves howl, scared to cry a lot of children. So this is the name. Half-day demon grilled fish store is located in the middle of this street. The area is not small. The traffic is also very large. Their family had a very large variety of fish with a delicious taste, a large portion of which was supplied to them by the Gao family's father and son. Logically, Gao Zicheng and the owner of this store knew each other, and brought in the IOUs, so the money owed should be easily recovered. However, Gao Wanquan dropped this IOU into the water due to a carelessness. The handwriting on it is a bit blurred, and even the signature is hard to see, so it's strange that people can recognize it. At this moment, Fang Yang just looked at this face of the note, a face of speechless. If you take this to ask for money, people are afraid that they will die laughing. Yeah, maybe even happily treat us to a meal of roasted fish. Gao Zicheng said with a bitter face. Do you have any good ideas? How much is this IOU? 8,000? Fang Yang could only barely make out a capitalized 8. Yes, there are 2 smaller ones. I can handle them myself. The main one is this 8,000. Chapter 24, Righteous Father. Receive my child's worship. If you really can't, then don't. I just took a big deal. I'll earn a few $1,000s back in minutes. Fang Yang shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent face. That won't do. The money you earn is yours. I want to top up my account with my own skills. Gao Zicheng followed Fang Yang's stock speculation in the past few days, watching the stocks in his hand soar every day, while his capital was only a pitiful $20,000. There was simply a feeling of losing several $100 million, and he now dreamed of increasing his capital. If it wasn't for the fact that his acting skills were really not up to par, he would have wanted to find a few friends to put on a play and cheat some money from the old man. Alas, I go up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a second. For you to ask me to waste my brain cells for your $8,000, it's really a wire pull for a toothpick. It's a big deal. As long as you can help me get the money back, I will never be your righteous father again. Gao Zicheng said with a serious face. Say that again for us sake? Fang Yang's eyes glared. Ha. I mean, in the future you will be my righteous father. This stunt was still played by the 2 of them when they were in high school, and the rule at that time was that as long as anyone gave the other person a favor, the other person would call him or her a righteous father. Only later after graduating from high school, both of them felt that this kind of play was shameful, so they gradually stopped mentioning it. I didn't expect that nowadays. Gao Zicheng was willing to be a righteous son again in order to get this $8,000. Fang Yang felt funny. He touched his chin and thought for a while, and asked, how many IOUs are there in total? 2, 1 for each side. Fang Yang had a little thought and smiled. Let's go and try to swindle him first. If it doesn't work, then we can think of other ways. Seeing Fang Yang push open the car door and walk down, Gao Zicheng hurriedly reminded. This IOU is not taken? Can't take it. Take it over and it will be exposed. Just put it in your pocket. The 2 locked the car door. Into this grilled fish restaurant, at this time has not yet arrived at noon mealtime. The store guests are not many. Gao Zicheng and the door of the welcome girl said a word. Took Fang Yang straight to the grilled fish store owner's office. The owner of this grilled fish store was called Feng Deli, a middle-aged man in his 40s with shaggy hair. His cheekbones were a bit high, and his face belonged to the category of people who were not easy to deal with. Seeing Gao Zicheng coming, he was a bit surprised and frowned. I didn't ask for any goods today, ah? Before Gao Zicheng said anything, Fang Yang took the lead and said, "We're not here to deliver goods today. We're here to collect debts." Collect accounts? What kind of person comes to collect accounts early in the morning? Fong Deli's face was a little displeased. $9,000 isn't much, so there's no need to separate morning and afternoon, right? Fang Yang retorted with a smile. How much did you say?
Fong Deli thought that he had heard wrong and was stunned.
9,000 It's written in black and white.
You wouldn't want to renege on the debt, right?
Fang Yang was astonished.
Young people with bad eyes go with a pair of glasses. I clearly remember it was $8,000.
When did it become 9,000? Fong Deli said.
Found the note from the drawer and slammed it in front of Fang Yang and Gao Zichang.
As soon as Fang Yang picked it up, he said in confusion, "Isn't it 9,000? How did it become 8,000?
You wouldn't have secretly changed one,
right? How can IOUs be changed? It's all signed on it." Fong Deli looked at Fang Yang angrily.
"Oh, it seems that I remembered wrongly.
It is indeed 8,000, so pay up." Fang Yang smiled, folded the note and put it into his pocket.
Now that the witnesses and material evidence were all there,
the next step would be easy. Fong Deli's eyes went straight.
He then reacted that he was being punked, so he stood up with a tang and said angrily,
"Quickly return the IOU to me." Fang Yang was surprised. "If you take out the $8,000, won't the IOU be given to you? What kind of routine is it to ask for an IOU without giving money?"
Fong Deli turned his gaze back to Gao Zichang and said in a cold voice, "Xiao Gao,
could it be that your family is not going to deliver to my store in the future?"
Gao Zichang said stiffly, "One size fits all.
First clear the old account. The later account can be counted slowly. This is originally two things." Well, count you guys tough. Fong Deli knew that he was at a disadvantage,
gritted his teeth and took out a stack of bundled money from the safe behind him,
counted out 20, then handed the remaining 80 to Gao Zichang. Gao Zichang was also not polite, and quickly counted it in front of the other party. "That's right, it's 8,000. Gao Zichang was excited.
With this huge sum of money, plus the funds he had scraped together from other places,
his stock assets would soon be doubled. Fang Yang smilingly handed both IOUs to Fong Deli and complimented. "Boss Fong is really a conscientious businessman. No wonder his business is doing so well. In the future, when our class gets together, we will definitely choose your place." Fong Deli was not sure if what Fang Yang said was true or not, but it was not good to ignore it, so he could only squeeze out a smile and politely send the two away. Fang Yang believed that with this big cake, the other party would definitely not dare to flip out with Gao Zichang's father and son in the short term. The two came outside the grilled fish store. Gao Zichang finally couldn't help himself and laughed. "Old Fong, you really have a way, even using this method to get the money back." Fang Yang smiled and said, "What did you call me?" Righteous father is above. Please accept the child's worship. Children can be taught. Send my father back." Fang Yang walked towards the car with his back. "Doesn't righteous father invite child for dinner?" Gao Zichang said with a smile. "Eat less gutter oil. Doesn't the family meal smell good? But we can stop eating gutter oil." Fang Yang thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. It just so happens that my father has something to say to you." Hawker Yunlai Western Restaurant. Still the familiar table 26. Fang Yang cut the steak while talking about the opening of the studio. When Gao Zichang heard that Fang Yang had pulled in $8 million of capital and was going to help people manage their finances on behalf of others, he was so shocked that he even dropped the fork in his hand in fear. He couldn't believe it. Are those rich big bosses crazy? Giving us so much money to trash? Fang Yang stuck a knife in his steak and grunted coldly. "I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language." Cough. "I'm trying to say that these rich people are so discerning that they spotted you. The future stock god. At a glance. Don't brag about it. Let's just make some money ourselves." "What stock god? Get yourself in trouble?" Keep a low profile." Gao Zichang's mouth concurred, but his heart surged with a strong desire to pretend. Fang Yang continued. "In a word, do you want to come over and do it with me? That must This broken car I do not want to touch a day. I will go to showdown with the old man in the afternoon. I want to speculate on stocks full time. In the future, my life by me not by heaven." Gao Zichang excitedly said. This sentence has to be shouted out loud to be effective. "Come on, one more time. Stop it. Such an expensive steak. How unfortunate to be kicked out without finishing it. It's fine. You can come and eat every day in the future. The studio is in the neighborhood behind." Gao Zichang froze for a moment and asked, "When will your studio open?" "Tuesday to do the final debugging. Wednesday should be able to officially open." "What about your classes? What else can I do? Take a vacation? You can't delay earning money because of your studies, right?" Gao Zichang gave a thumbs up and sighed with emotion. "Speaking of which, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Writing songs and speculating in stocks. Why didn't you realize it before? Haven't you heard of a word called Great Enlightenment? Just think of it as my talent awakening." Gao Zichang touched his chin and seriously pondered. There is this benefit of losing love? Chapter 25, Another Stop. I will withdraw from the group. Back home after dinner, Fang Yang saw that his old man didn't use the computer. So he went directly to the study and logged in Zhou Jinjin and Guo Meihui's stock accounts to confirm the amount inside. The whole $6 million was lying there quietly, waiting for his favor. Fang Yang was a bit excited. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, it was the first time he had control over so much money. It was impossible to say that he wasn't excited. The songs were slow to sell, and his first bucket of money would depend on these two accounts next. At this time, he suddenly had a whim and wanted to record the process of the $6 million gradually becoming more and more. So, he clicked on a well-known stock forum in China, and then using the nickname Flat and Unusual Xiaofeng, he registered a new account and started posting. Soon, a very compelling post appeared in this stock forum, causing many netizens to crowd around. From 6 million to 100 million? How many days is the minimum? Follow me and bring you the answer. Just after this post was sent out, someone below started to leave a message. Only the person who left the message, his tone obviously carried ridicule. Hey, owner, quickly don't sleep. Hurry to wake up. In fact, you don't have 6 million. You only have $60,000. The first floor. How can you be like this? You haven't seen the owner's account. How do you know he only has $60,000? I bet the owner has at least 70,000. Upstairs, are you guys playing mahjong? Do you want me to put together 80,000 for you guys? Seeing that the building was a bit crooked, Fang Yang simply took a screenshot of the picture, then covered up the account information and posted it in the thread. Soon, those few netizens who were chatting about mahjong turned on shock mode. There's really 6 million? This shouldn't be P, right? Unlike P, it seems to be a real account. I admit I'm sour. What's so sour about it? Maybe it will become 600,000 in a few days. Ha ha ha, this is a bull market. This kind of market, those who can speculate $6 million to $600,000 should be able to be crowned a god, right? Looking forward to this day. When the time comes, I will definitely come over to worship Fang God. Ha, you guys don't say. The name Fang God is quite catchy. What's the point of having a nice name? It's only good if you can earn money. Make what? Big A is a place to spend money. Don't mislead people. Doghead funny. Big A, people are stupid. Money is plentiful. Come quickly. Fang Yang looked at these boring netizens below the post, really not interested in interacting at all anymore. He sighed and directly closed the webpage and opened the ticker software. The next time, he did not do anything unrelated. Began to seriously study the horizontal breakthrough tactics to fulfill his stock selection commitment. Unlike the highly recognizable leading warfare, it was much more difficult to find stocks from the mid-low level that had just broken out on volume. Because there are so many low and mid-level stocks, you can find dozens of them at random, and the recognition is so poor that there is no way to determine the time of the start. Do leading stocks to accelerate? Is bound to be a continuous stop upwards. Fang Yang just roughly judge the height can decide whether to intervene, but the low breakthrough is not. People may not stop. Sometimes just a 3% or 5% of the volume of the sun hit a new high. Who knows if it is an effective breakthrough? You chase into it, behind the trend of a great deal of uncertainty. Maybe into it does not go up. Not into it, in case it is a real breakthrough. Minutes to accelerate. Simply cannot stare. Anyway, these stocks are not high. Do not require the next day must stop, as long as it can rise on the line. As for which one to buy, let the group decide for themselves. Fang Yang from the selected bunch of low stocks, selected the two most likely to break through the stock, sent to Chen Yan's customer group. Then with the text, these two stocks have signs of volume breakthrough. The upside space has opened. You can choose anyone to intervene according to your own preferences. The message was just sent out, and someone replied. A male groupie with the screen name Grey Wolf was surprised and said, "Wow, the big man recommended stocks. Everyone come out to watch. Coming. All of you get out of the way. Let me pick first. I'm going to buy this Xiaoxiang. It's a good name. It's very show at first sight. Che, what kind of eyes do you have? Obviously this Beijiao Junzheng is stronger. I want to buy this one." Grey Wolf retorted. "It just so happens that one of us will buy one and see which one rises well." Next there were many more active group members who joined the discussion and started to comment on these two stocks. One by one, they all said the right things. As to whether they would actually end up buying them, it was anyone's guess. At this time, Everyday Money, who hadn't spoken in the group for a few days, came out again to sing a different tune. He took a look at the two stocks recommended by Fang Yang and then snorted. "Are you all crazy? These two stocks have risen so high and still call it a bottom breakout? People are shouting for you guys to take over the market." Cootie. They, Gao Ziqiang, who was bragging with the others, took a look and immediately exploded. immediately scolded, just you smart? You don't step short ah? This from the bottom up doubled the stock called high stock?
Then Huaka Jinkai this kind of rose 6 or 7 times.
Is not it called a poisonous stock? The kind of stock like Huaka Jinkai, cutie pie, only buy them. Oh, sorry, I'm the little cutie in your mouth, Gao Ziqiang said, sent a screenshot of Huaka Jinkai's position.
Although there are only 100 shares, but the floating profit is as high as
15.4%. The other groupmates are envious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. High boss powerful ah, this is on the car total leader. Indeed powerful.
Such a high position dare to chase.
Anyway, I do not dare. This stock should be fine. Friday stop blocking orders so big. Monday is sure to go up. Gao Ziqiang modestly said. We are little cute. Playing stocks is like this. With certain smart people cannot be compared. Smart people are looking at this does not work. Look at that does not work. And then the account does not work. Unlike our little cutie, brainless pokies, earn money every day. Oh, lucky to buy the right once. See put you proud of.
I'll see when you lose the principal finished. Everyday earnings didn't choose to evade again this time, but instead barreled with Gao Ziqiang.
TSK, sour, so sour. Want me to lose money? I'll keep going up next week. Piss you off.
If Huaka Jinkai goes up again on Monday,
I'll quit the group. Is this true? I'll do what I say. Good. A promise is a promise. The group master to give us a witness all. Chen Yen said breathlessly. As for that, making a scene like this over this little matter. Humph.
As the saying goes, words don't come together.
Some people shouldn't stay in the group since they don't fit in. Then what if this stock doesn't go up next Monday, the day to make money backhandedly?
Then naturally I will withdraw from the group.
Gao Ziqiang did not hesitate to say. Okay, then it's settled. While Gao Ziqiang and Everyday Money were disliking each other, the other group members, including Fang Yang, did not say anything. Apparently, they also felt that this daily money making was really a bit brain dead, and it might be a good thing to let him withdraw from the group. Of course, the premise is that Huaka Jinkai on Monday can really stop. Otherwise it is Gao Ziqiang who will have to say goodbye to everyone. Chapter 26, I'll be the standard bearer, and Jesus can't stop me. I said so. Time quickly came to Monday morning. Fang Yang again like the previous days, just before class, hurriedly came to school, ready to hide in the last row of the classroom, continue to stare at today's stock market. Who knew that before he even entered the classroom? He was stopped by Li Weiwei who was waiting specifically for him. With a frosty face, Li Weiwei raised her hand and said, Fang Yang, why didn't you reply to my messages in the past few days? The surrounding students who were about to enter the classroom immediately pricked up their ears. The fire of gossip was burning in their hearts. Fang Yang was a bit helpless. Didn't he agree to be a normal friend? What kind of ordinary friend would come to ask for offense for not replying to a message? He spread his hands and said in a perfunctory tone, Sorry, forgot. Forgot? Li Weiwei's silver teeth lightly clenched, her pretty eyebrows deeply knitted. This kind of lame lie. I'm afraid even idiots wouldn't believe it. She suddenly had a feeling that Fang Yang didn't seem to be gambling with her, as if he really didn't care about her anymore. At this time, Shinseki quickly ran out of the classroom and pulled her arm, signaling her to stop talking. She would be seen as a joke. However, Li Weiwei simply couldn't suppress this evil fire. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Fang Yang, what exactly do you mean? What do you mean? Fang Yang was astonished. It's not like I've completely rejected you. Why would you change your mind? Li Weiwei said as a matter of course, as if the one who did wrong was really Fang Yang. The corners of Fang Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he nodded his head and said, Then I thank you. You'd better reject it completely. You, Li Weiwei was furious. Well, class is about to start. It's better for Li to please go back. Fang Yang's smile was sincere and his tone was firm. That aura of not caring was simply causing the surrounding students to drop their eyes. Was this still the super-licking dog Fang Yang from before? How could he have changed so much? Wang Jiale, who had been competing with Fang Yang to pretend to be a pimp but had never won, was even more excited and red in the face. Yes, that's the feeling. One should write it down and talk like that in the future. At this moment, he couldn't wait for Li Weiwei to say this to him as well. And then he also used Fang Yang's words to reject the other party. That would definitely be cool to open the door. Cool to the core. It was a pity that Li Weiwei couldn't possibly cooperate with him, because this girl was about to explode with anger at this moment. Fang Yang, you wait for me. Li Weiwei stomped her foot with hatred and ran out without looking back, not even attending class. Shinseki glanced at Fang Yang and hurriedly chased him out. Fang Yang, on the other hand, didn't care and lazily walked into the classroom, while what came to his mind was the classic scene from the latter-day movie Drug Sweeper. 5 years, 5 years, do you know how I've spent these 5 years? Yang is dead. You picked it? Idol. Scum I'll be. Jesus can't stop me. I said so.
Fang Yang came to the last row of the classroom and sat down beside the three brothers in the dormitory, but he always felt that the other students were secretly looking at him, so he thought for a while and suggested, "Why don't we go to the internet cafe and surf the net? This class is no fun to listen to. It's not appropriate, is it? This class is public relations, and although the teacher doesn't name names, the content is very important." Zhao Zijuan was actually very interested, but his mouth spoke hypocritical words. "My treat. It's not a matter of treating or not." The guy started to do a mental struggle. "Add a bottle of drink. Boss, what do you say?" Zhao Zijuan was finally convinced and looked at Sun Hao. Sun Hao shook his head. "You guys go ahead. I won't go." Fang Yang continued to zoom in. "I'll cover lunch too." Zhao Zijuan threw his book. "Screw class. Lao Si, come give us a hand. Let's rack the boss out." Thus, the four scums from dormitory 306 snatched the teacher before he came and slipped out of the classroom. The four of them went to the OneNet internet cafe outside the school, took out their ID cards and opened 4 computers. Fang Yang didn't sit with the three of them and found himself a hidden spot against the wall. Zhao Zijuan snickered. "Lao San, you won't have to watch a movie early in the morning, right?" Fang Yang didn't have the heart to say, "Play your game. You talk too much." Wang Jialei over there has already started to log in the game. Excitedly said, "You guys get on the number. Jerk up." Fang Yang refused. "You guys play. I'm going to keep an eye on the disc." Cut. "You total just a few $1,000s of funds. Stare at what? Finance and economics college students basically have stock accounts, but the funds in their accounts are not too much, basically between a few $1,000s to $10,000 or $20,000. There are good stocks to buy casually by finished." "Who still stares at Fang Yang smiled and did not explain, directly logged in his QQ number, and the two bosses' account. Sit and wait for the opening. Time passed a little bit, soon to 9:30, the stock market opened again. Today, the SSE index in a series of good news, jumped 25 points higher, and then quickly filled the gap, then began in the huge amount of money, driven by the way up, rose quickly more than 1.3%. Securities, banks, real estate, non-ferrous metals and other sectors all rose. The number of stops soon exceeded 100. Give a person a kind of bull market is back. However, in this atmosphere of soaring, before going independent market stocks were instead sold by the funds, have appeared in the high volume of the situation, including Fang Yang heavy holdings of Huaka Jinkai. Huaka Jinkai this stock today opened 9% higher, and then quickly sealed the stop. Who knows that at this time, but there are funds chose to ship out. Not the slightest disregard for the disc smashed 150 million chips out, instantly hit the stock price from the stop price to less than 5%, although it was quickly pulled back by the bulls, but market sentiment has clearly begun to diverge. The retail investors' willingness to chase the rise began to fade, while more and more funds were cashing in on profits. Seeing this scene, Gao Zichang suddenly panicked a bit, and quickly sent a private chat message to Fang Yang. "Old Fang, Huaka Jinzai can't seal the board. What should we do?" "Don't worry, this stock's main force intervention is very deep. So many chips in hand, a day is not out of goods. No matter how he shook in the disc, the end of the disc will certainly pull up." "How do you know?" "The main force told me." Fang Yang paused for a moment and continued, "If you're not sure, sell at the current price and then switch shares with me to buy Quantong Education or Beijiao Junzheng." Although Fang Yang was very sure that his memory would not be wrong, he still couldn't act so confident. That would arouse suspicion. "No way? You changed your shares?" Gao Zigong was shocked and hurriedly opened his account to liquidate his position with a single click. "Just about to change it." Fang Yang quickly replied, "I'm going to buy some Quantong Education. You just buy Beijiao Junzheng. Directly enter near the flat." Chapter 27, The Barbarian retired from the group. Fang Yang had been busy all morning before he finished operating the accounts of Zhou Jinjin and the two of them. He bought them Xiaoqiang Holdings, Beijia Junzheng, and Chuentong Education, and is now preparing to operate his own account. He accounted for 800 shares of Huaka Jinzai, cost 115.3 yuan, as of today's stop price of 155.22, a total profit of 31,900 yuan. The account has reached 122,000 total funds. He is ready to buy 300 shares of Quantong Education while it is still underwater. Because of the trend of Quantong Education, he also carefully recalled yesterday, it is likely to open low and go high. Wide oscillation, with the current price of 370 yuan into the field, to close the market is again more than 10% gain, is equal to his day-to-day profit 20%. Wu Yuanxiao's account is also synchronized operation, only his capital volume is a little large, did not sell at the stop price, is to the average price of 154 yuan to liquidate the position. 3 days of the total profit of 518,000 yuan. Just when Fang Yang and Gao Zichang busy pouring the hands of the stock, and Gao Zichang bet daily money,
also opened the mockery mode. That who? Your stock blew up. Hurry up and call the main force so he can seal it for you. At Gao Fu Shui. What? You don't have the main force's phone number? Do you want me to check it for you? At Tall Fortune Handsome. Also, do you know the process of exiting the group? Do you want me to teach you? At Tall Fortune Handsome. Come out and talk. How rude to ignore people. At Gao Fu Handsome. To make Gao Zichang so angry, he couldn't even type in time and directly cursed with his voice. You're ing sick in the head, right? It's not even closed yet. You're mocking a chicken hair ah.
A moment the main force to pull up the stock price.
I'll see how you end up. Oh, we are betting on the closing gain. Even if he closed up 9%.
As long as the difference of 1 penny did not stop.
That does not count. Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, you wait to withdraw from the group on the line.
Gao Zichang said stiffly.
In fact, his own heart is also very panicky,
because near the noon close, Huaka Jin Kai surprisingly began to accelerate the diving.
The increase has fallen back to 3% near.
The daily chart appeared a long upper shadow line, and also the volume of the release. How to look at this as the stock price topped the signal. Although he had already sold the stocks in his hand and replaced all of them with Beijiao Junzhang, it was embarrassing to lose a bet and withdraw from the group.
Now, we can only hope that the old party's judgment is not wrong.
The main force really pull up the stock price before the close of the afternoon.
At this moment, the same fidgety, there are Galaxy Securities large account room in the Wu Yuanqiao.
He watched Huaka Jinzai's stock price from the stop all the way back down to 3%.
Anxious or almost on fire, and cannot wait to open their own accounts. The hands of all the positions thrown out. Zhou Jin. They are still adding to the chaos, one after another in the side to persuade him to call Xiaofang, under the pretext of inquiring about the market, to remind Xiaofang to throw away the stock. His grandmother. This kind of finger-pointing phone call can be made? It's a wonder that it won't make Xiaofang angry.
It was hard to endure until the closing of the market at noon.
Wu Yuanqiao couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly logged into his stock software.
Zhou Jinjin and Guamehui also stretched their necks out and looked over together.
Ha! Changed stocks? Switched to Kwantong Education? Wow! -2% bought Kwantong Education. Now it's up 7%. Made a fortune.
And Huaka Jin Kai sold also good.
154 yuan.
Basically near the stop.
Ha ha ha.
I said Xiaofang is a master.
Right? This in and out of the timing of the grasp. Really powerful ah. 3 days earned more than 500,000 yuan. Really too outrageous.
Zhou Jinjin was still worried for Wu Yuanqiao, but it turned out that people's stocks made a profit of 18% in one day.
Taking sacks of money.
His own account to buy Shoushun Holdings, as of noon closing, only made a profit of 2%.
Simply have a kind of, the clown is actually my own feeling. After the opening of the afternoon,
the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index continued to rush high, the highest rise of more than 3%,
recovered the 20-day average.
Individual stocks also followed the boat high. Even the weakest trend of the show strong holdings, the highest also rushed to 4.87% rise. Guamehui and Gao Zichang bought the northern suburbs of Junzhang, but also from -2%,
all the way up to 18%.
Intraday profits of more than 10%.
Fang Yang and Wu Yuanqiao bought the Kwantong Education, the same trend, closing up 7.69%. According to their entry price, the day's profit were more than 9.8%. Of course, today's most beautiful boy belongs to Huaka Jin Kai. This stock is just as Fang Yang predicted. After a full day of shock, in the end of the day encountered fun sneak attack, from the position of 4% straight line pull plate, and ultimately sealed the stop. Seeing this scene, every day to make money, do not wait for Gao Zichang again taunted him, directly withdrew from the group. From now on, there is one less barbarian in the group, and the atmosphere will be more harmonious. Of course, at this moment there was no one to pay attention to the whereabouts of everyday money, because all the people are regretting not buyer Yang recommended those two shares, especially that northern suburbs of Junzhang. Early morning opening into the market, closing float 11%. Does not smell good? Why not buy it? Angry, stepping out of a board, then ing stop still hard ah. This is the common problem of all retailers. Other people recommended shares, even if they feel good, will not easily go to buy, wait until really up, and shoot the thigh. This is also the reason why people flirt with people who speculate in stocks. The right leg is thicker than the left leg. All day patting the thigh, cannot be thick? Fang Yang read the group message for a while and was ready to get off the plane and leave. He was going to talk to the counselor and take some time off. Otherwise, if he missed class every day like this, sooner or later he would be caught by the teacher, and that would be even more passive. However, just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller's number was attributed to Peng Chang, Fang Yang's heart moved. Could it be that his new song had been spotted by someone?
He pressed the answer button and a slightly magnetic man's voice came out. May I ask if it's Mr. Fang? Yes. Who is it please? I'm Lu Ming, the operations director of Penguin Music, and I'd like to talk to you about signing the song The Rest of Your Life Afterward. Okay, go ahead. After our company's evaluation and discussion, we can currently offer you 2 types of exclusive buyout contracts. For the first type of contract, we will give you a one-time fee of $600,000, and we will exclusively represent the song The Rest of Your Life Afterward, and all the copyright fees generated afterward. You will account for 60% and we will account for 40%, and the contract will be signed once every 3 years. The second type of contract, that is the pure share model. The signature fee is $100,000, 4 cents for each play, and the income is settled once a month. Regarding the copyright share, you account for 70%, we 30%, and the contract is also signed once every 3 years. What do you think? Fang Yang didn't even think about it and directly said, I'll choose the second. Split contract. Just kidding, this song might be a fire for many years. Isn't it silly to sell all the on-demand revenue for $600,000? Although the copyright side can have the same income, but how can there be a constant stream of on-demand earnings? Fragrance. Chapter 28. I don't know Li Wanji. Okay, then I'll add your QQ now and send the contract to your mailbox. If it's okay, you can just sign and send it over directly. These 2 contracts given by Lu Ming were both thoroughly researched. No matter how Fang Yang chose, Penguin Music would not lose out. After all, the song was indeed very good, and the data from the past few days had fully explained it. In fact, if he wasn't worried that calling on the weekend would cause Fang Yang to be upset, he would have wanted to make this call on Saturday, because the song The Rest of Your Life Afterward, since it was on the website's recommendation, word of mouth had continued to ferment, and the rankings had soared all the way up to the top 100, waiting for the signing of the contract, and then arranging for another big recommendation. This song could definitely completely catch fire. The reason why the Tian Entertainment Music side was reluctant to pay too much money before was because Fang Yang only gave the lyrics and music, and there was no way for them to verify the spread rate of the song online. If they had been able to get today's data back then, it might have been really possible to offer $2 million to completely buy out the song. Whether or not a song could catch fire was not solely determined by quality. There are songs that are obviously very good, but they just can't catch fire, so paying a high price to buy them back is definitely a blood loss. On the contrary, there are some strange, shoddy, mouth-watering songs that instantly catch fire and attract countless amounts of money in a short period of time. Only after the market verification, those music companies dare to invest heavy money to buy. Fang Yang quoted his QQ number and added friends with Lu Ming. Soon, a contract was sent to his mailbox. He opened it and read it once, to make sure there was no problem. Only then did he find a print store and print out the contract. Then he took the contract and went to see his counselor. He was worried that he didn't have a reason to take a vacation. The counselor of Fang Yang's class was called Guo Zhongming, a tall and thin man around 40 years old with gold-rimmed glasses, and when he didn't smile, he was still quite dignified. He liked to smoke and almost never left his hand. According to Fang Yang's memory, it seems that he would find out about lung cancer a few years later. I don't know what happened later, because at that time Fang Yang had already restarted his life before him. At this time, Guo Zhongming was alone in his office gulping down clouds. Seeing Fang Yang knocking at the door, he nodded slightly and said, "Come in." Fang Yang stepped in, originally wanted to close the door with his hand, but saw that the office was filled with smoke, just like a fire. He simply walked over again and opened the window as well. Guo Zhongming looked at him with some surprise and took the initiative to speak. "Fang Yang, right? I was looking for you." Fang Yang curiously said, "What is it that Mr. Gui is looking for me for? I've heard that you've been so busy with your day-to-day work lately that you don't have time to come to class. Who is this nonsense? I don't know any Li Wanji. Teacher Gui, don't listen to slander." As soon as Fang Yang heard this, he knew that this was someone telling blackmail. Otherwise it was impossible for old Gui to know in such detail. Guo Zhongming was also stunned, and after he reacted, he almost didn't choke to death on the smoke he inhaled. "Your grandmother, I'm talking to you about business. You drive with me, right? The wheels of the car are pressing past my face." "Oh, Mr. Guo, don't be angry. I'm just joking with you. Actually, I've really been a bit busy lately, and it's understandable that I miss a few classes once in a while." Fang Yang interrupted the rising atmosphere with a dirty joke before he began to admit his mistake. This way, no matter who was giving him the eyeballs, it was impossible for Lao Guo to be too harsh on him. "Oh, what have you been up to lately?" Sure enough, Guo Zhongming's tone began to ease up. "I'm not busy with anything. I just wrote a random song, and it turned out to be spotted by Penguin Music, and they want to sign me. Do you think I should sign with them? You can write songs? Really?" Guo Zhongming instantly became energized, even putting out the cigarette in his hand. "Mr. What, take a look at what's this? Fang Yang handed over the contract in his hand.
The rest of your life afterward? This is a song you wrote?
He was thinking at the time that someone who could write such lyrics must be a very literate and talented person.
Unexpectedly, it was actually written by one of his own students? For a moment,
he thought that this was a contract that Fang Yang had gotten himself out of,
teasing him.
But when he saw the content of the contract,
the individual clauses,
he couldn't help but disbelieve it. Because someone who hadn't signed this kind of music contract would never be able to make up these details out of their imagination.
This wasn't a crappy contract template that could be searched casually online.
Rather, it came from the largest music website in China.
Penguin Music. Is this really a song you wrote? Signed by Penguin Music?
Wei Zhongming reconfirmed. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?
I've been busy with this lately, and I'm about to fly to Pengcheng to attend a music producer training, so I'll have to take some time off.
This reason was of course fake, but Guo Zhongming couldn't verify it at all, and he wouldn't bother verifying such a thing.
To him,
the students he brought up and produced an excellent music producer was definitely a huge political achievement, enough to blow for a year.
So without the slightest hesitation, he immediately nodded his head and said, "All right, business is important.
You get busy with yours first.
I'll help you with the school side. Many thanks, Mr. Guo." Fang Yang smilingly took the contract back and tried again.
I wonder which student was so enthusiastic to report my every move to Mr.
Guo. Why are you asking this? Shouldn't people report class matters to me? Guo Zhongming didn't answer positively,
only giving him a look of self-understanding.
Fang Yang pondered a little and understood.
It seemed that it was a cadre in the class who reported. He just didn't know if it was the class president or the secretary of the troop, or the study committee member.
The point was, why did he do it? The teacher didn't even care, so it made absolutely no sense for him to do so, right?
Offending himself for nothing.
Fang Yang collected his mind,
pointing to a pack of soft china on the table.
Mr. Guo,
you have to smoke less in the future.
Originally when the counselor is under a lot of pressure, and then smoking you may not be able to stand this body.
Guo Zhongming froze for a moment.
Some touched said, okay, we'll certainly pay attention to. It's useless to say.
I'll take care of it for you first.
I'll confiscate this pack of cigarettes. Fang Yang smoothly put the pack of soft Chinese into his pocket. Guo Zhongming was dumbfounded.
He had only seen students who gave cigarettes to teachers, but he had never seen one who snatched cigarettes from a teacher.
But in this way, Fang Yang's impression is more profound.
Maybe only this kind of students who are so spontaneous and do what they want to do can write that kind of excellent songs,
right? Fang Yang walked out of the counselor's office and looked at the time just as the last class was about to end.
So he walked quickly in the direction of the classroom. He had to ask clearly who had reported him and why.
Chapter 29. Is there any interest in being the class president? Originally,
Sun Hao and the three of them had packed up their books and were waiting for the bell to ring, so they were the first to rush out of the classroom. Who knew that Fang Yang had sent them a message asking them to intercept study committee member Lu Manman and ask her something? Zhao Zijuan sneaked a glance at Lu Manman, who was listening attentively to the class,
stroked his chin and said, could it be that Lao San rejected Li Weiwei because of Lu Manman? Wang Jialei agreed, not without possibility, although Lu Manman is not as pretty as Li Weiwei,
but she has a gentle character and a good figure. It's just that she seldom shows it.
Sun Hao didn't have the heart to say, then how did you know? Do you know perspective? That's called being professional. Wang Jialei stunk.
At this exact moment, the bell rang for the end of class, and the students walked out of the classroom one after another to the sound of the beautiful piano music.
Just as Lu Manman was also about to leave,
three boys suddenly blocked in front of her and smiled at her.
Student Lu, can you wait a bit before leaving? Looking for you for something. What are you guys doing? Before Lu Manman could say anything, another short-haired girl spoke up. She was the class secretary.
Hu Lin.
Not doing anything. We just have something we want to talk to Lu.
The three of them were still a bit afraid of Hu Lin.
This girl had a rather fiery personality and could spray spittle in your face if she didn't move. Many students in the class were afraid of her. Can't you say something properly? Make it look like a robbery.
Hu Lin was dissatisfied.
Ha ha, since fellow student who was also interested, let's talk together.
A voice came from outside the classroom,
and immediately afterward, Fang Yang was seen striding in. What are you going to talk to us about? Hu Lin asked with a frown.
It's crowded here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Fang Yang casually picked up Lu Manman's small school bag and turned to walk outside. Lu Manman looked at Hu Lin with a look of help, and Hu Lin bristled.
What's the point of being afraid of him? Go over and take a look. A group of 6 people quickly left the school building and walked towards the remote artificial lake. Hu Lin was dissatisfied. What's the point of running so far? We still have to go to dinner later? Fang Yang said without looking back.
I'll treat you guys to dinner.
Okay? Who wants you to treat us to dinner? Hu Lin arrogantly said. If you don't eat, you'll go back by yourself in a while.
I'll treat Mr.
Lu, ha, I don't want it.
Lu Man hurriedly refused, her face turning red.
Fang Yang saw that it was also quite quiet here,
so he simply stopped and returned the school bag to Lu Man.
Then he asked, I just want to know who told me blackmail, telling Laogua that I missed class many times in a row. I didn't say that.
Lu Man was the first to set herself aside.
Hu Linlin, on the other hand, was wary. Why are you asking this, fellow student who seems to know something?
Fang Yang detected the words and immediately pursued the question.
I don't know anything. I didn't say anything anyway. Then it's what the class president said? He has a problem with me? Fang Yang's class president of their class was called Yao Yuan,
a very hypocritical boy who liked nothing more than to have one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. It was only because he was very capable and had a wide network that he was elected class president.
I don't know. He didn't greet me.
Hu Linlin hesitated for a moment before reminding.
But I heard that the class president also likes Li Weiwei. You let Li Weiwei down this morning. It's not too much for him to teach you a lesson, right? Makes sense. It really isn't excessive. Fang Yang nodded and said to Sun Hao next to him, is boss interested in being the class president?
Everyone froze at these words.
1 second they were saying that people weren't excessive, and the next second they were going to take away their class president? What kind of person is this?
Sun Hao quickly shook his head.
How can I be the class president? No way. No way. Fang Yang slightly shook his head.
Sun Hao's ability was actually enough to be the class president, but he himself didn't have the confidence and wasn't willing to challenge himself, so that wouldn't help him.
So,
Fang Yang turned his gaze back to Hu Linlin and smiled.
Then it will be cheaper for fellow student Hu. From now on, the class president of our class will be you.
Hu Linlin said breathlessly.
Is the class president something you can change whenever you want?
Even the counselor can't change the class president without any reason, right? I naturally have my ways.
If you're interested, come with me. Otherwise I'll find someone else. After Fang Yang finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction of the cafeteria.
Sun Hao hurriedly chased after him.
Lao-san, should we go to the class president first to confirm? What if it's not what he said? Fang Yang didn't look back and said, then let's say he's unlucky. Anyway, he can't be the class president anymore. Jesus can't stop him. I said so. Crowd.
Hu Linlin gritted her teeth and quickly followed.
After all, who would want to be a group secretary if they could be class president? Zhao Zijuan, on the other hand, murmured, why is Lao-san so domineering today? Those words just now, they were too energetic.
Wang Jialei skimmed his lips and said, I'm just afraid that it's blowing awesome.
The class president is something he can change whenever he wants? Don't be jealous because you haven't pretended to be someone else.
I don't think Lao-san is talking nonsense. Zhao Zijuan saw through his roommate's small mind at a glance.
Humph, let's wait and see then.
Wang Jialei's old face was red, but he was a dead duck.
Only Sun Hao, who was good at observing, turned his gaze to Lu Man and realized that the girl was flushed and looking at Fang Yang's back in a daze. He couldn't help but sigh for the other party. Fang Yang had changed greatly recently. Even the school flower like Li Weiwei didn't put in her eyes anymore. Where would she pay attention to an ordinary girl like Lu Man?
It seems that this girl is destined to have unrequited love.
Fang Yang brought Hu Linlin to the school cafeteria. First quickly searched once, did not see the person he was looking for, so he took out his meal card and lightly played 2 chicken leg rice back. Hu Linlin was dissatisfied. It's not like I don't have a meal card. Why are you helping me with the rice? The emperor isn't bad with hungry soldiers yet. Feed you first and cooperate with me properly in a while. What exactly are you going to do?
Hu Linlin had been asking this question since a while ago,
but unfortunately Fang Yang never answered. I said, eat first.
When the main man appears I will naturally tell you.
Fang Yang picked up his chopsticks and tasted a mouthful of rice, feeling a bit raw. Another mouthful of the free egg drop soup. Well, it was a bit salty. The chicken leg was also soft, just like it wasn't cooked. The food in the cafeteria is really as bad as ever.
Hu Linlin was also burying her head in her food, but she was obviously not too comfortable.
This was because many students were looking at the two of them, speculating about their relationship. What made her even more speechless was that there was a couple right next to them, intimately snuggling together. You feeding me a mouthful of rice, I feeding you a mouthful of vegetables. A sense of love. Hu Linlin couldn't bear it anymore. She angrily looked at the young couple and said loudly, this is the cafeteria, not your living room. Are you still letting other people eat like this? The boy was not the least bit intimidated, retorting, this food is so hard to eat. How can I eat it if I don't feed it? Hu Linlin was speechless, only feeling so reasonable that she couldn't even refute it. Right at this moment, 2 gazes like substance shot over, instantly causing Hu Linlin to sense it. She looked up and saw that Li Weiwei and Shinseki had just walked into the cafeteria and were looking at them with surprised gazes. Hu Linlin couldn't help but cry out in bad luck. How did she think of coming to the cafeteria with Fang Yang? She really didn't eat any meat and still caused a fuss. Chapter 30, a wonderful commentary. At this time, Fang Yang put down his chopsticks and urged, "Have you finished eating yet? It's time to start doing something." "Do what?" Hu Linlin was a bit confused. "I'm going to wait for you over there. Come over quickly." Fang Yang stood up and walked towards his classmate Shirley. Shirley was one of the students in their class with the worst family conditions. His parents died when he was young and was brought up by his grandmother. He was the most qualified person in their class to apply for the grant for poor students. However, his place was squeezed out by another classmate from a good family. Only that classmate was usually very low profile, unobtrusive. No one knew what was going on, so the matter was left in peace. And the person who operated this matter is their class president Yao Yuan. These things were all heard by Fang Yang inadvertently after graduation that year. However, at this time, this matter was enough to make Yao Yuan lose his reputation. At this moment, Shirley was burying his head in dry rice. A real dry rice, a vegetarian dish, 3 tails of rice, and a bowl of free soup was his dinner. Fang Yang nonchalantly sat across from him and said bluntly, "Does student sure want to know how your poor student grant was stolen?" "What do you mean?" Shirley was slightly stunned and looked at Fang Yang with some surprise. At this time, Hu Linlin also wiped her mouth and walked over, sitting beside Fang Yang. So Fang Yang roughly described the process of Yao Yuan operating all this. Shirley was shocked at that time. How could he not think of it? He had lost the election not because other people's family conditions were worse than his own, but because the class president was behind it. His eyes spewed fire as he said, "What's the benefit of surnamed Yao doing this? Why are you so loud? Afraid that people won't hear you?" Fang Yang glared at him before he said in a bad mood, "What do you think people do when they cheat poor students of their grants? Of course it's to share the money. Would you give him a kickback if he gave you the quota?" Hu Linlin also said incredulously, "Really? How dare they do such a thing?" Fang Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "The so-called deception is just like that. If I didn't say anything, you wouldn't have thought of it, right? How do you know all this? Is there any evidence? What evidence is needed for this kind of thing? As long as you guys have the courage to stab it out, Old Guo will be the first to not let him off the hook. He will naturally investigate this matter in detail. I'm afraid that Mr. Guan knew about this matter in the first place." Hu Linlin was a little worried. "Shouldn't be. Old Guai can't see this kind of petty profit." Fang Yang smiled. "Even if he is really involved, he will still lose his car and protect his honor when the time comes. No wonder you called me over. You want me to step in and do this?" Hu Linlin glared at Fang Yang. "Nonsense. You're the one who wants to be class president, not me." Shirley shot up and said, "I don't need whose help. I'll go and report to Mr. Guo right now." Hu Linlin shook her head and said, "It's better for me to go and test the waters first. Just say that when reviewing the information, I found an anomaly." Fang Yang said, "The specifics of how to play the match, you guys discuss it yourselves. I'm only responsible for providing the shells." Shirley said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Fang, for telling me about this. Otherwise I would have been kept in the dark for the rest of my life. No need to be polite. We are all classmates. It's just a show of hands." Fang Yang took out his own meal card and pushed it in front of Shirley. "In the next period of time, I guess I will rarely come to school. This meal card is for you to use. There is not much money in it, so don't excuse yourself. How can I want your meal card?" Shirley was adamant that he didn't want it, and Fang Yang didn't care about him, throwing the card on the table and preparing to leave. Hu Linlin asked, "You took a break from school?" "Not yet, just took a period of vacation. Contact me by phone if there's something. I'm leaving." Fang Yang left the cafeteria and walked towards his dorm room. He wouldn't be coming to school tomorrow, so naturally he had to go back to his dorm room tonight to clean up and say hello to his brothers. Li Weiwei and Shinseki just stood at the entrance of the cafeteria watching his back. As the saying goes, you only know how to cherish after losing. In the past, when Fang Yang treated her with warmth, she only felt so annoyed. If not for the fact that Fang Yang did help her solve a lot of trouble, she really wanted to drive Fang Yang away completely. However, now that Fang Yang was really gone, ignoring her, she felt uncomfortable instead. Especially Fang Yang was becoming confident and handsome at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even more so, it caused her to feel a strong sense of unwillingness. On what grounds? Why did you stop chasing halfway through? Why did you give up like that? On the contrary, Shinseki was still adding fuel to the fire on the side as she coldly grunted. Wei, let me tell you. In fact, people like Fang Yang are the scariest. He first treats you unconditionally and lets you get used to it all, then suddenly changes his mind and turns around and leaves, so that you can't forget him for the rest of your life. This is playing a mind trick on you. Li Weiwei's face changed slightly. Wasn't she suffering from this right now? Seki, then what do you think I should do now? Of course it's to completely forget about him. With your condition, what kind of man can't you find? Why do you care so much about a scummy guy? But I'm not willing to do that. Time will smooth everything out. Or,
You can start a new relationship right away. Isn't the Lise you met last week not bad? Shinseki had received a lot of benefits from Lise, and began to spare no effort to speak favorably for the other party. Li Weiwei shook her head and said, Lise's kind of rich second generation. We can't grasp it. There are too many women around him. It all depends on your means. You just have to be able to charm him to the point where he's like Fang Yang, dying for you, and he'll naturally break up with the other girls. Li Weiwei sighed. If only Fang Yang and Lise could be one, both having money and dying to her. Such a boyfriend would be perfect. On the other hand, Fang Yang also returned to the 306 dormitory. At this time, his 3 roommates hadn't come back yet, probably went out to eat. He put away some of his belongings and wrapped them in a book bag, ready to take them away tomorrow. Then he went to his computer and pressed the boot button. The computer definitely couldn't be taken away, so it would stay in the dormitory. But now it's fine. It's good to see if the comment section of the song The Rest of Your Life Afterward is as hot as Xiaoyu said. As a result, he was instantly shocked. The comments of these netizens were too damn talented, and were simply comparable to god-level paragraph writers. For example, there is a condensed version of the comments. After the rest of my life, this song I can only give 94 points. Just drove listening too fascinated. Ran a red light to me deducted 6 points. There is also an exaggerated version of, from the kiosk out. Point on the just bought Huang Helu. Listening to the song, After the Rest of Life. 3 seconds later I pressed the pause button. Stepped out of the just lit the cigarette. Returned to the kiosk to buy a packet of Huazi. I'm not inflated. Rather, $12 of cigarettes. Do not deserve such a good song. There is also the outrageous version. Just went to the toilet without paper. Suddenly heard the song The Rest of My Life Afterward. I felt that there is nothing in life that cannot be passed. Do not wipe. Walking out with confidence. Never so confident. Thank you author. Chapter 31 Preparing for Futures. Fang Yang has already laughed and sprayed. It is really everywhere on the internet is a talent. The sentence is better than Li Tai Bai. If there is a netizen in the Tang dynasty, the Tang poems are more than 300? He logged onto QQ and sent screenshots of these wonderful comments to Gao Xiaoye, then told Penguin Music about the matter of Penguin Music looking for him to sign a contract. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoye was overjoyed and asked, You mean, you'll be able to receive a large amount of on-demand fees every month in the future? Yes, we'll share half of this money each, and you'll be a little rich woman in the future. How can that be? You wrote all the lyrics in music. I can only ask for 20% at most. Half is half if I say so. If you don't want it, I'll give it to your brother. Then it's better for you to save it for me. I can't let him give away money in the stock market. Fang Yang laughed. But your brother is clearly making money? How can you call it giving away money? Then I asked him and he said he didn't earn any. This asshole. I'll find him. Fang Yang typed out a string of ellipses as a moment of silence for old Gao, then immediately turned off his phone. Not to give this guy the opportunity to raise the offense. At this time, Sun Hao and the 3 of them came back. Seeing Fang Yang sitting in front of the computer, they gathered together and Zhao Zijuan joked, What is Lao San looking at? Is it secretly enjoying the love action movies of the younger days again? I'm still left-handed and right-handed in slow motion. Fang Yang gave him a blank look and said in a shocking way, I've taken a leave of absence. I won't be coming to school starting tomorrow. Why are you going? Preparing to do a big job. Rob a bank? What do you guys say? Do I go towards the music industry or the finance industry? Fang Yang looked distressed. Zhao Zijuan said breathlessly, Can we not blow our brains out? I just ate my fill. I don't want to throw up. Fang Yang shook his head. These days, no one always believes the truth. Sun Hao asked, Did you really take a vacation? What are you going to do at home? Preparing to compose behind closed doors and write a few more good songs. Like this one. Wang Jialei glanced at the computer screen and snorted. If you can write a song like this, I can swallow my keyboard. Zhao Zijuan chimed in. This song is really good. I've heard it several times. Upon hearing this, Fang Yang hurriedly turned his cell phone on and set it to camera mode. Then laughed. Come on, say it again so I can record it. Just say it. Afraid of you? Wang Jialei really didn't know the dangers of society, and said the sentence he just said again. Fang Yang nodded his head and said, When the time comes, remember to eat your own keyboard. Don't destroy my computer. Che, say it like it's true. Sun Hao shook his head and changed the topic. What did you say to Hu Lin Lin? She came out of the cafeteria as if she was pumped up. I revealed some of the class president's black materials to her. It's up to her how she operates. When the time comes, you guys pay close attention to this matter and always report the progress to me. What black materials? There's no evidence yet. It's not good to talk nonsense. Anyway, you guys just wait for the results. The 3 of them looked at each other with a suspicious face, thinking could Fang Yang really replace the class president? Without realizing it, was Lao San already this powerful? When they went to bed at night, Zhao Zijuan remembered something and reminded, Old 3, I feel that Lu Man seems to like you quite a bit.
Do you want to tease and try? Really? Fang Yang was pleasantly surprised.
Please make sure to tell her. I'm the person with the softest heart. I'm full of weaknesses. She'll agree as soon as she chases me.
Get lost. Shameless thing.
The three of them despised him together and went to sleep.
Fang Yang was naturally joking.
Although that girl Lu Man was good,
she really wasn't his cup of tea. In contrast, he instead found Chen Yan quite interesting.
With white skin and long legs, she had both the shyness of a young girl and the competence of a working woman,
especially when she was wearing a uniform. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take out his cell phone and sent Chen Yan a message. Chen Yan quickly replied. Something wrong? It's good to be in. Recently someone stole a pig. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Do you want to die? Chen Yan sent a fuming emoji. Haha, actually I want to ask, can you open a futures account over there? You want to do futures? Smart. Add a chicken leg. Chen Yan resisted the urge to punch him and replied. Futures accounts you can register with your cell phone. I can tell you the account opening process. It's too troublesome. It's better if you help me with it. I'll go to you tomorrow morning. Okay then. You don't seem very willing, do you? Come on, I am busy in the morning. That's okay, you won't be busy if I go. Never seen you so cheeky. You'll see tomorrow. Fang Yang's desire to pool his funds for stock index futures was not a whim. He realized it when he reviewed the market over the weekend, as if he could recall the movements of the stock index futures, although the high and low points are not too clear, but the general trend in the SSE index is similar. He only needs to go long before 5,178 points and short after 5,178 points, and he will be able to completely gain excess returns. Compared to pouring stocks every day, it is more efficient. After all, the stock index futures on the three contracts do not have to bother to pick. He just need to follow the trend. Brainless stud on the line. And futures, this thing is with 10 times leverage. 500,000 principal can be used as 5 million, especially suitable for small funds. As for the funds are not enough, also good solution. To the close of business tomorrow, Wu Yuanxiao's account. Enough for a week. You can ask for dividends. Fang Yang roughly calculated. Even according to the closing price of 425 yuan tomorrow Quantong education calculation, Wu Yuanxiao's 8,700 shares can also profit more than 450,000 yuan. Together with the 510,000 earned by Huaka Jinkai, Fang Yang should be able to share about 380,000 plus the 100,000 or so in his own account, which was enough for him to open stock index futures privileges. He could even bring his 3 big clients with him to switch to the futures market. The other 2 might be a bit hesitant to step into the futures market easily, but Wu Yuanxiao should agree, because after these days of huge profits, he already had enough profit cushion to have the capital for trial and error. Thinking of this, Fang Yang simply built a WeChat group, pulled all 3 of his clients into the group, and then said his thoughts. You want to go into stock index futures? That thing is a bit risky, right? In the WeChat small group, after hearing Fang Yang's idea, Guomeihui was the first to express her concern. Actually, it's the same. The trend of stock index futures is basically similar to the trend of the general market. If old brother Fang can see the ups and downs of the general market, doing futures won't be any worse. Wu Yuanxiao was optimistic. Just as Fang Yang had predicted, he already had enough profit cushion and dared to take a stab at it. Forget it, I'd better continue to do stocks. Engage in stabilization. Guomeihui politely declined. I'll also wait and see. When you guys make your first bucket of money in the futures market, I'll go join you. Zhou Jinjin hesitated and chose to wait and see as well. Different choices made by people at different times would result in completely different outcomes in the near future. This truth would only be gradually realized by Zhou Jinjin and Guomeihui in regret after the wealth gap between the 3 of them grew wider and wider. Chapter 32 split into accounts. The next morning, Fang Yang first found a courier company and mailed the signed music contract before taking a taxi to Galaxy Securities to find Chen Yan. Chen Yan was indeed very busy. Not only did they have to hold a morning meeting in the morning, but they also had to make return calls to those newly opened customers, reminding those customers who won new shares not to forget to deposit money. There are a lot of trivial things. Fang Yang waited beside him for a while and couldn't help but say, "This job of yours is quite boring. Why don't you just quit and come to my studio to help?" Chen Yan did not have the good sense to say, "Your studio also do not know how many days it can last. Follow you 3 days to starve 9 meals?" Fang Yang said angrily, "I'm not happy when you say that. Why don't we make a bet?" "A bet on what?" "If my studio gets bigger and bigger and I end up setting up a company, you'll come work for me. What if you can't do that? Then I'll let you do whatever you want. Who wants to dispose of you? I don't care. Anyway, the bet has been established. You wait to resign. Fine. I'll see when your company is established. Chen Yan smilingly took Fang Yang's cell phone and helped him register his futures account. Then asked, "Are you going to watch the market here, or are you going back now? Take me to the big account room. I'll talk to Mr. Wu." Good. Chen Yan knew that Fang Yang was running the market for Wu Yuanqiao, so naturally he could go to his exclusive big account room. So she brought Fang Yang to the second floor, in a separate trading room. The conditions here are really good. In addition to a few computers, there are sofas and coffee tables, about a few friends over, blowing the air conditioning and drinking tea. Stay a day will not be anxious. Chen Yan left. Fang Yang casually opened a computer, logging on the stock account and their QQ number, roughly browsed the group news, to the stock market opening time. Today, the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index continued to open high, launching an attack to 4,400 points. Fang Yang yesterday bought 3 individual stocks also have different degrees of gains. Xiaocheng Holdings pulled the most crotch. The highest gain also reached 4.26%, because it is in the account of Zhou Jinjin, so Fang Yang did not operate. Guimeihui's Beijiao Junzheng and Wu Yuanqiao's Quantong Education rose more than 5%. These 2 accounts were Fang Yang liquidated. Guimeihui 2 days profit of 14%. 3 million principal earned 420,000. Wu Yuanqiao is 4 days profit of 38%. 51 million principal earned 954,000. He was so happy that he immediately had to transfer 40% of it to Fang Yang, and his share of the way some unexpected Fang Yang. He is not the account of the funds out in Fang Yang points. Instead, after calculating the amount, he transferred money to Fang Yang separately. The original funds in the account remain untouched, ready to be directly transferred to the futures account tomorrow. In a sense, this is also considered an additional investment on his part. 40% of 954,000, which was 381,000, was transferred to Fang Yang's bank card that afternoon, together with the more than 130,000 in Fang Yang's own stock account. His total assets had reached 510,000, which was already considered rich among his peers. After the afternoon close, Fang Yang gave Gao Zichang a call, ready to take him along to the studio to recognize the door. After 4 days of intense preparations, their studio was basically ready and could be put into use tomorrow. The 2 of them drove to Yushan Meidi neighborhood, following the address provided by Guo Meiwei, and found room 1101 of Building 18. It was a large 3-room, 2-bedroom apartment with a total area of around 130 square feet. One of the master bedroom has been transformed into a trading room, which has a row of computer tables set up against the wall, and there are 6 screens alone on the table, each displaying a different analysis screen. There is also surveillance overhead, with cameras pointed directly at the screen, so if a trader doesn't follow instructions, he or she will soon be discovered. The other 2 bedrooms were lounges with all the necessities. Fang Yang and the others didn't even need to go home anymore. They could just stay here every day. At this moment, Guo Meihui was leading the people from the computer company to do the final debugging of the computer. When she saw Fang Yang coming, she immediately greeted her. "How is it, Mr. Fang? See where else you need to improve. I'll arrange for someone to adjust it." "No need, this is already very good. Later on, if there is a need, then slowly add it." "Is this gentleman the trader you found?" Guo Meihui turned her gaze to Gao Zichang again. "Yes, Xiao Gao is very experienced. With him assisting me, it's already enough for the short term," Fang Yang introduced with a smile. Next to him, Gao Zichang was a bit vain. What experience did he have? Experience in playing analog discs? Also, who is this big sister? Could it be that old Fang has been adopted by her? Cough cough cough. Guo Meihui naturally will not know. Gao Zichang heart-dirty thoughts. After she gave Fang Yang the phone number for ordering food, the phone number for cleaning and the password for the combination lock, one by one, she left with the people from the computer company. As soon as she left, Gao Zichang immediately asked, "Old Fang, that Mr. Guo just now is your investor?" "Yes, from now on, this studio will be our responsibility, and the stock and futures accounts of several bosses will also be handed over to us to take care of." "And futures?" Gao Zichang was a little surprised. "With me around, what are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid." "Not afraid of what? Are you shaking?" "I'm excited." Gao Zichang felt pressurized. He really couldn't imagine that there was a time when he was in control of so much money. "How about it? Is there any confidence to operate these funds?" "Must have. As long as there is no ambiguity in your instructions, I guarantee that I will complete the operation the first time and make sure that there are no mistakes." "Well, usually cheeky, how can I? Must not make mistakes at work. If because of you, caused losses to customers, I will directly hand you over." Fang Yang deliberately scared him. Gao Zichang scared, his legs shook a little. "This Nima, if the operation is wrong, to the customer loss of a few dozens of millions, Selim also cannot afford to pay.
Fang Yang secretly laughed in his heart, but his face was serious, since the ugly words finished. Then we go back to pack a few changes of clothes. Starting tomorrow, we'll live here for a long time. Gao Zichang laughed. I'm sure there's no problem. My parents don't care where I live. You're not sure, right? Uncle Fang would probably be furious if he knew that you didn't attend classes and came to work on the studio. Short term he won't know. By the time he knows, we should be earning money as well. So we'll hit him with money then. The two left the studio and were about to go home individually, but suddenly received a call from Gao Xiaoye. This girl said that Zhou Ruobing, the deputy director of Tian Entertainment Music, was here again and asked her to go out for dinner in the evening. As soon as Fang Yang heard this, he knew that Zhou Ruobing was trying to save the country, and that what she really wanted to ask was definitely herself. So he nodded his head and said, okay, you wait in front of the school, your brother and I will go over to pick you up now. Chapter 33 Xiao Yu stepped into the singing world. Fang Yang hung up the phone. Gao Zichang quickly asked, what's the situation? Tian Entertainment's general manager Zhou came and wants to invite us for dinner. What is she doing here again? It must be because she sees that our song is on fire and wants to talk about it again. Didn't you already sign to Penguin Music? What else is there to talk about? There are so many things we can talk about. For example, getting them to sign Xiao Yu? When Gao Zichang heard this, his hand shivered and he almost drove the car into the green belt. He said excitedly, can we really talk about it? Fang Yang yelled, drive properly. If you get into a car accident, don't talk about anything. Gao Zichang blew awesome, don't worry. I've reached the realm of human vehicle unity. You sit in my car, safer than at home. You roll, and then out of the moth I will go down and take a taxi. Okay, I promise to be steady. You quickly say, what do I have to do to get them to sign Xiao Yu off? Gao Zichang really doted on his sister to the extreme, and his greatest expectations for her were two. One was to marry a good, tall, handsome and rich man, and the other was to help her realize her childhood dream of music. If Fang Yang could really make Tian Entertainment Music sign Gao Xiaoye, that would definitely be a great benefactor to their Gao family. No matter what he was asked to pay, he would be willing to do so. Fang Yang helplessly said, old Gao, don't get excited first, everything is talked about. First go and listen to what Director Zhou has to say. Gao Zichang hurriedly said, okay, but first say yes. If they really sign Xiao Yu, this meal today must be my treat. You are not allowed to rob with me. Fang Yang laughed, good habit to keep. I hope you will say that in the future. The two of them picked up Gao Xiaoye at the entrance of the Conservatory of Music, and then came to the Manhan Hotel that Zhou Ruobing had booked in advance. There was a joke when they parked the car. The security guard at the entrance said to them, deliveries go through the back door, making Gao Zichang angry. He almost smashed his minivan on the spot. He secretly swore that the first thing to do is to buy a good car when he earns money from stock speculation. This Manhan Hotel is only 4-star, but the reputation is not bad. The taste of the food is good. The rooms are also very clean. Zhou Ruobing chose here. Food and accommodation are solved. It is very convenient. Just to make Fang Yang some surprise, the box in addition to the last time to see Zhou Ruobing, but there is also a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing Fang Yang's trio enter, Zhou Ruobing immediately got up and introduced them. Mr. Fang, let me introduce you. This is Chao Jianpain, the operations director of our Tian Entertainment Music. Hello Director Chao. Fang Yang stretched out his hand and shook the other party's hand. His attitude held just right, not too humble. Chao Jianpain smiled and nodded, and in his heart, Fang Yang's evaluation was 1 point higher. Before he came, he had of course read Fang Yang's information and knew that the other party was still a college student, but as Zhou Ruobing had judged, Fang Yang was definitely not a child of an ordinary family, or else he could not have this kind of temperament. Zhou Ruobing introduced Gao Xiaoye's siblings again, then greeted everyone and took their seats. The hotel's waiters should have gotten the order long ago and started serving the food when they saw that everyone was there. In no time, the large round table was filled with sumptuous food. Gao Zichang's face is a little ugly. Just now the great blow big. Also do not know how much money this table of food. Chao Jianpain picked up a bottle of Wulianye and smiled. We still have to talk about things tonight. We'll just drink this bottle. Is that okay? Fang Yang shook his head slightly and said, sorry, I don't know how to drink. Xiao Yu and I will just have a drink. Fang Yang could actually drink a little bit, around 2 taels. It's just that he had experienced the tragedy of his father's liver cancer in his previous life, and knew that alcohol wasn't the least bit good for the body, so he deliberately created the persona that he couldn't drink. Chao Jianpain was obviously a bit surprised. He smiled and put down the bottle, saying to Zhou Ruobing, then why don't we all just drink red wine? Save the white wine for next time. Gao Zichang's face darkened even more, and in his heart he slandered, your grandmother. Why don't you ask me if I drink? Am I not worthy of drinking Wulianye? How did he know that in Zhou Ruobing's report, He was just in existence similar to a driver. It was good enough to let him eat at the table. How could he be valued? Joe Ruobing poured a glass of red wine for each of them, and then took the initiative to speak. Mr. Fang Song, the rest of my life after has been very hot recently. I wonder if there is still the idea of a complete buyout. Fang Yang shook his head and said, that song has already been signed by Penguin Music. Oh, what conditions did they give? It's just an ordinary split contract. The contract has already been sent out? Yes. Chow Jianping frowned slightly, not realizing that he was still a step late. He mused, I wonder if Mr. Fang has any other songs he needs to release? Originally, he had only asked this question casually, not expecting a definite answer. Who knew that Fang Yang nodded his head seriously and said, there is indeed one, and it's better than the last one. Really? Now even Zhou Ruobing was energized. Gao Zichang and Gao Xiaoye also looked at Fang Yang in surprise, wondering when he had written another song. I don't know if this new song has recorded a small sample so we can listen to it? Chow Jianping asked. You guys have to ask Xiaoyu about this. Fang Yang smiled. This song is still sung by Xiaoyu, and it will be used as the main song of her new album. Of course, after she signs with a music company. Fang Yang was so obviously hinting. Would the two people across the table not be able to hear it? Chow Jianping immediately nodded his head and said, in fact, we also have the intention of inspecting Ms. Gao this time. She really sang well in her last song, and is worthy of our vigorous cultivation. Gao Xiaoye's excited little face turned red. She first gave Fang Yang a grateful look, then modestly said, it's mainly because brother Yang Yang's lyrics and music are well written. My singing skills can only be considered average. This is exactly why our company is going to vigorously cultivate you. As long as you sign with our company, the company will definitely cultivate you into a big star. Chow Jianping and Zhou Ruobing weren't stupid. They could already see that Fang Yang wanted to promote Gao Xiaoye. Maybe in the future, all the songs he wrote, he would let Gao Xiaoye sing them. Signing Gao Xiaoye at this time was definitely a steady business, not to mention that Gao Xiaoye's singing was already very good. As a result, what Gao Zichang thought was incredibly difficult was negotiated between Fang Yang's words. Zhou Ruobing even called the head of the company's personnel department on the spot and reported Gao Xiaoye's information. The personnel department would call Gao Xiaoye tomorrow and ask her to go to Mordor for an interview and sign the contract. Of course it was all just a passing phase. The personnel department was sure to sign the person that the operation director wanted. In other words, from this moment on, Gao Xiaoye is officially entering the singing world, with Fang Yang writing songs for her, plus Tian Entertainment's tilted resources. It was only a matter of time before she became a popular singer. Chapter 34, Pretending to Sleep. The only thing that made Gao Zichang a little depressed was that Gao Xiaoye needed to go to the company's headquarters to participate in a newcomer training, and also assign her an agent, and then arrange for her to debut as a talent show singer. With this set of procedures, it was estimated that she wouldn't be able to return for a month or two. However, he just promised Fang Yang to engage in the studio. Can only let the mother accompanied Gao Xiaoye to the Magic City. After talking about the business, the next is the guests and hosts' happy mealtime. Fang Yang said only one drink. In fact, and Chow Jianping drink more than one cup. He couldn't help but praise his own wit, fortunately ducked out of the white wine. Otherwise he would have to hold the wall out today. Gao Xiaoye is the same. A glass after a glass of red wine down. Drink the little face red, adding the flavor of the girl. After the meal was over, the three of them walked out of Manhan Hotel with a slight tipsy feeling, and Gao Zichang was still there lamenting. This Mr. Chow is also too good at things. I would have wanted to sneak the bill. Who knows that he has long commanded that the hotel is not allowed to collect anyone's money. Fang Yang laughed. They have travel expenses for business trips. Take the invoice and go back for reimbursement. How could they let you buy the bill? Gao Xiaoye, on the other hand, asked, Brother Yang, when did you write another new song? Fang Yang smiled and said, I haven't written it yet. Let's draw a pie for them first. Gao Zichang was dumbfounded and gave a thumbs up. Brother Fang is awesome. Brother, I admire him to the core. Gao Xiaoye worried. Then what if they ask me to sing a new song? Fang Yang touched her ponytail and smiled. Don't worry, I guarantee to give you the new song before you sign. Aha! Gao Xiaoye revealed a sweet smile, and seeing her brother heading in the direction of the parking lot, she couldn't help but say, Hey, you still want to drive when you've been drinking? Red wine counts as alcohol? Gao Zichang glared. It's not as strong as Sprite. I can drive back with my eyes closed. Then you drive yourself. I'll take a taxi with brother Yang. After Gao Xiaoye finished speaking, she pulled Fang Yang and went to the side of the road to stop a cab. Gao Zichang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he didn't want to park his minivan in front of the hotel to get people to dislike him, so he had to risk being checked for drunk driving and drive home alone. Gao Xiaoye stopped a cab and sat in the back with Fang Yang, then naturally wrapped her arms around him.
Fang Yang didn't think much about it and directly said to the middle-aged driver, "Go to the conservatory." The driver only thought of the two of them as a couple, so naturally he wouldn't ask more questions and drove seriously. Gao Xiaoye smiled and said, "Trouble master to turn up the music. I like this song." The driver master glanced at her from the rearview mirror and silently turned up the sound. Only then did Gao Xiaoye come to Fang Yang's ear and exhaled, "It's hard to get rid of my brother. Let's go shopping?" Fang Yang drank a bellyful of red wine and was having a hard time, shaking his head. "It's too late. Next time. No fun." Gao Xiaoye exasperatedly closed her eyes and leaned on Fang Yang's arm. However, as time passed, Fang Yang felt something was wrong. This girl even leaned her entire body over as if she couldn't sit still, and her little head was still resting on his shoulder, seemingly asleep. He looked down and saw that the young girl's long eyelashes covered her eyes. Her pretty face looked white and red because of the wine she drank. Her rosy little mouth carried a hint of a smile, and her body exuded an apoplectic refreshing fragrance. Unconsciously, the former little slug had turned into a big beauty. Fang Yang sighed with emotion and turned his head away, still relaxing his body as much as possible to let this girl sleep comfortably. However, what he didn't know was that when he turned his head, Gao Xiaoye's beautiful eyelashes fluttered gently for a moment, then closed tightly again, as if she was really sleeping. Half an hour later, the conservatory arrived. Fang Yang paid the fare, helped Gao Xiaoye out of the car and prepared to send her back to her dormitory. The night wind blew. This girl involuntarily shivered, and said in complaint, "Cold." Fang Yang did not have the good sense to say, "That can't be helped. I just have this one short-sleeved shirt. You can't let me go bare, right?" Gao Xiaoye grunted coldly, "You don't have my brother to love me. In his place, he would definitely go bare-chested." Fang Yang said expressionlessly, "That's fine. Come back and let your brother write you a new song. I won't waste my brain cells." Gao Xiaoye got even angrier and suddenly grabbed Fang Yang's hand and bit down. Even though she didn't exert any force, she bit out 2 rows of thin teeth marks. Fang Yang was speechless. "You're not a dog either? How come you like to bite people?" "Humph. Who let you bully me? This is considered bullying? Then all those things you've done to me since I was a child count as a blitz." "Put." Gao Xiaoye instantly broke into laughter, her heart sweet. "Alright, hurry up and enter the school. There are so many people here. Whoever wants to see it can see it. Let them be envious and jealous. I won't bite even if they beg me to, so I have to thank you for looking at me differently." Fang Yang was amused. "That must be. You are my unique brother Yang." This girl took Fang Yang's arm in her arms again, not caring that the two were having the most intimate physical contact. They walked side by side towards the school, almost indistinguishable from other couples in pairs. Recalling Ruobing's hints at the dinner table, Fang Yang reminded, "Implement the matter of going to Magic City for training as soon as possible, and try to catch up with the talent show that will start in the summer vacation, or else the next chance to make a debut will be half a year later." "Don't worry brother Yang. I'll have my dad come to school tomorrow to do the formalities. If our teachers hear that I've signed with a music company, they'll definitely support it too. You don't have to worry about the songs. I'll try to prepare a few more high-quality songs for you, but you also need to broaden your network more. When you're in the entertainment industry, connections are important. But what if someone wants to subvert me?" Gao Xiaoye deliberately asked. "What else can I do?" Of course it's a slap in his face. "You are going to be a star, not to be a maid for others. Big deal. I'll change another company for you. Brother Yang, you're so nice. I promise you, I'll never let any man get close. Asterisk. Don't say that to your brother. Come back and you can't find a boyfriend and he'll blame me. What do I need a boyfriend for? I'll be fine with brother Yang." Gao Xiaoye smiled and said, "Okay, please stop saying that. I have goosebumps." If it was any other girl who said this, Fang Yang might have really thought about it more and might have flirted back. However, if it was Gao Xiaoye who said this, it would be too rare. This level of flirting could only be considered childish. Fang Yang would not take it seriously at all. By this time, the two of them had already arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory. So Fang Yang stopped and said softly, "Hurry up and go up. Remember to take a hot shower first. Don't catch a cold." Gao Xiaoye nodded and suddenly stood on her tiptoes, snapped and kissed him on the cheek, smilingly saying, "Thank you, brother Yang. I will definitely repay you in the future." Fang Yang felt his body stiffen, and said in a bad mood, "I'm really not used to the sudden sensationalism of yours. I still like to see you waving your little fists. That's the normal way for a sister to express herself to her brother." Gao Xiaoye hummed arrogantly and turned around to walk towards the dormitory building, but her mouth whispered, "I don't want to be your sister." Chapter 35 CSI 500 Stock Index Futures. Fang Yang took a taxi back to Yosemite neighborhood. In his new studio, just as he entered the door, Gao Zichang's phone call came over. "Old Fang, where are you? Just arrived at the studio. What's up? Where's my sister? Sent back to school of course. Why ask? Ha, she didn't even pester you to go out and play? Gao Zicheng was a little surprised. With his understanding of his sister, it was so hard to get rid of him. She wouldn't go back to school until she went out to play for a while. She wanted to go shopping. I didn't agree. I'm exhausted today, ready to take a bath and go to bed. Going to bed so early? I still want to talk to you. Talk about what? I checked the internet. Some people say that those talent shows are arranged in advance. Only spend money to get ranked. Is it so or not? How do I know? Fang Yang did not have the good sense to say, you have that time, why don't you think of ways to get more principal? Seize the opportunity to earn more money. When the time comes you really need to spend money will not be empty-handed. Okay, then you go to bed early. I'll go over early tomorrow morning and talk about it. Don't come too early. Just arrive at 8:30. Fang Yang hung up the phone, found a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. As a result, he wasn't sleepy again after washing, and simply came to the trading room, turned on a computer, and started logging into the stock forum he had registered before. He was ready to fulfill his promise and post his profits and operations of the past few days to the forum. Of course, he only sends the 2 stocks that he liquidated. The stocks that he just built today, he will not send it. Otherwise, in case the attention of the main funds, specifically targeting him how to do, this time, because the profit charts and delivery notes were posted, there were soon netizens leaving comments under the post. $*$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ $100 a week? So outrageous? This is ing fake, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To see the owner earn money is worse than killing me. I have to say, the owner's guts are really too big. These two stocks have doubled several times from the bottom up. He even dared to kill the heavy position. Head iron chant, as long as the guts, the following are all fried. But I dare to conclude that this method is not sustainable. The owner should be educated by the market next time. Fang Yang smilingly continued Versailles, this is just a small test. Tomorrow is ready to increase the position. 100 million small goal should soon be realized. Blow, can blow. The owner is really able to do 6 million to 100 million without increasing leverage. I will be the owner's iron powder. Ha ha, how iron. Whoever dares to say something bad about owner, I'll fight him to the death kind. Good, then we'll see. At 8:30 the next morning, Gao Zichang came to the studio with a big bag. After putting his things in his room, he immediately went to the trading room to listen to Fang Yang explain today's operation strategy. Because Gao Zichang has never been in contact with stock index futures before, so Fang Yang to seize the time to give him a simple training. In the trading room, Fang Yang talked eloquently. There are 3 contracts of stock index futures, which are CSI 300, SSE 50 and CSI 500. Among them, SSE 50 represents the large cap index, CSI 300 represents the mid cap index, and CSI 500 represents the small cap index. In terms of volatility, the CSI 500 has the greatest volatility and is more likely to yield excess returns. So we do this contract. Going long like stocks? Gao Zichang asked. Yes, but you can't do it with a full position. Stock index futures are margin trading. I won't teach you the specific formula. You just need to remember that to do a long position in the SFC 500 contract, you need about $165,000. In fact, reasonably speaking, with Fang Yang's horrible memory, he basically won't blow up even if he really has a full barracuda. But that would be too fake. It would be strange not to attract attention. He didn't want to be studied as a monster. After listening to Fang Yang's introduction, Gao Zichang immediately jumped at the chance to say, open an account. Let me try a hand, try a hairline. 9:30 open to place an order. You first review the historical K chart of the CSI 500 contract. What about the 2 stock accounts that didn't liquidate? As long as there is no topping signal, just keep holding. Fang Yang said indifferently. Time quickly came to 9:15 in the morning. The stock market's collection bidding stage. After 3 consecutive days of rise in the SSE index, today was finally subjected to profit-taking sell-off. From the beginning of the collection of bidding is green, but also predicts that today's disc will not be too strong. Fang Yang handed over his futures account to Gao Zichang to operate, and he himself opened Wu Yuanxiao's futures account. In the account, 95 million funds were lying there quietly, waiting for Fang Yang's favor. The time just reached 9:25, the end time of the collection of bidding. Fang Yang shouted, prepare to hang orders, 8,500, 8 layers of positions, direction, go long. Gao Zichang hastened to operate in accordance with the instructions, and soon used Fang Yang's account to hang 3 SFC 500 contract long orders, taking up margin $495,000. Fang Yang operated Wu Yuanxiao account has 95 million funds, 8 layer position is 36 million, can open 14 hands. 9:30, the index began to fluctuate. The CSI 500 index really came up with a wave of diving, down as much as 1%, instantly penetrated the 8,500 points. The lowest fell to 8,492 points. Fang Yang they hung in advance of the long single all transactions. Then very quickly, the bulls began to force, and pulled the index up again. A straight down and up trend. Ha ha, making money, cool. Seeing the account he operated soon floated a few $1,000s. Gao Ziqiang suddenly shouted with excitement. This earning speed is really fast, much faster than the stock. Don't get excited. Continue to hang orders. Hang at 8,750 points to close the position and stop profit. Do T plus 0 Gao Ziqiang somewhat confused. This if every day to kill in and out of the operation of the requirements can be too high Stock index futures is originally T plus 0 trading Have this advantage, why not use? Okay, I'm hanging now. Under the guidance of Fang Yang, Gao Ziqiang quickly hung up the stop profit order, and then this only had time to look at his own stock. His Beijiao Junjiang is also like the general market today. It is a low start. From down 4%, the highest rushed to 9%, the whole day amplitude as high as 13%. Unfortunately, the stock cannot T plus 0. He can only watch his shares fall back again, and finally closed up 25%. It is worth mentioning that Fang Yang yesterday liquidated the Kwantong education. Today even went up again. And the amplitude in the northern suburbs of Junjiang is also large, as high as 15.8%. If Fang Yang holds still, another 12,000 into the account. Of course, this point of profit in the CSI 500 stock index futures compared to, it is not worth mentioning. CSI 500 futures contract, a point is $200. They made a profit of 250 points today. A profit of $50,000 per lot. Fang Yang's 3 lots is $150,000. Wu Yuanxiao's 14 lots, that's $700,000 a day. This is still only 8 layers of position funds. Can imagine with leverage financial varieties? Is how profiteering. Chapter 36, I am not willing. In the afternoon after the close of business, Wu Yuanxiao called Fang Yang, smiling from ear to ear, had to invite him to dinner. Fang Yang politely declined. Wu Yuanxiao and asked, Fang old brother, I do not know the stock forum. That mediocre little Fang is not your account? Fang Yang graciously admitted, it's me. Why? Wu Yuanxiao scolded. Son of a, someone is mocking you in the post. I don't know if it's you or not. I didn't dare to speak for you. When Fang Yang heard this, he immediately opened the stock forum and saw that someone had left a message under his post. Said that his yesterday's liquidation of Kwantong education continued to rise today, and asked him what mood he was in now. Fang Yang snorted and immediately at the person who mocked him, then posted a screenshot of Wu Yuanxiao's futures account, with the text, today's mood is not very good. 14 lots of stock index futures long single, sold low 22 points, less earn more than 60,000. Strive for the next time to sell at the highest point it. This screenshot was sent out. Immediately attracted countless netizens **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
don't believe it either. The amplitude of this futures contract today is less than 300 points in total, and the owner can eat 250 of those points? He made $700,000? Is this the god of futures possessed? Who cares if it's true or not? I just came up and sucked in a mouthful of European air first. For a while, Fang Yang's post skyrocketed in popularity. Many people have heard that there is a bull in the stock bar, with a capital of 2 million, more than a week to earn more than 1.6 million, and also published the whole operation details for everyone to view. Outrageous. In the face of many netizens' skepticism, Fang Yang didn't care. He laughed and said, "Since everyone doesn't believe me, then I'll give you another benefit. Tomorrow stock index futures will still open low, but it's an opportunity to go long on the low side. Those who are in a position to do stock index futures, take advantage of it." The main reason why Fang Yang was always questioned before was because he posted the screenshot after he had sold the stock, giving people a feeling of horseplay. This time, he went straight to the front of the horse and told everyone his prediction results in advance for them to verify. Anyway, stock index futures are not the same as stocks, so he is not afraid of people following the trend, and he is not worried about following the money affecting his own position. As for these all-day mouth-breathing netizens dare to follow the order, he could not care less. On the other hand, in the Dongyang College of Finance and Economics, there was also a little news circulating at this time. It said that Fang Yang had written a song that was bought by Penguin Music, and he could get hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. This news was naturally revealed by Counselor Guo Zhongming on purpose when he was blowing his mind. Who knew that it only took 2 days for it to spread throughout the entire school? At this time, In the girls' dormitory where Li Weiwei was staying, a group of gossipy girls were discussing feverishly how much money Fang Yang's song had actually sold for. Li Weiwei and Shinseki, on the other hand, were sitting on the side, wide-eyed. It's true that you can't tell the difference. I didn't expect that Fang Yang, who looks ordinary, would even write songs. The one who spoke was a girl from the next dormitory. God knows why they gathered here to talk about this topic. I say, do you have bad eyes? Where is Fang Yang ordinary? He's obviously very handsome, right? If it wasn't for the fact that I can't meet him all the time, I'd want to chase him. You can go after him now too? Doesn't Weiwei have his cell phone number there? Li Weiwei's face darkened and she turned her head out of the window. The other girl could see that Li Weiwei's expression was not right, and hurriedly brought the topic back. Let's continue to talk about that song the rest of our lives afterward. I've listened to that song several times, and I really didn't think that it was actually written by Fang Yang. I'm rather curious. Who is the girl who sings? Our school doesn't seem to have a girl who sings so well, right? What's the point of asking? It must be the singer who hired her. If you do the math, he still has to give the singer a cut of the money he earns, so it's not that much? My God, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, lying down, and you still call it not much? How much more do you want? That's right, I heard that the school is also ready to give him a reward. This lower Yang is really both fame and fortune. I'm so envious, so jealous. It's going to separate me from the wall. I think you're obviously separating your legs. Get lost. By the way, he's obviously a finance major. How can he write songs? Did he study music before? Weiwei and him were high school classmates. She should know. Li Weiwei said stiffly. I don't know. Another girl suddenly said. He used to chase you so hard. Why didn't you say yes? Li Weiwei finally exploded. She yelled. What's it got to do with you guys? Can I be happy? Get out. Shinseki also started to drive people away. Alright, we're going to take a break. Everyone go back to their dormitories. Just leave. Why are you so mean? No wonder Fang Yang doesn't like you anymore. Such a bad temper. Li Weiwei almost fainted from anger. She felt that she was going to become the laughingstock of the entire Dongyang Finance Academy. After driving all the people out, Li Weiwei suddenly hugged Shinseki and said with a crying voice, Seki, what should I do now? Shinseki helplessly said, I knew that you still can't let go of him. Li Weiwei's tears barred down, nodded her head and said, I'm not willing. I'm really not willing. In fact, I just want to test him. I don't really want to drive him away. Shinseki said, what test him? Don't you just want to ride a donkey to find a horse? Now that you've realized that Fang Yang has become a 1,000-mile horse, you're regretting it again. Unfortunately, he had already spread his hooves and ran away. It had to be said that Shinseki's grasp of Li Weiwei's psychology was still relatively accurate. After all, she herself was also such a person, or else the two of them wouldn't have become good friends. Alas, if you really can't let go and chase him back. Shinseki thought for a moment and gave a bold suggestion. Chase him how? How did he chase you back then? How do you chase him? Shinseki said breathlessly. I am afraid I can't do it. Li Weiwei remembered Fang Yang's all these years, caring for her in every way. If she were to replace herself, it seemed really hard to do. Until this moment, she didn't understand a saying, someone treating you well, and someone only treating you well, are two completely different concepts. I'm afraid that from now on, there would never be anyone like Fang Yang, who would treat her so well. Then it can't be helped. You broke his heart. If you don't let him get over it, he definitely won't forgive you. Shinseki actually hadn't encountered this kind of situation, but this didn't hinder her from saying it in the slightest, with the demeanor of a relationship expert. Chapter 37, The Schoolgirl Has Fallen for It. I'll send him a message first and ask him to come out to meet him. Li Weiwei took out her cell phone and sent a message to Fang Yang. The result showed that the message had been sent but was rejected by the other party. Li Weiwei's face darkened. Fang Yang had actually blacked her out? So, she used Shinseki's cell phone again and made a call to Fang Yang. The result was still unreachable. The electronic tone coming out of the microphone made Shinseki's face ugly as well. She huffed. Call their dormitory. I don't believe he can still unplug the phone line. Li Weiwei readily accepted good advice and dialed the phone number of Fang Yang's dormitory. At this time, in Fang Yang's dorm room, Sun Hao and the three of them were also discussing the song The Rest of Your Life Afterward. The three of them still couldn't believe that Fang Yang had written this song until now. We were all brothers in the same dormitory. Who didn't know who? Fang Yang could write such a song? I don't believe it. We don't believe it to death. Wang Jialei, who put out harsh words before, is even more ashamed. This Nima, if this matter is true, he is going to perform and eat the keyboard. What to do? Online waiting. Quite urgent. Just at this time, the dormitory phone rang. The nearest Sun Hao glanced at the caller ID. Some surprise to pick up the phone. Li Weiwei's somewhat anxious voice quickly came out from the microphone. May I ask if Fang Yang is in the dormitory? Sun Hao said in a calm tone.
Fang Yang has already taken a leave of absence from the counselor, and won't be coming to school for a while recently. Li Weiwei was dumbfounded. No wonder she didn't see Fang Yang for the whole day. It turned out that the other party had taken a leave of absence. Then do you know what Fang Yang's home phone number is? Sorry, don't know. Li Weiwei hung up the phone and immediately looked through her address book. Only then did she realize that she had known Fang Yang for so many years, but she had never memorized Fang Yang's home phone number. In other words, unless Fang Yang took the initiative to look for her, it would be very difficult for her to see Fang Yang again. What should I do? Siki? I can't find him. Li Weiwei was full of grievances. She had never encountered this situation before. In the past, she was the one who had pulled the plug on other boys. Where had she ever tasted what it was like to be pulled by someone else? Shinseki frowned and thought for a while, and patted her thigh and said, "There, let the class president check it for you." At that time when the class address book was built they all registered their home numbers. The class president should have a backup there. Li Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she quickly found out the class president Yao Yuan's number and dialed it. As one of Li Weiwei's suitors, Yao Yuan had been distracted for the past 2 days, always feeling that something bad would happen, especially that neurotic woman Hu Lin, always talking to him in a conspiratorial manner, making it seem as if he had offended her. However, when Li Weiwei called and asked him to look up Fang Yang's home number, Yao Yuan still showed enough enthusiasm to run back to his dormitory as fast as he could and looked up Fang Yang's home number from his computer backup. Li Weiwei memorized it like a treasure and casually said a thank you before hanging up. Yao Yuan held the cell phone. His face was a bit gloomy. He didn't expect that Fang Yang was so desperate towards Li Weiwei. This woman even wanted to find Fang Yang. I also don't know what that bastard is good at. Didn't he just write a song? What's so great about it? You'd better not fall into my hands, or you'll be in for a treat. Yao Yuan was secretly angry when suddenly his cell phone rang again. Seeing the 3 words counselor displayed on the screen, he hurriedly gathered his mood and picked up the phone. However, before his 3 words Mr. Guo could be shouted out, Guo Zhongming on the other side of the phone coldly said, "Come to my office right away. I'll give you 5 minutes. Yao Yuan was shocked in his heart and immediately left the dormitory and ran towards the counselor's office. He didn't know what had happened, but listening to old Guo's tone, it didn't seem to be a small matter. Guo Zhongming's office was filled with smoke, and Hu Lin, the group secretary, stood there with a frown on her face, suffering. In front of her, placed a stack of information. It is after she verified that fraudulent poor students subsidy students. Family details. Yao Yuan's eyes were sharp. As soon as he entered the office, he saw the piece of information on the desk. His heart went poof, knowing that he was in big trouble. Sure enough, Guo Zhongming picked up the information and slammed it down on him, then roared, "Squad leader Yao, see what you've done?" Yao Yuan immediately put on a surprised expression as he looked at the information while defending. "Mr. Hua, I didn't know about this. The information was all provided by themselves. I saw that there was an official seal from the community, so I just adopted it." Guo Zhongming coldly grunted, "Don't play mind games with me. I don't care what kind of unseemly dealings you guys have in the end. Within a week, return all the money that you cheated away, or else I'll make sure that you won't be able to graduate." Yao Yuan was so scared that he was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly nodded his head and said, "Okay, Mr. Hua, I'll go and recover this money right now. In addition, hand over the work of the class president as well. From now on, the position of class president will be taken over by Hu Lin." Guo Zhongming picked up another sentence. Yao Yuan was instantly ashen and said bitterly, "Okay, Mr. Hua." Watching Yao Yuan walk outward in a state of disillusionment, Hu Lin's heart was incomparably impressed with Fang Yang. That guy was so powerful, removing his class president in just a few words. At that time, when Fang Yang said so in the woods, several of them didn't believe it at all. On the other hand, after Li Weiwei got Fang Yang's home phone, she kept calling, but it was a pity that no one picked up. Until 6 p.m., when Fang Dahai and Yang Shouying came back from work, they received the call, hearing that the other party was their son's college classmate, asking where their son was now. Both families were a bit surprised. Fang Dahai, who answered the phone, frowned and said, "Fang Yang didn't come back is Ms. Li mistaken?" Li Weiwei hurriedly said, "No uncle, Fang Yang took a leave of absence, saying that he won't come to school for a while. Did he not come home?" Fang Dahai's face instantly turned ugly. He said in a deep voice, "How about this? I'll call Fang Yang right now, then have him return to you." Li Weiwei rejoiced. "Really? Uncle, you must be true to your word." Fang Dahai was a bit confused. What's the situation here? How did the little girl on the opposite side feel a bit like pleasing her son? Could it be that the brat has done something wrong to others? 15 minutes later, received a call from his father. Some puzzled Fang Yang hurriedly rushed back. He was eating barbecue with Gao Zicheng. Did not finish eating, was called back by a phone call.
At this time, saw his father and mother sitting side by side on the sofa, a serious face looking at himself.
Fang Yang is also a little confused. He scratched his head and said, "What's the matter? Shouting me back in such a hurry?" Fang Dahai coldly grunted. "Give you a chance to confess and be lenient. You honestly explain. In the end, what did you do at school?" "I didn't do anything. Why did you take a vacation when you did nothing?"
"There was also a female classmate who called you a dozen times looking for you." I heard that tone of voice almost crying.
"Which female classmate? Li Weiwei? I'm the one asking you now. Come here."
Fang Yang dodged while cursing in his heart. Li Weiwei, that woman is really adding to the chaos.
You have nothing to call? He had wanted to hide it for a while, but it was exposed the next day. Chapter 38, Paying Living Expenses?
Yang Xiuying couldn't stand it anymore and rounded off the conversation.
"Can't you talk properly? Why do you have to move your hands?" Fang Dahai was unforgiving and said,
"If we don't show him some color,
he's going to go to heaven. How dare he take a leave of absence privately?" Fang Yang said helplessly, Okay, I'll talk to you guys, okay? Actually, my friend and I got a stock speculation studio, and we've been busy trading lately. What did you say? You don't even go to class in order to speculate on stocks? Fang Dahai was even more angry this time.
He felt that his son was playing dead.
Stocks, that thing, at most as an entertainment. How can you stop your studies and go full-time to engage in it? You think you're Warren Buffett? I know everything I was taught in school. Just make sure I can get my diploma. Fang Yang said in disbelief. No, get your ass back to class. This is the common problem of the vast majority of parents in China. Obviously they do not have much ability, cannot arrange the future of their children, but always love to point fingers, interfere in this and that, dragging the children's hind legs. How many excellent young people originally had the opportunity to make a name for themselves, because of parental obstruction, was stifled all the passion and fighting spirit, and ultimately turned into an ordinary person with no action. At this time, Fang Yang is also the same. He only yesterday to get the studio. Vacation also took. Is ready to do a big job. How can go back to class? Isn't this a joke? So he didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head. No way. Stay out of my business.
Fang Dahai was furious. You've got hardened wings, right?
Is it because you think you can support yourself after earning some money in the stock market recently? I can indeed support myself. Fang Yang nodded and told the truth.
Fang Dahai was exasperated and laughed.
He nodded his head and said, Alright, you have money, right? Starting tomorrow, pay your living expenses to your family every month. Yang Xiuying, who hadn't said anything, immediately spoke up for her son. My son doesn't have a job yet. What living expenses are you paying? It's all in your head. Fang Dahai grunted coldly. If we don't put some pressure on him, he really thinks that money is easy to earn now. Then you can't ask your son to pay. How can he have money?
Yang Xiuying was about to help her son push off this matter.
Who knew that Fang Yang patted her arm, stopping what she was going to say next. She only heard Fang Yang smilingly said, paying living expenses, right? Okay, how much do you say? $3,000 per month. If you can't pay it up, get the hell out of here and go to class. Fang Dahai snorted coldly,
thinking that he had caught his son's soft underbelly.
$3,000 per month? Fang Yang let out an exaggerated cry, taking a good look at his old man's arrogant expression. Only then did he nod his head and lightly said, too little. 30,000. What? Fang Dahai and Yang Xiuying both looked at their son with a face full of astonishment, wondering if he was angry and confused. Fang Yang, on the other hand, directly took out his cell phone and opened WeChat, and very casually said to Yang Xiuying, Mom, get ready to collect the money. Seeing her son's expression was not like a joke, Yang Xiuying hurriedly found out her cell phone and clicked on WeChat, and sure enough, she saw her son transferring a sum of money to him, exactly $30,000. Where did this money come from? Yang Xiuying face full of surprise. The heart is worried about the son is not engaged in crooked ways. Really transferred? Fang Dahai was also surprised. He originally thought that his son was bragging, but he didn't expect it to be true. I speculate in the stock market to earn awe. Fang Yang smiled and said, this is just a part of it. Every month in the future, I will give my mom to transfer $30,000. In fact, this money is Penguin Music received the contract. Today just transferred to him $100,000 signing fee. He has not yet come to transfer into the futures account. Now it was just the right time to use it to punch Pops in the face. You made so much money speculating in stocks? Fang Dahai still couldn't believe this fact. Why the stocks he bought kept falling? Did he buy fake stocks? You love to believe it or not. Fang Yang rolled his eyes. Starting tomorrow, I'll be living in the studio. If you guys have anything to do, just call me. Watching Fang Yang walk into the study with a bland face, Fang Dahai suddenly felt that his son had become a bit strange.
It was at this time that his wife gave him a supplement. My son has made money from stock speculation. What about you? What about the money you earned? Humph. What are you anxious? Wait for the end of the market, I will naturally take out. Fang Dahai waved his hand impatiently and followed his son into the study. What's wrong again? Fang Yang sat on the chair and looked at his old dad somewhat helplessly. Give that female classmate of yours a call back. The one with the tail number 9438. It's really Li Weiwei. Fang Yang bristled. Not returning. Fang Dahai said angrily. Can you die if you call back? I have promised people. You promised you'd call back. Why do you want me to? I don't want to talk to her now. What did you do to her? Why does she keep looking for you? Don't worry about it. Anyway, if she comes looking for me in the future, you'll say I'm not here. Fine. I don't care about you. You make it hard. Fang Dahai left in a huff. In the girls' dormitory of Dongyang Finance Academy, Li Weiwei was still waiting with high expectations for Fang Yang to call her back. However, as time passed, her heart sank a little. From the beginning to the end, Fang Yang did not give her a call back, a message. He didn't even let his roommate tell him. Fang Yang really do not want her. Abandoned as if it were nothing. She could not figure out, how can this man be so ruthless? What about the promise that we will continue to be friends? This night, she was doomed to sleepless nights. The next morning, Fang Yang came to the studio, but was surprised to find that Gao Xiaoye was also here and was visiting their trading room. Fang Yang wondered, what are you doing here with me if you don't go to school to take a vacation and plan your trip? Gao Xiaoye laughed. I took a vacation yesterday. I even bought the tickets, so I'll go to the train station after lunch. Will Auntie accompany you there? If you're free, you have to visit me too. Okay, I'll definitely go when I'm free. Fang Yang promised with a smile. Humph, insincere, Gao Ziqiang interjected. Old Fang is very busy. How can he have time to run to Magic City? If you want to go, you can do it on the weekend. Fang Yang thought for a while and nodded. It just so happens that I just wrote a song. You write it down now. Save me from sending it to you again. A new song written so quickly? Gao Xiaoye was surprised. Not really fast. I thought about it all night. Fang Yang bragged while bringing Gao Xiaoye to his room. As a result, that girl, Gao Xiaoye, even closed the door with her hand. Gao Ziqiang watched as his eyelids jumped and immediately wanted to follow him in to be a light bulb. Who knows, that girl has long prevented him, even locked the door. In desperation, he could only stand outside the door and shouted at the top of his voice, Old Fang, try to hurry up, it's about to open. Gao Xiaoye said angrily, what's the rush? It's annoying. Fang Yang also said, when the market opens, you will operate first, in batches into the long single on the line. Gao Ziqiang had no choice but to return to the trading room alone. In his heart, he thought that he should find a girlfriend for Old Fang as soon as possible. Otherwise he and Xiaoyu will sooner or later rub out the sparks. Chapter 39, Futures by in Reverse. Villa by the Sea. Fang Yang's bedroom. Gao Xiaoye holding a pen and paper lying in front of the desk. The big soulful eyes unblinking looked at Fang Yang, waiting for him to open his mouth. This girl originally wore a low-necked floral dress. So a lie. Vaguely can be seen from the neckline inside the charming scenery. Fang Yang's thoughts are interrupted. Seeing Fang Yang looking straight at himself, Gao Xiaoye was a little pleased, but also a little shy. What are you looking at? Look at your eyes. Clear and charming, with a kind of purity that has not been polluted by knowledge. Gao Xiaoye was gorgeous at first, then reacted and got angry. Humph, are you saying I'm stupid? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. Alright, I'm going to start singing. Fang Yang hurriedly changed the topic, and sang out a song he had prepared long ago, Sunset and Evening Wind. Among the songs he remembered, this one wasn't the best, but it was already enough to be used for the talent show. If this girl was really lucky enough to make it to the finals by then, Fang Yang would naturally come up with a better song to ensure that she got a ranking. Gao Xiaoye dribbled her pen like a fly, and after only listening to the song twice, she had memorized it. She hummed a few lines along with the sheet music and said heartily, it's so beautiful. Brother Yang, you're really a genius. Fang Yang smiled and said, the matter of me being a genius, just know it yourself, don't say it to others. Gao Xiaoye came to the opposite side of him and looked at him seriously. Brother Yang, I won't be able to see you for the next 2 months. Can you promise me one thing? What is it? If you have a favorite girl, tell me at the first time, okay? Why? Fang Yang was a bit confused. Because I have to keep an eye out for you. I'm afraid that you'll meet a woman like Li Weiwei again. After all, it's not easy for you to come out from your lost love. Fang Yang wanted to say, I didn't have a hard time. It was easy to walk out. However, Gao Xiaoye also had good intentions, and there was nothing difficult about this matter. So he nodded his head and said, alright, if I have a favorite person, I will definitely be the first to tell you. Gao Xiaoye nodded her head sweetly, and secretly swore in her heart, no matter who tries to take advantage of the situation.
I'm going to drive her away. Brother Yang must be mine.
Fang Yang looked at the time and was about to open the door and go out when he suddenly remembered something else. He opened his cell phone bank and said,
Penguin Music transferred 100,000 signing fee to me. It was agreed that one person would be half. I'll transfer 50,000 to you. Gao Xiaoye hurriedly said, I can't use it for the time being. Put it in your place first. Fang Yang thought for a while and said, that's fine. I'll help you buy it as stock. Maybe you can earn a little more. Good. I'll treat you to Haidilao when you earn money. What's so good about Haidilao? No, just eat Haidilao. Fine, whatever. The two came out of the room and returned to the trading room. At this time it was the stock market opening time. Dragged down by the peripheral markets, the SSE index was a small low opening. Gao Ziqiang is staring at the disk, does not know whether to order it. Fang Yang came to the computer, carefully observed the opening of the major indices, and then instructed, simply still hanging in yesterday's low point of 8,500 points to do more good. Gao Ziqiang heard, brainstormed, now it is 8,630 points, why don't we do a handful of short orders, and then backhand long? Fang Yang did not have the good sense to say, do you want to die? A little short and a little long, not afraid of being played by the main force to death? Wasn't it you who said it was going to fall to 8,500 points? Gao Ziqiang was a little weak, that cannot do short orders, the rising trend should follow the trend, cannot do the reverse single, otherwise sooner or later the mentality is bad. Okay, listen to you. Gao Ziqiang did not dare to say more, and hurriedly followed Fang Yang's instructions. Next to Gao Xiaoye, her eyes were colorful. It was the first time she had seen such a confident Fang Yang. That powerful aura and unquestionable tone was simply more imposing than those big bosses who were worth over $100 million. As a matter of fact, Gao Xiaoye had loved spending time with Fang Yang since she was a child. Every time she teased him, she was just trying to get the other party's attention. Otherwise, why didn't she see her teasing others? It was just that over the years, Fang Yang only had Li Weiwei in his eyes from the beginning to the end, which made Gao Xiaoye's teenage heart gradually return to peace. Before Fang Yang was reborn, the two really became a brother and sister relationship, but nowadays, Fang Yang, for some reason, suddenly jumped out of that bullseye and became especially powerful. He could also write songs, speculate on stocks, and was particularly funny and witty. This simply galvanized Gao Xiaoye's admiration and infatuation to the extreme. There was even a moment when Gao Xiaoye didn't want to be a star anymore. She just wanted to stay by Fang Yang's side and not let anyone snatch him away. But no, she had to work hard to improve herself and keep up with Fang Yang's pace in order to be qualified to stand by Fang Yang's side all the time and not be afraid of any vixen's challenge. Therefore, Gao Xiaoye left with a high fighting spirit and boarded the train to Magic City. From there, she was going to take the first step to becoming a star, and then with the halo of stardom, she would rejoin Fang Yang's embrace. Soon after Gao Xiaoye left, all of the 21 lots of long orders that Fang Yang had hung up on them were also sold, at a cost price of 8,500, which was almost the same as the position where they first entered the market yesterday. Unfortunately, the market did not stage a comeback today, and remained green as of the close. IC 1506 contract is also the same. Compared to Fang Yang, their opening point only rose less than 100 points. Fang Yang hesitated, or did not choose to take profit before the close. He felt that here should not fall, so he wanted to see another day. However, apparently not all people are as patient as him. Netizens who listened to Fang Yang's advice yesterday and ran to go long on stock index futures, saw the index pull down so much today, and ran to Fang Yang's post below to spit. Didn't the owner say that the stock index futures would continue to rise? Just this? That's it. Might as well go buy stocks. I'll buy a random stock and earn more than this. Ha ha, there are really people who believe the owner. The index rose for 4 days in a row. Only today the first day of adjustment. Now go long is not to send money? Or I'm smart. I saw the owner shouting more yesterday. Backhanded into a 5-handed short single. Sitting and waiting to collect money. Ha, you this idea can Futures counter buy. Villa by the sea. Tomorrow then fall. I also backhand short. Gao Ziqiang is also looking at this post. He really can't stand it at this time. Jumped out and retorted. Just placed an order and want to earn money? You think the futures market is your family? And that's short. Are you serious? You're shorting in such a strong market? The man retorted. Strong a hair A few days ago the 4 consecutive negative is not a fake? I'm bearish. You bite me. Okay, you're good. You have the guts to hold the short list, do not move. Gao Ziqiang huffed and puffed and pushed away the keyboard. Fang Yang said, these are really hopeless. Fang Yang laughingly said, the financial market is originally a zero-sum game. No, these people lose money. We earn whose money? I really hope that tomorrow to a super big sum line ruthlessly hit them in the face. Gao Ziqiang viciously said, Oh, tomorrow is Friday. The bulls may not power. The good show should be next week. Chapter 40 The Moment of Face Smashing. Just as Fang Yang predicted, the next day's market continued to adjust, and the CSI 500 stock index futures fell by more than 100 points compared to yesterday's closing price. Not only wiped out yesterday's gains, but also fell below Fang Yang's cost price. In contrast, the stock market is exceptionally hot. Fang Yang, previously optimistic about a few stocks, have begun to accelerate up mode. Kwantong Education rose, Xiaoqiang Holdings rose, and even Huaka Jinkai closed a medium sunline after 2 days of adjustment. Guo Meihui and Zhou Jinjun, who have been sticking to the stock market, have raised their eyebrows in the past 2 days. Their perseverance has finally paid off. The total profit of the account in these 2 days has exceeded 15%, nearly 500,000, finally in front of Wu Yuanqiao straight back. Although the stock index futures with leverage, but the volatility cannot be full position, really do it, may not have their full position in the stock earn more. At least at this moment, the two of them think so. After the close of business on Friday, there were more netizens mocking Fang Yang in the stock forum. Not only did those who were long the stock index and got trapped come to spit, even many melon eaters, who were watching the fun, joined the discussion. The owner of this pit blindly recommend what stock index futures, causing me to lose $60,000 in 2 days. Never trust him again. Who is not? I am also 3-hand long single loss of $60,000. Today's opening low open want to go out. The results of a slight hesitation on the fall. Alas, depressed. Serves you right. Who let you do not believe in evil? I told you yesterday that you still have to fall. Let you backhand short. You even do not believe. Big Brother's short order is still there? Must at least to hold a big negative line, right? After reading the misery of several Big Brothers upstairs, I can't help but be glad that I don't have enough capital to open stock index futures. It's my poverty that protects me. That's right. What stock index futures? Stocks go up every day. Doesn't it smell good? Watching these ratty people in the forum blabbering, Gao Zichang in front of the computer was simply furious. Unfortunately, Fang Yang gave him strict orders not to allow him to go to the forum and other people tearing each other apart, so he could only sulk alone. According to Fang Yang's saying, people scold you a few times, you scold back. What is that, a slap in the face? Of course it was a hard slap on the other person's face that was called a real slap in the face. May 18th, Monday. The moment of face slapping that Fang Yang said finally came. In the case of the SSE index closed lower, the CSI 500 index opened higher, opening in independent market. From the day's low of 8,500 points, a breath to 8,820 points, up 320 points, or nearly 2%, closed a landmark in the sunline. Friday put more single stop-loss investors. See this scene? The mind directly exploded. All hate to take a knife to cut down their hands. Dog days. Wait, one more day can die out? Must stop loss in the fall? People's owners have told you that the index will rise, but it is indolent. Really ing. If it is simply washed out, although depressed, it is not a collapse. However, those who believe the bearish people's words, put their own hands in the hands of the long single backhanded people, will really have to go crazy. This Nima single first loss of 100 points, replaced by a short single loss of 300 points, to explode in place, okay? $1,200. One hand is 60,000. 3 hands is 18 million. More importantly, this money should have been earned, but by virtue of their sharp operation loss, this gap really let them want to cut people. So these money-losing people began to crazy at the previous short-selling people. Can't wait to dig up the ground, dig out that guy and beat him up. Unfortunately, that guy is not stupid. Know that the stock index so high, there will be a lot of people want to get their own. How dare to use a large number to speak again. So he secretly registered a small number and continued to sing short while also whitewashing his big number. We do not have to worry too much. Today the SSE index are green. The CSI 500 must be a rebound. Maybe tomorrow it will fall back. If your short list has no stop loss, you can actually wait and see again. Maybe tomorrow it will be unwound. Who the are you? Only registered for 1 day and you're out pointing out? It's not that guy's trumpet from before, is it? How could it be? I don't even know that guy from before, okay? I just simply think that the index can't go up. Of course, it's just my personal opinion, just for everyone's reference. Reference to a hairline. To do short you do it yourself. I will not do it again. I want to follow the owner to do more. That is, or the owner is more stable, whether it is stocks or futures, has been profitable. I only regret that before the owner has no confidence, cannot hold the single. Oh, you guys think I'm just talking? Show you guys my short list. The guy said, sent a screenshot out. It is today's end of the day to open a two-handed short list. In fact, this guy opened the day before yesterday. the empty single. Yesterday's profit did not go. Stop loss this morning. Then think about not willing. The end of the disc and took back the empty single, betting that the index will fall down tomorrow. However, he apparently forgot. Whether it is the stock market or futures market, there is a breathless commonality. That is, specializing in all kinds of disobedience. As long as you still dare to head iron, the market is going to continue to teach you to be human. The next day, Tuesday, the SSE index opened in bulldozer mode, directly opened higher, up 3%. CSI 500 stock index futures was stronger than the SSE yesterday, and naturally it's going to be even stronger today. It gained as much as 3.7% for the whole day, rising to 9,150 points in one breath. Fang Yang's long order entered at 8,500 points has reached a profit of 650 points, a profit of 130,000 per lot. 21 lots is 2.73 million, only one step away from doubling the principal. In the face of such a violent a big sun, short people naturally all the army. The difference is only the morning on the stop loss, or the afternoon cannot afford to stop again. Yesterday also full of confidence, out to send screenshots bearish that guy. Today no longer in the mood to come out to talk. 2 days lost 600 points, even if he stopped in time, avoided half of the loss, but also enough to make him hurt. More importantly, this is a devastating blow to his self-confidence. He has not dared to open a position. However, the uptrend is far from over. On Wednesday, the CSI 500 contract rose another 313 points to 9,463 points. Fang Yang, their single-handed profit finally exceeded the principal invested, completed doubled. Even the few retail investors who followed Fang Yang's order yesterday have recovered their losses from previous short orders and made profits. Therefore, after the close of the day, they immediately became Fang Yang's fans, kneeling down and begging Fang Yang to build a group to pull them in. Fang Yang, which has the energy to get what fan group, directly Chen Yan's customer group number sent out, told them that the conditions for entering the group is to open a new stock account. This is for an old stockholder, simply not a matter of fact. After all, where to speculate is not speculation. Other securities companies, even if the commission is cheaper, and cannot take them to earn money, they certainly want to follow their idol. So a dumbfounded Chen Yan, inexplicably more than a few funds in the amount of more than 500,000 large customers. And this, just the beginning. Chapter 41, Brother, you're off duty. On Thursday, the CSI 500 futures contract continued to rise 292 points to 9,755. More investors started to pay attention to Fang Yang, and the number of his fans started to skyrocket. On Friday, after the CSI 500 futures contract bottomed out, it rose another 112 points to 9,867 points, realizing 5 consecutive suns. Fang Yang's long order they opened at 8,500 made a profit of 1,367 points or 273,000 per lot by Friday's close. Fang Yang's 5 lots of long orders, profit 1.36 million, the total capital came to 1.94 million. Wu Yuanqiu's 16 lots of long orders with a total profit of 4,368 million, total account capital of 8,018 million, compared to the initial capital of 2 million. It has quadrupled. Hua Meihui and Zhou Jinjin saw Wu Yuanqiu earn so much money in a week. Jealousy was cracking. They just wanted to whip themselves alive. Such a good opportunity to earn a lot of money was in front of them, and they turned it down? What the hell were you thinking? Are you out of your mind? Can't live with money? Even when the stock index just started to rise, he had the opportunity to change over. But what were you thinking? Think the stock index has risen. Can not enter? As a result, people rose 5 days in a row. Rose to make them doubt their lives. After this blow, the two of them completely gave up their own opinions and directly handed over all decision-making power of their accounts to Fang Yang. Even if Fang Yang took their account to buy ST stocks, they would definitely not express their opinions. Professional things should be left to the professionals, and by dictating what to do, they would only have their profits drastically reduced. As a matter of fact, Fang Yang also had a bit of a problem with the two of them. After all, when the two of them made less money, Fang Yang's cut would also be reduced. In order to make up for these differences, it would be necessary to continue to take heavy positions next week. Of course, before that, it was of course to get this week's share first. After finalizing his calculations, Fang Yang earned a total of 10.8 million for the 3 bosses this Monday, and a 40% share would be 4.32 million, together with the 1.94 million in his own account. Fang Yang had earned 6.26 million in 2 weeks since he was reborn, which was still a bit slow. Hearing Fang Yang spit out that his earning speed was too slow, Gao Zichang sitting next to him was speechless. Your old man's earning speed is comparable to robbing a bank, but still not satisfied? I'm sure I don't understand the world of a big brother.
At this time, Chen Yan also finally learned from the mouths of those big customers who entered the group about that heaven-defying God post in the stock forum. She immediately reacted that this mediocre little Fang should be Fang Yang's trumpet, so she immediately sent a message to Fang Yang and asked, "Those delivery orders you posted in the forum, are they all true?" Fang Yang laughed. "Of course, you don't think I'm picturing them too, do you? How did you do it? Want to know? Come over and see for yourself." Fang Yang deliberately teased her. "Where are you now?" "Behind Hawker Yunlai, Yushan Meidi neighborhood, building 18, room 1101. Welcome to visit and inspect." "Good, I'll go over now." Seeing that Chen Yan was really going to come over, Fang Yang was instantly energized and said to Gao Zicheng, "Brother, you're off work. You can go home now." Gao Zicheng was dumbfounded. "Aren't we living here already? What's the point of going home?" Fang Yang coughed and continued, "Then you go down and turn around. I'll call you when you come back." "What in the world?" Gao Zicheng was puzzled. "Chen Yan wants to come over to take a look. I'm afraid she'll be embarrassed if you're here." "Got it. Then I'll go now." Gao Zicheng hemmed and hawed and stood up, then asked in a low voice, "Do you want to buy a box of small umbrellas for you?" Fang Yang glared at him. "Get lost." After driving Gao Zicheng the light bulb away, Fang Yang simply cleaned up the living room again before sitting on the sofa and waiting for Chen Yan to come over. He had thought that Chen Yan drove over, at most 10 minutes. Who knew that he had waited for half an hour before Chen Yan hurriedly arrived? This girl apologized as soon as she entered the door. "Sorry, a customer came in temporarily and was delayed for a while. It's okay, I don't have much to do here anyway." Fang Yang invited her to the sofa and sat down, then handed over a bottle of soda water that had been prepared long ago. "Are you the only one here?" Chen Yan unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a sip. "During trading hours, Xiao Gao was also here, but he's out right now. I didn't realize that you really have a stock speculation studio. I thought you were talking about it for fun. Am I the kind of person who takes things at face value?" Someone who had only moved in last week blurted out. "Come on, show me around your trading room." Chen Yan didn't squirm at all and took the lead, standing up and walking in the direction of the bedroom. "Girl, I found that you're quite bold. Aren't you worried that I've hidden ropes, whips and candles in the bedroom?" Fang Yang deliberately teased her. "Do you have that kind of guts?" Chen Yan gave him a cross glance, but didn't care. Based on these few encounters, she had roughly figured out Fang Yang's character. This guy just liked to play tricks on girls with his mouth. But in fact, his nature wasn't bad. "You insulted me today. I'll take this revenge." Fang Yang pretended to be angry and brought Chen Yan to the trading room. He, you have a nice environment here. Quite professional." Chen Yan nodded her head in praise as she circled around the trading room. "How about it? Are you interested in coming to work here with me? I'll give you double your salary." Fang Yang issued an invitation. "Are you still hiring here?" Chen Yan was a bit surprised. "Definitely. There's still a shortage of market information collectors. I feel you're just right. I definitely can't come, but I can recommend you a suitable candidate." Chen Yan's eyes lit up as if she remembered something. "Anyone else may not necessarily be able to pass my inspection." Fang Yang only wanted to get Chen Yan over. How would he be interested in recruiting others? "Don't worry, the person I recommended to you is a graduate in finance and fully meets your requirements. It won't be your boyfriend, right?" Fang Yang deliberately asked. "It's my college classmate and best friend, called Zhang Cc. Dirty?" Fang Yang looked surprised. This name is a bit special. Baolong Zhang, the grass character she. Chen Yan knew that this guy had thought wrong as soon as she took a look at his expression and couldn't help but glare at him. Fang Yang smiled awkwardly. Since she is a senior majoring in finance, would she not be able to find a job? Willing to come to me? Alas, this girl's life is rather bitter. After graduation into an investment company, was doing quite well, but the result is that their boss took a liking to her, and had to transfer her to be a secretary. She was unwilling to do so. As a result, she was dismissed, and the deposit that she paid when she joined the company could not be retrieved. Which company? Why do you have to pay a deposit when you join? Xingdong Investment Company, which also does secondary market investment. Oh, never heard of it. You haven't entered this circle. It's normal that you don't know. Chapter 42. New member of the team. Chen Yan continued. The main reason why I recommended her to come is because her father passed away and her mother is sick and hospitalized, needing a large sum of money for an operation. I wanted to lend her the money directly, but she didn't want it, so that's why I wanted to subsidize her a sum of money through you, in the form of a paycheck. Making it so complicated? Fang Yang said helplessly. Alright, since you think it's okay, let her try. Chen Yan urged. Just know what I said to you. Don't ask her. Come back and I'll transfer $100,000 to you. You find a way to give it to her. Fang Yang didn't have the heart to say. The average salary in the financial industry is just that much. If I give her a high salary, can she want it? Chen Yan laughed. That's why I'm looking for your help.
Ha, with your intelligence, you can definitely solve this problem. Fang Yang coughed. Since you've asked me for help, it's not too much to ask me for a meal, right? Chen Yan shook her head. Not today, let's do it tomorrow afternoon. I'll call Cece out as well, so you guys can get to know each other. Okay, I'll wait for your call. After Chen Yan left, Gao Zicheng quickly received the news and rushed back at the first time. He scowled at Fang Yang and said, "How's it? Did you take it?" "Take it my ass. We just had a normal chat." Fang Yang didn't have the good sense to say, "Why are you more anxious than me?" Gao Zicheng said, "If I don't find you a girlfriend, my sister will become your girlfriend. Can you not be in a hurry?" He seriously said, "I think Chen Yan, this girl is good. You must grasp it well. When it's time to make a move." Fang Yang rolled his eyes. "I still need you to teach me? You haven't even had a girlfriend. What do you need a girlfriend for? How happy am I alone?" Gao Zicheng's mouth was stiff. "It makes sense, mainly because this side is not inflatable." Fang Yang nodded. Gao Zicheng. The next day was Saturday. Fang Yang went home to visit his parents, only to be scolded by his old man again, saying that the Li Weiwei had made a few more phone calls to find him, and ordering Fang Yang to solve this matter as soon as possible. Fang Yang had no choice but to move Li Weiwei out of the blacklist, and then sent her a message, asking her what she really wants. Li Weiwei returned the message in seconds, saying that she only wanted to have a good chat with Fang Yang. Fang Yang replied, "There's nothing to talk about between us. I said it's impossible to turn back, and you shouldn't call me at my house again." Li Weiwei said unwillingly, "Is it so hard to take the time to see me?" Fang Yang said, "No time, I have to accompany my girlfriend." After saying that, he didn't wait for her to reply, and pulled her black again. On the other side of the phone, looking at Fang Yang's unforgiving reply, and the news that she had been rejected again, Li Weiwei's mind finally exploded. She slammed her cell phone hard on the ground, smashing it into pieces, then gritted her teeth and said, "Fang Yang, I will make you regret this." Next to her, Shinseki was startled and rushed over to inquire about the situation. Li Weiwei's face was calm as she said, "Use your cell phone to send a message to Li Zhe. Tell him that my cell phone broke, and I want to go buy a new one this afternoon. Ask him if he's free to accompany me." Shinseki was surprised. "Didn't you say you don't like this kind of playboy?" Li Weiwei shook her head. "As long as he can help me get back at Fang Yang, I don't care about anything else." At 4 in the afternoon, Fang Yang came to the Starbucks cafe on this side of Wanda Plaza at the invitation of Chen Yan. He met her good girlfriend, Zhang Cici. This was a pretty girl with big eyes, delicate features, clean face, and a sweet smile, a bit like a kawaii girl in a comic. Her height should be slightly shorter than Chen Yan, with a head of dark hair casually draped over her shoulders. If one were to look at her face alone, there would be people who would believe it if they said she was a high school student. No wonder her boss had been trying to commit a crime. Facing such a sweet smile all day long, no one else would be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Fang Yang suddenly changed his face. If he recruited her in, wouldn't it be a change for him to undergo this kind of test? Chen Yan, that girl did not have a good heart. This is to their side to send undercover. Chen Yan looked at Fang Yang's expression with a smile on her face, then asked, "How is it? Is my best friend pretty?" Fang Yang shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm a face-blind person. I look at everyone the same." Zhang Cici smiled even more happily. She took the initiative to extend her hand, shook Fang Yang's hand and introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Fang, I'm Zhang Cici." Fang Yang continued to shake his head. "I just gained weight recently. Not swollen. Don't call me that." Chen Yan said meaningfully, "Someone is in good shape today. Ha, why can't you see that you are so chatty normally?" Fang Yang spread his hands and said, "That's because someone doesn't give me a chance to play. Every time I talk less than 3 sentences, the topic ends. How can I still perform my talent?" Chen Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, then I'll let you talk more in the future." Zhang Cici deliberately joked. "So sweet, so envious of this sweet love." Chen Yan blushed and stretched out her claws under the table, pinching her fiercely. Zhang Cici instantly let out an exaggerated yelp, then lustfully said, "It's fine, it's fine. I was bitten by a mosquito." Fang Yang could see that compared to Chen Yan, who took the mature route, Zhang Cici was a bit more lively, liked to joke around. Soon, the coffee ordered by Fang Yang was sent over by the waiter, and the two girls resumed their seats and started talking about business. "I heard that Mr. Fang's studio not only does stocks, but also futures. Is it stock index futures?" Zhang Cici asked curiously. Fang Yang nodded. "For the time being, we won't rule out laying out other futures varieties in the future." Zhang Cici said seriously, "I am also concerned about stock index futures. I think the risk here is already very high. If Mr. Fang still has a long order in his hand, he can consider taking profit in batches next week." Fang Yang looked at her with surprise, not expecting this girl to be quite professional. Chen Yan explained. Cece has always been the bully in our class. Her level of analysis is much better than mine. Fang Yang asked. If that's the case, then why doesn't Ms. Zhang make the deal herself?
Zhang Cece didn't feel the slightest bit rushed and smiled.
Currently, I don't have the ability to take risks, so I'll just watch the show from the sidelines. Fang Yang wisely skipped the topic, then put on a delighted look and nodded. I'm looking for a professional to assist me. Ms. Zhang's level is just right. Please make sure you join my team.
Zhang Cece covered her mouth and laughed.
I'm all about paper. If Mr. Fang wants me to formulate an operational strategy for you, I wouldn't dare to go over there. Chen Yan didn't have the good sense to say, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He doesn't need you to formulate an operation strategy. He himself is a master. Fang Yang seriously said, no matter what industry you are in, an excellent and efficient team is the most important thing. A person who is even more powerful cannot beat an efficient team. The two girls nodded their heads together, obviously agreeing with this statement. Chapter 43, No Need to Recognize. Zhang Cece asked, if I join? I wonder what kind of work Mr. Fang needs me to do? Information collection and disk observation. After all, I'm not a god. There are always times of omission. You'll just be responsible for reminding me in time. Of course, if there is occasionally a lack of manpower, you will also be allowed to participate in intraday trading. Zhang Cece nodded. All these tasks were child's play to her, without any difficulty, so she extended her hand and said, if it's just these jobs, I'm willing to join Mr. Fang's team. Fang Yang was surprised, but the salary package hasn't been discussed yet? I wonder what Ms. Zhang's expected salary is? Zhang Cece laughed. As long as it's not lower than the industry's minimum standard. Fang Yang's eyes lit up, thinking that this is what you said. In my place, the minimum wage standard is 5,000 to start with. The three of them sat at the Starbucks until 5:30 p.m., and seeing that it was almost time, they decided to go eat. As a result, just after walking out of the Starbucks, in the shopping mall outside, they encountered Shinseki, who was full of surprise, and Li Weiwei, who was expressionless. Beside the two of them, there was the rich young man that he had seen once last time at Hocker Yunlai. Fang Yang did not know his name, nor did he know that the other party had once tried to humiliate himself, only to be slapped in the face by a diamond membership card. Li Zhe was also surprised to see Fang Yang's trio. Especially, Fang Yang had another beauty by his side, a big beauty whose looks were not inferior to Li Weiwei's at all. He couldn't help but be secretly angry in his heart. This brat surnamed Fang really had quite the peach blossom luck, surrounded by so many beautiful women. Even Li Weiwei, whom he was pursuing, seemed to have lingering feelings for that guy, otherwise she wouldn't have shown such an angry expression. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Shinseki had to break the silence and took the initiative to open her mouth. What a coincidence. Fang Yang, you guys are here shopping too? Fang Yang pointed to the Starbucks behind him, accompanying a friend for a cup of coffee. Shinseki laughed. We also came with Weiwei. Her cell phone broke and she just bought a new one. Fang Yang swept a glance at the Apple cell phone in Li Weiwei's hand and nodded. Alright, then you guys keep shopping. We'll leave first. Fang Yang was about to leave with his two companions when Li Weiwei suddenly took a step forward and blocked Chen Yan's face. With a calm expression, she said, I would like to get to know you. Can I leave a contact? Li Weiwei, what are you doing? Fang Yang frowned. Li Weiwei ignored him and just looked straight at Chen Yan. Chen Yan frowned, shook her head and refused. I'm sorry, I don't think there's a need for us to get to know each other. After saying that, she took the initiative to greet Fang Yang and Zhang Cece and walked towards the outside of the mall. Li Weiwei was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and it took a long time before she calmed down. She walked to Li Zhe and said in a low voice, I'm sorry Xiao Li, I'm a bit uncomfortable today. We'll go back first. Li Zhe said indifferently. Alright, then I won't send you guys off. We'll contact you again when we have time. He also had a temper. The girl he had asked out was entangled with other men. It would be strange if he could be happy. At this time, he had lost patience with a fickle woman like Li Weiwei. Instead, he was interested in the two beauties beside Fang Yang, and he didn't know what they were from. He would have to find someone to check them out. On the other side, Chen Yan and Zhang Cece were also asking Fang Yang who that girl was just now. Fang Yang was honest and shrugged his shoulders. The girl who was once chased by me for 5 years. Oh, then how did you guys break up? Chen Yan asked. Split my ass. Never held hands at all. Fang Yang rolled his eyes. Ah, after 5 years of chasing, you didn't even say yes? Yeah, do you think it's too much? Then what happened just now? Why is she so angry? Because back then I chased her and she didn't want to. Now she's chasing me and I don't want to either. Chen Yan, Zhang Cece. Well, this plot could be written in a third-rate romance novel. It's almost like a real-life version of Chasing a Husband to the Crematorium. After the three of them finished their meal, Fang Yang didn't let Chen Yan send him off and left alone with his farewells.
At the same time he also in his mind put the matter of buying a car on the agenda. He was considered a rich man now, so he couldn't still take a taxi every time he went out, could he? Well, strive to put this matter into practice next week. At this time, he was waiting for a car when he suddenly realized a strange thing.
The rich second generation who was with Li Weiwei just now was actually driving a blue BMW SUV with another girl passing in front of him. What kind of situation was this? Seamless connection? After accompanying one girlfriend, immediately switching to the next? So powerful? Fang Yang didn't realize that Li Zhe had already fallen out with Li Weiwei or because of him. He really thought that this rich kid was Li Weiwei's boyfriend. After all, he had already encountered these two together twice. He couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Li Weiwei still has no vision as usual. What kind of person is this looking for? This kind of woman. What's the use of being pretty? Pure vase. On Monday morning, Zhang Cici came to Fang Yang's studio as promised. Today, she wore a decent small suit and black straight pants, looking radiant and generous. At once, Gao Ziqiang, who was dressed casually and still crossed his legs, was confused. He only knew that there would be a newcomer joining their studio today, and it was a girl. But he didn't expect it to be such a big, professional-looking beauty. Comparing the two, he felt that he should go to the door as a security guard and give the trading room to Fang Yang and this big beauty called Zhang Cici, while Zhang Cici was familiarizing herself with the environment in the trading room. Gao Ziqiang secretly pulled Fang Yang into the bedroom. In a low voice, he asked, "Old Fang, didn't you say it was just a walkover? You won't really leave her behind, right? Why not? If she's really good, why can't I keep people? But don't you feel it's inconvenient?" Although it's not bad to have a girl to work with, Gao Ziqiang still feels uncomfortable. He can't even pick his feet while watching the disc. What's so inconvenient about it? Just get used to it. Fang Yang warned, but don't harass people. She's Chen Yan's good friend. How could I? I don't like this type. Gao Ziqiang laughed dryly. Actually, he had really thought about it before. You can pull it off. There's only one type you like, and that's female. Fang Yang gave him a blank look, and then took the lead to walk out of the bedroom. One had to admit that a finance senior like Zhang Cici, who came from a science class, was really good at collecting market information. In just 10 short minutes, she had collected all the financial information that happened at home and abroad over the 2 days of the weekend through various channels. Then according to the level of the news, it was labeled in different categories, so that Fang Yang could know at a glance what big and small things had happened in total. Chapter 44 Salary Advance. There was a lot of good news this weekend, the biggest of which was the announcement of the oil and gas reform program. The 5 major groups in the petrochemical field, PetroChina, Sinopec, CNOOC, ChemChina and Sinochem will be integrated and reorganized. Influenced by this news, the oil and gas sector jumped high, leading the SSE index to open flat and continue to rise. Fang Yang in their hands of futures long single, are in the last Friday, closed positions stop profit. At this time to see the market so strong, he immediately made the decision to continue to open long positions. Zhang Cici did not say anything at first. After all, she is only an observer and not a trader. Until he heard Fang Yang's instruction is 80% of the position, the current price to chase more. She finally couldn't help it and opened her mouth to remind, Mr. Fang, the short-term rise of the SSE index is already very big. Will it be a bit risky to continue to take long positions here? Fang Yang laughed. Whether the risk is big or not is not by guessing, but by what the disc tells you. You take a good look at the disc and tell me if it's risky to go long today? Zhang Cici froze for a moment, carefully observed the plate, and had to admit that today was a day of long forcing, and the possibility of diving was indeed not great. She couldn't help but think in her heart, it seems that Chen Yan is right. Fang Yang is indeed an expert, and doesn't need to tell himself what to do. While the two of them were discussing, Gao Ziqiang had already operated quickly, using 4 accounts of 19.8 million funds, a total of 110 lots of long orders, the entry price of 9,700 points. Among them, just Fang Yang's account opened 30 lots, taking up 5.8 million in margin. With more and more funds in his account, the snowball will snowball faster and faster. After operating the futures account, Gao Ziqiang immediately switched to the stock he bought, Beijia Junzheng. Then there was a wail, as if he had been punched. It turned out that his stock opened 6% lower sharply today, looking like it was going to plummet. Fang Yang did not have the good sense to say, what the hell are you screaming for? You float so much. Pull back a little. Afraid of what? Gao Ziqiang depressed. The key to other stocks are rising. This stock's main force is not sick. Is the main force of this stock sick? Fang Yang called up the K-chart of northern suburbs Junzheng and recalled the stock's trend in 2015 in his mind. Unexpectedly, he really remembered that this stock did top out ahead of the general market, but not today. That is to say, today is likely to be a washout. Do not rule out pulling up in the afternoon.
So he suggested, like this strong stock, not until the final close cannot say he went bad. You'd better wait and see. Okay, listen to you. Gao Zichang was all set to sell his stocks, but after hearing Fang Yang's words, he closed his account again. Next to him, Zhang Sisi was surprised. Your studio, is the management so loose? You can still do private work while working? When Gao Zichang heard this, he was not happy and immediately retorted. What public and private work? Originally is the brothers together to get rich Now there is an opportunity to earn money, why give up? You can also follow the buy Zhang Sisi shook her head and said, I don't have money to buy. Gao Zichang heard this will come on. Very experienced to give her advice. You can set credit card and the chanting, white, and so on. Easy to get a few tens of thousands of dollars or no problem. Zhang Sisi continued to shake her head. I'm not going to borrow money to invest. When Fang Yang heard this, his eyes lit up. He was worried about not having the opportunity to give Zhang Sisi a high salary. Gao Zichang's words just gave him new ideas. He can take this girl to earn money from the stock market only need a few tens of thousands of dollars in principal. Can earn back the medical expenses that her mother needs, right? So, Fang Yang immediately interjected. You don't need to borrow money to speculate in the stock market, but you can get a paycheck advance. Salary advance? Zhang Sisi was stunned. Thinking that there was such an operation, Fang Yang nodded and said, in this studio of ours, the minimum wage is 5,000 a month, and advance for a year is 60,000. You only need to sign a 1-year labor contract. This is not appropriate, right? Zhang Sisi was a little hesitant. This proposal sounded reasonable, and the salary Fang Yang offered her wasn't outrageous, but it always felt like this man was taking care of her a little too much. Did he see himself? But wasn't he Chen Yan's boyfriend? Fang Yang continued, this is supposed to be the reward for your labor. What's inappropriate? Well, you get a contract out now. We'll sign it at noon. And for the next year, you're my man. Gao Zichang instantly widened his eyes, thinking that old Fang is really bullish. This is flirting? Zhang Sisi also blushed a little. She lowered her head and said, alright then, I will prepare the contract now. Soon, under the joint drafting of Zhang Sisi and Fang Yang, an abridged version of the labor contract came out, roughly the same as what Fang Yang had just said. The two signed their names separately. Then Fang Yang opened WeChat and transferred $60,000 to Zhang Sisi. Gao Zichang said with gusto, you should have a stock account, right? Hurry up and come by my Beijiao Junzheng. Old Fang said that this stock can pull up in the afternoon. Zhang Sisi hesitated. This position is too high, right? Strong stocks are all like this the sky is the end. Okay, then I'll buy half a position too. Gao Zichang depressed. Why just buy half a position The shares given by old Fang are all big bulls. Direct pokers Fang Yang did not have a good mood. You operate your own account on the line. Do not affect other people's thinking. Gao Zichang was dumbfounded. Zhang Sisi did not speak again, and somewhat apprehensively transferred the $60,000 into her stock account, and then bought a half position of Beijiao Junzheng at the current price of 47.2 yuan, or minus 4%. She has always had a stock account. Only because her mother was hospitalized, she simply couldn't save any money, so she never bought any stocks. Today, out of Fang Yang's trust, she finally decided to go live. At noon, Fang Yang took Gao Zichang and Zhang Sisi, went to Hawker Yunlai Western restaurant to eat a steak dinner, and then came back to continue to stare at the disk. In the afternoon, the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index continued to surge higher. Staged forced market. A lot of the morning did not perform. The stock have also begun to start. Among them, including Zhang Sisi just bought the northern suburbs of Junzheng. At 13:38, Beijiao Junzheng suddenly encountered big money grabbing, and in just 3 minutes, it rose from -3% to red. Then it began to move higher wave by wave. The highest increase reached 7%. Although the close of the market before the slight fall, Zhang Sisi's intraday profits also more than 9%, can be said to be the first battle. Gao Zichang is even more excited. Full position pokers, he made a fortune today. So, he chattered to Zhang Sisi boasted, how? I said this stock can pull up, right? Zhang Sisi did not give him the slightest bit of face and directly retorted, that seems to be what Mr. Fang said. Gao Zichang's expression stiffened, turned his head as if nothing had happened, and said to Fang Yang, old Fang, the stock index futures also made a lot of money. Do you want to take profit? Chapter 45 Really fragrant. Fang Yang smiled and shook his head. The CSI 500 contract closed at the highest point, which means that the bulls have not finished venting their emotions. So let's wait for another day. Good. Since I don't have to operate, I'll go to the group and pretend. Gao Zichang excitedly said. No posting futures positions. Fang Yang reminded him. Okay. Gao Zichang was about to send out his stock positions when Zhang Sisi added, the stocks I bought. You're not allowed to send them either. Gao Ziqiang froze and instantly said angrily, "That was what I bought first." Zhang Cici grunted, "I don't care. You're not allowed to send it out if I bought it anyway." Gao Ziqiang depressedly said, "Starting from tomorrow, we both buy our own. No one will affect anyone." Zhang Cici inch, "Well, I by side always recommended. You choose your own stock to go." Gao Ziqiang pushed the keyboard, stood up and said, "I have a brain ache. Go out and turn around. You guys feel free." Once he left like this, the atmosphere in the trading room was instantly awkward. Fang Yang coughed and suggested, "Why don't you go back too? You can do the work of organizing information at home anyway." Zhang Cici shook her head and said, "No, going to work should be like going to work. You can't be free-spirited and leave early without any reason." Fang Yang got up and said, "Okay, then you continue to review the disc. I'll go back to my room to rest for a while." After Fang Yang left, Zhang Cici immediately opened QQ and found Chen Yan's avatar, then crackled and asked, "Dead girl, you give me out. Did you say something to Fang Yang?" Chen Yan pretended to be innocent and said, "No, what's wrong? Humph, if you didn't say anything, why did he give me $60,000 for no reason and said it was a year's salary advance? Ha, they still have salary advances at the studio? Talking about it makes my heart skip a beat. Pretend hard. I'm telling you, you're dead." Zhang Cici gritted her teeth, having a sense of shame of being betrayed by her bestie. Chen Yan smiled, "I introduced you to such a good man, shouldn't you thank me?" Zhang Cici grunted coldly, "If you say that, I'll really get on it. Go ahead and take him down early. Don't cheapen other women." "Okay, I'll stay today and nominate myself." "Go for it. Support you." Chen Yan sent a clenched fist cheering emoji. Zhang Cici said helplessly, "Alright, stop trying. If you really weren't interested in him, you wouldn't have brought it to me to see." Still the same sentence, "The man you have your eyes on, I definitely won't rob him. Who looks at him? This man is so desperate for his ex-girlfriend. He must be a ruthless man. I don't care." Zhang Cici posted a picture of a really fragrant smell. "I'm just starving to death and jumping off the stairs. I won't even eat it. It smells really good. Scram. I'm not going to be poor with you. I'm going to be busy." Chen Yan was defeated and her avatar quickly went dark. However, not more than a few minutes later, she unexpectedly came back online and sent a message that surprised Zhang Cici. "Fang Yang's ex-girlfriend's boyfriend actually came to find me to open an account." "What the hell? What do you mean?" "It's the man who was with those two girls in front of Starbucks that day. He actually came to our business department. I don't know if it was by chance or on purpose." "Did he say anything?" "Only asked questions about trading. Didn't say anything else." "Should we talk to Fang Yang?" "Better not. Maybe it's just a coincidence." "Okay." On the other side, Fang Yang was also chatting with Gao Xiaoye. Ever since this girl signed up with Tian Entertainment Music Company, every day was filled with either song practice, dance practice, or newcomer training. Only at night, before going to bed, would she chat with Fang Yang for a while, sharing with him the interesting things that happened every day, and by the way, reminding Fang Yang not to forget to visit her. Like today, having time to chat in the afternoon was a first. After inquiring, it turned out that one of the girls who had signed with her had sprained her back while practicing dance, and it seemed to be quite serious, so they were sent to the hospital together. Cao Xiaoye was now in the hospital and took some time to chat with Fang Yang. Fang Yang immediately urged, "You should also pay more attention. Don't force yourself when practicing dance. Just forget about it if you really can't bend." Gao Xiaoye smiled cheekily, "Don't worry, I'm a singer. I don't have very high requirements for dancing. It's not that difficult to move." Fang Yang continued to ask, "Have you practiced the song I gave you last time? Did you ask the company to record it for you?" Cao Xiaoye grunted coldly, "I'm not going to record it. That's my killer app for the talent show. I can't leak it in advance." Fang Yang laughed, "You don't have to be so petty. Use it when you need to use it. I'll prepare a better song for you when the time comes." "Really? Brother Yang is so nice. Give me a kiss." "Aha." At this time, Fang Yang saw Chen Yan sending a message to himself, so he said to Gao Xiaoye, "Okay, then you get busy first. I'll handle a little something." Gao Xiaoye immediately said vigilantly, "You're not going to chat with other girls, are you?" Fang Yang said breathlessly, "Why are you acting like a jealous little daughter-in-law?" Cao Xiaoye grunted coldly, "Anyway, you promised me that if you have a favorite girl, you must tell me first. Isn't this not having a favorite girl yet? I will definitely tell you if there is." "Good boy." It was not easy to calm Gao Xiaoye down. Fang Yang immediately clicked on Chen Yan's avatar, and saw this girl send an interrogative expression. "Didn't I ask you to give all 100,000 to Cici? Why did you only give her 60,000? Fang Yang smiled and replied, "Why do you ask? That 40,000 is of course the handling fee." Chen Yan sent a horrified expression. "Are you a crooked businessman?
Charging half the handling fee? I at least collected money and gave you something to do. What are you going to do if you meet someone who collects money and doesn't do anything? What else can I do?
Just recognize your own bad luck.
Fang Yang smiled and explained.
She joined the company on her first day today, so I'll give her an annual salary of $100,000, which she won't accept. On this monthly salary of $5,000 she almost didn't agree. Luckily I have a 3-inch tongue. Alright, as long as you think it's suitable. I transferred the rest of the money to you. Don't say that I take kickbacks. Joking aside, Fang Yang of course would not leave that $40,000 behind, so he transferred it to Chen Yan through WeChat. Who knows this girl but confiscated it? She suggested, the rest of the money simply give CC rent a house. Her family lives far away. It's quite inconvenient to go to your place every day. Fang Yang tried. Why don't I rent a house next to it and you two live together? Chen Yan sent an emoji of hitting her head with a hammer. I don't go to your place to work.
What am I going to live in? What are you guys thinking? Fang Yang smiled and said, I didn't say anything either. Who the hell is thinking too much? Humph. It's impossible anyway. Don't think about it. I'm off duty. Bye. Chen Yan finished speaking and directly went offline. Outside, Zhang Cece also greeted Fang Yang and left from work. Fang Yang then realized that without realizing it, it was already 5 p.m. Time always flies when chatting with beautiful women. Chapter 46, White Bully, Black Land Rover, Co-Pilot all little princesses. When they ate barbecue together at night, Gao Zichang asked, Old Fang, what do you think Xin Yaotu really means? Is she not wanting to accept you? That's why she introduced her best friend to you? Fang Yang pondered. I can't figure it out either. It might be a test, whether it's for me or for Zhang Cece. Then what are you going to do? Of course it's to take her by surprise. Fang Yang coldly grunted. I swore when I rejected Li Weiwei that from now on, I won't let a woman take her down, no matter in what way. Gao Zichang nodded his head and said, not bad, only the motherland and the people can test us, no other woman can. The sound of his sentence was a little louder, causing a few other tables to look sideways. Fang Yang silently covered his face and whispered, I'll go out first in a while, don't let people know that we two know each other. Gao Zichang was not the least bit surprised. He took out his cell phone and messaged his sister back with certainty, don't worry, old Fang doesn't have a favorite. I'm keeping an eye out for you. Train at ease. The next day, the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index continued to soar. The major sectors in turn continued to force. Gao Zichang and Zhang Cece hold the northern suburbs of Zhunjiang, but also swept away yesterday's decline. Directly high open high, sealed stop. However, under the advice of Fang Yang, both of them chose to take profit on the stop. The bag is safe. This wave of operation, Zhang Cece profit 19%, $5,800. Gao Zichang, on the other hand, 43% profit, nearly $20,000. The guy happy, the whole day did not close his mouth. However, compared to Fang Yang's futures account, these profits are negligible. Today, the CSI 500 index is also a big rise. The opening directly on the 10,000 point mark, and all the way up. The morning has not yet closed to 10,300 points. Fang Yang they entered the long single at 9,700 points. Each hand profit 600 points. A point $200 is 120,000 yuan. 110 lots is 13.2 million, of which Fang Yang's own account in one day into the 3.6 million. Although Gao Zichang is not the first time to see so much money, but still some heart-surging, he immediately egged on. Old Fang, I see people say that when you earn money from the stock market, you have to take out a part of it and spend it as soon as possible, otherwise it will be easy to spit it back. Fang Yang did not have the good taste to say what ideas directly. Do not beat around the bush. Gao Zichang hemmed and hawed and smiled. Buy a car. How inconvenient is it for you to take a taxi every time you go out? Rather, we can consider. What do you have a good suggestion? White Bully, Black Land Rover. The co-pilot is full of little princesses. You pick one. Seeing Zhang Cece rolling her eyes straight from the side, Fang Yang couldn't help but laugh and scold. Where did you learn all that from? But also a set of things. He. It's all the experience summarized by your seniors. Don't buy an off-road vehicle. If you want to buy it, you can only buy a commercial vehicle. Fang Yang thought for a moment, dialed Wu Yuanxiao's phone and spoke his thoughts. Wu Yuanxiao immediately laughed out loud and said, you are really good at calculating. Old brother Fang, how did you know that I just got back a Maybach? If you are free, come over now and see if it fits your requirements. Maybach? That car is a bit expensive, right? Although Fang Yang didn't know much about cars, he also knew that the lowest price of a Maybach was over $3 million. New cars are definitely expensive. The key I'm not a new car. Anyway, you come to see if it fits on the line. Don't care about the price. In fact, Wu Yuanxiao's this Maybach is just imported a new car.
but he in order to give Fang Yang as a favor at a low price. Hard to say second-hand. After all, there was nothing wrong with the car thing. As long as it was on the road it was second-hand. That's good. I'll go over now. Fang Yang hung up the phone and said to Gao Zicheng and Zhang Cici, "Go, look at the car." "Should I go too?" Zhang Cici asked weakly. "If you don't want to go, you can also go home from work. It's closed anyway, you don't need to be so stuck in time." "Then I'd better go. It's okay to go home too early." The three of them turned off their computers and locked the doors, left the Yosemite neighborhood and took a taxi to the address provided by Wu Yuanxiao. This place was near the outskirts of the city, and was supposed to be one of Yuanxiao Trading Company's warehouses. The scale seems to be not small. Just a storage area occupies more than 2,000 square meters, which is piled with all kinds of goods. The Maybach that Wu Yuanxiao had mentioned was also parked here, having entered customs just a few days ago. "Mr. Wu, which model of Maybach is this?" Fang Yang and his group walked into the warehouse under Wu Yuanxiao's leadership, and at a glance, he saw the shiny Maybach, which he fell in love with at first sight. "This is the Maybach S600. How is it? Not bad?" "Not bad indeed. Very grand." Fang Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. One had to admit that the Maybach S600 was worthy of being a luxury business sedan that could fight with the Bentley Mulsanne. Its entire console was designed with a large wood texture, along with the large display design, making it look very honorable and high-end. Not only is the interior incredibly luxurious and stunning, but even the exterior is high-end and very dynamic. The floating center cover with Maybach's unique logo instantly raised the class of this car once again. "Old Fang, isn't this car too expensive?" Although Gao Zicheng also liked it, but how to look at this car is also too expensive than a bully Land Rover or something. It is estimated that this a Maybach can buy 4 Land Rover. "Expensive what? Said it is a second-hand car. If you like to give 2 million on the line, and do not have to pay directly from the next time the share of profits deducted." Wu Yuanxiao atmospheric said, "Okay, in that case, I'll take this car." Of course Fang Yang could see that this was not a used car. He was not blind, but since it was Wu Yuanxiao's intention, there was no need for him to reject it. The big deal was to help him manipulate for a while longer, and he was still afraid of not being able to return this favor. "Oh, come back and I'll help you get a good license plate. Guarantee you'll have face everywhere you drive." Wu Yuanxiao handed Fang Yang the formalities of the new car, and summoned his own driver to teach Fang Yang and Gao Zicheng to drive this car until they were thoroughly taught. Fang Yang actually knew how to drive, but his level was just slightly worse, far less than the veteran driver Gao Zicheng. So, of course, Gao Zicheng was the driver. Gao Zicheng is also very excited, driving this car to go out. Dignified. Those girls still not wailing to themselves? He had already decided. Old Fang's driver this position. He will do it for life. Whoever steals and whoever fights for his life. In the process of driving back, Gao Zicheng drove very slowly. His nervous palms were sweating. After all, it was the first time he drove a luxury car. This also led to the fact that the other vehicles were pulling far away from them, keeping a distance between them. When the drivers of those cars saw their car label, the thought in their minds was, "This is really a luxury car, or far away. In case of bumping really cannot afford to pay." Chapter 47, Grievance. Sitting in the 40 miles per hour Maybach, Fang Yang was able to tolerate it at first. After 5 minutes, he couldn't stand it anymore and spat out, "Old Gao, do you have to? I'll go down and walk faster than you. Believe it or not? Cough. Am I not unfamiliar with it? Speed up now." Seeing Gao Zicheng's embarrassing appearance, Zhang Cici next to him covered her mouth and snickered, then found a new continent in general. Surprised, there is also a car refrigerator here. Fang Yang came over to take a look and nodded. "Come back and buy a few bottles of champagne and put them in there. Let's also feel the life of the rich." The two of them were originally sitting close to each other, and as soon as Fang Yang stretched his head, he was even more able to smell the perfume on Zhang Cici's body. This girl obviously also reacted. Her face instantly turned red. Fortunately, Gao Zicheng opened his mouth at this time and dissolved the embarrassment. "Old Fang, where to go now?" This guy drove for half a day before remembering that he hadn't asked the destination yet. Fang Yang glanced at the time displayed on the center console and realized that it was almost time for normal off-duty hours. So he laughed and said, "I came to ask if Big Beauty Chin is free to have a meal together in the evening." Upon hearing this, Gao Zicheng immediately drove towards Galaxy Security's business department. Fang Yang dialed Chenyan's cell phone. Just dialed out, the girl was connected. She asked with some surprise, "Mr. Fang, looking for me for something?" "I'm with CC. Are you free tonight? How about dinner together?" Fang Yang asked with a smile. "Sure, I can go anytime. Where are you guys? I'll go over to find you guys." Chenyan's tone was somewhat relieved, as if Fang Yang's call came at the right time. "No need. Just wait for us at the business department. We'll be there soon."
Fang Yang did not hear anything from Chen Yan's tone. He quickly rode the Maybach to the entrance of Galaxy Security's business department. However, while parking, Fang Yang found a somewhat familiar-looking blue BMW SUV. Wasn't this Li Weiwei's new boyfriend's car? What is he doing here? Is he doing business? But also not right. This is almost to the end of the day. At this time, in the lobby of the Galaxy Security's business department, Chen Yan, dressed in professional attire, looking fresh and capable, was full of helplessness to one of his new customers. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I really don't have time at night. You heard it, my friend is coming to pick me up, and there's a get-together at night. Oh, not today. There's tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is fine too. I just need a reply from MS. Chun, dressed in a designer label. Li Zhe had a self-proclaimed charming smile on his face as he pressed Chen Yan step by step. He had been pestering Chen Yan for half a day. Since he came to Chen Yan to open a stock account, he would come over before work for the past 2 days, to ask for some advice on trading, and by the way, invite Chen Yan to have dinner with him. Unfortunately, this girl does not give much face. Ask the work thing, she answered. Ask personal private matters, do not return. Li Zhe has been a little impatient. However, he had just finished these words. Before Chen Yan could answer, he heard a voice coming from behind him. It's not just tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, every single day in the future. MS. Chen won't be free to dine with you. Li Zhe turned around haughtily, just in time to see Fang Yang bringing Gao Zichang and Zhang Sisi over in stride. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that the person who had gotten together with Chen Yan in the evening was actually Fang Yang. It was really a narrow road. Fang Yang came across to Li Zhe and sneered. If I remember correctly, you seem to be Li Weiwei's boyfriend, right? Li Zhe coldly snorted. I have just explained to MS. Chen that I have no relationship with Li Weiwei. Oh, is that so? Fang Yang was a little surprised, but showed no mercy. Then the other girl in the long black dress, should have a relationship with you? Right. Who sat on the passenger seat of your car that night? Li Zhe's face changed and he coldly said, I don't know what you are talking about. Fang Yang laughed. You can't understand such simple words? Are you not intellectually inferior? Li Zhe's eyes were grim. Mr. Fang had better pay more attention to his words. Be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth. Next to him, Gao Zichang couldn't stand it anymore and said loudly, who the hell is farting here? Why is it stinking and loud? Li Zhe was furious, glaring viciously at Gao Zichang, itching to go up and give him 2 slaps. This guy Gao Zichang can also play tricks, deliberately pretending to be scared. Weakly said, don't you look at me like that. I didn't take rabies vaccine. I'm scared. Put. Zhang Sisi was the first to fail to hold back and burst out laughing. Fang Yang and Chen Yan also revealed amused expressions. This guy Gao Zichang, his mouth is really bad. This gentleman better be careful. People with cheap mouths don't live long. Li Zhe was still a bit of a city man, and did not flip out with Gao Zichang in a situation where he was alone. He just smiled coldly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the business department, obviously preparing to take revenge through other means. However, when he arrived at the parking lot and prepared to drive away, he was shocked to find that his BMW SUV was actually blocked tightly by a brand new Maybach. It was almost parked right up against his car door, pinning him in the middle of the 2 cars, and neither door could be opened. Who the parked this? Can't you park next to so many empty spaces? Driving a luxury car is terrific? Li Zhe cursed and went to the front of the Maybach to look for the driver's phone. At this time, Fang Yang and his party also walked out. Seeing this scene, Gao Zichang immediately came into the spirit and walked over to mock. What's wrong, Mr. Li? The car can't be driven out? It's fine. It'll be fine soon. Li Zhe smiled faintly and deliberately said, I see that there are so many of you. I guess it's not easy to take a taxi. Do you want me to give you a ride? Who told you that we have to take a taxi? Gao Zichang laughed. So you guys are just going to get together in the neighborhood. It's fine. Although there are no upper-class restaurants nearby, it's okay to try a fresh meal once in a while. Ha ha ha. You'd better care about your own car first. You can't even get out. Still pretending here. I just need to make a call. Naturally someone will come to move the car. Li Zhe snorted coldly and dialed the phone number left on the front of the Maybach. However, soon after, something that shocked him to the core happened. Gao Zichang's phone unexpectedly rang, only to see him slowly and methodically pulling out the phone. Then looking at Li Zhe, smilingly asked, May I ask who is it? Is this car yours? Hearing Gao Zichang's voice coming out of his cell phone's microphone, Li Zhe seemed as if he had seen a ghost. This friend of Fang Yang's was actually a rich second generation as well, and it seemed to have more money than himself. Even Chen Yan was full of surprise. She also did not think that this Maybach was driven by Gao Zichang. Had Fang Yang lied to her? Was this Gao Zichang really worth $80 million? Chapter 48, You asked me to move the car. I'll move the car?
Or Zhang Cece stifled her laughter and came to her ear to explain in a low voice before she came to her senses. It turned out that this car was just bought back by Fang Yang,
and Gao Ziqian was just the driver. What? Can't I drive this car? Gao Ziqian looked at Li Zhe with a provocative face. He was just too happy today. Before, he had always been inferior in front of these rich second generation. After all, there was no money in his pocket, and he didn't have the courage to speak. But since following Fang Yang's stock speculation, he has been completely convinced by Fang Yang's skills. He believes that as long as he doesn't make mistakes and cause Fang Yang to dislike him, sooner or later he will be able to soar and crush these rich second generation. Today, it was just a small preview. For a small character like the one in front of him, how did he need old Fang to do it himself? If he couldn't even handle this kind of person, what face would he have to be a driver for old Fang? Since it's your car, can you please move it? Li Zhe's brain is a little short-circuited this moment. Did not react at all. Fang Yang, they were going to go. He just need to wait a little longer. Waiting for Fang Yang first to go not on the line, but also to move a hair off. This guy, Gao Ziqian, saw Li Zhe's stupidity and intentionally teased the little cutie. He said, if you ask me to move the car, I will move the car? Then how disgraced I am. You, Li Zhe was furious. His face gusts of red and white, feeling that today's face is lost. In the end, Fang Yang could not stand to watch, and said in a bad mood, do you still want to go to dinner or not? Wasting time here? Yes, Mr. Fang. You first. Gao Ziqian instantly had a big change of face, nodded and opened the door of the Maybach, inviting Fang Yang and the two beauties to get on the car. Li Zhe just watched as Fang Yang and the others took off. It was only after a long time that he came back to his senses. This car was actually bought by Fang Yang? When did he become so rich? He thought for a moment, did not immediately leave, but returned to the Galaxy Securities Business Department. He wanted to inquire about what exactly happened to Fang Yang. 10 minutes later, a little use of contacts, from the mouth of the person in charge of the sales department, inquired about what Fang Yang had done recently. Li Zhe suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief. Fang Yang helped a few big bosses manage money on behalf of their clients, and took at least a few $1 million as a share? He has this ability? No wonder he had the money to buy a Maybach. However, if you think that you can keep making money in the stock market by guessing the general market correctly a few times, then you are very wrong. Although I can't snipe you, I'm not the only one in the Li family. Li Zhe quickly dialed his cousin Li Dong's phone and complained. Brother, I'm being bullied. Can you help me teach a lesson to someone? Jealous with someone again? A helpless voice came out from the phone. It's different this time. I'm really being bullied to death. Are you in the company now? I'll go over to find you. Then come, I'll wait for you in the office. Xingdong Investment Management Company Limited, in Dongyang City, is considered to be a medium-sized investment organization, mainly doing securities investment business in the secondary market, stocks, futures, valet finance, market capitalization management. As long as they make money, they take any business. With the Li family's connections, and Li Dong's personal ability, this company developed very quickly, and is still quite influential in Dongyang's financial circle. At this time, in the general manager's office of Shengdong Investment Company, after listening to his brother's narration, Li Dong couldn't help but smile. According to your description, this Fang Yang level seems to be good. I want to dig him into our company. That's just right. You'll suppress him a bit first and turn him into a pauper. Then won't you be able to incorporate him? Li Zhe's eyes lit up and he struck while the iron was hot. It's not impossible to suppress him, but I need to know what kind of species he operates first. Li Dong and his company didn't do a lot of this kind of harvesting of lobbyists and big investors, so naturally, they didn't have any sense of guilt. Li Zhe was in high spirits. With his cousin's help, he would definitely be able to trample Fang Yang under his feet again. Fang Yang naturally wouldn't know that he had been targeted by an investment organization. At this moment, he was sitting in the box of a specialty private dining room, smilingly watching Gao Ziqian persuade the two girls to drink, only to see this guy holding a bottle of red wine, constantly launching attacks on the cups in the hands of the two girls. Mouth also blah 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 said, I ask you, soy sauce is oil? Is abalone fish? Is red wine wine? Really? Zhang Cece covered her cup and protested. What kind of person advises a girl to drink? You guys are unsettled. How could that be? I'm a famously decent person. If you don't believe me, ask old Fang. You two are together. I don't believe you. Outside of working hours. Zhang Cece, this girl is also quite lively, and Gao Ziqiang is simply a pair of live treasures. Of course, playfulness is playfulness. How can you not drink a little bit of wine at the table? In addition to Gao Ziqiang want to drive, did not let him drink. These two girls are accompanied by Fang Yang drank several cups of red wine. Drink the little face red. After the meal was over, Fang Yang signaled Gao Ziqiang to send Zhang Cece home first before coming back to pick himself up.
Chen Yan was puzzled. Can't we just go together? Why do we have to wait for him to drive back to pick up? Seeing all the gazes on himself, Fang Yang deliberately said, I have something I want to say to you alone. With these words, Gao Zicheng and Zhang Sisi both showed gossipy expressions, looking like they wanted to stay and listen before leaving. Even Chen Yan's face reddened, obviously misunderstanding Fang Yang's meaning. Fang Yang stood up and personally drove the 2 light bulbs out, ensuring that they wouldn't stay outside the door to eavesdrop. He then came to sit down in front of Chen Yan and looked at the girl with a glaring gaze. What do you want to say to me? Although Chen Yan was nervous, she still looked at Fang Yang with unblinking eyes. I want to say, to you, Fang Yang said halfway and deliberately stopped, making this girl's heart go in circles. Say what? Oh, I want to ask you, the amount of my capital has long reached the standard. Why haven't you adjusted the commission down for me? Fang Yang forced a smile and said in a serious manner. Chen Yan froze and immediately raised her head, looking at this man with some disbelief. Thought you were going to say something important. Just this? Is this necessary to stay alone and say? She took a deep breath and said without any good humor. The commission has long since been adjusted to 1/10,000 for you. It's you who didn't pay attention to it. Already adjusted? Great. Fang Yang continued. And my futures account, can the commission be adjusted as well? Only futures companies can adjust the handling fee for futures. We can't. Chen Yan huffed. He felt that this guy was deliberately picking a fight. Really? That's really troublesome. Fang Yang sighed and asked the third question. Finally, can you do one more thing for me? What is it? My girlfriend is a bit angry. Can you help me coax her? Your girlfriend? You guys made up? Chen Yan frowned, but her heart was a little uncomfortable. It's not an ex-girlfriend. It's my new girlfriend. You have a new girlfriend? Where is she? She's talking to me. Fang Yang said smilingly. Chen Yan froze. Her cheeks instantly turned red. She turned her head to the side and said, Who is your girlfriend? Nonsense. However, her reaction fell in the eyes of Fang Yang, the veteran driver, who didn't know what to do next, only to see that this guy did not hesitate to stretch out his arms and hug Chen Yan, then turned her face around and kissed her hard. Chapter 49, Simple and Rough. The mouth was silky smooth and sweet, like chocolate. There's also a faint flavor of red wine. Red wine flavored chocolate. Chen Yan's mind, on the other hand, was blank, and her entire being was dumbfounded. She really didn't expect that Fang Yang would choose today to confess to her, and in such a simple and rough way. It was like two people competing in a martial arts match. You were still carefully testing and looking for the other person's weaknesses. The other party has already a burst of Wang Beiji up, knocked you down. At this time Chen Yan is so, a move is not careful, the whole plate is lost. Soldiers defeated like a mountain. Well, what are you doing? After a while, Chen Yan, who was kissed and almost out of breath, pushed Fang Yang away with force before glaring at him with a reddened face. It seems like the effect is not working. My girlfriend is still angry. It seems like it needs to be done again. I see you dare? You rascal. Chen Yan raised her pink fist and hit him hard. Let me tell you, I'm the person who is least afraid of threats. The more you say that, the more I'm going to try. Fortunately, Gao Zicheng's phone call came in time to relieve Chen Yan. This girl almost fled and left this box, drilling into the Maybach outside the hotel. Fang Yang also does not mind, smilingly followed out. Today this blitzkrieg, the results of the battle, the next is longest to strike while the iron is hot, the bowl of rice to cook on the line. What's the situation with you two? Quarreling? Gao Zicheng in the driver's seat turned his head in some surprise, looking at the red-faced Chen Yan. Just drive your car. Where are you talking so much? Chen Yan didn't have the good sense to say. Oh, got it. Gao Zicheng pulled his voice out with a I get it look. It pissed Chen Yan off. Rather, after Fang Yang got on the car, he stopped pressing this girl step by step. Instead, he lectured Gao Zicheng and told him to hurry up and drive. Don't talk nonsense. And only then did Chen Yan feel slightly more comfortable. Chen Yan's family lives in the Bohemia Residence neighborhood. This neighborhood in Dongyang City is considered to be a relatively upscale neighborhood. From the price of the house to the supporting facilities are the top. The security guards at the entrance are naturally world-weary, and won't just let in a luxury car when they see one. So Chen Yan took the opportunity to get off the car at the entrance of the district, hurriedly greeted Fang Yang, and quickly ran towards the inside of the district. Hey, old Fang, aren't you going to see her off? Seeing Fang Yang sitting in the carriage without moving or letting himself drive away, Gao Zicheng couldn't help but ask. This is an upscale neighborhood. There are cameras everywhere. Don't worry about her safety. It's better to let her calm down alone for a while. Fang Yang was well aware of the reasoning that speed is not enough. A slightly conservative girl like Chen Yan must be given ample time to adapt before she could do so. Letting her slowly figure it out and willingly accept it was the way to go once and for all. Of course, this kind of character of the girl also has an advantage. That is, once the relationship is determined, It will not be easy to change heart. Never likely Weiwei. Yesterday you are obscure. She ignored you. Today you are outstanding. She chased you in turn. There is a good saying, when you are down and out, you do not accompany. Who recognize who on the day of the scenery? Gao Zichang came over and asked, you really took Shin girl? Fang Yang shook his head and said, I don't know, but I've given her the right to decide. Let's see how she chooses. Does it still need to be chosen? Such an excellent boyfriend. Of course she'll accept it without hesitation. Well, don't put gold on my face. With a few $1 million in assets, people may not put it in their eyes. Fang Yang sighed in his heart. It seems that he really needs to speed up the speed of earning money. Otherwise he has no advantage in chasing girls. He still needed more money, and a higher social status before he could do so. Well, one can't fight alone anymore. One has to make a name for oneself as soon as possible. Fang Yang thought for a moment, took out his cell phone and opened the stock forum and started posting. My fan group is open. Group number 3894893. Starting next week. Return to the stock market. Want to meet friends quickly into the group. The best way he can think of is to make a name for himself and become a party of well-known lobbyists. Only then, when he upgraded his stock speculation studio to a financial company, would he be recognized by the entire financial community of Dongyang City, and want to be a lobbyist big brother, has been doing futures is not work, or to return to the stock market to work. Not more than a few minutes after the post was sent out, someone followed the post below. Wow, the owner really opened the group. This is a fee group? No charge. The condition for entering the group is to open a new stock account. That's easy. I'll apply to join the group now. So in less than 10 minutes, there were dozens of people applying to join the group, and Fang Yang used the administrator privileges to pass them through one by one. Chen Yan, who had just returned home, saw the scene and had been completely speechless. This damnable Fang Yang really doesn't take himself as an outsider. Even turtled up and turned his customer group into his fan group. Although this could bring her a large number of customers, but it's not appropriate to recommend stocks to so many outsiders. Who knows if it will be reported by others? As more and more people saw this post, there were also a lot of people who didn't understand Fang Yang's track record and jumped out to express their doubts. What is this situation? Why is there a sense of immediacy of a pig-killing disc? There can't really be anyone who believes this guy, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. God Fang. Make money in the stock market as if it's a game. Do I need to engage in a pig-killing disc? Don't talk to that cutie upstairs. Speak, it will lower the IQ. That's right, ignorance is not wrong, but coming out to show your ignorance is disgusting. The person who spoke before was instantly furious and said in defiance, which of these so-called experts on the internet didn't first make a name for themselves and then build a group to harvest fans? It's only you stupid scatterbrain people who would believe in this kind of routine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you insult my God Fang again, I'll directly PK offline. Do you believe me? That's right. God Fang is completely different from those guys on the internet who are selling their names and reputation, right? You don't even have the ability to differentiate between them, and you still come to play stocks? Okay, I'll see if you brain-damaged fans, in the end, can earn money in the group. With more and more fans joining the group, Chen Yan had to fill up a membership to increase the group's maximum number of people to 500, and sent a message to Fang Yang, should I let you be the group leader? Fang Yang didn't hesitate. Don't. I won't talk in the group often. It's usually better for you to manage it. You really want to bring these people together to earn money? It's just a pre-publicity bar. It's impossible to bring them all the time. Fang Yang explained. After all, the bull market has entered the acceleration section, and will soon usher in a real adjustment. You think the general market will fall in the near future? Well, I do. Chapter 50, Full Position Stud is Dry. The next morning, the stock market continued to open. Fang Yang, who had already made sufficient preparations, also finally recommended a stock that was most likely to soar in a fan group of nearly 500 people. He first set a full ban, interrupting the heated discussion of the fans, then spoke in the group. Today I plan to buy Wakiai. Open the plate directly on the car, everyone according to their own situation. Bullish on the follow, not bullish on the drama. The ban will be opened after the close. Overall, Fang Yang in the group walks the high cold line. That is, I tell you what to buy, when to buy. As to buy or not to buy is your own thing. No one persuade you. Don't ask me for reasons to buy. No comment. Seeing Fang Yang's speech, the fans immediately pulled up the K-line chart of Huakai Heavy. At first glance, they frowned. This stock's disk is so big. The outstanding share capital of 6.8 billion, multiplied by the 14 yuan share price. The market capitalization is as high as 95 billion. And from the bottom up are 6 times? Is it still possible to buy? To say that Fang Yang choose large cap stocks is also a helpless move. After all, with so many people to buy together. If you buy small cap stocks, I'm afraid that in a minute to be harvested by the funds inside. Only large cap stocks can accommodate so many people to enter the market together. Fang Yang sent his bullish stock to the group and left it alone. After all, this stock is only used by him to circle the powder. His own funds were still in his futures account, and he didn't intend to immediately transfer them over to buy stocks. After all, according to his memory, the general market will have a single-day plunge in the next few days, a good opportunity to lay out short orders. He naturally will not miss. At 9:25 a.m., the collection of bidding ended. Huakui Heavy opened at 14.9 yuan, slightly higher by 0.4%. The current state of this stock is tantamount to a secondary breakthrough after the end of a main ascending wave. Although the risk is not small, but theoretically there is also a real possibility of going demon. Therefore, there are still many people in the group choose to try with a hand, but most people do not dare to heavy positions. At most a layer of positions, 2 layers of positions, only a few. Before following Fang Yang long stock index futures, earned a large amount of money. Fans chose to full position stud is dry. At the same time, Fang Yang also took Gao Zichang and Zhang Cici, began to give the hands of the 4 futures accounts, a total of 31 million funds, once again to build a position in the IC 1506 contract of the long single. Fang Yang they were yesterday to 10,300 points to close the position stop profit. Today's stock index futures slightly higher opening after the dive. The lowest fell below 10,000 points, nearly 300 points of difference. Fang Yang's operating strategy today is to bet that the index will bottom out and do an intraday spread. After the opening, saw the CSI 500 index began to dive. The indolent Gao Zichang, every 1 minute to ask, "Old Fang, want to enter the market? Don't be in a hurry, wait a little longer." Fang Yang stared closely at the IC 1506 contract disk, waiting for the price to arrive at the point he wanted. After 20 minutes, the SSE index suddenly had a sharp drop, bringing down the IC 1506 contract as well. Fang Yang immediately gave instructions, price 9900, direction more, position 80%, order. Gao Zichang did not hesitate, immediately used Zhou Jinjin and Gui Meihui's accounts to open 30 lots of long orders each. Fang Yang's side, on the other hand, opened 90 lots, of which Wu Yuanxiao's account 50 lots and his own 40 lots. The 4 accounts together opened 150 lots, another heavy position. Next to the Zhang Cici, look at the frown. In the heart of Fang Yang is too aggressive. The market has been forcing the short for more than a week. At this time there are already signs of the top. He even dared to go into the bottom, and again is a heavy position. This is simply put the knife on his neck, and then handed the handle to others. However, with the lesson of the previous days, today she did not rush to make reminders. She also wanted to see, the market is not really as Fang Yang judgment, the end of the day pull up. Just 10 minutes after Fang Yang their long single into the field, with the oil and gas plate and resource stocks of the collective pull up, the CSI 500 index was the first to be pulled up by the bulls. From the underwater red, up once more than 1%. After another half an hour, Huakui Heavy, which filled the morning gap, also began to rise rapidly under the attack of funds. Soon broke through the intraday average price line, rose to about 3%. Early in the morning followed Fang Yang into the field of fans. See their account profits, in a little bit of increase, but also finally put down their hearts. There are some before did not dare to get on the car, cannot help but shoot the thigh, and then gritted his teeth to follow the purchase of 1 layer position. Just compared to the total number of people in the group, the number of people who followed the order is still not more than 200 people. At 10:50 a.m., after Huakui stepped back on the time division average price line, once again there are large funds into the sweep. This wave directly pulled to about 6%, accompanied by rapid volume enlargement. Obviously, today there are funds have begun to ship. However, Fang Yang is not worried, because the funds to ship must continue to pull up the stock price to attract followers. Only in the end, attracting no more followers, they will choose to directly smash the disc to ship. Soon, the time came to 2:30 p.m. The main force of Wako first heavy shocked and shipped out the whole day, and really chose the end of the day to pull up the stock price. From the position of 5%, a line pulled up to near the stop, and then a large single quickly followed up to complete the seal. After the close, Fang Yang lifted the group ban, and the group immediately came out to report the good news. Waka 1 heavy really stopped. The owner is great. What owner? It's clearly God Fang. Ha ha, yes, God Fang is my eternal idol. I'm going to help my idol publicize. It's a pity, just follow the 2 layers of positions. I should have known that the heavy position, but the harvest of a stop is also good. A day into the account of 2 or 3,000 is also satisfied. The future full position dry. Who let you goat? I just saw the news on the direct full position pokers. Today eat big meat. Awesome brother, congratulations.
Today this is a breakthrough board. Tomorrow may also stop. I want to increase the position. Add together. Stud. With the smooth stopping of Huaca Heavy, a lot of partners in the group went to the stock bar to go, but also brought more fans to Fang Yang. Of course, at this time Fang Yang has no time to read the forum news. He was still taking stock of today's results. The 150 lots of long orders they laid out today were all closed before the close of business, and each lot made a profit of 496 points, $99,000. The total float in a single day was as high as 14.85 million, of which the profit belonging to Fang Yang himself was as high as 3.96 million, more than what he earned yesterday. Have to admit, the snowball game, the bigger the snowball, the faster it rolls. Shingdong Investment Management Company. General Manager Li Dong sat in front of the computer, looking at the all-day trend of Huaca Heavy. Somewhat helplessly, he said to Li Zhe on the phone, "This stock chosen by the surname Fang. The disc is too big. I can't smash it." Then what to do? Li Zhe depressed. Two ways. One is to wait patiently for the next opportunity. The second is to take the initiative and lure him into the trap. How to lure him into the trap? I naturally have my ways. Just give me his cell phone number. I'll find someone to talk to him. Good. I'll send it to you later. Chapter 51, Who wants to reap me? Li Zhe hung up the phone and immediately called Shinseki, asking her for Fang Yang's cell phone number. Who knew that Shinseki didn't give it to him directly, but instead asked him what he was looking for Fang Yang for? Naturally, Li Zhe would not tell the truth, so he lied that Fang Yang had recently earned a lot of money in the stock market, and then his brother saw Fang Yang's ability to pick stocks and wanted to recruit him into the company. Shinseki was immediately surprised. How much is quite a lot of money? It's estimated to be a few $1,000,000. Li Zhe casually said. What? How is it possible? Shinseki on the other side of the phone exclaimed. Didn't he only invest a few $1,000s? How is it possible to earn a few $1,000,000? Li Zhe said breathlessly. Haven't you heard of valet finance? As long as you are capable, there are big bosses that will give you their money to take care of. The latter word Shinseki could no longer hear. At this time, only one sentence remained in her mind. Fang Yang made a few $1,000,000. Li Weiwei was right next to Shinseki and also heard this conversation. At this moment, her face was even uglier than a pig's liver. The kind of self-blame and remorse. I'm afraid no actor could portray it. When Shinseki ended the call and sent Fang Yang's cell phone number to Li Zhe, Li Weiwei immediately said bitterly, Seki, I'm really wrong. Fang Yang doesn't want me anymore. Shinseki suggested. Actually, you still have a chance to redeem yourself, which is to directly find out where he lives and then rely on him. But how do I know where he lives? I heard Li Zhe say that he's been living in a studio lately. It seems like it's near the Hawker Yunlai Western restaurant. You just have to be willing to go there every day and wait for him. You'll definitely be able to wait for him. Li Weiwei shook her head and said, it's useless. If I rely on him, he will definitely leave. I can feel that he has no feelings for me at all. Then there's nothing you can do. If you can't, just forget about him. There might be a better boy waiting for you. Shinseki said words of persuasion on her lips, but in her heart, she was secretly cheering herself up. Weiwei, you're the one who gave up, so don't blame me for crossing the line. Yes, Shinseki had already decided that she was going to go on by herself. She didn't believe that a normal man would reject a woman who took the initiative to send him to the door and who he didn't hate very much. In the evening, Fang Yang had dinner and was sitting in front of his computer reviewing today's market when he received a call from Zhou Jingjin, a big building materials dealer. Zhou advanced said he has a friend, called Wang Hai, is a local refined copper spot dealer in Dongyang, has stocked up a lot of spot, and now wants to find a partner to work together to pull up the price of copper futures. He heard that Zhou advanced to find a very powerful trader. Do stock index futures is very good, and the hands of a lot of money, so want to chat with Fang Yang. Fang Yang was speechless and said, can you several bosses stop publicizing for me? Futures copper we have not done. Why should we go to unfamiliar varieties above the fear? Zhou advanced embarrassed, so I did not promise him just promised to help him to pass a message. Since Fang old brother think the risk is big, then we will not participate. It's not that the risk is big. Forget it, you can give him a reply tomorrow. Fang Yang hung up the phone and looked at the futures copper disc in front of him with some surprise. What the is this? Why could he even remember the trend of futures copper for the next few days? Before he was reborn, he obviously didn't pay too much attention to this variety. Could it be that one's memory is so unbelievable? As long as you have seen it once, you will be able to recall it at any time in the future? What makes Fang Yang feel even more alarmed is that the Shanghai copper tomorrow's trend is actually first up and then down. That is to say, Zhou advanced that friend, not at all to go long, but to go short. The reason why they are looking for themselves to raise the price of Shanghai copper is to dig a hole for themselves? Who is it? Who wants to harvest me?
Fang Yang knows very well that it is impossible to manipulate the long-term trend of Shanghai copper without billions or tens of billions of dollars. But if you just choose a certain point in time on a certain day, to carry out a violent pull-up or smashing, harvesting followers of the funds, then a few $100 million will be enough. I just don't know who, exactly, is willing to spend a few $100 million against his tens of millions. In that case, it seems that I can't easily reject the other party yet. I'd like to see who in the world made this setup, and whether they can harvest me again. Thinking of this, Fang Yang redialed Zhou Jinjin's phone again and faintly said, "The matter of pulling up Shanghai copper. I promise. Why don't we make an appointment to meet tomorrow?" "Are you sure?" Zhou advanced a little surprised said. "My relationship with this friend is really just average." "Fang old brother, you have to think about it. There is no need to wade through this muddy water for the sake of favors. Don't worry, I've already considered it. Just ask him directly to come to Hawker Cloud to meet tomorrow afternoon." "Good. Then I'll contact them now." The next morning, the SSE index jumped 40 points higher under the stimulation of multiple favorable news. After filling the gap, it came out of a wide oscillating trend, with an amplitude of up to 4% for the whole day, and bottomed out at the end of the day, closing at a medium-sized positive line. CSI 500 stock index futures is also the same trend, equal to the high and low points of yesterday's copy again. Fang Yang also followed the trend, and did a handful of intraday short-term trading, 200 lots of long orders, again into the account of 19.8 million. At this time, the total funds at his disposal have reached 78.25 million. The index has indeed reached the end of its strength. Here at any time may step back. He must withdraw to wait and see, or even find an opportunity to do a short order. Huaka a heavy side is the same. Today, although again stopped, but the disc several times to open the board. The volume is also put more and more big. To be on the safe side, Fang Yang still let everyone to stop price throughout the hands of the chips, locked 20% of the profit. This time, Zhang Cc is a full position to kill. 20% profit is a full 13,000, giving her a huge surprise. Countless fans jumped out and worshipped Fang Yang, even kneeling. All kinds of red envelopes were sent out like no money. A 20% profit in 2 days. It's really great. Unfortunately did not start with a heavy hand. The back of the part of the position is only 10% profit. Regret the intestines are green. Ha, don't be anxious. Maybe this stock can still be higher tomorrow? In the past, I used to buy everything that fell, but now I finally had a lucky break and started buying everything that went up. Since I met God Feng, my mom no longer needs to worry about my stock speculation. What to solve the worry? Only a rich man. How to get rich? Follow the God of Feng. I gave the title of God Feng. I'll be God Feng's great disciple. Everyone has no problem with that, right? You're so close to being the Feng God's great disciple. Just 100 body positions away. A few dishes. Drinking like this? If I don't kick you twice, you won't know what it means to be an old groupie. Chapter 52 Pulling up Shanghai Copper? It is worth mentioning that after the spontaneous publicity of these fans, Chenyan's 500 people group is finally full, and people outside can no longer enter. However, Fang Yang is no longer planning to open a new group. This time, he is ready to directly put the stock code sent to the major stock forums, expanding his influence. Soon, Fang Yang's forum account was updated with the dynamics, clearly stated that bullish Huaxia software at the stock, suggesting that as long as there is an opportunity for a green plate tomorrow, boldly enter the field. Fight breakthrough. Fang Yang updated the dynamic, directly closed the computer before going to the appointment. He simply did not know that there are many netizens, because he recommended the stock in quarrel, the first to take offense. Naturally, is a know-how barber, originally really thought that this little Fang is a stock speculation expert. Now look, he simply do not know technology. Huaxia software. This stock is obviously top divergence. Still buy? Ha, you managed to make the master laugh. How dare you question our God Feng? That is, the technical indicators are all for the little cutie. Look at it, look at the technical speculation. Not to be repeatedly harvested by the main force is strange. Luckily guessed the general market trend a few times and then function? Are you guys so good at holding up your feet? What the? How do you talk? Want to fight? Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. I'm putting my word out today. This Huaxia software stock, even if it breaks through, it's a fake breakthrough. Whoever buys it will be the one who sets it up. No matter what it really breakthrough fake breakthrough, can earn money on the line, we tomorrow low absorption, and so on it false breakthrough when thrown out cannot? Okay, you just buy. I'll see if you can eat more than 5% of the sun. You're so good. Do you dare to bet on it? How to bet? If we eat the big positive line, you'll post for 100 days in a row, shouting that function I'm wrong. I don't believe in technical analysis anymore. Okay, what if you guys can't eat more than 5% of the big positive line? Then I'll run naked in the street and take pictures and post them in the forum.
Onlookers. Upstairs is so mean. He doesn't have any special fetish, does he? At 4 p.m., in a private room of the Hawker Yunlai Western restaurant, Fang Yang, dressed in casual clothes, finally met Zhou Jinjin and his friend Wang Hai. Wang Hai is not very old, should not be more than 40 years old, very thin,
wearing a pair of glasses,
looks very civilized. After getting to know each other under Zhou Jinjin's introduction, Fang Yang immediately opened the door and said, I heard that Mr. Wang wants to pull up the price of Shanghai copper. Can I take the liberty of asking how much money you probably have in your hands?
Wang Hai confidently said, I dare not say more.
200 or 300 million is still there, but in order to be on the safe side, we are ready to find a few more partners to share the risk. I wonder if Mr. Fang is interested in joining? The interest is naturally there, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Fang Yang smiled, but I need to find out the situation on your side first. Which companies will participate in this pull-up? Sorry, I can't disclose this, just like I won't tell anyone else about Mr. Fang's situation. Then let's talk about your maneuvering ideas. From what point are you going to start pulling up? What's the target price for pulling up? And on the trend, will it be a direct flat open and high, or will it be suppressed first, then bottoming out and rising back up?
Wang Hai obviously had an early draft,
and immediately explained after hearing this.
Our plan is to suck in chips in the first hour of tomorrow's opening to establish a bottom position. Then around 10 o'clock the combined efforts to push up the price,
and strive to pull up more than 1,000 points within 2 days, to draw back the 20-day average above.
Fang Yang looked at the K-line trend of Shanghai copper on his cell phone futures software and frowned. The funds of several of our families together are less than 400 million at most. Is it not a bit of a leap of faith to want to pull up Shanghai copper by 1,000 points?
Wang Hai immediately said, Mr. Fang has been doing stock index futures lately. You should know very well that the SSE index is going on a main upward wave, and Shanghai copper,
as a financial product closely related to the broader market,
has fallen for a week in a row. Do you think if we pull up the price of Shanghai copper, how much money will come to follow the trend then?
Fang Yang thought carefully. If everything really went as smoothly as Wang Hai said, then this maneuvering idea did have a high possibility of success.
Unfortunately, he already knew that the other party didn't have good intentions, so this manipulation idea that the other party was talking about was something that he absolutely couldn't refer to. Are you sure that you are going to enter the market at the opening of the market tomorrow? Fang Yang asked, pretending to be interested. Yes, we can add our contact information and I will inform Mr. Fang in time tomorrow morning. Wang Hai smiled. Good, then I will wait for Mr. Wang's instruction.
If the trend of Shanghai copper tomorrow is really like what Mr.
Wang said, I will definitely enter the market to help. Fang Yang added Wang Hai's WeChat and said hello to Zhou Jinjin, then took the lead and left the Hawker Yunlai Western restaurant. He has always been like this when talking about things. If he can talk, he will open the door and talk fast. Cannot talk about, the next time there is an opportunity to cooperate again. Simply do not and the other side nonsense so much. Engaged in financial people, do things as a dry. From the Hawker Yunlai out of the time. Less than 4:30. Fang Yang thought for a moment. This time to find Chen Yan is not much use. This girl will not leave early. He or back to the studio. However, he didn't realize that when he left the Western restaurant, there was a well-dressed silhouette that secretly followed him all the way to his place. Who? Fang Yang, who had just entered the door, heard someone knocking on the door and immediately asked in a deep voice, Fang Yang, are you inside? I'm Shinseki.
Shinseki's somewhat delighted voice came from outside the door.
Seki, why are you here? Fang Yang was a little surprised, not knowing whether to let her in or not. Hearing the commotion outside,
Gao Zichang and Zhang Sisi both poked their heads out from the trading room, but were sent back by Fang Yang with a gesture. They were also signaled to close the door.
I happened to be eating at Hawker Yunlai just now, and when I saw you go out, I followed you all the way here. Wanted to chat with you for a few minutes. Actually,
Shinseki had come over this morning and had been sitting in the restaurant until now. She had thought that she would have to wait for several days before she could see Fang Yang, but she didn't expect to see him on the first day. This was enough to show that he and Fang Yang were destined to be together. She would definitely be able to fulfill her heart's desire.
If you want to talk to me about Li Weiwei, that's not necessary. I really don't want to chase her. Fang Yang hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. After all, they were classmates, and it was really unkind to not even let them in the door. No, I'm not here to be a lobbyist for Li Weiwei. I have other things I want to talk to you about. Shinseki did dress up carefully today, redoing her hair, spraying perfume, and even her clothes chose the most eye-catching halter dress. Her overall face value was at least 20% higher than usual, giving people an urge to take her into their arms. She quickly scanned a few rooms after entering and realized that only the door to the master bedroom was closed. So she tried, Are you the only one here? Fang Yang didn't move and said, it's still quite lively during trading hours. Isn't this the close of business? He didn't answer Shinseki's question positively, but Shinseki took it for granted that there was no one else here after the close of trading. Thus, she began her performance. Chapter 53, The Blocking Shield. Can I visit your trading room? Shinseki asked with an expectant face as she pointed at the master bedroom. There's nothing to see. There's nothing but computers and surveillance in there. It's better to tell me what exactly you're looking for me for. A hint of impatience appeared on Fang Yang's face. Shinseki didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly said, actually, I had a fight with Wei Wei today, and I don't want to go back to my dormitory at night, so can you let me stay here with you temporarily for a night? After Shinseki finished speaking, she seemed to be afraid that Fang Yang would not agree, and pointed to the sofa and said, I'll just sleep on the sofa. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Fang Yang shook his head and said, it's definitely not appropriate for you to live here with me. Why don't I give you money and you go live in a hotel? That is fine. Shinseki looked a little disappointed and distracted. Just as she turned around, she suddenly stumbled under her feet and her whole body lost balance and fell towards Fang Yang. Fang Yang subconsciously reached out to catch her, only to feel a soft touch. Shinseki's entire body was already stuck in his arms, and subconsciously twisted a few times. What she wore was originally a thin as cicada wings halter dress. From the feel of it, and nothing to where there is no difference, the burning hot petite body, the refreshing aroma, directly made Fang Yang's whole body muscles tense up. Shinseki saw the right moment and suddenly hugged Fang Yang and kissed him on the face. Puffing her breath, she said, Fang Yang, in fact, I've always liked you. I fought with Wei Wei also because of you. She forbade me to confess to you, so just let me stay. Shinseki believed that there were not many men who could push away the woman in their arms in this situation. As long as Fang Yang had the slightest response, she could strike while the iron was hot and completely take Fang Yang down. However, she had missed one thing, that is, they were not the only two people in this room. There was also a pair of live treasures that were hiding in the master bedroom to eavesdrop on the gossip. At this time these two listeners have been stunned. Mouth open can be stuffed into an egg. They regretted not leaving early and mistakenly listened to the leader's privacy. Now that they had delayed the good things of others, they didn't know if Fang would deduct their wages. Fortunately, Fang Yang was not an animal that thought with his lower body, and he was unusually calm in the face of Shinseki's throwing herself at him, because he knew what kind of woman Shinseki was before he was reborn. To put it bluntly, she was just another Li Weiwei, not even as pretty as Li Weiwei. I think, Li Weiwei is right. Fang Yang's hands left Shinseki's body a little bit, then said in a calm tone, you really shouldn't confess to me, because it will cause us to not even be friends. Why, don't you have any feelings for me at all? I don't mind if you have other women, Shinseki said unwillingly. She didn't have the luxury of being Fang Yang's proper girlfriend, as long as she was one of his lovers. Could it be that Fang Yang couldn't fulfill even such a small request? Fang Yang sighed, whether I have feelings for you or not, it's impossible for me to accept you, because I already have a girlfriend. Fang Yang, don't lie to me. I've already asked Manager Chen of Galaxy Securities. She said that she's not your girlfriend. Shinseki had obviously prepared for this, and directly used the information she had gotten to block Fang Yang's next words. Fang Yang froze, secretly gritting his teeth in his heart. Chen Yen, this dead girl, it's time for a spanking. I didn't say Manager Chen is my girlfriend either. Fang Yang took a deep breath and faintly said, my girlfriend is staying at my place right now. Do you want to meet? Who is it? Shinseki was shocked in her heart and quickly asked, Cici, come out. Fang Yang stood up straight and shouted to the trading room. Zhang Cici in the trading room was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Using me as a shield. Ha! Gao Zichang beside her kept giving her a wink, telling her to hurry out and relieve herself. Although a little reluctant, Zhang Cici still walked out with a red face and came to Fang Yang's side. Fang Yang naturally reached out and put his arm around Zhang Cici's shoulder. To Shinseki, who was full of shame and anger, he said, this is my girlfriend. Shinseki felt like she was dead, socially dead. From now on, she would never have the face to see Fang Yang again. However, at this moment, she was unwilling to say, Fang Yang, you lied to me, didn't you? I know you must be acting. Barf. Without hesitation, Fang Yang lowered his head and kissed Zhang Cici's reddish little face, then said to Shinseki, do you want to kiss again to show you? Okay, you guys are good. Shinseki glanced at the two of them in shame, twisted her head and left. Fang Yang had said his words to this point. No matter if he and that Zhang Cici were real or fake, Shinseki didn't have the face to stay any longer. At this moment, she felt like a clown, when Shinseki's figure completely disappeared in the hallway. Zhang Cici, who was still being held in Fang Yang's arms, only then said somewhat shyly, Mr. Fang, can you let go now? Cough. You performed well just now. An extra 2. $000 bonus this month.
Only then did Fang Yang remember that he was still straddling Zhang Cici, and he quickly let go of his hand in some embarrassment.
No need, Mr. Fang, you've already brought me to earn a lot of money in the stock market. I haven't thanked you yet.
Zhang Cici's voice was like a mosquito. That embrace just now was likewise a very unforgettable experience for her. Her legs were still a bit soft now, unexpectedly being hugged by a man. It turned out to be this kind of feeling, but unfortunately this man in front of her is her good sister Chen Yan's boyfriend, and Chen Yan had already helped her too much. She couldn't cross the line. One size fits all. The money earned from the stock market is all fan welfare.
No need to thank separately.
But this $2,000 you must take, because this is hush money.
You should know what to say in front of Chen Yan. How to say? Just tell the truth.
Zhang Cici blinked her big eyes.
Fang Yang was furious. Who told you to leave your computer on during off-duty hours? A fine of 5,000.
Zhang Cici held back her laughter and put on an aggrieved look.
Alright, Mr. Fang, I know what to say. Well, then you go back first, have a good rest. There's still a big battle tomorrow. Big battle? What big battle? Gao Zicheng came over and asked. Tomorrow,
I will take you to the contract of Shanghai Copper and have a fight with the main capital.
Fang Yang smiled. What is Shanghai Copper? Academic scum Gao Zicheng asked with a dumbfounded look on his face.
Shanghai Copper is a futures variety listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange.
Trading code CU. Margin ratio of 12%. Roughly 25,000 yuan of margin per hand. Each 0.5 yuan. Fluctuations are 10 points. 50 yuan. Can do more, can also do short.
The school bully Zhang Cici casual a few words. The Shanghai Copper this financial product to explain clearly. Fang Yang and Gao Zicheng simultaneously gave her a thumbs up.
Chapter 54. Stick to the plan. In the evening,
two conversations took place simultaneously between two men and two women.
In the studio, Gao Zicheng was still substituting himself for Fang Yang, reminiscing about the afternoon's throwdown.
He slapped his thighs with a chagrined look and said,
Old Fang, how could you bear to say the words to death? It's good that you let her go back first. And then what? Go back and find her secretly? Fang Yang didn't have the heart to say. Do you really think that a woman like Shinseki would not compete? Do you believe that if you touch her once, she'll spread the word all over the world? Not so much, right? Gao Zicheng was a bit confused. If he really lost Chen Yan because of Shinseki, it was indeed not cost-effective. Fang Yang faintly said, I don't even want Li Weiwei to touch Shinseki. Am I crazy? If we follow this analysis, it's better to honestly chase after Chen Yao too. But what about Zhang Yao too? You kissed her today. She won't hold you responsible, right? It was just a kiss on the cheek. As much as that? What era is it now? You should say, take charge as you please. Anyway, Zhang Yao too looks pretty good. It's still better to observe for a while longer. Fang Yang said indifferently. Let's first see what she says to Chen Yan this time. If she takes this opportunity to persuade Chen Yan to break up with me, then I will really be disappointed. At the same time, Zhang Cici and Chen Yan were also chatting about the afternoon on QQ.
This girl described in great detail the whole process of Shinseki throwing herself at him,
appreciating Fang Yang's perfect performance this afternoon,
but not mentioning a word about Fang Yang using her as a shield. Zhang Cici's heart is still kind. She is very clear that Chen Yan and Fang Yang have both helped her a lot,
is her life's nobleman,
so she sincerely hoped that these two could be together. As for Fang Yang kissing her without her consent,
she could only pretend to forget about it. After all, she didn't resent it deep down at that time, so maybe it was still a good memory for her.
Chen Yan was also surprised at her schoolmate's craziness.
Anyway,
this kind of thing would not have been done by her anyway.
But soon, she noticed the key point of this matter. How did Shinseki know Fang Yang's studio address?
It was important to know that even she had found this matter only after Fang Yang's personal invitation. It was impossible for Shinseki, a college student, to get this kind of information, unless there was a senior leader of their sales department who intentionally leaked it. And leaking the privacy of an important customer, this was definitely a violation. Thus, Chen Yan decided to investigate this matter properly.
After Zhang Cici learned of Chen Yan's decision, she was speechless at that moment. She didn't have the good sense to say, where exactly is your focus? Shouldn't you be thinking about how you can coax Fang Yang into being nice? He seemed to be really angry when he heard that you didn't admit to being his girlfriend this afternoon.
Chen Yan grunted coldly.
He's angry? I'm still angry. Didn't even formally chase me, came up and took away my first kiss. I haven't even looked for trouble from him yet.
Zhang Cici on the other side of the computer instantly blushed.
Technically speaking, it seemed like her first kiss was also taken away by Fang Yang. You want to say that kissing the cheeks doesn't count? I'm sorry, in Zhang girl's case, it was the first kiss. Anyway, take it easy. I feel that this man is not very patient. Don't become the second Li Weiwei.
In the end, Zhang Cece could only persuade her best friend in this way. The next morning, when Zhang Cece came to the studio again, she had already adjusted completely. It seemed that she had completely forgotten what happened yesterday. She sent the information she had organized in advance to Fang Yang and then suggested, Mr. Fang, based on the performance of the European and American markets last night, I don't think it's a good strategy to go in for a long position in Shanghai copper today.
Fang Yang smiled and said, you mean, it's time to go short?
I think that it's better to wait and see.
Makes sense. Fang Yang nodded and smiled.
Then we'll go long before going short.
Zhang Cece, what to do when you can't communicate with your leader at all? Wait online. It's quite urgent. At 9 o'clock in the morning,
the futures market was the first to open. Shanghai copper main contract by the impact of falling international copper prices.
Today is a small low opening. The opening price of
44,300 points completely filled the gap left by the previous rise in the jump. Fang Yang from the opening of the dead staring at the disc, at this time to see Shanghai copper opening down.
Immediately let Gao Ziqiang batch position.
Do more Shanghai copper. Since the other side wants to induce him to enter the field to do more, it is not possible to let the copper price fall on the opening.
They will definitely create the illusion of a large entry to confuse Fang Yang. And Fang Yang to do, is to advance these people to order, get a head start. In the trading room of Xingdong Investment Company,
General Manager Li Dong personally sat down and commanded his traders to carry out this harvest.
At this moment,
one of the traders who was monitoring the plate reported loudly,
General Manager Li,
within 10 minutes of the opening,
the net long order of Shanghai copper has increased by 1,000 lots.
It should be that there are funds entering the market in advance to plunge into the bottom.
Yo,
I didn't expect the surname Feng quite smart, but also know to take the first hand?
Brother, then we can not directly smash the disc? Li Dong was brought in to learn. Li Zhe excitedly asked, what's the hurry? 1,000 lots of single,
only more than $20 million.
May not be all of them, do not hit the grass to scare the snake.
Li Dong finished lecturing his younger brother, then said to the lower trader,
notify Wang Hai side, act according to the plan. 2 minutes later, Fang Yang received a WeChat message from Wang Hai, we are ready to enter the market. If Mr. Fang wants to participate, hurry up. Okay, thank you Mr. Wang.
Fang Yang closed the WeChat chat window and said to Gao Ziqiang and Zhang Cece,
get ready, when they pull the price up, we'll close the long position immediately.
Close the position directly at the current price?
Gao Ziqiang asked.
Yes, don't care about the profit of the long order.
Our real direction today is to go short.
Although they had already learned the entire trading plan from Fang Yang
in advance,
but the thought that they were going to use $80 million to snipe the other party's $300 or $400 million,
Gao Ziqiang and Zhang Cece still had some heart pounding. What job is more exciting than financial trading? This is the life I want, Gao Ziqiang thought excitedly.
With Xingdong Investment Company's $200 million entering the market,
the price of Shanghai copper was quickly pulled up, rising more than 300 price points from the opening price. Fang Yang, on the other hand, they took advantage of the rapid enlargement of Shanghai copper volume, the followers of the funds surging, very covertly in the hands of the long order to close the position. Their 1,200 lots of long orders, each lot profit of 300 points, $1,500, 1,200 lots is 1.8 million. Although the profit is not a lot, but it has successfully completed the tactic of baiting the enemy, and freed up funds for the next smash. 15 minutes later, with the Shanghai copper disc, the consumption of the followers of the funds, the price of Shanghai copper also appeared signs of stagnation. Old Fang, can we do it now? Gao Ziqiang asked nervously.
Chapter 55 Blood loss of 34 million.
Let's wait a little longer.
When the Shanghai copper price has a significant drop,
we'll add fuel to the fire.
Otherwise we may not be able to withstand the other side's offense in case they are dead set against us.
Zhang Cece, on the other hand, was worried. Mr. Fang, do we really need to go short with a full position? Will it be too risky?
The risk is naturally there, but we only have $78 million in our hands, and if we want to draw out the short inside Shanghai copper,
we have to go all out. There's only one chance. Once the raid fails, we'll just have to admit defeat and run. Another 5 minutes passed.
As the price of Shanghai copper continued to fall, there were finally a relatively large number of long orders that started to close their positions and take profit.
Seeing this scene, Fang Yang no longer hesitates, immediately ordered loudly, quickly, it's now, short at the current price. All accounts are full, with Fang Yang $78 million of their funds into the field to go short. Originally a little weak Shanghai copper disc, instantly appeared a large number of active short orders. The price of pressurized Shanghai copper quickly dived, quickly wiping out the previous 300-point gain, and also attracted more shorts to join. Xingdong Investment Company's trading room.
Li Dong saw the disc on the followers of the money has been attracted almost, is ready to order his traders to the long single counter.
Complete the harvest. Suddenly, the storm clouds on the disc, even someone made a move first, in a very short period of time to open out nearly 4,000 hands of short orders, destroying the entire long mood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the did this? Li Dong was shocked in his heart and immediately dialed Wang Hai's phone.
Of course he couldn't imagine that this was Fang Yang sniping at him.
He thought it was Wang Hai's side grabbing a run. Mr. Li,
I swear that I didn't smash the first one.
I only just finished the backhand.
Wang Hai was also a little depressed.
He thought it was Li Dong who lit the fire,
but he didn't realize that it was the third party who smashed the disc.
You're in a ing hurry.
The other party's capital is not that big. Why don't we continue to go long and force them short?
Li Dong proposed. No way.
Mr. Li, what I said to several others is that when we see Shanghai copper diving, we will directly enter the field to short, and now it's simply too late to change the plan temporarily
or follow the original plan?
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
What a ing bad luck.
Li Dong cursed, and then immediately gave instructions to the traders under his command.
Fast, immediately backhand short.
According to reason, Li Dong's reaction has been very fast.
As long as his traders do not make a mistake, he can completely, in the case of loss is not big, to complete the backhand,
and then rely on the short single to recover losses.
However,
he missed one thing in his calculations.
That is, the market will also synchronize diving. Fang Yang has long remembered the trend of the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index today. He chose to smash the timing of the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index rapid diving time.
Originally the mood is still quite stable. Shanghai copper bulls saw not only Shanghai copper contracts on the big money to lead the smash,
even the SSE index also began to plummet. Suddenly startled, they do not know what happened, but also thought what a big short, so instinctively began to flat out long single, off the market to wait and see. This caused a stampede, and Li Dong's 200 million funds simply did not have the opportunity to exit at a high level. He so backhanded,
directly caused the Shanghai copper prices plummeted from
44,300 points near. Surprisingly breath dropped to 42,030 points, an instant drop of more than 2,000 points.
Although it was quickly pulled back half of the funds to pick up the bargain, but Li Dong, their losses are real.
There 8,000 lots of long orders. In that instant of violent fluctuations just now, an average loss of 850 points per lot,
a total loss of more than 34 million.
He was not able to harvest Fang Yang, but was harvested by Fang Yang. A blood loss of 34 million in a matter of minutes was just outrageous. At that moment,
the faces of the Li brothers were even uglier than a pig's liver.
Of course, the 34 million that Li Dong lost was not all eaten by Fang Yang,
because Shanghai copper just that moment of fluctuation is too fast, and Fang Yang they have to operate too many accounts.
Even if 3 people operate together, there is no way to take profit at the lowest point. In the end, they only ate 1,300 points of it.
According to their hand position of 3,000 lots,
a profit of 19.5 million.
But they didn't lose any money because they didn't use a closeout stop when they were going down fast. They used a current price backhand.
In other words,
they still have 3,000 lots of Shanghai copper in their hands now. Only this time it has turned into a long position,
and the current float is already over 600 points. Okay, let's close out the long order again. Today's operation is over. Although he wasn't able to maximize his profits, Fang Yang was still very satisfied with the operation of the 3 of them today. In less than an hour's time, a full position made a short order and a long order, earning 28.5 million. What's not to be satisfied with? Ha ha, full pokies are really great. Old Fang, should we backhand short once more?
I feel like Shanghai copper is still going to fall.
Continuous profit. Obviously make Gao Zicheng a little floating. He really thought that as long as you guess the right direction, you will be able to continuous profit.
Fang Yang did not have the good sense to say, you really take the other side as a little cute.
I'm not going to be able to do that. Do you believe that if you enter the market again, you won't want to come out again? Then you take it that I didn't say anything.
Gao Zicheng looked like he had said the wrong thing, drawing a burst of ridicule from Zhang Cici.
You remember, the thing of licking blood from a knife's mouth can only be done once, and whether you lick blood or not, you must retreat immediately. If you don't know how to retreat, then the next time you get bled, it will definitely be you. I know.
Gao Zicheng was lectured into a cold sweat and no longer dared to raise his tail.
Alright, you guys go keep an eye on the stocks. I'm going to call someone to pay for the money. Fang Yang smiled faintly and dialed Wang Hai's phone, then questioned in an angry tone. Mr. Wang, what's going on? Didn't you say that Shanghai copper is bound to rise today?
Why did it come out of such an outrageous plunge?
Mr. Fang lost money too? Wang Hai said suspiciously.
He was reviewing today's market with Li Dong at the moment. After thinking about it, they still felt that the money that smashed the market today was probably Fang Yang. But if Fang Yang also lost money, then this matter would be confusing. Nonsense. I entered the market early in the morning to go long, and it ended up dropping more than 1,000 points. Do you think I lost money? Ahem. This market today is indeed a bit weird. A few of us have lost a lot of money. Wang Hai's words turned and tried. Can Mr. Fang send me the trading records of today's operation of Shanghai Copper? What? Are you going to help me underwrite? Fang Yang was a bit surprised as he clicked on the PS software on his computer. Is it not simple to want trading records? As a P-picture master practiced in the latter 996, there was no picture that Fang Yang couldn't make. Cough. Underwriting is naturally impossible. The most I can do is to slightly help Mr. Fang bear part of the loss. Wang Hai now only wanted to see Fang Yang's trading records as soon as possible to see if this guy had really lost money. How much is a portion exactly? Mr. Wang, please make it clear? Fang Yang used words to stall for time as he quickly P-charted. That depends on how much Mr. Fang lost today? Wang Hai laughed. Chapter 56, Lousy Sing Opera. You break up the stage? I have 1,500 lots of long orders. Lost 800 points. Exactly 6 million. You help me to bear half. Not much, right? Fang Yang opened his mouth in a lion's den. How can that be? I'll help Mr. Fang bear 1/10 at most. 600. 000 is too little, isn't it? It's not even worth opening my account again. Fang Yang said with disgust. Wang Hai said, you can really blow it. You give me 600. 000. I'll open my account 100 times to show you. Mr. Fang, don't need to be discouraged. All your losses today, I'll take you to earn them back in the next quotes. So let me see how much you've lost today now. Right? Alright, then I'll send it to you on WeChat now. Fang Yang hung up the phone and took a screenshot of the purity picture again, making sure that the naked eye couldn't see any breakage, before sending it over to Wang Hai. Of course, along with it, there was also his bank card number. Xingdong Investment Company, in the general manager's office. Li Dong, Li Zhe and Wang Hai stared at the screenshot that Fang Yang had sent over together, but they couldn't determine whether or not this picture was real. This transaction record shows that Fang Yang did enter a 1,000 lots of long orders as soon as the market opened in the morning, consistent with the disk they observed. Later, when Shanghai Copper released volume pulling up, he added another 500 lots, and then triggered a stop loss in the plunge, directly cut his meat with a loss of 800 points. Both the time of the order and the amount of profit and loss are flawless. It is hard to imagine that this will be a fake chart. Mr. Li, what do you think? Wang Hai asked with a frown. From the time you asked him for a screenshot, to the time he sent it over, it was only 5 or 6 minutes at most. He didn't have time to find someone to P-chart it, and for someone who doesn't know about Shanghai Copper contracts, the chart that P-charted it must be full of loopholes, so I think what he said should be true. Then I'll transfer that 600,000 to him? Transfer it. Wang Hai nodded and opened his cell phone bank to transfer 600,000 to Fang Yang. At this time, Li Zhe suddenly reminded, isn't surname Fang managing money on behalf of his clients? He shouldn't have changed the account password, right? Can't we just find the original owner of the account and check the transaction records? Wang Hai's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Let me ask. He quickly dialed Zhou Jinjin's phone inside in a very apologetic tone. I'm sorry, old Zhou. I made you lose money today. Zhou Jinjin was startled and immediately asked. What happened? How much did you lose? I lost tens of millions of dollars on my side. I don't know how much you lost on your side. Why don't you take a look now and tell me? I'll find a way to give you some compensation. Okay, I'll look at it now. Just at this time also arrived at noon closing time. Do not have to worry about affecting Fang Yang's operation. Zhou Jinjin opened his futures account with some apprehension. However, he immediately froze after looking at it. Loss of this is not earn hemp? He made more than $7 million. This old Wang, even deliberately with me to say the opposite. He immediately dialed back Wang Hai's phone and laughed. Damn old Wang, almost scared to death by you guys. What's wrong? I made a few $1,000,000. You even said I lost money. Where are you happy to scare me to death? You made money? Wang Hai was really surprised this time. Could it be that Fang Yang had given several of them accounts and placed different orders? What? You don't know? Did you guys really lose money? Zhou Jinjin wasn't stupid, and quickly sensed that something was wrong from Wang Hai's attitude. Could there be something fishy about this matter? Old Zhou, can you send me your delivery slip to take a look? That's definitely not possible. We all signed a confidentiality agreement. Zhou Jinjin, even if he was stupid, felt that something was wrong. He quickly ended his call with Wang Hai and called Fang Yang again. When Fang Yang heard it, he was furious. Damn it, I'm singing up there and you're tearing down the stage down there? He didn't hesitate to say, Boss Zhou, your account can be taken back. settle the profit for this period of time tomorrow, and operate on your own in the future. Zhou Jinjin heard, like 5 thunderbolts, and spoke with a stutter. Don, don't Xiao Fang. 2, what in the end? You don't scare me. As a result, Fang Yang directly hung up his phone, and then hit again cannot be reached. Zhou advanced this time is really panic. He did not expect just an unintentional show-off, but completely offended Fang Yang. He had just returned to his family villa and was about to eat. His wife had set up the meal. As a result, without saying a word, Zhou Jinjin started to change his clothes and put on his shoes, ready to go out. His wife instantly asked, "It's time to eat, where are you going?" "It's all on ing fire." "Still eating? Eat your sister." Zhou Jinjin yelled at his wife in an unprecedented manner, and then flew out. In less than a minute, the roar of a car came from outside. A few minutes later, Wu Yuanxiao and Guo Meihui both received Zhou Jinjin's distress call, and then the 3 of them came together to Fang Yang's stock speculation studio. It turned out that only Gao Ziqiang and Zhang Sisi were in the studio, and Fang Yang had no idea where he had gone. Zhou Jinjin was so anxious that his head was sweating, and grabbed Gao Ziqiang's arm as if he was grasping a life-saving straw. He pleaded, "Brother Gao, help my old brother. As long as you can bring me to see little Fang, my old brother will be grateful." Gao Ziqiang shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I really can't help you. If I dare to betray old Fang, he can kill me." Zhou Jinjin saw Gao Ziqiang's cell phone on the table was unlocked. He snatched it over, and directly called up Gao Ziqiang's collection code, and then forcefully swept $10,000 over. Next to Gao Ziqiang and Zhang Sisi both looked dumbfounded. There is this kind of operation? What is this? Reverse robbery? Only Wu Yuanxiao and the 2 of them could understand Zhou Jinjin's feelings. For a few of them, Fang Yang was definitely their god of wealth, the only way for them to realize ultimate financial freedom. If they were in their place and offended Fang Yang, they would definitely not behave much better than today's Zhou Jinjin. Not to mention $10,000. Even if they smashed $100,000, they would never hesitate. This incident also gave them a wake-up call, and they will never go out and blow their brains out again. Not to mention revealing the transaction records of their own accounts. Whoever dares to ask themselves similar questions in the future will directly flip with him. Ultimately, on the basis of the 10,000 yuan consulting fee, Gao Ziqiang still gave Zhou Jinjin an idea to find Chen Yan to help, then suddenly realized the advanced Zhou immediately killed to the Galaxy Securities Business Department. Hijacked Chen Yan. Yes, is to take away. If not followed by the arrival of Wu Yuanxiao, they stay to explain half a day. Galaxy Securities people are going to the police. Chen Yan, who was brought out by Zhou Jinjin, was also confused, and it took several minutes to digest what the other party said, and then frowned. "It's not appropriate for me to go and talk about this matter, right? You're her girlfriend. There's no one more appropriate than you. Manager Chen, just help me old Zhou." Chen Yan's face was a little red, secretly saying, "How come everyone thinks I'm his girlfriend? Who promised him?" Seeing that Zhou Jinjin's emotions were indeed a bit agitated, Chen Yan had no choice but to dial Fang Yang's number. Chapter 57, Give You a Stamp. "Hello, Fang Yang? Where are you?" "At home." "What's the matter? Can I come to you? Are you sure?" Fang Yang was a bit surprised. Chen Yan began to hesitate, yet Zhou Jinjin next to her was scratching her ears anxiously, itching to grab her cell phone and say sure for her. "Just tell me the address. I'll go over now. Then you come alone." Fang Yang smiled and gave out his home address. 10 minutes later, Chen Yan walked into the door of Fang Yang's house with some apprehension and asked with some curiosity, "Is there no one in your house?" Fang Yang was speechless. "The way you say that, am I not a person? I mean, your parents aren't coming back at noon?" "Yeah, I'm the only one at home." "Are you scared?" "Humph, who's afraid of you?" Chen Yan's mouth was hard, but her heart was like a deer in headlights. After all, her relationship with Fang Yang was no longer ordinary. If Fang Yang really did something to her, she really didn't know how to react. "Did old Zhou ask you to come?" Fang Yang came to the sofa and sat down, making a cup of tea for Chen Yan. "Well, he said that he already knows it's wrong and hopes that you can forgive him." "I'll forgive if he asks me to. How faceless would I be?" Fang Yang skimmed his mouth. "Then, what do you think?" "Depends on the mood." Fang Yang patted the sofa beside him, signaling the other party to sit down. "Actually, old Zhou is still quite a good person. This time I guess I didn't think about it that much." Chen Yan said tentatively. "You really want to help him?" Smilingly, he looked at her. "What are you doing?" Chen Yan turned red and glared at Fang Yang. "Oops, I've been sitting for too long these past few days. My back hurts a bit. Come help me massage me first," Fang Yang said, lying down on the sofa. Chen Yan stared at him with wide eyes, obviously not expecting this man to be so shameless. "Hurry up. Are you here to solve the problem or not?" "I'm here to solve the problem with words. Sorry, There is no way to solve this matter with words.
Chen Yan, humph, my hands are rather strong.
Don't blame me if I press you in pain. Chen Yan snorted coldly and actually really started to massage Fang Yang's waist.
You rather make strength
But also said that his hand strength is big,
pressed a little feeling. Fang Yang plopped down on the sofa and couldn't help but spit. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan, who was originally sitting,
immediately changed to a standing position,
ready to use her whole body to press Fang Yang's waist. Who knew that as soon as she pressed it,
this Fang Yang fellow even violently flipped over,
from lying on the sofa, to lying on the sofa.
And Chen Yan also lost her center of gravity because she lost her target and fell directly into Fang Yang's arms.
Little girl, what are you making such a big effort for? Want to press my waist to break? Fang Yang hugged Chen Yan and joked with a smile. Quickly let go of me.
Chen Yan had never thought that this man would be so shameless to take advantage of herself in such a way. As she lay in Fang Yang's arms, she only felt that her body was starting to burn, and her heart was flustered to the core.
Letting go of you is fine, but you have to answer me a question first. What question? Why did you tell Shinseki that you are not my girlfriend? I wasn't originally. Chen Yan was still talking tough. In that case, I'll just have to cook the raw rice. Fang Yang said smilingly. I see you dare?
As soon as Chen Yan's words left her mouth, she felt her ass being slapped. Then he heard Fang Yang coldly grunt.
Told you. I'm the person who is least afraid of threats. If you dare to provoke again, it won't be as simple as a spanking. Chen Yan really didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore.
She just looked at Fang Yang with shy and angry eyes.
Fang Yang continued. I'll ask you again. Are you my girlfriend or not? Yes. Ha ha ha. That's the correct answer. Come on. Let's give you a stamp. Fang Yang cupped Chen Yan's pretty face and kissed it fiercely. A few minutes later,
feeling Fang Yang start to take off her clothes,
Chen Yan instantly woke up from her ecstasy.
She pressed Fang Yang's big hand to death and begged,
Don't!
They are all waiting for us downstairs.
Fang Yang froze, and the lust in his heart suddenly dropped. After all, he didn't want to let others see Chen Yan limping. Then next time you won't be allowed to refuse. Fang Yang said viciously. Humph, you haven't gotten through the inspection period yet? Chen Yan took advantage of Fang Yang's unpreparedness and lightly jumped out of his arms. Say that again? Fang Yang glared.
Chen Yan immediately spat out her tongue and opened the door to escape. When Fang Yang and Chen Yan locked the door and came down, they really saw the car of Wu Yuanxiao and the three of them. Zhou Jinjin was the first one to welcome them and said with a face full of shame, Little Fang,
this time it's really my fault. I promise that I will never log into my account again, and even less will I talk about this with anyone.
You can just change the account password directly,
Fang Yang said indifferently. I'll naturally change the password, but before that, the split ratio should also be modified. How to change it? 2 ways. The first is that everyone changes to a 50-50 split. The second is that everyone else stays the same, and you alone change to a 20/80th split. 2 for you, 8 for me. You guys can discuss it. There's no need to discuss. Let's just go 50-50. Everyone changes together. Wu Yuanxiao immediately interjected. Guan Meihui also nodded in agreement.
Zhou Jinjin did not expect the two of them to be so righteous,
and was instantly grateful. After all, if he was the only one to change it, even though he was earning just as much, the amount earned would be too little. Alright then, it's settled. From tomorrow onwards, I will change the passwords of all accounts. Except for the day of the split, you are not allowed to log into your accounts at other times. The others didn't have any objections. What's so great about accounts? Isn't it just earning money every day? It's just a matter of earning more or less. When Fang Yang returned to the studio, it was long after the afternoon opening time.
Gao Ziqiang and Zhang Cici is sitting in front of the computer, staring at the stock of Huaxia software.
Seeing Fang Yang come in, Gao Ziqiang immediately came over and asked, Is it alright? It's fine. What's the situation now? There is no situation. Huaxia software is still half dead. No sign of rising. That's because I haven't bought it yet. When I buy it will start to rise. Fang Yang laughingly opened his own stock software. From Wanghai to Fold 600,000 transferred in, directly to the flat price of 52.11 yuan. Full position pokers Huaxia software, a total of 11,500 shares bought. The market value of the position 599,265 yuan. To say really evil, Fang Yang bought in less than 2 minutes. The stock price was really pulled up. In the continuous 10,000 hands of large orders to push up, only 2 waves directly sealed the stop. Gao Ziqiang and Zhang Cici looked stunned. If it was not for the fact that they stayed with Fang Yang all day, they even suspected that Fang Yang is the main force of this stock. Chapter 58, Getting Off Work Early. My God, old Fang, are you the reincarnation of the stock god? Why do you go up when you say up, down when you say down? Gao Ziqiang's entire body was dumbfounded, looking at Fang Yang with eyes full of admiration.
Zhang Cixi was the same. After all, she and Gao Zichang had bought this stock from the morning when it was in the green, but it had been half dead. As a result, as soon as Fang Yang bought it, it immediately started to take off. This was simply too metaphysical, incomprehensible, which is so amazing. It's all guessed based on the technical graphs and the main force's intentions. Of course, a little bit of luck is also needed. Fang Yang laughed and sent a screenshot of his transaction record to the group with the text, "So close, almost didn't go up to the car." After posting it and seeing that there was no response from the group, he remembered that the ban had not been opened. So he added, "I'm off work early today, so the ban will be lifted earlier." As soon as the gag opened, the group was immediately active, and a bunch of 666 immediately brushed out. 666. Off work early. Cool, I really hope to get off work early every day. Fangshan this entry timing, just TM a word. Absolute. It's true that he bought 1 second before takeoff. I seriously doubt that Fangshan is the main force of this stock, and this account is just the smallest one among his countless accounts, specially used to confuse people. Bang! You know too much. God Fong. Your old man start a training course. I'll listen on my knees. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling and typing. I said I'm talking to God. Okay, I'll stop water grouping here. What we need to do now? Shouldn't we go to the stock forum and pull out that guy who questioned our God Fong? Right. Find him and make him post an apology to Fangshan. Thus, the group's buddies turned to the stock forums and began to frantically at the guy from before. That guy did keep his promise and really did what he was willing to bet. Not long after, he sent out a post, God Fong. I was wrong. I no longer believe in technical analysis. Then every other moment is the same apology post. A few minutes other people want to see are difficult to see. Just according to this speed, posting 100 posts is estimated to take at least a week or two. Many melon eaters were also paying attention to this matter, and seeing that Fangshan had gotten it right once again, they all became interested in this bull tur as well. However, when he tried to enter the group, he realized that the group was already full, and no one was willing to give them a seat. Before when Fangshan sent out the group number, why didn't he enter? What were you thinking at the time? Was his head pushed in by the door? Right, at that time, I think there was a guy who said that Fangshan was messing with the pig-killing disc, and that's what misled him. Blame that guy, netstorm him. These netizens swore in their hearts that next time, if Fangshan recommended stocks again, they would follow him for once. Fang Yang naturally wouldn't know about the scene in the forum. At this time he was studying the K-line chart of the stock index futures. He found that last Friday there was already a doji K-line, today even to close the doji. Is this a signal to change the market? It was a pity that it was not yet closing time and the final data could not be seen. It was hard to wait until 3 p.m. The stock market closed. Fang Yang immediately concentrated, began to recall the trend of the CSI 500 contract. As a result, the recalled results surprised him. Tomorrow is a day of plunge. The CSI 500 contract will plunge at least several hundred points. He carefully checked the SSE index again, and sure enough, it is also a plunge. The decline will not be less than 5%. Another look at his own today to buy the Huaxia software is also high back down, and may even be the end of the green. So he no longer hesitate. Immediately go to the stock forum to post. Said tomorrow the market is likely to be adjusted, suggesting that everyone early tomorrow morning to liquidate all the stocks. Although Fang Yang's remarks were even more sensationalized this time, the number of people who questioned him instead decreased. After all, those who doubted him before were slapped in the face every time, and now no one dared to be the outlier anymore. So many fans said that they would reduce their positions first thing in the morning and follow Fangshan's lead. It just so happened that after their new accounts were opened, the funds had not been transferred, so they could switch to a new account after liquidating their positions tomorrow. At 6 o'clock that night, Fang Yang and Gao Zichang were eating out when they suddenly received a call from his old man, Fang Dahai. However, Fang Dahai's first sentence gave Fang Yang a whole lot of confusion. You bastard, did you bring a girl to the house today? It seems like I brought one. What's wrong? Look. I told you it wasn't me, right? Fang Dahai seemed to explain to the people around him before continuing to reprimand Fang Yang. Then why didn't you guys tidy up the sofa when you left? The hair on the sofa cushion wasn't taken care of either. Are you trying to get your old man me killed? It turned out that just now when Yang Xiaoying came back, the first thing she noticed was that something was not right in the house. The sofa was messy. It seemed that someone had slept on it, and there was also a woman's perfume smell in the living room. What's even more outrageous is that she even found a few long hairs of a woman on the sofa. So she immediately misunderstood, and thought that her husband had cheated on her and brought other women back behind her back. After all, her son hadn't been home lately, and he didn't have a girlfriend, so it was impossible for him to bring a girl back. So, Fang Dahai had just returned home to a domestic violence. which is why she called her son to seek clarification.
After listening to his father's account, Fang Yang laughed so hard on the other side of the phone that he was about to switch off. His grandmother, if I had known that it was this kind of drama, I would not have admitted it. Let the storm come a little more fierce.
Yang Shouying snatched the phone from her husband's hand,
and asked Fang Yang one after another what his girlfriend's name was and how he met her. Also let Fang Yang bring his girlfriend home to recognize the door.
But was Fang Yang dismissed on the grounds of immaturity? He and Chen Yan's relationship has not yet stabilized. It
cannot let the old mother on the side to add to the chaos. The next morning,
the stock market opened. As the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index jumped low,
many of Fang Yang's fans,
and netizens in the forum who believed in him, listened to his advice and reduced or liquidated their stocks.
There are even a lot of people who opened the stock index futures directly to the opening price layout of the short order. Fang Yang is naturally no exception. As early as the opening, he took Gao Zichang and Zheng Cixi listed yesterday's highest price of 10,700 points, opened 450 lots of IC 1506 contract short orders. As the CSI 500 stock index futures continue to rise,
the margin per lot has also risen,
and has now risen to more than $210,000. Fang Yang's $94 million in their hands, at most, can only open 450 lots of short orders. Fang Yang directly full position. Of course, he pretended to set a stop loss of 100 points. Just his stop loss is unlikely to be swept.
Fang Yang had just hung up his order when he suddenly received a short message from the stock forum, saying that the number of his fans had exceeded 10,000 people.
Fang Yang froze,
a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had recommended so many stocks during this period of time without reaching the 10,000 fans achievement.
Yesterday just prompted once that the general market is going to fall, and it reached it. It seems that it is still more effective to sing short. Chapter 59 Losing Money on Strength. Half an hour later,
the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index hit the day's high of 4,986 points,
and then began to fall back.
Fang Yang they hung 450 lots of short orders,
but also in the CSI 500 index under a rapid high all sold. At the same time, Fang Yang also led the group of partners, sold yesterday's purchase of Huaxia Software, 2 days profit of 16%, Zheng Cixi 65,000 principal has rolled over to 90,500, and even Gao Zichang's stock account has broken through the 60,000 yuan mark. This guy is now full of thoughts. How to get the money in the hands of his old man over to increase their own principal. As for the group of partners, earn more, they are full of pokies. Many people 2 days of profit are more than 6 figures. There were a few groupies who liked to pretend, and they even sent the earnings chart to the stock forum, ruthlessly stimulating those netizens who saw Fang Yang's message, but didn't follow and buy. This gain looks like my chicken is purple. Sour. Damn. Angry old man.
Huaxia Software this stock.
ING watched the whole day yesterday froze did not buy. You dare to believe? You just didn't buy it. ING sold it before the stock took off. Can you believe it? Ha 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 ha. These two upstairs are the crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. I've warned you that Fangshan is very powerful. Who told you not to believe? You deserve it. Please don't say it again. My mind has blown up now. I want to strangle myself. I'm even more depressed. Okay, ING buy other stocks instead of being trapped. Ugh, none of us have a life of earning money. Near the noon closing time, the SSE index began to turn green and fell below the morning's lowest point,
with a maximum drop of nearly 1%. Those who listened to Fang Yang's advice to reduce the position, at this time are all a face of celebration. This wave saves tens of thousands of but also really listen to people to eat Fang God really reliable. And those who do not believe in the leaks, it is more depressed. This Nima meat did not catch up. Net beatings. This is based on the strength of the loss of money really ING. After the close of business at noon, Fang Yang took a last look at his futures account, was about to close the account. Suddenly bright. Wang Hai's group of people who counted themselves before. I wonder if they are interested in doing stock index futures. Why don't they dig a pit for them to play? It's called come but not go. Soon. Just left his company. Ready to go out to the banquet. Wang Hai received a WeChat message from Fang Yang, asking him to short stock index futures together in the afternoon. Wang Hai frowned and thought for a while, then forwarded a screenshot of this message to Li Dong, and inquired, "Does Mr. Li think that the CSI 500 futures contract can be shorted?" Li Dong basked in the sun and said, "If it was told to you by someone else, then it is possible to try. Why did the key surnamed Fang bring you along to make money?" That being said, from the last incident, we are able to see that he does not trust us at all. Forget it, it's better not to listen to him. This was what was called prejudice. When someone doesn't trust you as a person, even if you say something correctly, they won't listen to it and still feel that you want to harm them.
Fang Yang utilized this and managed to make Wang Hai and the others have their first regret. After the opening of the afternoon, as the major A-share indexes accelerated to dive, Wang Hai and Li Dong really began to regret. They had been pacing in their company's trading room with furrowed brows. Could it be that the one surnamed Fang was really taking himself to earn money regardless of his past grudges? And they had missed this great opportunity to short because they didn't trust him? But now that the index had fallen to 3%, would it be too late to enter the market? What if it doesn't fall tomorrow? Facts have proved that 3% into the field is not late at all, because near the close of the afternoon, the major indexes accelerated diving, down more than 5%. The SSE index even fell 5%, properly a super negative line. The CSI 500 futures contract is the same, even with the afternoon opening price into the market. To the end of the day a lot can profit more than 500 points. You know, that's $100, 000, and 100 lots is $10 million. And because of their small-mindedness, they flat out missed out, simply to be angry. After the partial close, Fang Yang sent out his profit chart, although it was only one of the small accounts. However, that full 723 points, tens of millions of floating profit, still let Wang Hai and Li Dong depressed. It really was harder to watch others make money than to lose money themselves. After the close of business today, Fang Yang and the retail investor group really did a battle to seal God. Almost all retail investors who visit stock forums know about the existence of Fang Shun, the god of the contrary. Those who listened to the advice of the god of Fang and liquidated their positions in the morning are even more excited and do not know how to thank the god of Fang. A bunch of people in the group want to add Fang Yang's QQ friends, give him a red packet, were rejected by him. And those who did not listen to Fang Shun's advice to reduce the position of the people, is depressed, do not want to talk, just want to go back to the morning when the opening of the disc, the then self-alive, let you, even listen to others to eat, does not understand the reasoning, deserve you to lose money. Fang Yang's father, Fang Dahai, belongs to one of these. He also likes to visit stock forums, naturally, has long been concerned about the recent period of time, the most popular folkmaster, Flat Small Fang. However, he didn't realize that this little Fang was his son Fang Yang. This morning, he had already liquidated his position. Who knew that in the disc for a moment did not hold back, and then cheaply bought a stock? Then, there is no then. At the close of business, the stock he was optimistic about has fallen. Even according to his purchase cost calculation, also lost 8%. I don't know when I'll be able to get out of it. Although Fang Hai into the market time is not long, but has been contaminated with a lot of bad habits of the old stockholders. For example, do not know stop loss, once set on the dead shoulder, but also like to mess with the position. The hands of the stock has not fallen much to start replenishing the position, not a few to the only remaining funds to fill up, and then a full set, at the mercy of the slaughter. This time is the same. The next day his stock slightly lower open a little bit. He put the hands of the only remaining funds to fill in, and the disc rushed high when he did not throw, but also stupidly waiting for the unshackled it. The results of the closing and all fell back, became a veritable receiver. In contrast, Wang Hai and Li Dong's ability to correct mistakes is much stronger. They missed a wave of more than 500 points of short market yesterday. Before the market opened today, Wang Hai sent a message to Fang Yang, asking if he could continue to go short today. Fang Yang saw that the other party has taken the bait, so he did not hesitate to say, of course you can. I judge that this wave of adjustment at least to fall through the 20-day line. Any time today is an opportunity to go short. So Wang Hai and Li Dong really opened short orders. They and the index rushed high back down below the morning opening price, to 10,050 price. Each opened 200 lots of short orders, taking up margin 42 million, chapter 62 billion valuation. It was also their luck that after their short order entered the market, the IC 1506 contract quickly fell to 901 points, and their float was already over 100 points. However, the good times don't last long, not more than a few minutes. The Shanghai Stock Exchange Index unexpectedly pulled up again, recovered the decline just now. According to the cost of their positions, they lost money instead. Well, the index did not continue to rise, just below the flat price, a little narrow oscillation up. However, what they do not know is that Fang Yang just in a wave of sharp decline, and the hands of the position backhanded, and they became a rival disc. Now Fang Yang's hands are still 450 lots of IC 1506 contracts. However, the direction has become more. The cost price of 9,920, his previous short order, a total profit of 780 points, a point of $200, a single hand is 156, 000, 450 hands, a total profit of 72 million. It is not far from a small goal to make a daily profit. This time, Fang Yang did not go back to the group, shouting fans to bottom out together. After all, there are so many people in the group. There are so many people.
In case the news leaks and is known by Wang Hai and Li Dong, they can definitely guess that they have been tricked. Then the play won't be able to go on. However, Gao Zicheng and Zhang Cici ate a small stove, the two of them in Fang Yang's advice. Low absorption of the Great Wall of China. This stock, the buy price was 19 yuan, probably down about 8%, and finally closed up 6%, an intraday float of 14%, a big bite of meat. And although Fang Yang's other fans didn't operate stocks today, they accomplished another operation, which was to transfer the funds inside their old accounts to new ones. A large number of stock customers transferred funds from other securities companies to Galaxy Securities. Chen Yan's name at once caused a lot of dissatisfaction of the securities business department. The head of the business department immediately urged under the account manager to call these lost customers, with the method of lowering the commission, trying to pull these customers back. However, what they didn't expect was that for the persuasion of these account managers, Fang Yang's fans basically just said, no matter how much you reduce my commission to, even if it's reduced to negative, every time I trade you fall back on finding me money, I'm going to change my account, and I'm going to complain about you if I'm harassed again. Is that clear enough? Other securities companies seriously suspect that these customers have encountered a pyramid scheme, so I want to report to the police what to do. Since today is the last trading day of the week, it's time for the delightful money sharing after the close today. Fang Yang called Wu Yuanxiao and several of their bosses all over, began to show them the results of this week. Wu Yuanxiao, they did not look at their accounts these days, although they knew that they were earning money every day, but they did not know exactly how much they had earned. As a result, when they came over to take a look today, they were shocked, and their eyes glazed over. Starting from Monday, Fang Yang first did 150 lots of stock index long single, once earned 13.2 million, once earned 14.85 million, a total of 2,805. Then on Wednesday, he did 3 waves of Shanghai copper, totaling 28.5 million in profit. Thursday continued a short stock index 450 hands. Friday stop profit, earned 72 million. Then now there are 450 lots of long stock index futures in hand, still profitable. Of course, this part of the position in the backhand today because it is not closed. It will have to be counted for next week. However, even so, Fang Yang made a profit of 126 million this week. Among them, 27 million belonged to Fang Yang's own funds and did not participate in the share. The remaining 99.8 million, according to the 50% split ratio, Fang Yang could share another 49.9 million. In other words, together with Fang Yang's initial capital of 8.9 million last week, his total assets today had reached 85.8 million. Oh, and deducting the 2 million for the car, that would be 83.8 million. Only one step away from being a billionaire. Unfortunately, this money he cannot get for the time being, have to wait until next Monday to close the position in hand, and then Tuesday morning to transfer the funds out. After all, tens of millions of dollars, and then let them take from home. No one can take out. After calculating the profit sharing, Fang Yang talked about another matter. I know that several bosses are well connected locally, so I would like to ask you to help me keep an eye out for any investment companies that are ready to be transferred. And all types of investment licenses must be complete, so if there are any, help me get in touch with them. According to reason, it is the most cost-effective to register the company by oneself. Just that in that case, there are more trivial matters, not only to find office space, but also to recruit people one by one. And applying for a private placement license also takes not a short period of time. Without 2 or 3 months cannot be taken down. In comparison, it is still more economical to directly acquire a ready-made one. Little Fang is ready to open an investment company? Wu Yuanxiao was the first to ask. Yes, with more and more funds in our hands, it's no longer appropriate to continue operating in the studio. It's still necessary to hire a professional trading team back. Next to them, Gao Zicheng and Zhang Cici heard this and instantly revealed ashamed expressions. They were not professional traders after all, so they often appeared to be slow when operating. Although Fang Yang hadn't blamed them, he obviously still had a bit of an opinion. To talk about investment companies that are interested in transferring, I really know of one. It's just that their company's situation is a bit complicated. Guomei we thought for a while and was the first to give a reply. Oh, in the market of the big bull market, willing to transfer the company, must be all encountered things. You first say how complicated it is. Maybe we can help him to solve it, and also press the price by the way. Fang Yang laughed. 1 or 2 words can't make it clear. Why don't I ask the boss of their company out, and you guys meet? Okay, just give me a call directly when Mr. Gua gets in touch. At this time, Zhou Jinjin opened his mouth and asked, Fang old brother I don't know if your investment company accepts shares you want to invest? Not only does Zhou want to, if Fang is really willing to accept shares, a few of us will participate in it even if we lose all our money. Wu Yuanxiao's words clearly spoke to the hearts of several others. As long as Fang Yang was willing to continue to take them on, the few of them were truly willing to smash their pots and pans to follow Fang Yang. What they hated the most right now was that they didn't have a beautiful daughter like Qinyan at home. Otherwise, they would have snatched Fang Yang home as their son-in-law no matter what. The valuation of my company isn't low. If you guys want to join, you won't be able to get many shares and you'll have to spend a lot of money. Are you guys really willing to do that? I don't know exactly how much the valuation is, Zhou Jinjin asked tentatively. Tentatively, it's a 2 billion valuation, and you can give each of you 1% of the shares, which means that you'll have to contribute 20 million. Hiss, 20 million for a 1% share? Everyone looked at Fang Yang with unbelievable faces. If another person said this to them, they would definitely be sprayed to death by them. Nima, opening an investment company will cost at most 100 million. 20 million can account for at least 20%. To you, directly raise 20 times? This is also too outrageous, right? Chapter 61 Acquiring an Investment Company. Even Gao Zichang and Zhang Sisi were stunned by Fang Yang's big offer. They really wanted to say, "Old Fang, you don't have anything in your company, and you just valued it at $2 billion? Your bubble is too outrageous. It will scare people away." Absolutely no one can accept such conditions. However, what the two of them did not expect is that although Wu Yuanxiao and their three bosses were shocked, but after a little hesitation, they all agreed. They were willing to contribute $20 million and take a 1% stake in Fang Yang's company. Gao Zichang, the whole person is silly. He just realized. All day with him cheek to cheek, Fang Yang, unexpectedly has been unknowingly worth 2 billion. After all, a shell company can be worth 2 billion. There is only one possibility. That is the owner of this company. Worth this price. Zhang Sisi also quickly thought of this, and she suddenly understood the thoughts of these three bosses. After all, through this period of observation, this guy Fang Yang was indeed a bit of a bull and could not be judged by common sense. As long as he was given enough time, it didn't seem to be difficult for him to earn $2 billion by himself. I'm afraid that his willingness to accept these three bosses into the company was more about wanting the connections behind them. Regardless of the field, it was impossible for a person fighting alone to fight an efficient team. Gua Meihui was very efficient. Of course, it was also possible that the other party was really in a hurry. Anyway, the next morning, Fang Yang met the owner of the investment company who was interested in transferring it in a tea house. This was a woman dressed in a very fashionable way, looking very young, should not be more than 30 years old. She belonged to the type that didn't look particularly stunning and beautiful at a glance, but would never be overlooked when standing in a pile of people. Her temperament was very good and durable. She was wearing light makeup, and although she was wearing a smile on her face, Fang Yang could see a few points of fatigue from her. Obviously her company had recently suffered something that had left her a bit drained. Seeing Fang Yang coming, Gua Meihui was the first one to stand up and make an introduction for the two. Mr. Fang, this is Wenxin Investment Company's General Manager Yi. Yi Wenxin. Good day, General Manager Yi. I am Fang Yang. Fang Yang stretched out his hand and gently shook the other party's hand before taking a seat opposite them. I didn't expect Mr. Fang to be so young. Can I take the liberty of asking? Are you acquiring our company yourself, or are you here to talk on behalf of your family? What difference does it make? Fang Yang wondered. Of course there is a difference, Yi Wenxin said indifferently, because what I need is someone who can wholly acquire the shares in my hands, not just a mere shareholding. Therefore, if Mr. Fang's capital volume is not very large, it is not good to talk next. Fang Yang heard it out. This woman meant, it takes a lot of money to acquire our company. If you don't have a strong family background and monetary support, there's no need for us to continue talking. I don't need to worry about the amount of money I have. As long as the price is right, I can afford to buy it for any amount of money. Fang Yang emphasized the word "the price is right," meaning, I know your company is in trouble now and is eager to get out, so a lion's share is not necessary. Let's all be dry. Yi Wenxin nodded her head and said, then let me first introduce our company to Mr. Fang. Our company currently has 2 shareholders. Besides me, the major shareholder, there is also a minor shareholder who has 40% of the shares. Originally, the relationship between the two of us was still good. I was in charge of the company's operations, and he was in charge of dealing with various external relationships. However, some time ago, because of some reasons that are not convenient to disclose, the two of us fell out, and the relationship has been irreconcilable, even affecting the normal operation of the company. The current situation is that he wants to acquire the shares in my hands and let me leave the company, yet I don't want to hand the company over to him. Fang Yang wondered, then can't you acquire his shares and let him go? He doesn't want to leave either, so it's deadlocked here now. What Mr. Yi means is that if I acquire your shares, I still need to find a way to get rid of your partner myself? That's what I mean. So Mr.
Fang can give it some thought before giving me an answer. Then if that's the case, the acquisition price will have to be lowered a bit more. Fang Yang took the opportunity to press the price. Yes, I can give Mr. Fang some room for a discount. Mr.
You would rather sell his shares to me at a low price than to your partner.
It seems like he really offended you a lot. Fang Yang couldn't help but lament. Mr. Fang,
this matter seems to have nothing to do with what we are talking about, right? Although Yi Wenxin's face was expressionless, her tone was a bit unpleasant.
Alright,
then you go on to talk about your company's valuation.
Our company's current capital pool is divided into two pieces. One is the own capital pool, currently with a size of $200 million, and all of the investments are securities assets. The other one is the private fund pool, with a size of around $150 million, which contains all the money from various investors. Fang Yang nodded and said, a valuation of $200 million is not too high.
Yi Wenxin looked at Fang Yang with wide eyes,
thinking, do you really not understand this guy or are you just pretending to be stupid? The company's net assets, various investment licenses, team value, customer information, don't these count as money?
If the shares are directly calculated according to the capital pool,
why am I still looking for you? Why don't you just withdraw the capital?
Guo Meihui held back her laughter and said,
Mr. Fang is joking with you. You continue. Fang Yang finally realized that he had made a mess,
and somewhat embarrassedly touched his nose,
waiting for the other parties next.
Yi Wenxin continued,
so, after comprehensive calculations, our company's current valuation is at $240 million, and at 60%, it's $144 million. Does Mr. Fang find it acceptable? Seems a bit high. Fang Yang actually didn't know whether it was high or not. Anyway,
according to the principle of buying things, after the seller quotes the price,
cut it first. My offer is really not high. When Mr. Fang opens his own company,
he will know how difficult it is to grind a good trading team out.
120 million it is. Fang Yang gave his price. Minimum 142 million. No less.
Yi Wenxin shook her head.
Let's each take a step back. 135 million. After all,
I still have to help you with your troubles.
Yi Wenxin pursed her lips and smiled. When I transfer my shares, these won't be my troubles anymore. Fang Yang thought for a while and said, how about this?
I'll tell you another news that you can earn money,
guaranteeing that you can make tens of millions. How much do you think it's worth? Oh, what news? Mergers and acquisitions reorganization. Which company?
Yi Wenxin's eyes lit up.
It's not worth it to say it out loud. Fang Yang picked up his teacup and took a sip. Chapter 62 News of Reorganization. Let's put it this way. If Mr. Fang's information is true,
I'll drop you another 2 million.
You can just give 140 million. My information is naturally accurate, but the premise is that you can't buy too much, and even more so, you can't disclose it to others. Otherwise, if the reorganization fails, I won't be responsible.
I naturally understand this.
I don't know which company will be reorganized.
Yi Wenxin didn't suspect that Fang Yang would lie to him.
After all, someone who could take out $140 million to acquire shares couldn't possibly do such a thing as slapping his own face. Fang Yang glanced at Guo Meihui, who had the good sense to exit the box. After all, this was the news that Yi Wenxin paid for. It was really inappropriate for her to whore herself out here. Fang Yang waited for a while longer before slowly saying, I don't know if Mr. Yi knows anything about the stock Huaxia Ocean? Of course, this is the largest shipping company in China and one of the largest ocean transportation companies in the world.
Yi Wenxin was surprised.
Could it be that this company is going to be reorganized? Fang Yang nodded and said,
since the financial crisis in 2008, the global shipping market has been oversupplied. Most shipping companies are facing a tough test in their operations, and the shipping industry is soon to start the tide of reorganization and integration.
Huayuan Group and Huahai Group are the front runners. How did Mr. Fang know about this news?
Yi Wenxin himself was running an investment company, so he naturally knew how much the two groups overlapped in business. Saying that the two of them were reorganizing, it was really possible. I naturally have my news channels.
Mr.
He just needs to suck in the chips in batches over the next few months.
And when the reorganization succeeds next year, he can naturally make a big profit. In fact,
this reorganization of Huayuan Group and Huahai Group would not be announced until the end of 2015.
And until then, the outside world knew nothing about it.
It was only that Fang Yang felt that this opportunity to earn money was taking too long and was unwilling to do it.
However,
this opportunity could be too important for Yi Wenxin. It was too easy to earn money than her hard work to open an investment company.
So she sincerely said, thank you Mr. Fang for the information. I will definitely take advantage of it. Also, if there are any problems during the acquisition process of Wenxin investment, Mr. Fang can call me at any time.
That's just right. I was just about to visit your company on Monday.
All the information is ready. right, mister? Fang still needs to find someone to do due diligence?
Yi Wenxin frowned a little. She was worried that this matter would be known by her partners and there would be another change of heart at that time.
Fang Yang shook his head and said, that's not so bad.
At most I'm just checking the accounts to see if your capital pool is really that much.
That's fine. You can bring someone there anytime. Okay, then that's it for today.
I still have something to do at noon, so I won't invite Mr.
Yi to dinner.
We'll have the chance to chat slowly later.
Okay, mister. Fang, take care. Fang Yang greeted Guamehui again and took the lead to leave the tea house.
He did have something to do at noon, and he had already promised his mom to go home for dinner, so he couldn't go back on his word.
Fang Yang pulled open the door of the Maybach and got into the car. Gao Ziqiang,
who was lying on the driver's seat playing with his cell phone, immediately sat up straight and opened his mouth.
Old Fang, where to now? Back to Greentown Garden. Ha ha, finally we can return to our hometown in fine clothes. What do you think their reaction will be if they see us driving a Maybach back? You don't need to ask? Definitely I'll ask how much you rent it for a day. Gao Ziqiang.
In the eyes of the neighbors in the garden district,
Gao Ziqiang belongs to the kind of hobo who fools around all day and can't earn any money.
He belongs to the majority of parents, used to educate their children's negative example. So today, when he came down from a brand new Maybach,
everyone's face was full of incredulity. And someone really came up and asked him, Xiao Gao,
where did you get this car?
Rented it for $500 a day. Gao Ziqiang blurted it out. Ha, $500 is not expensive. Ah, where to rent? Can you give me the contact number? Put. Fang Yang almost laughed out loud,
thinking to himself that it's a good thing I'm professionally trained and don't usually laugh, or else I'd be rude.
Gao Ziqiang looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at that person, thinking, are you stupid? Do you believe such an answer? Fang Yang smiled and interjected,
don't listen to Xiao Gao's nonsense. $500 can only be rented for 2 hours. We have to hurry to return the car after dinner.
Ah, $500 for 2 hours?
That's a bit expensive. The man shook his head and left, not feeling the least bit snubbed. The two of them smiled at each other and each went home to eat. Today was Saturday.
Fang Dahai and Yang Shouying were both at home.
The two of them were the same as usual,
one watching TV in the living room, the other cooking in the kitchen. Fang Yang changed his shoes,
first came to his old dad, carefully sized him up, then shook his head and said, Mom, this eagle claw kung fu doesn't work. Ah,
some regression. Fang Dahai said angrily, bastard boy, do you want to get beaten up? Fang Yang is not afraid of him at all, smilingly said, it seems that someone is in a bad mood. The stock is set?
Fang Dahai looked at his son somewhat puzzled. Always feel that this guy is getting more and more arrogant. In the past he would not dare to talk to himself like this.
What stocks did you buy? Do you want me to help you analyze it?
Fang Yang sat down on the sofa with a big horse and picked up a grape and threw it into his mouth.
You can analyze stocks? Fang Dahai looked at his son with some surprise. What's that saying?
If I don't know how to analyze stocks, that $30,000,
you gave it to me? When Fang Dahai thought about it,
he said the stocks he bought.
Then you help me analyze Taijing shares and see what should be done next? Okay Lu, I'll look at it now. Fang Yang took out his cell phone,
opened the stock speculation software, and then pulled up the K-line chart of Taijing shares.
5 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute passed.
His mind was still blank. He knew he had never paid attention to this stock in his previous life, so he had no idea what it would do next.
But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the general market is going down. Most of the stocks will go down. One can never go wrong by looking down.
Fang Yang thought for a moment and asked,
Pops, when did you buy this stock?
On the morning of the 28th,
when the market just started diving. Fang Yang roughly calculated and inquired. Floating loss of 14%? No, I mopped up a bit. Now it's a 10% loss. And you mopped up? Fang Yang gave his thumbs up, giving his old man credit. How can I unwind without mending? Fang Dahai snorted coldly. No problem.
Then if it falls again next week, you can keep mending and buy until he goes up.
Already have no money. Can only wait. Don't how can you just admit defeat? No money, afraid of what? I lend you. Make up for it. You have money to lend me? How much money have you made in the stock market? Not much, but 100,000, 80,000 or get out. Just ask you want? Fang Yang said smilingly. In fact,
Penguin Music had already called over last month's song share, and at this time,
Fang Yang's bank card had more than 100,000 pocket money. Chapter 63. Ah yes, Mom is right. Okay, then you transfer it to me, as if I'm saving money for you. Fang Dahai rightfully said. What, you help me save money? Father and son are still clearing accounts. You have to give me an IOU. The reason why Fang Yang encouraged his old man to replenish the position, mainly to kill this old man's flame. Cannot get the IOU? He still toss what? Still need to play IOU? Hey, really fresh. If you don't have an IOU, Who would want to lend you money?
Yang Xiuying's voice came from the kitchen.
What are you two arguing about? No quarrel, no quarrel, discussing stocks.
Fang Yang smiled back and said to his old man,
think about it yourself. There is a loan note. $100,000 will be transferred over right away. Otherwise you'll just slowly wait for the unwinding. Fang Dahai hesitated for a moment, and ultimately the idea of replenishment prevailed.
Returned to his bedroom to write an IOU and handed it to his son.
Fang Yang smiled and collected it, then immediately opened the cell phone bank and transferred 100,000
to his old dad.
The first step of pinching pops, complete.
I'll see how you're going to yell at me after you've lost this $100,000.
He. During lunch, Yang Xiuying heard about Gao Xiaoya's signing with a music company and gave Fang Yang a lesson about it.
She said that Gao Xiaoya was so good that she was spotted by the entertainment company in Magic City, and even signed a contract with her to vigorously cultivate her and so on. Let Fang Yang learn more from other young girls, and strive to find a good job as soon as you graduate,
preferably into a large company. Become a white collar. Blah, 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 blah. Fang Yang was both speechless and amused,
and could only keep nodding his head,
agreeing, yes, Mom is right.
Yang Xiuying saw his son look like a dead pig,
so angry that he slapped him,
and then began to ask him about his girlfriend.
Fang Yang was annoyed no way, had to promise his mom, next month must find an opportunity to bring his girlfriend back, introduced to her to know. After dinner, Fang Yang went back to his room and began to use the computer to find well-known overseas brokerage firms, ready to apply for an international investment account.
He needed to get enough money for the 130 million acquisition within 3 days, and would have to go through a highly leveraged transaction like gold and crude oil. If he remembered correctly, US crude oil would have a very smooth downtrend in June 2015,
just in time to jerk a fleece.
He is now contacting this company called Into Securities. Its business covers foreign exchange, futures and other margin trading, but also covers the daily trading of U.S.
stocks, Hong Kong stocks, European stocks and so on. It's just that it's not too convenient to get in and out of the money. Fang Yang also needs to do an offshore bank card,
and then convert the funds in his bank card into US dollars before he can do so.
The next morning, Fang Yang took Gao Zichun to the provincial capital. From the only Citibank branch in the province, opened an overseas bank card, which is considered to be a complete opening of the international investment account. On the way back, Gao Zichang some puzzled, Lao Fang, we now do stock index futures is not very good? Why do you have to do gold crude oil? The risk is so big. Fang Yang shook his head and said, we now have a small amount of money, naturally can always toss in the domestic market,
and so on later the amount of money billions of tens of billions of dollars.
Do not still go short stock index futures?
I'm afraid I don't know how to write the word def.
There are billions of tens of billions of dollars still do not rush back? Still do a hair awe? Gao Zichang excitedly said. I'm not lying. I just have 100 million deposits. I'll retire. Look at your unproductive look. Fang Yang didn't have the good sense to say, 100 million. Isn't that our profit for a day? Really? We can make 100 million a day? Gao Zichang had a disbelieving face. Of course we can. It just requires a little bit of cooperation from the quotes. Gao Zichang was silent for a while and suddenly asked, Old Fang, what do you really think? Just ready to do this all the time? Fang Yang laughed. What's wrong? You're not getting tired of it now, are you? No, I always feel that it's all too unreal. We're making money too fast, and I'm afraid of losing it too fast. Fang Yang smiled. Your worry is very reasonable. Next time don't worry blindly. What do you mean?
Naturally I won't put all my money in the financial market.
When our company is on track, I'll spend the money and look for the next windfall. What's the next windfall? Popular entertainment. Of course, you're going to start an entertainment company? Fang Yang smiled but didn't answer. You'll know when the time comes. That night, Fang Yang and Gao Xiaoya chatted on the video call, describing the process of being lectured by his old mom.
He also specifically imitated his mom's tone of voice and praised Gao Xiaoya fiercely. The girl laughed directly fell on the bed. Small hands kept pounding the bed. Even the nightgown are lifted up, revealing a pair of ivory white long legs. Since Gao Xiaoya went to the Magic City, at least twice a week in Fang Yang video phone call, and each time is a bath, wearing cool pajamas in Fang Yang chat, she told him about the interesting things that had happened to her during her training, and then spouted off about the various hookups in the entertainment company, as well as some of the male artists hitting on her. Fang Yang would then give her ideas and teach her how to deal with these people. In fact, many of Fang Yang's ideas were unreliable, such as giving Gao Zichang's number to people who hit on him or something like that, but Xiaoyu just loves to listen, nodding her head while squinting and smiling. If not for her mom repeatedly reminding her outside the door to go to bed early, she could chat with Fang Yang until the middle of the night. Today was the same. Gao Xiaoya talked about another annoying thing she encountered in the company. This time it came from Zhou Ruobing, the deputy director of operations. It turned out that the news that Gao Xiaoya had a gold medal lyricist behind her was leaked out by whoever. Then Su Lu, the first sister of Sky Entertainment, found Zhou Ruobing and wanted to buy an original song from Fang Yang. Zhou Ruobing was too embarrassed to call Fang Yang, so she let Gao Xiaoya probe first. Fang Yang smiled and asked, "It doesn't matter to me, the key is what do you think? Of course I don't want to give my new song to someone else to sing. If I open this up, what if everyone else comes looking for it in the future?" Gao Xiaoye pouted, "But I heard that this Su Lu has a very small heart. I'm afraid she'll take revenge on me." Fang Yang said sunny, "Fear her ah, if she dares to give you small shoes to wear, you directly use a big slap to whip her. I'll make the decision for you when something goes wrong." Gao Xiaoye giggled and said, "Not so much, not so much. You go and talk to Mr. Zhou. Want me to write songs for them? It's not impossible, but only after you become a first-line singer. You don't want to pay for anything, just want a whore for nothing. Where is this kind of good thing?" Gao Xiaoye hurriedly said, "In fact, General Manager Zhou is quite good to me. Not only did he specifically greet the training teacher, but he also fought for a spot for me to participate in a talent show. Our company only has a total of 2 spots. Oh, what program was arranged for you? It's called Singing New Talent. It's all newcomers from various entertainment companies competing together." "Awesome. Then is this program live or recorded in advance? Can outsiders go watch it?" "It seems like they can't. It's a closed recording." "That's so. Then tell me when it airs. I want to watch the whole thing. He. Maybe I'll be on vacation by then. I'll watch it with you. Then your brother will blow up again. Just don't tell him. I'll sneak up on you." Chapter 64 Bet against him. The next day was June 1st, Children's Day, and a day for the bulls to fight back. This day Shanghai and Shenzhen jumped high. Strong surge, driven by the financial sector. The major index is all the way up more than 5%. The GEM index is rushing to 3,700 points, a new high. CSI 500 stock index futures are the same, soared 898 points, stood on the 11,000 point mark, up 87%. Fang Yang their 450 lots of long orders, as of the close of the position. Each lot profit of 1106 points, 222,000. The total profit for a single day is up to 99.9 million. What Fang Yang said at the weekend was realized today, and Gao Zichang was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Just hard to shout. Nay, he is not cultured. A line. In contrast, hold short single Wang Hai and Li Dong is depressed. Although they early in the morning when the first wave of surge on the stop-loss, but did not dare to backhand do more. Watching the opportunity to recover losses again missed, simply depressed to vomit blood. Their 400 hands of short orders, a loss of 150 points, 30,000 per hand. 400 hands is 12 million. In the stock market in a few months of hard work to earn back the profits, less than 2 weeks almost lost. Wang Hai and Li Dong simply to ing crazy. Xingdong Investment Company, the general manager's office. The atmosphere is a little dull. Wang Hai and Li brothers smoke one after another, but look at each other speechless. After a while, Wang Hai sighed, "I don't want to fight with surname Fang anymore. I admit that I can't play with him. I'm quitting. You guys take care of yourselves." Li Zhe said unwillingly, "We lost so much money. Are we just going to let it go?" Upon hearing this, Li Dong also became angry and yelled at Li Zhe, "You still have the ing face to say that? Why did we lose so much money? Don't you have any idea? Why did you have to mess with him? Can you afford it?" "Brother, I admit that I caused this incident, but I'm not convinced to admit defeat just like that. Let's try one last time. I don't believe he can get it right every time. This time we'll ask him for the screenshot of the order first, and then we'll decide whether to follow the order or do a reverse order." "It's useless. He's doing futures. He can reverse anytime. You can't keep up." Wang Hai is determined to quit. This Li brothers toxic, cannot be wrapped up with them again. On the contrary, that Fang Yang seems to be very promising, and I don't know if I can get a ride on Fang Yang through Zhou Jingjin. Li Dong also refused. "I won't invest money in it again. The previous loss should be treated as buying a lesson. Then you lend me 5 million. I'll bet with him myself. If I lose, I'll work to earn money to pay you back." Li Zhe was full of anger. He really didn't believe in this evil. "Okay, I will lend you 5 million. If you lose, don't go out to fool around in the future. Give me an honest job to go to work. Okay, make me an IOU. $5 million was nothing to Li Dong, since his brother was already fiendish. Just let him touch the wall for once. Li Zhe made a loan note and Li Dong quickly gave him a $5 million futures account. Then Wang Hai over there, also at Li Zhe's request, began to send messages to Fang Yang, first asking why the market rose so much today and how Fang Yang's side operated. Then began to ask Fang Yang what the next step of the operation plan. Who knows? Fang Yang gave out the operation plan, but the three of them are puzzled.
Fang Yang even gave up the stock index futures, but to go to the international financial markets, do the U.S. crude oil short orders. So Li Dong immediately pulled up the chart of U.S. crude oil on his computer, and the three of them studied it together. This graph of U.S. crude oil, the obvious long trend stood on all the averages. MACD indicators also fell back to the zero axis near, as long as the golden fork is a new wave of rising. Wang Hai was the first to comment. The averages are entangled. Before the direction is not out, it is not easy to jump to conclusions. I think it is not appropriate to do either long or short here. It is best to wait and see. Li Dong frowned and voiced his opinion. Since both long and short are possible, then I will be a counterparty with him. As long as he places an order, I will follow. Li Zhe snorted coldly and said to his cousin, "Can you lend me an international investment account? It's too late to open an account. Aren't you afraid that he is really going short? Then I'll do a rival trade with him too. I don't believe he's right every time." "Alright, I'll give you an international investment account of $1 million and you operate it yourself." Li Dong opened an investment company. Naturally, all kinds of trading accounts are available, only that he seldom goes to the international financial market to operate. The international financial market is too risky. Ordinary domestic investors simply cannot play foreign investors. Fang Yang naturally will not know. Li Zhe with him on to bet against him. That afternoon after the close of business, after he finished counting the latest profits, he sent the data to the four partners, and he asked them to convert the funds directly into US dollars after transferring them out tomorrow, and then transfer them into their Citibank accounts. Up to now, all the undistributed profits totaled 226 million, excluding Fang Yang's own funds profit of 57 million, and distributable profit of 168 million. 50% was 84 million. Fang Yang's personal assets had reached 122 million Chinese dollars. He was going to convert 61.5 million of it into US dollars and transfer it to an international investment account. This would be exactly $10 million at today's exchange rate of 6.15. Of course, Fang Yang couldn't do this on his own. After all, transferring tens of millions of dollars out was simply not something that an individual investor could operate. But with Wu Yuanxiao and their help, the situation is different again. Several of them have companies. As long as a little looking for relations, each exchange to 5 million US dollars, transferred to Fang Yang's Citibank account, will not encounter any resistance. The only resistance came from Chen Yan. This girl learned that Fang Yang was going to use $10 million to short U.S. crude oil and expressed her strong opposition. It wasn't that she thought Fang Yang would definitely lose, but the international financial market, the risk was just too great. Those who can play in this market are all the world's top financial institutions and international speculators. The Wall Street bigwigs who can beat all the domestic investment organizations may not be able to make a profit on the product of U.S. crude oil. And Fang Yang, this guy, had just made some money in the domestic market, but he was going to arm wrestle with those financial predators. Could she not be anxious? After receiving Chen Yan's phone call, Fang Yang immediately smiled and said, "What? You're afraid that I'll lose all my money and have no money to marry you?" Chen Yan angrily said, "Don't be cheeky with me. If you want to test the waters, $1 million is enough. Why invest so much at once? Have some style, okay? It's not that time of the year. What's $1 million enough for? If it's not too troublesome to get money in and out, I would like to transfer all the money out. Foreign leaks, not cut for nothing. Are you not afraid of being harvested by international capital? What are you afraid of? The big deal is to start over again." Chen Yan. Fang Yang laughed. "What? You don't believe I can make money? Why don't you bet on it?" "Bet on what? If I win, you'll accompany me home for dinner." "Eat at your home?" "Yes, my mom has told me several times." "I'm not going, and I'm not betting with you." Chen Yan's pretty face was a little hot. Of course she understood what going home with Fang Yang meant. "Hey girl, if you're so insensitive, I'll have to use my killer tactic. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." "Good, you wait for me." Chapter 65, The Creation of the Bell God Show. After solving the last resistance, Fang Yang's $10 million finally arrived on Tuesday morning, so he immediately opened a 12,000 lot short order of U.S. crude oil at $61.50, taking up $7.38 million in margin. U.S. crude oil one standard lot is 1,000 barrels. The current common international brokers speculate on U.S. crude oil using leverage is 100 times, that is to say, according to the current crude oil price of $61.50 U.S. dollars, 100 times leverage. Trading a lot only needs 615 U.S. dollars. Change 0.01 profit and loss is 10 U.S. dollars. Commission is 3 points. That is 30 US dollars, $10 million pokies, if you can open a maximum of 260 hands. Of course, this kind of operation is looking for death. 100 times leverage full position pokies, a random fluctuation on the burst. Although Fang Yang is very sure that the next wave of US crude oil will have a downward trend, but also do not dare to put the bullets out. Otherwise, in case of extreme circumstances, can really finished. It is important to know that margin trading, it is possible to owe money to the exchange. So Fang Yang only opened 12,000 lots of short orders this time, and with a 50-point stop loss, all the other funds as margin, to ensure that there will not be a blowout. On the other hand, through Wang Hai's inquiry, he learned that Fang Yang had already placed an order. Li Zhe also gritted his teeth and began to enter the market. Opened 1,200 lots of long orders, the cost price of $60.08, taking up margin of $729.000, is considered a heavy position. Of course, he did not throw his weight around, or listen to Li Dong's advice, set a stop loss of 60 points. Now, depending on the next market, is he stop loss or Fang Yang lost money? Due to the variety of US crude oil, the daily trading time is very long, only 2 hours in the settlement. The other 22 hours can be traded, so the day's market did not come out of the results, has been a narrow fluctuation in the, until the early morning of the next day. Li Zhe is asleep, suddenly woke up by the software beeps. The stop loss he set was triggered by the strong dollar and the negative impact of the increase in crude oil inventories. International crude oil futures in the early hours of the day synchronized plunge. The U.S. crude oil index from the highest point of $61.43 continuously fell below the $61 and $60 two-round number mark. The lowest fell to $59.34, fell more than 210 points. Even with Li Zhe's 60-point stop loss, he lost $720.000 on his 200 lots, plus $36.000 in commission, for a total loss of $756.000, or 65 million Chinese dollars. Seeing the funds in his account instantly lost a big half, Li Zhe's cold sweat straight up. He realized how scary the international financial market is. No wonder even his cousin doesn't dare to get involved easily. At this time, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and sure enough, it was his cousin calling. Gambled with more than $4 million. Cool. Li Dong's tone was calm, as if the person who lost money was not his brother. Is it too late for me to backhand short? Li Zhe asked nervously. I don't know, and I don't recommend that you continue to operate, Li Dong said indifferently. After a huge loss, the mindset will change drastically, and you should stay away from the market at this time instead of rushing to flip your capital. But, I am not willing to do so. This kind of emotion is normal. Any person who has lost money will be like this. However, this is not a reason for you to continue to gamble. The account I will take back. Your fight with Fang Yang, it's over. Ah, Li Zhe shouted and ruthlessly smashed his cell phone on the ground. Anyway, he had already lost more than $4 million, so he didn't care about slamming one more cell phone. If the time of smashing the phone, Li Zhe is just depressed, then wait for the next day's trend of U.S. crude oil out. His mentality is completely collapsed, because the U.S. crude oil really continued to fall. This time not only fell below $59, even $58 also broke. The lowest came to $57.83. That is to say, if Li Zhe was ruthless and used the remaining funds to backhand short, he could recover a large part of his losses even if he could not turn his losses into profits. As a result, because of his cousin's caution, he completely gave up this opportunity, so you can imagine what he is feeling right now. He was about to crack in place, okay? On the other hand, Gao Ziqiang and Zhang Sisi were also urging Fang Yang to close his position and stop profit. After all, 2 days' profit of $38 million US dollars, invested more than $7 million of capital, directly doubled 5 times, but also what bicycle? However, such an exciting suggestion was rejected by Fang Yang. He had to wait another day. This time, even Wu Yuanxiao they are not calm, have persuaded Fang Yang see good. There is almost on the line, do not want to earn to the last copper plate. Unfortunately, Fang Yang is still not moved, until the afternoon of the third day, only to 56.88 US dollars, the hands of the 12,000 lots of empty orders all closed positions. Fang Yang's wave of operations, a total of 462 points of profit, each point $10, a single hand profit is $4,620, 12,000 lots is $55,440,000. After deducting $360,000 of commission, there is still $5,580,000 left. Fang Yang closed the position directly after the screenshot, sent to the stock forum, and then with the text, "So tired yo, took 3 days to earn so little, want to drink soup in the U.S. crude oil this variety, really not easy." Old Versailles. After the post was sent out, the forum instantly exploded. All the envious and jealous netizens came to follow the post. "This operation I can't see my scalp. It can still be like this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. More than $7 million of principal. Earned $55 million? And in ING dollars? That's outrageous? I'm ING cracking up with envy. Indeed it's too showy. This operation by God Fong, the creation of Zhong Xiao. Good guy. I'm nigh a straight up good guy." Fang Shen said before that he earned $100 million with $6 million. Everyone didn't believe it. "Isn't this nymphet a week's worth of work?" My mom asked me why I was kneeling in front of the computer screen. I said I was worshipping God. "I just want to ask if there's anyone willing to give up their position in the Fang Shen fan group. I'll pay a high price for it." High price? How much? $2,000? You want to enter the Fang Shen fan group for $2,000? Are you thinking about fart eating? Even the Wangbangs in the wishing fountain wouldn't dare to make a wish like this. At Shengdong Investment Company, the Li brothers were also reading Fang Yang's post. Li Zai's face was blue because all the money he lost was earned by Fang Yang. The key was that people told him to go short in advance, but he had to go long, resulting in a huge loss. To describe it with an internet phrase, it's you were given the opportunity, but you didn't use it. He was simply furious. Although Li Dong's expression was calm, he was actually a bit depressed. It was not because of Fang Yang, but he was angry with himself, because at that time, when he learned that Fang Yang was shorting, he was trying to follow the order. Unfortunately, a thought did not follow, and as a result, missed an opportunity to eat a big meat. I don't know if I can ask Fang Yang's order direction next time. If I can make a good relationship with him, it would be good to follow the order every time. Chapter 66, Competition for the Controlling Stake. As Fang Yang's post got hotter and hotter, even many big shots in the financial world noticed him. In a lobbyist internal group, there were about 100 people. Big lobbyists and small lobbyists were all here. Nothing to do but come out to brag and discuss the market. At this moment, what they were discussing was the screenshot that Fang Yang had sent out. Everyone, all come out and make a fake to see if the screenshot is real or fake. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What does this do? U.S. crude oil? 3 days profit of $55 million. Nearly 340 million Chinese dollars. Hiss, scary as hell. This Xiao Fang I have paid attention to before. His operation method is really unique. Every time he is stuck at the starting point, and the correct rate is extremely high. I don't think he will send out fake charts to cheat people, because it's meaningless. I also think so. He would not say if he really lost. So high profile out of the sun map. It means that he must have earned money. To be able to earn money inside the international financial market, to be honest, I admire it. I also don't know what his stock seats are. It would be interesting if I could have a fight with him in the stock market. Don't worry, there will definitely be an opportunity. Fang Yang naturally wouldn't know that his popularity had started to go out of the circle, spreading from the retail investor group to the lobbyist circle. After he posted the screenshot, he carefully recalled the next market, and found that there was a high probability that there would be a 3-day rally in US crude oil, so he opened another 15,000 lots of long orders at the intraday low. Then he took Gao Zicheng to the Silver Star Business Center building and went to Yi Wenxin's investment company to check the accounts. Only one Zhang Cece remained in the studio, responsible for continuing to operate several other futures accounts according to the points given by Fang Yang. In the past few days, Wu Yuanqiao and their accounts did not make less money. Although they transfer out most of the funds, still earn more than 30 million, only every time is intraday close, basically not overnight. The two parked the car and walked into the Silver Star Business Center. Gao Zicheng saw that the entire building was filled with elites in suits. Couldn't help but ask, "Old Fang, are you really going to acquire an investment company here? You know, this Silver Star Business Center building can be considered the most upscale office building in Donyang City. With financial institutions piling up, the rent alone is estimated to be $1 or $2 million a year. It was impossible for Gao Zicheng to find a job here before, let alone start a company here. What? Is it hard to accept?" Fang Yang looked at him with a smile. "It's true that it's a bit too dreamy. It seems like we were eating instant noodles all day last month." "That's you right. I'm the one who has food every day." The two joked while taking the elevator to the 22nd floor of the building. The entrance of Wenxin Investment Management Company. Guan Meihui, who had arrived a step ahead of time, had long been waiting here. "Have the auditors and lawyers arrived?" Fang Yang greeted Guan Meihui and casually asked. The checking of the accounts was of course not his own checking. It was handled by the professionals Guan Meihui had hired. Fang Yang only needed to watch from the side and wait for a result. "They have already started. The result should be out before noon." let me take Mr. Fang to the parlor to rest for a while? Guo Meihui replied. No need. I'll just turn around casually. Fang Yang thought for a while and then said to Guo Meihui, Mr. Hua, I want to re-register another limited liability company and then use the new company to hold Wenxin investment. What do you think? Guo Meihui knew on hearing this that Fang Yan was doing a shareholding structure, using a firewall company to avoid risks and avoid taxes at the same time. So she smiled and said, it's possible. It's easy to register an ordinary limited company. I'll say hello for you. Just bring your ID card directly to register. Okay, then I'll trouble Mr. Gua. As the two were talking, Yi Wenxin also welcomed out and took the initiative to bring Fang Yang, going over the general framework of the entire Wenxin investment. Wenxin investment in the financial companies. The scale is really not big. The total number of people are less than 100 people. The overall division is divided into investment department, marketing department, finance department, risk control department, human resources department and logistics department. The marketing department is divided into the market research department and the market strategy department, while the investment department is divided into the stock department and the futures department. Fang Yang originally wanted to visit the trading hall of the investment department. As a result, an access control system was installed at the entrance of the hall, and no one was allowed to enter during trading hours. So Yi Wenxin could not make an exception. So Fang Yang had to give up and offered to wait in the parlor. The people sat down on the sofa in the parlor. Fang Yang laughed. Mr. Ye's company structure is indeed quite reasonable, and the employees are in good shape. As long as there are no problems with the accounts later, we can sign the agreement directly. The equity transfer agreement has been prepared on my side. Mr. Fang can take a look at it first. Yi Wenxin was obviously worried about a long night's sleep, so she had prepared the agreement a long time ago. Good, let me take a look. However, as the saying goes, what you fear comes to you. Just as Fang Yang received the agreement with a smile and was about to look at it, the door to the parlor was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old and wearing a casual suit walked in with a face full of anger. Loudly, he said, I heard that Mr. Yi wants to sell the company? I don't agree. Yi Wenxin frowned and said indifferently, what I'm transferring is my own shares. It seems like I don't need Mr. Huang's consent, right? The middle-aged man did not budge an inch and said, as one of the founders of the company, I have the right of first refusal, and if the price is the same, you can only transfer your shares to me. Seeing Yi Wenxin momentarily speechless, Fang Yang had to open his mouth. He deliberately asked Guo Meihui next to him, this gentleman is? Without waiting for Guo Meihui to answer, the middle-aged man took the initiative to say, my name is Huang Hanwen. I'm Miss Ye's partner. If this gentleman wants to take a stake in our company, I'm very happy to welcome it, but the controlling interest must be ceded to me. You think you are capable of running this company? Fang Yang smiled. Of course. In that case, how about we sign another betting agreement? What betting agreement? Huang Hanwen frowned. Doesn't the company's own capital pool have $200 million? One of us controls half of it for a week. Whoever has a higher rate of return is the owner of the company, and the other takes the money and walks away. How about that? Joke. You're not even a member of our company now. What are you betting with me? Huang Hanwen was a bit displeased. Now it is. Fang Yang picked up a pen and signed the equity transfer agreement without hesitation, then handed it to Yi Wenxin. Yi Wenxin froze for a moment, glanced at Huang Hanwen again, and also signed her name on the agreement. Huang Hanwen was instantly furious. Mr. Huang, don't be in a hurry. I said there is a supplementary agreement. If I lose, this equity transfer agreement will also be automatically nullified. Under Fang Yang's authorization, the lawyer brought by Guo Meihui quickly drew up a betting agreement, the contents of which were what Fang Yang had just said, and placed it in front of Huang Hanwen. Chapter 67 Competition of Stock Picking Ability. Huang Hanwen took a deep breath and said faintly, I can bet with you, but the stakes have to be changed. Change how? I can't take my own shares and bet with you. What we are betting on is the shares in the hands of Mr. Yi. Whoever wins is qualified to take over those shares and be the majority shareholder. Fang Yang frowned. Why is Mr. Huang so persistent? You can open another investment company anytime you want with the money. Why do you have to stay here? Huang Hanwen sneered. Because most of the company's clients are pulled in by me. Are you willing to let me take them away? Fang Yang nodded. That's perfectly fine. All the clients who are willing to go with you. Feel free to pull as many as you want. I definitely won't stand in the way. Everyone in the parlor frowned. Fang Yang's tone was a bit too big. It was important to know that the most important thing for an investment organization was customer resources. Whether it's to take a share on behalf of customers' wealth management, or to issue private placements to get management fees, all need customers to give you the funds to take care of. Fang Yang, however,
clearly stated that he doesn't care about customer resources.
Isn't this a joke? Hearing Fang Yang's so amateurish words, Huang Hanwen cannot help but heart. It seems that the guy in front of me is completely a layman. I'll see what you're really capable of. Blowing awesome in front of my old man. In that case,
this one won't be changed.
But I have one last condition. If you agree,
I'll bet with you.
Huang Hanwen faintly said. What condition?
The trading staff inside the company.
I will choose first. Before Fang Yang could speak, Yi Wenxin frowned. On what grounds? Since it's a parley, you should rely on your own abilities. What kind of skill is it to ask for help from others? What a joke. Trading is not my strength in the first place? It's only right to choose the virtuous and capable. Do I have to give up my own strengths and compare my shortcomings with you guys? Next to Guamehui whispered to Fang Yang, their company's chief trader is very powerful.
Took the second place in the real stock speculation competition.
Oh, is that so? That's quite a surprise. Fang Yang laughed loudly,
then said to Huang Hanwen,
no problem, I promise you, Mr. Fang, you.
Yi Wenxin looked at Fang Yang with a surprised face,
obviously unable to figure out why he was so big-headed. Doesn't he know what the concept of the runner-up of the real stock speculation competition is? On the contrary,
next to Gao Zichang face full of disbelief,
not the slightest worry for Fang Yang. What is the first runner-up in the speculation competition? Can you catch a stop every day and make a small daily profit? This is base manipulation for old Fang, right? Good, Mr. Fang is really quick.
Then we'll go cut the funds now and officially start calculating the earnings next Monday. Huang Hanwen picked up the betting agreement and roughly read through it,
and after not finding any problems, he directly signed his name. At this moment, he felt like he was going to win. Next,
under Yi Wenxin's arrangement, Wenxin Investments traders liquidated all the stocks in their proprietary accounts.
Then all the funds were evenly divided into two for Fang Yang and Huang Hanwen to dispose of.
The only trader in the company was also brought in by Huang Hanwen. Many people think that a trader and a dealer are the same thing.
But they are not. An investment organization. Traders can have a lot. They only use to listen to the instructions to place orders on the line. Do not need to make their own investment decisions. On the other hand, a trader, generally a small company only one, he can be considered the highest level of investment in the company.
All the traders have to listen to his command. Wenxin Investments trader is called Xiao Xinyu, a middle-aged man with a very calm temperament, wearing a pair of rimless glasses and a white shirt, looking very civilized. He looked surprised after hearing about the origin of Fang Yang and his party. Of course, there was also a hint of faint disbelief.
Obviously not thinking that a rich second generation like Fang Yang could surpass himself in stock selection and operation. Fang Yang didn't mind either, and after getting the account assigned to him, he directly took Gao Zichang and prepared to leave. Although he had signed the equity transfer agreement with Yi Wenxin, but because of the betting agreement, he was not considered a major shareholder of the company until he won. Naturally, he was not qualified to give orders here.
Seeing that Fang Yang was about to leave, Yi Wenxin hesitated for a moment, but still chased after him and softly said,
Mr. Fang.
Fang Yang immediately understood what she meant when he saw her wanting to say something.
Laughing, he said, don't worry, Mr. Yi,
the acquisition money will all be transferred to you within 5 trading days.
Oh, it just so happens that Mr. Gui is here. Let her transfer 20 million to you first. I'll withdraw first.
Yi Wenxin looked at Guamehui in surprise. Only then did she realize that the other party was also involved in this acquisition.
After waiting for the 20 million to arrive,
Yi Wenxin asked curiously,
I wonder how many shares Mr. Fang gave you when Mr. Gui invested 20 million into our company? Guamehui smiled. Mr. Yi can guess. Yi Wenxin tried. 5%?
Guamehui shrugged her shoulders and said,
1%. What? How is this possible?
Because she was too shocked, Yi Wenxin directly called out, causing all the employees in the hall to look sideways. Just this is still the result of us trying our best to fight for it.
Otherwise Mr. Fang wouldn't have accepted the shares at all. Guamehui sighed. Then what do you guys figure? Yi Wenxin's face was full of puzzlement. If she didn't know Guamehui well enough, she even thought that the other party had been cheated. Guamehui smiled. You don't need to ask me this question. I guess you'll know next week. On the other side, Gao Zichang, who had just driven away from the parking lot, was also asking Fang Yang about his operation plan for next week. Old Fang, investment companies like them all have futures accounts. Why don't you let them transfer their funds into futures accounts? Winning them with stock index futures. Do you think they will be convinced? Fang Yang didn't have the heart to say. What's more, next week's index may not be good either. Then what stocks are you going to buy? Of course it's to continue to be a popular stock in the market. As for which one to buy, let's wait for me to make a good selection over the weekend. It's a pity that the funds in our hands are too small. Otherwise we will directly guide the disc and be the main force ourselves.
I see that those lobbyist big shots are doing this. Gao Zicheng had a face of yearning. Don't be in a hurry. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time. I believe it won't be long before we have the strength to sit on a stock. Fang Yang's tone was bland, convinced of this. For 2 days over the weekend, Fang Yang continued to practice behind closed doors, concentrating on stock selection. Finally, after some screening, he selected 3 target stocks, which were Huawon Online, Jin Jijie and Inca Culture. Among them, Jin Jijie and Huawon Online is in advance of the general market adjustment. From the highest point has fallen 15%. They have a high probability of stopping the fall in advance, reversing upward. Inca Culture is a new stock listed in mid-May, has risen 15 one-word board. Fang Yang judgment at next week will open the stop, single-day adjustment and then continue to rise. Chapter 68, Having Money. It's just so arbitrary. If you simply look at the yield of the phase, of course, Inca Culture is the strongest, but unfortunately, this stock is still in the adjustment cycle. The best buying point should be at the beginning of next week. Therefore, after a comprehensive comparison, Fang Yang still decided to do Huawon Online this stock first. This time, he also transferred Wu Yuanxiao and their funds from the futures account to the stock account just to be sure, including the remaining funds in his own account. A total of 200 million was put together. If the company account fails to bottom out, he will use these reserve funds to pull up the stock price himself. Having money is so arbitrary. June 8th, Monday. Fang Yang brought Gao Zicheng and Zhang Cixi to Wenxin Investment Company before 9 in the morning. In a separate trading room, he met Yi Wenxin and the 4 traders she had handpicked. The 4 of them are the best traders in our company. After the market opens in a while, you can just give your orders, and they will strictly execute them. Yi Wenxin introduced. Okay, thanks for the hard work, Mr. Yi. Next to them, Gao Zicheng and Zhang Cixi looked at each other in dismay. Gao Zicheng coughed and asked somewhat awkwardly, if they operate the account, what do we do? Of course it's learning from the side. What's the point of asking? Fang Yang didn't have the good sense to say, okay. Gao Zicheng was depressed and could only follow Fang Yang's instructions, moving a stool to sit next to him and watch, just like a good student who studied seriously. Zhang Cixi, on the other hand, stood still and didn't move. She wasn't a full-time trader after all. The nature of her job was more like Fang Yang's assistant. Next to the large trading room, Huan Hanwan is also discussing today's operating strategy with Xiao Xinyu. Their side is strong, not only the chief trader, but also market observers and data collectors. Even the traders responsible for operating the accounts were 2 more than Fang Yang and his team. Because the competition was limited in time, Xiao Xinyu also chose to do strong stocks. He chose 5 alternative targets, all of which are popular market stocks that are piled up by lobbyists, including Inca Culture, which Fang Yang is optimistic about. Of course, the specific do which one, but also wait for the opening of the market to see the disc to decide. Time quickly came to 9:30 a.m. A shares opened. Because the weekend peripheral markets are relatively calm, so today's market is flat open. Twice back to 5,000 points did not break after the funds were pulled up, chose to continue to go higher. Fang Yang and Xiao Xinyu are not in a hurry to get out of the market, but are carefully observing the disc. Half an hour later, seeing that the market should have no problem today, Xiao Xinyu took the lead and issued a directive, under 46 yuan, batch low absorption of Huayi Brothers, position half position. Hearing that Xiao Xinyu is only buying half a position, next to him, Huan Hanwan immediately said, Manager Qiao, since you are optimistic about this stock, then buy more otherwise our rate of return is likely to be no better than theirs. Xiao Xinyu was a bit annoyed. He hated it when someone was nagging him when he was trading. Unfortunately, Huang Hanwan was a shareholder of the company, so he could only endure it. Mr. Huang, don't be in a hurry. We have such a large amount of money. Going in too fast will attract other people's attention. Wait until the afternoon to make sure there is no problem. Then it's not too late to increase the position. Oh, okay, I'm just talking off the top of my head. Manager Qiao is still operating according to his own ideas. Xiao Xinyu nodded, while in his heart, he was thinking, I don't know what stocks Fang Yang and the others bought, and how they operated. As a matter of fact, not to mention the stocks that Fang Yang chose that other people couldn't understand. Even the 4 traders under him, when they were buying as instructed, they were all a bit guilty in their hearts. This Huawon Online has broken to a record low. Buying here is not a joke, although Fang Yang didn't buy much, just bought a 30% position near the stop. But how to look at this stock? Today is not a buying point. What's the difference between this and catching a flying knife with an empty hand? Yi Wenxin thought the same thing. She even asked, Mr. Feng, this stock doesn't seem to be a buying point today, right? Fang Yang laughed. Whether it's a buying point or not depends on the afternoon. As long as it can pull up in the afternoon. Isn't this a buying point? It can pull up in the afternoon? Yi Wenxin was puzzled. I don't know. you have to pull a try to know. You're going to pull it yourself? Yi Wenxin was shocked. Of course, do it yourself. The rich food well. After the opening of the afternoon, as the SSE index continued to surge higher, there were a lot of pre-strength stocks that were taken care of by active funds and started to expand their space upwards. Xiao Xinyu layout of Huai Brothers is so. From the day's lowest point of 45.05 yuan, a line pulled up, the highest rushed to 48.55 yuan, and then the end of the plate slightly back down, and finally closed up for 58%. According to Xiao Xinyu, their cost price of 45.85 yuan, a profit of 2.8 yuan per share. The total profit of 100 million principal is more than 6 million. If the trend of Huai Brothers is still considered to be expected, then the trend of Huawei Online in the last half an hour, it really makes investors who are concerned about this stock cannot understand. At 14:35, Huawei Online's disk, suddenly there are continuous 10,000 hands of large orders began to emerge. The disk on the sell-off played a sweep, with the stock price to pull upward. Such a violent sweeping behavior quickly attracted the attention of the main force of Huawei Online. He roughly calculated, found that the funds into the stock long, a full 70 to 80 million, so he immediately decided to follow the trend and pull up the stock price in advance. In this way, in Fang Yang ignition, the main force to cooperate, and other lobbyists to assist, Huawei Online opened a violent pull-up mode, and in less than 10 minutes, it pulled up from -8% to the red plate, then in the flat plate above the shock for a while, and began to continue to pull up. This time even rushed to more than 6%, to the earth and sky plate posture. Seeing this scene, Huawei Online stock bar immediately exploded. All kinds of retail investors have jumped out to spit. Asterisk. What's the situation? This is going to be the Earth Sky Board? It's also too exciting, right? Asterisk. I just cut me to stop loss. Just give me this out? Brother, you next time to cut which stock? Say in advance. I go to buy. Ha. I plunge into the bottom in the morning. It seems that this wave of betting on the right, the morning almost stopped. How do you dare to plunge into the bottom? You will not look at the time volume? In the morning, there are obviously funds sucking at least into the 2 or 3,000 million. I followed the suck 2,000 shares. Alas, I also want to buy in the morning. The results of hesitation did not buy, which stepped on the short. Really solid. I don't know who lit the fire this time. It's really good people. In the independent trading room, Gao Ziqiang asked loudly, Old Fong, our backup account still has 150 million available funds. Should we continue to pull up and force the board? Fang Yang shook his head and said, no need. If we pull up too high on that day, the funds inside will want to run away. Leave some space for tomorrow. Yi Wenxin pursued, you will continue to pull up this stock tomorrow? Of course, how can I ship it out without pulling it up a bit? Fang Yang smiled. Chapter 69 Eat Dry Wipe Clean Smash Rice Bowl. In the end, under the combined efforts of all funds, Huawei Online closed up 5.6%. Fang Yang they made a profit of 13.8% on the day, with a float of more than 13 million, which is twice as high as Huang Hanwen and his team. After the close, the two manipulation team in the conference room to summarize the meeting, while announcing their own operation today. They are not afraid of the other side to follow the wind. If someone really come to help themselves tomorrow to take over, they will only be happy. Huang Hanwen originally thought, his side of the day profit 6% has been very bull. Who knows to see Fang Yang their operation? He was not calm. This Nima stopped near the low absorption, but also to pull up the stock price? Inside the main force so give face? The dog days will not be engaged in insider trading, right? Xiao Xinyu is equally surprised. He did not know Fang Yang is a fluke right once, or really have such a strong market reading ability. It seems that he will have to take out his own skills to do so. At 5 p.m., the Dragon Tiger list was announced, and Huawei Online was on the Dragon Tiger list with the condition that the day's amplitude exceeded 15%. Ranked first in the buyer is Huashang Securities Dongyang Fortune Avenue Business Department, by amount of 99 million. Huawei Online's main immediately checked the owner of the seat Dongyang City Wenxin Investment Company. I haven't heard of it before. It seems to be just a small company. He looked up the past performance of this company, found nothing too bright, and stopped paying attention to this company. The capital market was so realistic. If you didn't have a reputation or a track record, people wouldn't care about you at all. However, just one night ago, this Wenxin investment, which has no popularity at all, used a sharp operation to show everyone a face. Also let the main force of Huawei Online know, in the financial market, cannot underestimate anyone. The next day's opening, Huawei Online encountered the profit-taking of the followers, is a small low opening. However, after the opening of the market, there is a large amount of funds to take over the sell-off, and then with great speed to pull up the stock price. from the opening of minus 3%, a breath of pulling to more than 5%, and the momentum is like a rainbow. Said the stock can directly seal the board are believed. The retail investors and lobbyists who stopped out at the pooled bidding saw the scene and immediately exclaimed asterisk 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 asterisk. They thought they had been washed out, and hastily began to correct their mistakes, and have chased the chips back again. Only the main force of Huawon Online could see a hint of something wrong, because at the time when the followers were surging in, on the disk of this stock, someone was making a big shipment. In other words, the rapid pull-up just now was probably a bait and switch. The fact is just as he guessed, when the Huawon Online this stock, in the retailer's chase, rose more than 8%, suddenly consecutive 10,000 hands of large singles swarmed out, regardless of the cost began to smash the disk, and soon smashed the stock price back to below 3%. This just a few minutes to throw out the chips, a full $70 to $80 million, and there is a steady stream of chips in the outward throw. Who the hell is this? The technique is so rough. You smashed the disk like this, how can I still ship out? The main force of Huawon Online was so angry that he was about to have a brain hemorrhage. However, there was no way. He couldn't just let the plate collapse like this, and had to enter the market to protect the plate, use their own funds to hold up the disk, so that the stock price to maintain shock, convenient for their next shipment. On the other hand, Fang Yang, who ate and smashed the rice bowl, has already withdrawn his funds to buy other stocks. Of course, he withdrew only the 150 million funds that he bought yesterday, and the 50 million chips that he bought today with his backup account cannot be sold, so he can only find an opportunity to get out tomorrow. In Wenshin Investments' independent trading room, Fang Yang briefly compared the next trend of Jin GJ and Inca culture, and then gave a new order. Below 48 yuan, low suck Inca culture, how much to collect? Fast. Thus, the main force of Inca culture also began to have a headache. Dog days, I'm so hard to smash the continuous one-word board. Hit the stock price near the stop and terrorize the retail investors inside to hand over their chips. Who the hell is this? Without saying a word, come up to grab chips, still do not know the rules Seeing this stock funds buy more and more happy, a little stop signs or not. Inca culture's main force is also angry. He immediately entered the field to sweep the stock price to pull up. Don't you want chips? The low ones are out of the question. There are only the high ones, so you'll see what you can do? If it was any other lobbyist, seeing the main force inside so protective of the food, they might have given up. After all, we are all in the same circle, maybe even know each other. However, for Fang Yang, I know who you are. I came to help you carry the sedan chair is to give you face. You come with me this? Can I spoil you? So Fang Yang did not hesitate to order. Small orders become large orders. Market price forced sweep, regardless of cost. Then, a straight line was seen rising up to the sky on the Inca culture disk. 20,000 lots of orders swept along the sell stalls all the way across, constantly attacking. The silver science culture rose, directly from 2% underwater, pulled up to more than 7%. Inca culture's unusual movement quickly attracted the attention of the whole market. A lot of sell orders began to pour out, and the day's volume was expanding rapidly. Fang Yang took the opportunity to eat another 5,000 lots, completely filling up his position. Grass. Still flabbergasted. Inca culture's main force was depressed. The bankers were most afraid of encountering this kind of rash youth with large sums of money in hand. They don't know the rules, and don't care about the maneuvers, no matter buy or sell, highlighting as simple and rough. If you change a time period, the main force of the silver culture, in any case, also want to give this share of funds a profound lesson. However, not now. The SSE index has shown signs of stagnation. At any time may be adjusted. He must take advantage of the market sentiment is still there. Early to pull the stock price to the target position. Complete the shipment. Therefore, this breath he can only hold his nose and endure. Seeing more and more lobbyists come to beat the wind, the stock price has been snatched to the stop near. Inca culture's main force no longer dare to hesitate. Directly dumped a large buy order of 30,000 hands, one step ahead of the ceiling of the stop. Fang Yang they bought from -8% all the way to the red plate. The cost of the position is about -4%. According to the closing price, the day's profit is as high as 14%. The 2-day profit amounted to 28%, simply blinding everyone's eyes. In Wenshin Investments trading room, all the traders looked at Fang Yang like a monster. Although they didn't speak, the thoughts in their heads were all the same. God, is this? How the hell did he do that? This level of trading has completely exceeded the scope of my cognition. It's not in the same dimension. If he really becomes the boss of our company, even if I die, I'll die at Xin investment. Yi Wenshin's pair of beautiful eyes were also staring tightly at Fang Yang, and it was only then that she understood what Guo Meihui had said earlier. With such a horrible investment ability, no wonder Guamehui was willing to spend $20 million to buy 1% of the shares. This was not a loss at all, but a great advantage. At this moment, she even regretted transferring all the shares to Fang Yang. She should have kept a little bit more or less. Now she had no excuse to stay in the company. Chapter 70, Going Back on Your Word? In the next 2 days, Inca culture continued to rise and stop, coming out of a wave of 3 consecutive boards. Fang Yang, on the other hand, ordered his traders to throw out all the chips in their hands on the 3rd stop, locked in a 34% profit. If you add the 13.8% profit from the first stock, Fang Yang equaled a 4-day profit of 48%, and it was a full position. When the news got out, the entire Wenshin investment was in an uproar, and almost all of the employees didn't believe it was true. The chief trader, Xiao Xinyu, even personally came over to check out Fang Yang's trading record, and after reading it, Fang Yang was convinced, no longer able to generate a trace of contempt. As for Fang Yang and Huang Hanwen's betting agreement, naturally, after Xiao Xinyu viewed the transaction records, it directly ended. Such a horrible rate of return can even beat any of the domestic lobbying experts. This is still compared to a hairline. In the future, who dares to say that they want to compare stock selection with Mr. Fang? They will be directly sent to the mental hospital. Just a Fang Yang some did not expect is, Huang Hanwen, this guy actually cannot afford to lose. Obviously, according to the betting agreement, he should immediately transfer all the shares in his hand to Fang Yang, and take the money to go away. As a result, after the end of the day's competition, he directly disappeared. He didn't pick up the phone, didn't reply to messages, as if he didn't know what was happening in the company at all. Obviously, he saw that Fang Yang's investment level was so high, and then he temporarily backed out. Trying to forcefully rely on Fang Yang's car does not go down. Gao Zicheng's temperament was the most anxious. After he heard Fang Yang's inference, he was so angry that he directly slapped the table and stood up. Yelling, he said, "I'm going to beat the out of him right now," letting him know that it's not just anyone who can take advantage of him. Zhang Sisi looked at Gao Zicheng in disgust. Then Fang Yang said, "Mr. Fang, the betting agreement is legally valid. We can directly go through the judicial process. It's too slow. I don't have that much time to spend with him." Fang Yang shook his head and turned his gaze to Yi Wenxin. "Can Mr. Yi introduce me to the situation of Huang Hanwen's family?" Yi Wenxin nodded and said, "Mr. Huang is a local from Donyang. He first started out in the leather goods business, and the scale was not big at first. Later, he met his wife Chen Yuho, and it was only with his wife's help that the business grew bigger and bigger, and his connections became wider and wider, which led him to set foot in the financial industry and invest in our company." What does his wife do? Her wife opened a beauty club, taking the high-end route. The service object is either rich or noble, not receiving ordinary guests. I see. Fang Yang nodded slightly, then smiled. "I should have a way to make surname Huang hand over his shares." Everyone looked at Fang Yang with astonished gazes, wondering what method he would use to solve this dilemma. "Cici will stay here. Xiao Gao will come with me. Let's go meet Mrs. Huang." Fang Yang stood up and walked towards the outside of the company. Iran Pavilion Beauty and Health Club was a very upmarket local women's leisure and health club in Donyang. Because of its elegant environment and thoughtful service, and the owner of the club is a member of their circle, many of Donyang's official wives, and the female dependents of rich people like to come here to spend money, doing beauty treatments and chatting, and afternoon's leisure time would pass. Therefore, theoretically speaking, this place does not receive men. However, very often, men were also divided into grades, and there were men that were not ordinary people at first glance. If they were to casually turn them away, then I'm afraid that the owner of their club would have to reprimand them. This was the case today, when a brand new Maybach stopped at the entrance of the club. Then from inside came down a big and thick driver, flanked by a young man with an extraordinary demeanor walked in. The front desk girl of the club froze for half a day, not daring to say the words, "The store does not allow men to enter." "Sir, may I ask if you're looking for someone?" The receptionist girl greeted her and asked cautiously. "Yes, I'm here to look for your boss Chen. Is she in?" Fang Yang casually replied while casually surveying the internal layout of the clubhouse. The interior of this club was decorated like a labyrinth. Fang Yang looked for half a day and couldn't find the staircase leading to the second floor. He could only hear the sound of a woman talking vaguely from the upper floors. "Sir, may I ask your name? I need to contact our boss." That receptionist girl asked Fang Yang's name, and then quickly dialed the boss's phone, whispering the situation downstairs in general, and especially mentioning the other party's license plate number. The other side of the phone was silent for a while, but finally agreed. "Bring Mr. Fang up here." Under the guidance of the receptionist girl, Fang Yang finally saw the stairs leading to the second floor behind a screen. At this moment, on the second floor of the clubhouse, there was a group of gorgeously dressed women sitting on sofas and chatting.
After Fang Yang and Gao Zichang went up, the originally somewhat noisy second floor hall instantly quieted down.
These women all sized up Fang Yang with curious gazes,
guessing his identity.
Some of these women were extremely beautiful, some were slightly less attractive,
but they also had an extraordinary temperament.
It could be seen that they all had excellent family conditions. At the very least, they were clothed and fed without any lack of money to spend.
Mr. Fang, this way please.
Under the guidance of the receptionist girl,
Fang Yang and Gao Zichang arrived at the general manager's office. They met the owner of this beauty club, Chen Yuho.
Chen Yuho looked very young and well-maintained,
and could not be seen as a 40-year-old woman at all.
Although she had heard of Fang Yang's name from her husband, she hadn't even expected Fang Yang to come to her, so the surprise on her face was definitely not feigned.
I wonder what Mr. Fang is looking for me for?
After inviting Fang Yang to sit down and having her assistant serve tea,
she immediately opened her mouth to ask, Ms. Chen can take a look at this betting agreement first. Fang Yang made a gesture,
and Gao Zichang immediately took out the betting agreement and placed it in front of Chen Yuha.
So Mr. Fang is trying to acquire the shares in Hanwhan's hands. Chen Yuha laughed, but you shouldn't be talking to me about this matter. These shares are under Hanwhan's name. Wouldn't it be more convenient for you to go directly to him?
No.
Compared to Ms. Chen's understanding, Mr. Huang is not very credible.
I'm worried that if I talk to him unhappily,
it will hurt each other's peace, so it's better to talk to Ms. Chen. Fang Yang's sentence would be somewhat threatening. He was at the same time reminding Chen Yuho, if we talk unpleasantly, it will hurt the peace just the same. You have to think clearly before answering. Oh, in that case, why don't Mr. Fang tell us your terms of acquisition,
so I can also convey it to Hanwhan.
Chen Yuan naturally would not take Fang Yang's threat to heart. No matter how powerful you Fang Yang are, you're only in the capital market. I run a brick-and-mortar store. What can you do to me? Chapter 71, Kid, can't you be cured? Mr.
Huang has 40% of Winxin Investments shares in his hands.
According to the current valuation, it's worth roughly 85 million. If you can sign the agreement today,
then the money will be handed over to your couple's hands in no less than a cent.
Fang Yang likes to do business like this.
The conditions given at the beginning are very generous.
If the other party is very cognizant, very cooperative, then you are good. I am good. Everyone is good. Once the other party was greedy and still wanted to ask for more, then sorry, the conditions Fang Yang gave would come down again and again, and in the end, you must be allowed to accept it. Chen Yuho frowned. What if we can't sign the agreement today?
Fang Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, then we can only charge $1 million per day for breach of contract.
After all, we have an agreement.
Chen Yuho was simply furious and laughed. She said breathlessly,
according to Mr. Fang's conditions, doesn't it mean that if you haven't signed the agreement after 3 months, the company's shares will be given to you for nothing? That's not so bad. Fang Yang said indifferently, as long as the agreement is not signed after more than a week,
I will divest from the company and take all the personnel with me.
After all, I am now the majority shareholder of the company. Chen Yuho didn't expect Fang Yang to have this trick.
She hesitated for a moment and said tentatively,
in that case, I'll give Hanwhan a call right now and listen to what he has to say. Chen Yuha picked up her cell phone and called her husband, Huang Hanwhan, in front of Fang Yang, and told him about the matter.
When Huang Hanwhan heard that Fang Yang had even found his wife's beauty club,
he burst out laughing. He exclaimed, when did I say that I won't transfer the shares? I just have to go on a long trip for something temporary. Let Mr. Fang wait for me for 2 months.
I will definitely transfer the shares to him when I return.
Chen Yuho gave a slightly embarrassed smile to Fang Yang, meaning, look, I've tried my best. There's nothing I can do if he can't come back in a short period of time. Fang Yang nodded and signaled Chen Yuho that she could hang up the phone. He no longer wanted to continue talking nonsense with Huang Hanwhan. Mr. Fang, I'm really sorry. Hanwhan might really have something going on during this time. Why don't you just wait for him for a while? Chen Yuho revealed an apologetic smile,
but her tone showed the meaning of sending off the guests.
Fang Yang, however, sat on the sofa and didn't move. Instead, he asked an irrelevant question. Ms. Chen, this beauty parlor, the people it receives should all be rich people, right? Yes, we are practicing a membership system here. The minimum annual membership fee is $88,000. How can ordinary people afford to spend? Chen Yuho didn't quite understand what Fang Yang meant, so she replied with a smile. Well, 88,000 a person is not too expensive. 50 people is only more than 4 million.
Come back and I'll talk to my mom and ask her to bring all her colleagues in the unit to do the card.
I'll reimburse them. Fang Yang smiled and said something that looked as if he was introducing business to Chen Yuho. However,
when Chen Yuho thought about the consequences of this, she suddenly changed her face drastically. It was important to know that she opened this beauty and wellness center. which was specially used to make friends with those rich girls and official ladies. It could be said that all the contacts the two couples had in Dongyang came from here. If Fang Yang got a group of aunties to come over and take over the venue, would those women from rich families still come? I'm afraid that this store will instantly turn into an activity center for old ladies. Damn, how can this dog be so damaging? This is breaking his own foundation. If someone else said this, Chen Yuho might think that the other party is bragging. After all, among the people she knows, no one should be willing to spend 4 million to do this kind of damage. However, when these words came from Fang Yang's mouth, Chen Yuho didn't doubt the other party's execution at all, because this guy's earning speed is really terrible. A few million for him. It is the time to open the account to do a handful of short-term. Thinking of this, Chen Yuho immediately conceded. She gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Fang, what exactly do you want? Fang Yang was surprised. Didn't I tell Ms. Chen the purpose of my visit today as soon as I entered? Alright, then please wait for a few more minutes for me. Mr. Fang. Chen Yuho held back her anger and picked up her cell phone and walked out of the office. Coming to a quiet place, she then dialed her husband Huang Hanwen's number again. Is surname Fang really this arrogant? Huang Hanwen on the other side of the phone, after listening to his wife's account, also felt that things were a bit tricky. He had thought that Fang Yang's tactics were all in the financial market, but he didn't expect people to deal with brick-and-mortar stores with such a tawdry operation. Hanwen, originally the betting agreement was that you lost. Why don't you just give him the shares? You can't lose a lot for a small reason. Chen Yuho had invested so much effort to create a network of rich wives' relationships. She was not willing to have her own career cut short because of the struggle between her husband and Fang Yang. Does he just run a card when he says so? Those people he found, can't you just not give them a membership? Huang Hanwen tried to put up a resistance once more. Are you out of your mind? Chen Yuho said angrily. In that case, he'll save money instead and just directly find a bunch of mass actors to block the entrance of our store and make a scene. Huang Hanwen was at a loss for words. He then realized that in front of someone like Fang Yang who had both money and means, he barely had any power to fight back. Should he really agree to the other party's request? Seeing that her husband could not recognize the situation until now, Chen Yuho was also a bit angry. She said to Huang Hanwen almost in a commanding tone, Stop nagging. I'll give you 20 minutes to get your ass over here and sign the contract immediately. I don't have time today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Huang Hanwen had just said such tough words in front of Fang Yang. How would he be willing to go soft just like that? Wasn't this slapping his own face? How could he drag it out for a day or two? Chen Yuho coldly said, Think it over yourself. If you do it tomorrow there will only be 84 million. Huang Hanwen. Then you tell him to wait for a while. I'll go over now. In the end, Huang Hanwen still didn't have the heart to take 1 million out to put on a show. After he hung up the phone, he immediately rushed over to the beauty club. Fang Yang also made a call to Yuanxin, asking her to send a staff member from the legal department to come over to him with the equity transfer agreement. Half an hour later, under the witness of a lawyer from the legal department, Fang Yang and Huang Hanwen signed the equity transfer agreement, using 85 million to buy 40% of Wenxin's equity. By now, 97% of the shares of this company already belonged to Fang Yang. The other 3% was in the hands of Wu Yuanxiao and the three of them. According to the agreement on the payment time, Fang Yang will be within 5 working days, the transfer of 85 million into the bank account of Huang Hanwen. However, Huang Hanwen didn't want this money at all. If he could keep this money in the company, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long to double it. Now he was kicked out by Fang Yang and missed an opportunity to earn big money. It's really depressing. Chapter 72, Shopping at the Mall. After the agreement was signed, Fang Yang left with Gao Zicheng. Chen Yuho personally sent them down. On the second floor of the club, a few young women who saw the scene from the window instantly turned on gossip mode. Wow, that Maybach is really his Who is he? Then who knows? It might be the young master of some family. Sister Yuhi is coming up. Won't you guys just ask her directly? A few minutes later, the group of women who had learned about Fang Yang's identity from Chen Yunha all revealed expressions of surprise. Sister Yuhi, you said that he directly spent $200 million and acquired an investment company? That's rich. Not only is he rich, he's also so handsome. Ha ha, someone's starting to spring. Do you want me to help you poke around for his cell phone number? Saying as if you didn't have a heart. Just now, if not for me stopping, you would have directly chased after him to accost him. Nonsense. I just wanted to say hello to Sister Yuhi just now. To be honest, if we just look at the looks, this Fang Yang can only be considered medium to high. But if we add in the personal wealth and money-making ability, it's absolutely handsome to the core. I'll take out my personal money tomorrow and invest it in their company. You might as well just invite him for dinner and have a raw deal. Chen Yuho looked at the group of mouthy women in front of her and sighed in her heart. It wasn't scary if a person was simply rich. However, When that person possessed the ability to make money that far exceeded that of ordinary people, he would really be too scary, because at that time, there would be countless powerful people who would surround him, looking for him to manage their finances and become his connections, and anyone who wanted to deal with this money management expert would be met with countless counterattacks from countless big shots, which was simply insurmountable. It could be imagined that today's Wenshin investment would be the starting point for this new star in the financial world to take off. It seemed necessary to have a good relationship with this Fang Yang in the future. Fang Yang naturally did not know that he had become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of many women. After leaving from the health club, he went directly to the Galaxy Securities business department and slightly brutally took Chen Yan, who had not yet gotten off work. There is no way. Now Fang Yang is the Galaxy Securities business department of the most high-quality customers. Even the head of the business department are not willing to offend him. Others how dare to stop him? Chen Yan was dragged into the Maybach by Fang Yang in front of everyone, and then left. In the carriage, the red-faced Chen Yan said angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Fang Yang deliberately said, "Fulfill the bet. Go to my house for dinner." Chen Yan said breathlessly, "Who made a bet with you?" Fang Yang vigorously said, "I've recorded all the phone records. If you want to renege, you can't. You're a scoundrel." "Oh, just kidding with you. I'm going to buy a suit. You accompany me." Fang Yang is going to take over Wenshin Investment next Monday. Of course he has to change a decent suit. Otherwise even if other people don't say anything, I'm afraid they will despise him in their hearts. Buying clothes? Where to buy? Chen Yan asked with a frown. Of course it's the mall. At this time, Gao Zicheng in front of him had already searched the nearby malls with his navigation, then asked, "Old Fang, the nearest mall to us is Taiha. Want to go there?" Before Fang Yang could say anything, Chen Yan refused. "Don't go to Taihe. Things there are dead expensive." Fang Yang laughed. "Really? That's just the right time to go and see it." "Chen Yan, are you deliberately going against me?" Gao Zicheng only listened to Fang Yang's words. Naturally he would not take Chen Yan's protests to heart. He followed the navigation and quickly drove the car into the parking lot of Taiha Mall. This Taiha shopping mall in Donyang was not a small name, specializing in luxury goods, and many big brands at home and abroad were able to be seen here. The things inside could only be described by one word, and that was deathly expensive. It is said that any piece of clothing is worth a month's salary of an ordinary person. Annual income below 6 figures are embarrassed to come here to buy things. The three of them parked the car and walked into this famous Taiha shopping center. Today is not a weekend, nor is it after work time, so there are not many people in the mall. Of course, even if it was a weekend, there probably wouldn't be too many people here. After all, the feeling of shopping for half a day but not being able to afford anything wasn't that wonderful. Looking around at these very luxuriously decorated brand franchises, Fang Yang smiled and said, "I suddenly remembered that we've known each other for so long, and we haven't even given you a gift. So if you see anything you like today, feel free to take it." "I don't want it." "Yoo-hoo, this violent temper of mine. You don't want it today or not?" Fang Yang just like a domineering president, also not in a hurry to buy a suit, simply pull up Chen Yan's small hand, straight to the women's clothing area. Men shopping malls and women shopping malls have a big difference. Women shopping malls are really shopping. All walk a hole, see what are interested in, have to comment on some, but they may not buy. They enjoy the process of shopping. And men's shopping mall is straight to the things they want to buy, sold out on the go, never stay a second more, enjoy the results of shopping. At this time Fang Yang is so, he pulled Chen Yan's shuttle in a women's clothing store. See good-looking clothes or shoes, let Chen Yan to try. If Chen Yan is not willing to try, he will directly let the shopper to pack, not even look at the price. Chen Yan cannot resist, only to obediently obey. The store assistant also looked at her with a very envious gaze, a look of hate to replace her. From Louis Vuitton to Hermes, from Prada to Valentino. After buying 7 or 8 sets of clothes and 5 or 6 pairs of shoes in a row, Chen Yan finally couldn't stand it anymore. She ignored Fang Yang's obstruction and insisted on walking towards the men's clothing area. She also wanted to buy a suit for Fang Yang. Fang Yang smiled and pulled her back. "Hey, don't go. You haven't bought all your clothes yet." Chen Yan turned around and said in a bad mood. Xiao Gao can barely hold it. "You haven't bought it all yet?" Gao Zicheng immediately brushed it off. "Hey, don't look down on people. Come back so much I can also take it." Fang Yang came close to Chen Yan. He laughed, "Just now bought our jackets. There are still underwear, did not buy it?" "I don't want it." Chen Yan glared at him with a red face and turned her head away. However, what one did not expect was that at this moment, there happened to be a fashionably dressed young woman passing behind Chen Yan. Chen Yan turned around and was fast, and just happened to bump into it. The woman wearing high heels was knocked back a step to the side and sat on her butt on the ground. This fall is a little heavy, plus the sight of someone onlookers, is a disgrace to the home. The woman immediately became angry, cursed, "What the hell, Really?
walking also do not watch a little? You blind ah. Chapter 73, Fighting for Wealth.
Chen Yan felt a little bad after she bumped into someone, and once she heard the other party start cursing,
she didn't dare to retort. Hurriedly picking up the other party, she apologized. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't see you behind me.
It was reasonable to say that Chen Yan's apology was already very sincere, but who knew that the other party was a master of being reasonable and unforgiving? Only to see her shaking off Chen Yan's hand, she continued to scold. Are you blind? I'm such a big living person standing right there,
and you say you didn't see me? What do you mean? Seeing this scene, Fang Yang had to open his mouth and went up to explain for Chen Yan. This lady, I'm sorry, my friend didn't do it on purpose.
I'll apologize to you for her. Before Fang Yang finished speaking,
the woman sneered. Who are you? Is it useful for you to apologize for her? I felt like this and apologizing is the end of it? Gao Zicheng frowned, took 2 steps in front of Fang Yang, looked down at the woman, and said viciously, then what do you want? The woman saw that Gao Zicheng was carrying a big bag, dressed as a driver, and only then realized that the man she had just talked to seemed to be no ordinary person, and her anger dissipated a lot. Fang Yang was too lazy to talk to her. Directly to Gao Zicheng said, compensate her 10,000 yuan. Let's go. Upon hearing this, the woman seemed to be humiliated and said angrily, who wants your money? You're great at having money? Before she finished speaking, she saw Gao Zicheng take $10,000 in cash from the small bag he brought with him, and casually threw it into her arms, not caring whether she wanted it or not, and turned his head and left. Next to the onlookers were all astonished. After all, this kind of people who take money at the drop of a hat is too handsome. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Yang already had a female companion by his side, there were several pretty girls who wanted to go up and ask for contact information. Watching Fang Yang and his party strutting away, the woman who was hit gritted her teeth for a while, but didn't dare to entangle with Fang Yang and the others any longer, because she knew very well that although she had fallen a little, she was not injured. Even if the police were brought here, it was useless, not to mention that they also compensated her $10,000, but she couldn't swallow this breath, so she immediately felt out her cell phone and called her boyfriend. On the other hand, Chen Yan was like a small child who did something wrong, full of self-reproach, being pulled by Fang Yang's small hand, not daring to run around again. Fang Yang, on the other hand, deliberately teased her. See, I told you to buy all your clothes before you leave, otherwise there will be accidents. Chen Yan blankly glanced at him without any good humor, but with a red face, she did not retort anymore. So Fang Yang brought Chen Yan to a branded lingerie store and bought her another 7 or 8 sets of lingerie in different styles, and successfully got this girl's size. After walking out of the lingerie store with a red face, Chen Yan asked in a low voice, are you done buying? It's my turn to buy now, right? What are you going to buy? Fang Yang asked curiously. Buying you a suit. No refusal allowed. How could I refuse? I'll leave all my clothes to you to buy from now on. Good thinking. The two of them came to the men's clothing area. Chen Yan looked at the suit styles inside the Kaitan suit boutique, which were all quite nice, so she directly walked in. The shopping guide lady was a young girl, and when she saw a guest coming, she immediately greeted her and enthusiastically introduced herself. Welcome to Kaitan Suit Brand Store. Kaitan Suit is a globally recognized high-grade suit brand, with flashy fabrics and exquisite tailoring. It is the preferred suit brand for successful people. Fang Yang took a look at the price of these suits and found that the lowest price was 88,000, and the high ones were over 100,000. He couldn't help but snicker. It is indeed a suit that only successful people can wear. The shopping guide lady revealed a sweet smile and continued. The two of you can take a look to see if there is a style you like. If the size is not suitable, we can also customize it for you. Chen Yan nodded and came to the front of a sky blue suit with stripes and was about to take it down for Fang Yang to try. Suddenly, they heard from behind them. A voice arrogantly said, I'll take that suit. Wrap it up for me. The two of them turned their heads to look and realized that the person who spoke was a young man who exuded arrogance, and the suit he was pointing his finger at was exactly the one that Chen Yan was looking at. The female companion beside him, on the other hand, was none other than the woman who had just been knocked down by Chen Yan. At this moment, she was looking at them with a provocative face. Obviously, this was finding helpers and coming over to find a scene. The shopping guide lady apologized. I'm sorry, sir. This suit just now, that lady has already seen it first. The young man's eyes glared and he arrogantly said, hasn't she not paid for it yet? I'll pay double the price. Brainwashed, Fang Yang sighed, not even knowing what to say. I know that you guys want to get back and show in front of the crowd that you're not poor, but this kind of behavior is too childish, isn't it? It's not something a normal person can do at all, even if you rob this dress. So what? It's a big deal to buy other clothes yourselves. It's not like there's any repercussions. Fang Yang smiled carelessly and pulled Chen Yan to the other side, ready to take down another black suit. At this time,
That young man, however, spoke again. I'll take that black one as well, again double. Now, everyone could see that this young man was here to pick a fight. Gao Zichang was even more furious with his fists clenched, itching to go up and beat the other party. Fang Yang, on the other hand, smiled. He was curious to know whose young master this rich second generation in front of him was. So outrageous. So he looked at the young man and asked indifferently, is it true that you pay double the price for all the suits I see? What? You can still buy all the suits in the store? The young man squinted at Fang Yang with a provocative look. What's not to like about that? Fang Yang said to the somewhat nervous shopping guide lady next to him. Work hard. Wrap up all the suits in your store for me. I'll take them all, including that young man. All the people in the store froze. To know, there are at least 40 to 50 chiton suits in this brand store. An average of 100,000 per piece is $4 to $5 million. But Fang Yang did not blink an eye to buy all of them. This is also too luxurious, right? Chen Yan approached Fang Yang and whispered, what are you doing buying so many clothes? Fang Yang laughed, of course it's to earn the difference in price. Didn't you hear this handsome man say? He bought all of them double. Maybe people are just talking? Who would do something so idiotic? Chen Yan. This girl was also badass. She appeared to be talking to Fang Yang in a low voice, but in fact, her voice was just loud enough for everyone in the store to hear, and she directly set that young man on his feet. If the young man honors his promise, he will instantly lose a few million. If he cheats, then today's recovery will become a joke, and can be laughed at for the rest of his life. Now, all the pressure is on that young man. Even his girlfriend are looking at him with full of expectation. Chapter 74, Don't you want your face? Unable to do anything else, he could only force himself to say, fine, you pay, as long as you buy all these clothes, I'll double the purchase. He was gambling, betting that Fang Yang couldn't afford to pay the 5 million. As long as Fang Yang himself gave up, then the winner would naturally be him. That shopping guide lady obviously didn't expect this to happen. It was true that money came from the sky while people were sitting in the store. If she really sold all these clothes in one day, how much commission would she take? Therefore, without any hesitation, she immediately went to the cashier to count the payment. Sir, after counting, the total is 482 million. You can just give 8 million. That shopping guide lady was afraid that Fang Yang and the others would back out, so she calculated the price as fast as she could and came to Fang Yang to make the payment in the first place. Fang Yang took out his own bank card and swiped 8 million without blinking. Really buying all these clothes? Alright, handsome, now it's your turn. Will you transfer the money or swipe the card? Fang Yang put away his own card and looked at that young man with a smile. The young man's face was green and white for a while, but he finally chose to ask for the money. Dropping a nuts, he quickly left with his female companion. The surrounding crowd immediately issued a burst of booing, obviously despised this kind of people who do not believe in what they say. Gao Zichang even cursed, dog days don't run. Your face don't want? That young man, although angry teeth, but pretended not to hear. Anyway, no one knows him here. He does not want to be the wrongdoer. However, he didn't realize that not long after he left, someone had told his identity. This young man turned out to be Han Hui, the young proprietor of Han's real estate. This guy has always been arrogant. Is the local Dongyang famous playboy? Did not expect that today was ruthlessly hit in the face. Gao Zichang chased after him and cursed, then came back to Fang Yang. Old Fang, it's useless for us to buy so many clothes. Should we return them? How is it useless? Next week to receive the company, just to send a wave of benefits to employees. Fang Yang couldn't do something that was not true to his word. He asked the shopping guide lady to pack up the 2 suits he chose and exchange all the rest for receiving vouchers, and then he left Taiha shopping center with the 2 of them. On the other hand, Han Hui was also mobilizing all his connections to investigate Fang Yang's identity. He had lost such a big face today. He had simply become the laughingstock of the circle, so he naturally wanted to get the scene back. So soon, heard about this matter Li Zhe, and Han Hui on the line. What Han Hui didn't expect was that what happened today had been captured in full video by someone who had a lot to do with it and sent it online. And it also had an exaggerated title, Shocked. Taiha Shopping Mall Shocking Rich Second Generation Fight. One of them was tragically hit in the face. The next day was Saturday. The stock market was closed. While Gao Xiaoya's company, Tian Entertainment, the newcomer training was still going on. Today's training was still dance. There was no way around it. Dance was a necessary skill for a singer. No matter if it was for a music video or other occasions, there were times when it was useful, especially these young female singers who were pretty and had good bodies. It would be a waste if they didn't dance. In the 180 square foot dance room, more than a dozen young girls with good looks and temperament were wearing slim-fitting dance costumes and practicing leg lifts while holding onto the railing. The dance teacher, who was over 40 years old but still maintained a good figure, stood on the side, holding a soft small leather whip, her face as cold as frost. She was very dissatisfied with this batch of newcomers, especially the one in the very center called Gao Xiaoye, who couldn't suffer at all. Every time, this girl was the first to cry out of fatigue, and sometimes when the movements were slightly more difficult, she said she couldn't do it, which had an extremely bad influence. If it wasn't for the fact that Director Joe had greeted her and said that she would give this girl some preferential treatment, these training teachers would have severely reprimanded her. Perhaps outside, every beautiful woman would receive preferential treatment and be sought after. However, in the entertainment company, all sorts of beautiful and handsome men were simply everywhere like cabbages. After all, the resident population of Magic City was over 30 million, and with such a population base, beautiful women and handsome men were really like weeds, mowing one crop after another, and no one would take it to heart. Gao Xiaoye was not considered top-notch in every aspect except for her looks among this group of newcomers, so she really didn't know why Director Joe appreciated her so much. The other girls in the dance room were also puzzled by this. We were all newcomers, both fellow students and future competitors. They would also be secretly comparing and competing with each other. They were all curious to know just what capital Gao Xiaoye had that she dared to be so maverick and not put the training teacher in her eyes. Soon, the 2 hours of dance training came to an end. The dance teacher said a few words of encouragement and took the lead to change and leave. The girls instantly relaxed, and with light steps, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, either swiping their cell phones or chattering, discussing where they would go to play tomorrow. Gao Xiaoye came to the rest area, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and just took a sip, when she heard a girl surprised. Wow, you guys look at this video. 2 rich second generation are fighting for wealth. They bought all the clothes from the suit store in one breath. Where did they fight? Show me. These girls were obviously very interested in the topic of rich second generation, and soon hooted and hollered as they surrounded several, watching the video together. That man with a follower is very handsome, a match for the male artist next door. The key, he's so rich, nearly $5 million of clothes, he bought it without batting an eye. The other guy is a disgrace, no money and still talking big, laughing. Where did this happen? It looks so familiar. Aren't all malls the same? Where does it look familiar? I read the comments below and it said it was at Taiha Mall in Dongyang. Gao Xiaoye originally did not intend to join in the fun, but suddenly hearing that it happened in her hometown, she immediately became interested and walked over and smiled. Can you show it to me? Yes, I'll send it to you. Although these girls felt that Gao Xiaoye didn't quite fit in, they would never show it. All of them were going to be in the entertainment industry. Their emotional intelligence couldn't be this low. Soon, a video link was sent to Gao Xiaoye's cell phone through WeChat. This girl casually clicked it open to take a look, and as a result, her eyes instantly glazed over. This is Brother Yang? He actually fought someone for wealth and spent $5 million on clothes? No, who is the girl next to him? Didn't he say he doesn't have a favorite? Gao Xiaoye's face was cloudy. She changed her clothes as fast as she could and left the company building before dialing Gao Zicheng's number. She couldn't ask Fang Yang directly about this matter, no matter what relationship Fang Yang had with that girl. From her standpoint, there was no reason to question her, but to her own brother, Gao Zicheng, she didn't have so many worries. This bastard even cheated himself? When I go back, I must teach him a good lesson. Chapter 75, You Promised to Help Me. At this moment, in the stock speculation studio, Gao Zicheng was playing a game with the trading room's computer when he suddenly received a phone call from Gao Xiaoye who was asking for help. Brother, where are you? Gao Xiaoye's first sentence was quite polite. She wanted to make sure that Fang Yang wasn't around first. I'm in the studio. What's wrong? Gao Zicheng paused the game and asked with a smile. Is Brother Yang with you? Gao Xiaoye continued to ask. Not in he went home. What's wrong? Not being there is good. Gao Xiaoye snorted coldly and immediately rolled her eyes. Gao Zicheng, you've grown up now, haven't you? Even I dare to cheat? What did I lie to you about? Gao Zicheng was a bit confused. Yesterday afternoon, at Taiha Shopping Center, who was the girl standing next to Brother Yang? How did you know that we went to the mall yesterday? Gao Zicheng looked surprised, thinking could it be that old Fang said it himself? Idiot, your videos have been uploaded to the internet. A lot of people are talking about it. Asterisk. Who the hell is so boring? What's there to film? Gao Zicheng cursed, and then suddenly reacted. It seemed like the one who was anxious shouldn't be himself, but the disgraced Han Hui was the right one. Don't change the topic. Quickly give me an explanation. Is Brother Yang in love? Gao Xiaoye said with a serious face. Gao Zicheng was silent for a while and sighed. Xiao Yu listen to my brother's advice. Old Fang's side is already crowded enough. Let's not move up, okay? No good. You promised to help me. Gao Xiaoye huffed. When I promised you, old Fang wasn't this powerful yet. At that time you put more effort into it. Maybe you can really take him down. But now, Gao Zicheng lamented.
He has become a horrible earning machine. Definitely not something an ordinary girl can handle. Even you can't. I really don't want to see you and him become strangers. I've already said that this is my own matter. I don't need you to worry about it, Gao Xiaoye said angrily. When Gao Zicheng heard these words, he suddenly exploded. He yelled, "Old Fang is my best brother. As long as I don't betray him, the friendship between the two of us will remain unchanged for the rest of our lives. If you become his girlfriend, in case you guys don't make it to the end, what do you want me to do? Can I turn my back on him? Have you ever considered for me?" Gao Xiaoye seriously said. "He and I will definitely go to the end. There's no doubt about it. What makes you guarantee that? Do you know that if this trend continues, how many excellent women will be around him? Can you steal over so many of them? So what? I may not have him all to myself, but no one is going to get rid of me. Yes, I admit that the two of you were childhood sweethearts and have an unusual relationship, but the more so, the more we have to avoid suspicion. Otherwise what would old Fang think? Will he think that we siblings are climbing up the ladder? You're overthinking it. I believe that as long as I exchange it with my heart, brother Yang will definitely not fail me." After Gao Xiaoye finished speaking, she directly hung up the phone. She knew that her brother wouldn't help her, but it didn't matter. She could find Fang Yang to show her cards on her own. With the relationship between the two of them, piercing through that layer of paper was as easy as a slap in the face. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. She had to wait for a suitable opportunity. Before that, she also wanted to test Fang Yang's heart. In the end there is no her. On the other hand, in the girls' dormitory of Dongyang Finance and Economics College, Li Weiwei and Shinseki also finally saw the video. Unlike Gao Xiaoye's focus, both Li Weiwei and Shinseki had met Chen Yan and naturally wouldn't express any surprise at their relationship. What they were shocked about was why Fang Yang was so rich that he spent several $1 million to buy clothes. There were also the large and small luxury handbags in the hands of the follower behind him. Those were all famous brands, adding up to at least several $100,000. Didn't you say that Fang Yang only earned a few $1 million from stock speculation? Where does this look like only a few million? Thinking about this, Li Weiwei and Shinseki's hearts began to feel bad. Li Weiwei was because she had known Fang Yang for so many years, and Fang Yang had never been so generous to her. This made her feel extremely unbalanced, with a feeling that the son she had worked so hard to raise had ended up recognizing an outsider as his mother. The mind was on the verge of exploding. As for Shinseki, she was just utterly sorry. The timing of that day was not well chosen. One should have made sure there was no one else in the room first. Still too hasty. Wanting to be quick is not good enough. Unfortunately, there is only one chance. If you miss it, you will never be able to get it back. Fang Yang is not likely to give her the chance to repeat the same trick. The 2 days of the weekend passed by in the midst of these chaotic thoughts, and it was soon the following Monday. This Monday, June 15th, was a day to look forward to for all the employees of Wenxin Investment, because according to the gossip, Mr. Fang, who was as simple as getting high, had completed the acquisition of all the shares and was coming to take over the company today. Even the company's chief trader, Xiao Xinyu, was a little excited at the thought of being able to fight in the A-share market under the leadership of such an investment expert. These investment organizations in Dongyang City had always not taken their Wenxin investments seriously, and every time there was a party, they were the last to be notified. From now on, it was time to impress these people. In the whole company, the only one who was a bit lost is probably the original general manager Yi Wenxin. By the time the final handover was completed today, it was time for her to leave the company, and she hadn't thought about where to go in the future. In the general manager's office, dressed in a black dress, Yi Wenxin was frowning and pondering. Suddenly footsteps came from outside the office door, and then the company's new boss, Fang Yang, walked in under the leadership of his secretary. Yi Wenxin immediately stood up and politely greeted, "Mr. Fang, the office has been vacated. See what else is missing, I'll ask them to go buy it. No need to go through so much trouble. This is just a temporary resting place. Most of the time I should be in the trading room." Fang Yang turned around in the spacious office, then said to Yi Wenxin, "It's you, Mr. Yi, what's your next plan?" "I'm going to go home and rest for a while first, then see if I can transform into an angel investor. In the future it's good to just invest. It's better to leave the running of the company to someone else." "Oh, going home to rest is not as good as resting here in my place. I'm still missing a deputy general manager here." "Mr. Yi, are you interested?" Fang Yang smiled and issued an invitation. "Does Mr. Fang want to be a shirker? Aren't you afraid that if I stay, it will affect your authority?" Yi Wenxin asked with a smile. Her worries were not unfounded. She was after all the old leader of the company. All the employees of the company were recruited by her. If she left directly, her influence in the company would naturally fade. If she stayed, it would definitely affect Fang Yang's prestige in the minds of the other employees. Chapter 76, Liquidating a Position with One Click? Fang Yang,
however, was not worried about this as he confidently said, "If I can't convince my subordinates to me, then it's only right to return the company to you again. In that case, why don't I just rejoin the company? Is it okay if I buy back 10% of the shares at a double premium?" Yuan Xin had previously sold $140 million for 60% of her shares, but now she was willing to spend $46 million to buy back 10%, which showed how optimistic she was about Fang Yang's investment ability. However, Fang Yang was not willing to do so. He shook his head and said, "If Ms. Yu wants to get into the shares, she can only do the same as Mr. Gua and the others. 20 million, 1% of the shares." Yuan Xin's expression was a bit stiff. She was frantically spitting in her heart. "But I just sold all my shares to you last week. 60% of the shares were only sold for 140 million. You now return to me 1% but want to charge 20 million. That is not to say that my 60% of the shares to your hands, directly into the valuation of 1.2 billion? You do this difference is also too outrageous, hey?" Fang Yang was naturally able to appreciate Yuan Xin's mood. He smiled and comforted. "Of course, it's not necessary for Mr. Yi to spend so much money to repurchase the shares. It's the same for you to get an annual salary. I can give you the highest salary in the industry. Then, I'll reconsider." Yuan Xin really couldn't accept such an outrageous difference in price, so she had to give up on the idea for now and start as the company's deputy general manager. Next, Fang Yang saw that the time was almost up, so as the general manager, he called all the managers of the company and held a morning meeting. Fang Yang was new to the company, so naturally, he would not make any major adjustments to the personnel of each department. He just got acquainted with the managers of each department today and looked forward to the future before announcing the next 3 things to be done. The first was to rename the company from Wenxin Investment to Tianfang Capital. According to Fang Yang's plan, in the future, Tianfang Capital would not only do domestic securities and equity investments, but also look beyond its borders. Whether it was crude oil, gold, foreign exchange or cryptocurrencies, they were all going to dabble in all of them. To make the name of Tianfang Capital spread all over the global financial industry, Fang Yang's words surprised everyone in the conference room. After all, in the domestic financial sector, there really wasn't any company that dared to boast about this kind of boast. Not counting everything else, just compared to the vigor and pattern, Fang Yang has already surpassed the vast majority of domestic financial practitioners. The second thing Fang Yang announced was to formulate a detailed employee incentive policy. All employees with excellent performance would be rewarded with a set of chiton suits worth 100,000 yuan. This matter was handed over to the deputy general manager Yuan Xin. The last thing was the latest decision on investment. Only to hear Fang Yang faintly said, "After the opening of the market in a while, the investment department should immediately liquidate all the stocks in their hands. No matter whether it is a self-managed account or a fund account, all of them should remain absolutely empty, and without my permission, they are not allowed to buy any more stocks." Hearing Fang Yang's words, everyone froze. One-click liquidation of all accounts? What kind of operation is this? If you feel that the risk here is high, you can reduce your position appropriately. Isn't it a bit hasty to sell them all? Although for private equity funds, there is no minimum position requirement, but if you completely liquidate the position, it is not easy to explain to the investors. People put their money to you is to earn money. You put in the account nothing to buy. People might as well save their own bank. However, this is Fang Yang's first decision since he became the general manager. Even if the people are very puzzled, it is impossible to openly question. They could not openly question it even if they were very puzzled. They just had to agree to it first. Fang Yang not only let the people in the company liquidate their positions with a single click, but also grabbed the opening of the market before the opening of the market, and went to the fan groups and stock forums to make similar remarks, calling everyone to try to empty their positions in recent times to avoid the risk of short-term adjustments in the general market. Because of the lessons learned from the previous few times, Fang Yang's advice this time has been implemented by more retail investors. The number of his iron fans was increasing at an alarming rate. In contrast, on the contrary, those professional investors, the various lobbyists, were unimpressed by Fang Yang's amazing remarks. Of course they knew that the market was now at a high level and the accumulated risk was already high. But is this delaying them from earning money? Not at all. Every day there are so many stops, they just casually light a fire. They can attract a large number of leaks over to take over. Why should they avoid risk in advance? Do you think the market is going to adjust? If the market has not been adjusted, wouldn't you have to step on the market for many days? Therefore, although they also saw Fang Yang's post, but did not take it to heart, still killing their way in and out of the market, busy as ever, until 2 hours later, they were hit hard in the face by a wave of severe decline in the SSE index. In fact, when the market just opened today, the trend of the general market is still very normal. The disk was up and down and peaceful, and there was no sign at all of any impending plunge.
However, at around 10 o'clock in the morning, after the SSE index stepped back to the early low of 5147 for the third time and failed to hold on, things started to get not quite right. There began to be pression funds that chose to smash the market and ship out, thus triggering a larger chain reaction. By 11 a.m., the SSE had fallen to 5,065 after a series of dives, down as much as 194%. In just half an hour's time, the index fell by more than 100 points, and the impact on all stocks was huge. As a result, the major sectors have begun to turn green. The number of red houses is rapidly decreasing, and there are even a lot of downturns. Seeing that the market had really dropped today, both the company's employees and Fang Yang's fans were filled with shock. There was only one thought in their minds: how did Mr. Fang, God Fang, know that it would fall today? He couldn't be the super main force of A shares. Could he? Could it be that the market was smashed by him? This speculation is naturally nonsense, but Fang Yang did open a portion of the stock index futures short orders in the early trading session. Entry price 11522. For accounts, each account opened 200 lots, a total of 800 lots. By the close of business at noon, the total float of these positions had exceeded $20 million. Of course, that's chump change compared to his international investment accounts. His international account has been doing U.S. crude oil futures lately. After 12,000 short orders and 15,000 profitable long orders, he has more than $110 million in his account. Now, he has backhanded his long ordering U.S. crude oil and laid out another 15,000 lots of short orders, with the opening price still at $60.9. There is no way. The U.S. crude oil recently are oscillating market, back and forth harvesting both the long and short sides. Fang Yang can only go with the flow. Follow the super big main high throw low suck. Chapter 77, The Plunge begins. After the close of trading at noon, Fang Yang left the trading room and returned to his office. The new general manager's secretary, Zhang Cici, had already prepared the working meal and placed it on his desk. At the same time, there was also a business card design proposal handed over. Fang Yang picked up the proposal and glanced at it, then directly threw it aside. Shaking his head, he said, "Just design it for Mr. Yi, I don't need a business card." Ah, why? Zhang Cici was a bit confused. Which company general manager did not want a business card? Because I have no intention of taking the initiative to befriend others. Fang Yang smiled. People who really want to contact me can find me without a business card, but I'm not interested in wasting my time with people who can't be seen. Oh, okay. Zhang Cici was still a little hard to understand, only feeling that this boss of hers was different from the norm. Fang Yang picked up the cutlery in front of him and casually asked while opening it, "How is it? Are you still used to the new company?" Zhang Cici was a bit embarrassed and said, "It's fine at work, it's just that I've already gotten an advance on my paycheck before, and now I'm coming back to the company to handle the entry process. Isn't that not too good?" Fang Yang secretly laughed, but under his breath, he said, "That's $60,000 should be regarded as a personal assistance subsidy. After all, there should be quite a lot of places that need to trouble you in the future." Zhang Cici, however, shook her head and said, "No, let's take that sum of money as a loan from me. I will return it to you with interest after 1 year." Fang Yang said noncommittally, "Even if you don't want the subsidy, there are some things that you need to do." "What is it?" "Come over and press my shoulders. I've been sitting a bit too long these days." Zhang Cici's pair of beautiful eyes instantly widened. She couldn't believe it. Do assistants still need to do this kind of work? Fang Yang laughed. "What does an assistant need to do? Isn't it just a word from the leader? Come quickly, let me see your handiwork." Zhang Cici reddened her face and came behind Fang Yang with a shy expression, then pressed her small hands on his shoulders. While Fang Yang closed his eyes to enjoy himself, he casually asked, "Isn't Xiao Gao at the company? How come I haven't seen him all morning?" Zhang Cici replied, "He went to look for Wu Yuanxiao." "Mr. Wu said that he helped you get a nice license plate. Must have paid for it again." Fang Yang laughed and shook his head. "It's still Mr. Wu and the others who can come to terms with things. None of us can. Our emotional intelligence is not high enough." Zhang Cici retorted, "Only those who are not strong enough need to curry favor with others. People as powerful as Mr. Fang are curried favor with by others." Fang Yang tilted his head and laughed. "If you can talk, talk more. If you can't, then publish a book." Zhang Cici was embarrassed. "What I said was originally the truth." Fang Yang smiled and said, "Well, the little assistant who loves to tell the truth. Go eat quickly. No need to tickle me anymore." Zhang Cici blushed, thinking, "Didn't I just be a little perfunctory? Who tickled you?" She agreed and lowered her head and left quickly. Fang Yang finished his working meal and went to the restroom to lie down for a while before it was time for the afternoon opening again. In the afternoon,
The three major indices once started a rally under the violent pull of the steel plate, recovering a large part of the lost ground. However, there are few followers. The other plates look at the lead as the steel plate, but more panic. Active capital accelerated outflow? Those small-cap stocks fell harder. An internal lobbying group? Many lobbying bigwigs are also divided. Some people have a low-risk appetite. They feel that the market has shown signs of a short-term top and should retreat. But there are also many lobbyists feel that a day's decline represents nothing. Maybe tomorrow on the back of the package. Here can reduce positions, but empty positions is absolutely not appropriate. At this time, Fang Yang's bearish comments posted in the stock forum in the morning were also turned up, triggering discussions among many lobbyists. Now it seems that this guy really has two brushes. Surprisingly, he judged right once again. It's not necessarily so, right? He's talking about taking short positions and watching for this period of time. Doesn't he mean that the general market will fall continuously? I think it is unlikely. That's right. I don't believe it either. Maybe in the next few days when the market rises, this guy will delete the post. Haha, I've already taken a screenshot of the post. If he really dares to delete the post, I have to go and mock him properly. This is the horror of thinking stereotypes, because every previous decline in the general market will be quickly repaired. So now even these big lobbyists were mesmerized, and a one-day drop couldn't get their attention at all. They are still waiting for the market to quickly recover lost ground and restart the uptrend. It's just a pity that this one is not destined to end the same way. The next day, Shanghai and Shenzhen jumped to a low opening. The Shanghai Stock Exchange Index opened 60 points lower, opening at 5,004.41. After the opening instantly fell to 4,971 points, and then after half an hour of counter-pumping, upward impotence began to formally diving. Individual stocks are even more woeful. Shanghai and Shenzhen, a total of more than 2,600 stocks, fell 2,300. Under this plummeting disk, in addition to a few concerned about Fang Yang's shareholders, luckily dodged a bullet. The vast majority of investors are dumbfounded, including many professional investors. For example, the few lobbyists who were in the lobbyist group yesterday and were unimpressed by Fang Yang's comments, now they could no longer care about mocking Fang Yang. They had to seize the time to throw away the positions in their hands regardless of the cost to avoid the short-term risk. In Fang Yang's fan group, there is another hot discussion scene. It's just that the content of their discussion has a flavor of gloating any way you look at it. My God, the market fell too badly today. 1,000 stocks fell. Good thing it has nothing to do with us. Ha 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 ha. Yes, watching the stocks you liquidated plummet. It's a really good feeling. Shoo, keep a low profile. Don't let the people outside see it. They'll be jealous. Just a short position, what's there to be dejected about? I made a short position yesterday, am I proud of it? The boss is so rich. Envious. Envious +1. I'm the one who should be envious. Envious of you big guys with strong execution. Alas, I only reduced my position a little bit yesterday, and today it fell miserably. Serves you right. Fangshan has told you to take a short position and wait and see, but you didn't listen to the command? I'm wrong. I'm sick. I'll cut my meat now, and I'll never act on my own again. Alas, just when many retail investors and lobbyists were busy cutting meat, Fang Yang was in the trading room of Tianfan Capital, ready to take his traders to the bottom. The stock market for the first time touched the 20-day line of support. The probability of a direct fall is very small. Fang Yang feels that here it is possible to operate a little. Only, must choose funds in and out of convenient large-cap stocks. Otherwise, if tomorrow cannot come out, it would be embarrassing. After some screening, Fang Yang finally set the target on the stock of Huaxia Fortune. As one of the leading stocks in the securities sector, Huaxia Fortune has risen up to 10 times in more than a year. The main funds inside definitely can't finish the goods in their hands so quickly. They will definitely save themselves. So he was ready to use the company's account to go in and do a short term, earn some broken silver. At this time, Huaxia Fortune in the general market drag has fallen to below 7%, and the disk, the sell-off plate is still pouring out. At any time may stop. Fang Yang saw that the timing was almost right, then immediately gave a buy order. Huaxia Fortune, -8% below the full collection. As many as you want. Fast. The traders received the order and executed it quickly, using the company's proprietary account and fund account to grab Huaxia Fortune respectively. Together, these two accounts have a total fund size of up to 410 million. Even though the fund account had restrictions and could not buy a full position in one stock, Fang Yang's chips that they needed to buy this time were also above 300 million.